Today I'll be talking about Swablu. Its previous PYZ dates are January 24th, 1997, November 15th, 1999, September 5th, 2002, June 26th, 2005, April 16th, 2008, February 5th, 2011, November 26th, 2013, September 16th, 2016, July 8th, 2019, and April 28th, 2022. I love Swablu's design, and I think combining a bird and a cloud is clever. I most know Swablu from Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, where I recruited 3 of them. For some reason, I never renamed 2 of them, likely meaning I wasn't as much a fan of this Pokémon as I am now. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Swablu, the cotton bird Pokemon whose number is 0333. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, flying, abilities, natural cure, and Cloud 9 is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg groups, flying and dragon, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 2.6 pounds or 1.2 kilograms. Base experience yield is 74 in Gen 3 through 4 and 62 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Swablu is a dual type normal/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved into Altaria starting at level 35. Biology: Swablu is an avian Pokemon with a round blue body. Since it has no discernible neck, its body appears to be all head. There are 2 long feathers on top of its head, and it has a short rounded white beak and beady black eyes. Its wings are fluffy and white, resembling cotton or clouds, and are made of air. The wings have a light and fluffy feel. It has tiny white feet and 2 pointed tail feathers. Swablu does not like dirty surroundings, so it cleans things with its cottony wings diligently. It uses streams, freshwater springs, or a man-made shower to wash its wings when they become dirty from polishing. It is commonly found living in flocks in forested habitats, but often flies closer to towns during the spring. Swablu is very friendly and largely unafraid of humans. As a result, it frequently perches on people's heads like a fluffy hat. Swablu can easily hide from foes in clouds thanks to its appearance. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Swablu is known to sleep curled up with its wings folded. Swablu is believed to be dreaming about perching atop someone's head. Evolution: Swablu evolves into Altaria. So, Swablu, Altaria. Game data, Pokedex entries. Gen 3 and Ruby. Swablu has light and fluffy wings that are like cottony clouds. This Pokemon is not frightened of people. It lands on the heads of people and sits there like a cotton fluff hat. Sapphire: Swablu loves to make things clean. If it spots something dirty, it will wipe and polish it with its cottony wings. If its wings become dirty, this Pokemon finds a stream and showers itself. Emerald: a Pokemon that has wings like cottony clouds. After enduring winter, in which little food is available, Swablu flocks move closer to towns in the spring. Fire Red and Leaf Green: it constantly grooms its cotton-like wings. It takes a shower to clean itself if it becomes dirty. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, its wings are like cotton tufts. If it perches on someone's head, it looks like a cotton hat. Platinum: it can't relax if it or its surroundings are not clean. It wipes off dirt with its wings. Heart Gold and Soul Silver: its wings bring cottony clouds to mind. It grooms with spring water and loves to sit on heads. In Gen 5, the black and white entry is Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, for some reason, it likes to land on people's heads softly and act like it's a hat. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Swablu and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword: its cottony wings are full of air, making them light and fluffy to the touch. Swablu takes diligent care of its wings. Shield: since Swablu looks like a cumulus cloud, foes can have a hard time finding it. Apparently its wings turned white over many generations. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Y's entry. Violet is Platinum, Black and White's entry. Swablu and the Paldea Pokedex, got 3 of them here. Looks like they're kind of coming down to this little brook here to clean off their feathers and maybe relax a little. Then we got Swablu and the Blueberry Pokedex. We got 5 of them here, 3 flying, 2 sitting by the water's edge. Seems like they're near this, clear lake. That makes sense. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats: base stats, HP 45, attack 40, defense 60, special attack 40, special defense 75, speed 50, for a total of 310. Pokeathlon stats: type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice, all for double. Immune to ground and ghost, resistant to bug and grass for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1. Peck and Growl, 4. Disarming Voice, 8. Mist, 12. Fury Attack, 16. Round, 20. Dragon Breath, 24. Safeguard, 28. Sing, 32. Cotton Guard, 36. Takedown, 40. Moonblast, and 44. Perish Song. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 4. Agility, 7. Protect, 14. Acrobatics, 18. Thief, 19. Disarming Voice, 20. Trailblaze, 25. Facade, 27. Aerial Ace, 32. Swift, 47. Endure, 49. Sunny Day, 50. Rain Dance, 66. Body Slam, 70. Sleep Talk, 79. Dazzling Gleam, 85. Rest, 97. Fly, 103. Substitute, 113. Tailwind, 115. Dragon Pulse, 117. Hyper Voice, 118. Heat Wave, 127. Play Rough, 130. Helping Hand, 135. Ice Beam, 160. Hurricane, 164. Brave Bird, 168. Solar Beam, 171. Terra Blast, 174. Haze, 197. Dual Wing Beat, 205. Endeavor, 216. Feather Dance, and 226. Dragon Cheer. By breeding, this group gives you Astonish. This group gives you Defog. Noctowl could not learn Defog via level up prior to version 3.0.0. So that's this one. Dragon Rush from this group. This group gives it Feather Dance. This group gives it Haze. This group gives it Roost. And this group gives it Tailwind. TCG only moves. Water Sport on this card. Side game data. I got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Swablu creates gusts to interfere with capture. It heads to whatever it notices. Got all this. In Pokemon Sleep, this Pokemon has been seen curled up asleep with its light and fluffy wings folded, looking just like a cottony hat. Perhaps Swablu is dreaming of being perched neatly atop someone's head. So you got roosting sleep, flapping sleep, cotton cloud sleep, and a top belly sleep. In Pokemon Go, Swablu can be obtained by completing 1/4 of the ticketed special research Cotton Winged Bird. Evolution data: Swablu, level 35, Altaria. Sprites here, so basically the same, maybe a little bit more simplified, particularly in the body, and the feet also look a little bit, more simplified, I guess, for the, time. And the wings are probably going to be slightly different for every sprite. Yep, yellow for the shiny, for the body. In Gen 4, you've got a little bit more complicated, I think, but overall, yeah, pretty much the same. I think these are maybe a little bit smaller, the little tuft or whatever. Then you got these in Gen 5, you got the full back sprite. Actually, you've had the full back sprites in Gen 4. Oh, interesting. But you got a proper full back sprite in Gen 5, where you can see both feet. Okay. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. Slightly different blue now. Slightly different yellow. Yes. And then in Gen 7, you're basically the same. Maybe slightly different, particularly in the eyes. Cross-generation home. You got these. Okay. In animation, Swablu and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. Okay. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 64 in Ash's Pokedex. Swablu, the Cotton Bird Pokemon. Swablu loves cleanliness and is quick to wipe off any unclean surface with its cotton-like wings. Generations, Swablu and Pokemon Generations, running from the storm, or flying from the storm, I guess. With the Dustox, Whismur, Azuril, another Swablu, Chimecho, Beautifly, Poochyena, Delcatty, Lotad, and Vigoroth. Paldean wins in the manga, Swablu in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG trivia, Swablu is the only normal-type Pokemon that evolves into a Dragon-type Pokemon. Origin: Swablu may be based on a bluebird combined with cotton or a cloud. It also shares traits more specifically with the ultramarine Lorikeet. Behaviorally, is similar to the Canadian Jay in that they are both given to sitting on people's heads. Other possible inspiration is the Oriental magpie, considered an omen of good fortune in Chinese culture. Various magpie species are known for their singing abilities in blue color. In the Chinese folklore tale, The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, a bridge of magpies is responsible to reunite the cowherd, represented by the star Altair, and the Weaver Girl, represented by the star Vega, every year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. The Kixi Festival, also known as the Magpie Festival, is celebrated in China on this date. In addition, besides the star Altair being referenced in Swablu's evolution name, the Kixi Festival is referenced in Altaria's Chinese name. Name origin: Swablu may be a combination of swab, small wad of cotton on a rod, and blue. May also involve swallow, a type of bird. Kalto may be a reference to the play The Bluebird, Luciu Bleu, by Belgian playwright Maurice Maeterlinck, featuring two siblings named Meitel and Titel, tasked in finding the Bluebird of Happiness. May also involve Chiru, Ryu, Kaiwan for crane, Tile, alternate name for the star, Epsilon Draconis, located in the constellation Draco and Cotton. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Swablu's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his family companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to this magic show, I guess. That's the main thing right now in this scene. Where the Great Butler here is doing a magic trick with his hat. Yes. Okay. And so a bunch of Swablu come out. Ash. Okay. That's Swablu's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Swablu. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Swablu. So this is Mega Altaria by Dana Jarar. Looks to be from 2014. So it's this great, well done image of a Mega Altaria, slightly more realistic. Yes, and then I got a couple Swablu in the background. Very well done. Yes, I'm very much fan of the shading and the blues, of course. And we've got Sweet Dreams by Silly Foe, or Poke Girl 5. So we've got these three here, so it's a Swablu, Phampi, and Danene here, and they're all sleeping. It's very cute. Then we've got Swablu and Altaria by K's Sky Fox. So this cool image of an Altaria and three regular Swablu and a shiny Swablu. Nice little flock here. They're flying around. Yes, very well done. And we've got Swablu by Silvar. That's cute. Little Swablu here. Much more cloud-like wings. More realistic cloud wings, I guess. Then we've got Swablu 333 by Cozy Cosmicat. This cute little Swablu here. Got little hearts next to it. Yeah. Then we've got Pokemon Baby Dragons by Saw Dewey. So these are all the base forms of dragon-type Pokemon, or ones that become dragon types. So you got Dratini, Horsey, Trapinch, Swablu, Bagon, Gabite, Axu, and Dino here. And he's holding its hand, they're talking to each other. Yes, it's very well done. And then we got Swablu by Jazzy Kandra. It's a very cute little image of the Swablu, probably sleeping. It's very cute. Then we got Swablu by Bunny Sumi. So this cute little Swablu here. I mean, they didn't intend it to be Swablu, but turned into Swablu. Then we got Altaria and Swablu by Kisette Sukaze. Cute stylized Altaria and Swablu here. Painting style, that's very good. Then we've got Day 42, Weather Swablu by Pika is Cool. So we've got it normal, look, the different kind of clouds, I guess. Yeah, these are normal, and then you got storm clouds, rain clouds, snow clouds, and the evening sun sort of reflecting on the clouds. Yeah, sort of yellower one. Yes, very well done. I got Swablu up in the clouds by Milavana, with a very cute set of them, sitting on the clouds. I've got Birdbath re-upload by Kiweko 2018. Little Swablu here bathing. Very cute. This doesn't contain a Swablu, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Spinda. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Altaria. As always, those are my proper and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Altaria, the first dragon-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Mega Altaria is also the only Dragon Fairy-type Pokemon, as of the filming of this. Altaria is also the evolution of Swablu, who evolves at level 35. Altaria's previous BYC dates are January 25th, 1997, November 16th, 1999, September 6th, 2002, June 27th, 2005, April 17th, 2008, February 6th, 2011, November 27th, 2013, September 17th, 2016, July 9th, 2019, and April 29th, 2022. I love Altaria's design and how much it changes from Swablu. I think Mega Altaria has a great design, and it's certainly one of my favorites. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Altaria, the humming Pokemon whose number is 0334. This is Altaria, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Altaria, this is what it looks like. Types: as Altaria, it's Dragon Flying, but as Mega Altaria, it's Dragon Fairy. Abilities: as Altaria is Natural Cure. Its hidden abilities: Cloud 9. Pixelate is Mega Altaria's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 groups. Flying and Dragon, hatch time 20 cycles. Its height as Altaria is 3'7" and 1.1 meter. Its height as Mega Altaria is 4'11" and 1.5 meters. Its weight regardless is 45.4 pounds or 20.6 kilograms. Megastone is Altarianite. Base experience yield is 188 in Gen 3 through 4 and 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 2 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue. At base friendship is 70. Altaria is a dual-type dragon/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Swablu starting at level 35. Altaria can Mega Evolve into Mega Altaria using the Altarianite. Biology: Altaria is a blue avian Pokemon. Its body and cloud-like wings are covered in fluffy white feathers. It often folds its wings behind it, obscuring its back. 2 long blue plumes extend like streamers from the back of its head. It has a short, hooked beak and prominent cheek patches, both of which are white. Additionally, it has beady black eyes. It has a long neck and short legs protruding from its fluffy body. The feet are blue with 4 toes, 3 claws forward and 1 backward. The tail comprises 5 feathers, the outer 2 longer than the inner ones. This Pokemon uses its wings to catch updrafts and soars across the sky calmly and gracefully. It gracefully glides through the clouds, often while singing or humming in a soprano voice. Its voice seems to have special properties that induce a dreamy state for listeners. Altaria can be very affectionate, enveloping people it has bonded with in its cotton-like wings. While normally kind, Altaria can attack foes with shrill cries without mercy if provoked. As shown in the Pokemon Horizons the Series episode, HZ065. So whenever these codes appear, it's an episode that hasn't aired in English yet. So the English translation, I checked, is Liko and Amatheo, but once the English dub is done, it might have an alternate name. Altaria's beak is strong enough to shatter boulders. According to Solana in the Pokemon the Series Ruby and Sapphire episode Pokemon Ranger Deoxys Crisis, Altaria uses geomagnetic fields to navigate their flight, and any disturbances can affect their sense of direction. Altaria is often found living in forests, though it also inhabits mountain ranges. Altaria has been shown to enjoy water in both the anime series and the TCG, although if its wings are exposed to too much of it, they lose their fluffiness, revealing their actual anatomy. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Altaria is known to sleep while wrapped inside its wings. While sleeping in its soft, beautiful wings, Altaria may be enjoying the most comfortable sleep ever. So you got Altaria paddling in the water, a wet Altaria, and a wet Mega Altaria. Forms: Altaria can Mega Evolve into Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria has more extensive cloud-like plumage, with a large, fluffy mass extending from its back. The feathers have grown as a self-protective measure and glimmer with an iridescent sheen. Its cottony wings are more distinct than its base form, and its blue belly is now exposed. Additional fluff surrounds its neck like a collar, and its head is adorned with a hat-like crest. A single small feather curls out from its forehead, though its facial features are unchanged. Its tail feathers have grown into a long, wavy streamer with 3 longer central plumes. Mega Altaria's singing voice is even more beautiful than its regular form, is known for its pleasant personality, and is not timid. So we got Mega Altaria here. Since this is our only Dragon Fairy-type Pokemon, I'll point out the Dragon inside and the Fairy outside. Evolution: Altaria evolves from Swablu. So Swablu, Altaria. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Altaria dances and wheels through the sky among billowing cotton-like clouds. By singing melodies in its crystal-clear voice, this Pokemon makes its listeners experience dreamy wonderment. Sapphire. Altaria sings in a gorgeous soprano. Its wings are like cotton clouds. This Pokemon catches updrafts with its buoyant wings and soars way up into the wild blue yonder. Emerald. It hums in a beautiful soprano voice. It flies among white clouds in the blue sky. It launches intensely hot fire fireballs from its mouth. Fire red and leaf green. If you hear a beautiful melody trilling deep among mountains far from people, it is Altaria's humming. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, it looks like a fluffy cloud. When it is in flight, it hums with its soprano voice. Platinum. If it bonds with a person, it will gently envelop the friend with its soft wings, then hum. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It flies gracefully through the sky. Its melodic humming makes you feel like you're in a dream. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Altaria and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword. As it flies in a calm and relaxed manner, Altaria performs a humming song that would enrapture any audience. Shield. This Pokemon has a kind disposition, but if it's provoked, it will threaten opponents with shrill cries before attacking them without mercy. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum and Black and White's entry. Violet is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Altaria and the Paldea Pokedex, with a couple Swablu. It's a full evolutionary line image. And you got a couple Altaria and the Blueberry Pokedex. Very nice. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. In Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, it has the Dragon Fang 100% of the time. In events, it has the Dragon Fang 50% of the time, Dragon Scale 50% of the time, and Altaria Knight 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Altaria with Mega Altaria. So HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 70, that goes up to 110. Defense 90, that goes up to 110. Special attack 70, that goes up to 110. Special defense 105, that stays the same. Speed 80, that stays the same. So this one has a total of 490, and this one has a total of 590. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness will compare Altaria, although it's missing its heading, and Mega Altaria. So, Altaria is damaged normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Steel, Electric, Psychic, and Dark. Mega Altaria adds Ground and Rock, and Move, Steel, Electric, and Dark. Altaria is weak to Rock, Dragon, and Fairy for double, and Ice for 4. Mega Altaria is weak to Poison, Steel, Ice, and Fairy, all for double. Altaria is immune to Ground, while Mega Altaria is immune to Dragon. Altaria is resistant to Fighting, Bug, Fire, and Water, all for half, and Grass for a fourth, while Mega Altaria is resistant to Fighting, Bug, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, and Dark, all for half. In what is supposed to be the Altaria box here, notes: if gravity is an effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 35. So upon evolution, it gets Dragon Pulse, 38 Takedown, 44 Moon Blast, 50 Perish Song, and 56 Sky Attack. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping. There's nothing by a prior evolution. Special moves. In these events, you can get the moves Dragon Rush and Play Rough. TCG only moves Whirlwind on this card and Gust on this card. Side game data for Altaria. Got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Altaria hides by summoning Dense Fog. It flaps its wings to create gusts. In Shadows of Olmia, it protects itself with a Curious Barrier. It attacks with Twisters and Blue Flames. We got all this. In new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. The hot springs help keep Altaria's cottony wings nice and fluffy. This Pokemon loves music so much it can't help but hum along if it hears a melody. In Pokemon Sleep, it sleeps wrapped inside its wings, looking like a cottony cloud, nestled within such soft, beautiful wings. The soundly snoozing Altaria may well be enjoying the most comfortable sleep ever. Feathered nestled sleep, roosting sleep, cotton cloud sleep, and a top belly sleep. Mega Altaria, you got all this. Form data, Mega Evolution, Altaria, Altaria Knight, and Mega Altaria. Evolution data, Swablu, level 35, Altaria. Sprites here, so slightly different blue, and again, probably more condensed version of this, but more or less the same. Cloud's probably gonna be slightly different. Yellow shiny, just like Swablu's was in Gen 4. We've got this kind of blue now. Looks a little bit different, looks kind of angry in Gen 3, but now it's a little less angry looking, particularly the yellow shiny here. So I think it's also slightly different yellow. And its arms are open as well. And we got this blue in Gen 5 and full back sprites. In Gen 6, we have got the models here, and this kind of blue now, and this kind of yellow. Looks like it's maybe a little lighter. You can see Mega Altaria, other models for that, and like again, more like a gold color rather than the yellow. In Gen 7, not really much changes, and you got in homes, got these models. Animation, Altaria in Pokemon Journeys the series, Mega Altaria in Pokemon Journeys the series, and Terra Altaria in Pokemon Horizons the series. Winona's Altaria is the big one. You got all these. Yeah. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 64, in Ash's Pokedex. Altaria, the humming Pokemon. Altaria is the evolved form of Swablu. It uses its fluffy wings to catch updrafts and is known for its beautiful, high-pitched song. In Advanced Generation, Episode 85, in Maze Pokedex. Altaria, the humming Pokemon. Altaria glides up into the sky using its wings like sails to catch rising breezes. In Diamond and Pearl, Episode 156, in Dawn's Pokedex. Altaria, the humming Pokemon, in the evolved form of Swablu. As Altaria flies across the sky, it resembles a soft cloud. It hums using its high voice. In Journeys, Episode 104, in Go Through a Phone. Altaria, the humming Pokemon, a dragon flying type. Altaria generally has a gentle personality, but when angered, it uses its shrill voice to intimidate foes before attacking. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer, Mega Altaria in the animated trailer. Gagacha, Pokemon Evolutions, Altaria in Pokemon Evolutions. Pokemon Paldean Wins, Altaria in Pokemon Paldean Wins. Got a couple of the gym leaders in the manga. Altaria in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got that. And TCG. Trivia. I basically read this first point in the Swablu video, but not the sub-point, so I'll read it. It is also the only Pokemon whose pre-evolution and Mega Evolution do not share any types. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Mega Altaria. Mega Altaria is the only Mega Evolved Pokemon with a unique type combination. Altaria and the Applin family require only 6,000 experience points to reach level 100, the least of all Dragon-type Pokemon. Origin, Altaria may be based on a Peng, a Chinese legendary bird of enormous size, said to travel 3,000 li in one flap of its mighty cloud-like wings. It is often portrayed as having a fish's head and whiskers. Altaria also resembles a cockatiel, albeit with clouds as wings. Similar characteristics shared with cockatiels include its crest and cheeks. The resemblance is further expanded upon by Altaria's shiny form, resembling a Lutino cockatiel, which is famous for its mostly white and yellow coloration. Altaria's names suggest it may be based on a bluebird and the Draco constellation. A possible inspiration for Altaria's dragon type are the flying dragons Fang Long in Chinese mythology, known for flying through the sky by riding on clouds. Furthermore, in Chinese mythology, deities, dragons, and other mythical creatures are commonly depicted mounting clouds. The shape of the fluff on Mega Altaria's head may draw inspiration from Dutch caps or Ushonkels. Name origin, Altaria may be a combination of alto, Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian for high, musical part between tenor and soprano, and aria, Italian for air, musical piece for a single voice, both words being terminologies used in music relate to Altaria's singing abilities. The name may also refer to the star Altair, named after the Arabic phrase Al-Nisir al-Tayr, the flying eagle, the brightest star in the constellation Aquila, with the latter's name being the Latin word for eagle, or the former name of the star, Delta Draconis Altaeus, a yellow star in the constellation Draco, with the latter's name being the Latin word for dragon. Talis may be derived from Tilito, Swablu, and Elise, Latin for wings. May also be a reference to the play The Bluebird, Louisieu Bleu, by Belgian playwright Maurice Maeterlinck, featuring two siblings named Metil and Telltale, tasked in finding the Bluebird of Happiness. The latter half of the name may be derived from cockatrice, a mythical creature with a draconic or serpentine body and a rooster's head. May also involve Chiru, Rau, Kayun for crane, or Tile, alternate name for the star, Epsilon Draconis, located in the constellation Draco, and Atias, former name of the star, Delta Draconis, also located in the constellation Draco. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on. Now let's watch Altaria's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock, May, and Max have come to the Millennium Festival, where Max has met the legendary Pokemon Jirachi. They've become friends, so they're going on this little ride that's kind of like teacups or whatever, and there are a bunch of different Pokemon themes, and you'll see an Altaria one here in a second. The Altaria one. And that is Altaria's first scene in the anime, technically, so let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Altaria. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Altaria. So this is Dem Puffs by Zerudez. So Mega Altaria here with a bunch of Swablu. It's very cute. And we've got Mega Altaria by Dena Jar Jar. This another Mega Altaria with a couple of Swablu, but more realistic looking. The shading and the colors. We did this one yesterday. It's still very good. And then we got Altaria by Kai05. So this looks like a Raichu flying on an Altaria here. Very above this like waterfall, I'm guessing, or maybe in the rain or something. I don't know. Yes, very well done. And this doesn't contain an Altaria, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Zangoose before I can evolve Swablu into Altaria. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Zangoose. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Zangoose. Its previous BYC dates are January 26th, 1997, November 17th, 1999, September 7th, 2002, June 28th, 2005, April 18th, 2008, February 7th, 2011, November 28th, 2013, September 18th, 2016, July 10th, 2019, and April 30th, 2022. I most know Zangoose for its rivalry with Seviper. I also know Zangoose from Mount Freeze and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, where I've even recruited two, one of whom I've named Goosey. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Zangoose, the cat ferret Pokemon whose number is 0335. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities, immunity, and Toxic Boost is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%, breeding is 8 group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 4'3" or 1.3 meters, weight is 88.8 pounds or 40.3 kilograms, base experience yield is 165 at Gen 3 through 4, and 116.5 plus, leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2, both in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is white, and base friendship is 70. Zangoose is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is well known for its ongoing feud against Seviper. Biology, Zangoose is a bipedal Pokemon resembling a cross between a mongoose and a cat. Despite being classified as a bipedal Pokemon, usually walks on all fours. Its fur is mostly white with deep red, scar-like markings on the face, chest, and forepaws. Its fur stands up on end when it smells its archenemy Seviper nearby. It has 2 long black claws on its forepaws, which curl underneath the forepaws when not in use, and pink paw pads on its hind feet. It has pink eyes, long ears, and a small red nose. When it opens its mouth, 2 sharp fangs can be seen on its upper jaw. There are small tufts of white fur on its shoulders, and it has a large, fluffy tail. So you got Zangoose on all fours. Zangoose is bitter enemies with Seviper, which it has battled for many generations. It is agile enough to easily dodge incoming threats, and it attacks foes with its sharp claws. Despite its hot-blooded and brave nature, it has been known to enjoy peaceful activities such as listening to ocean waves. Zangoose has a strong immune system and is resistant to venom. It lives in grasslands and savannas. Zangoose is the only known Pokemon that can have Toxic Boost as an ability. In Gen 3, Crush Claw was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Zangoose is the leader of Team Razorwind, the same Zangoose who appears in Super Mystery Dungeon. Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 and Ruby, memories of battling its arch-rival Seviper are etched into every cell of Zangoose's body. His Pokemon adroitly dodges attacks with incredible agility. Sapphire, Zangoose usually stays on all fours, but when angered it gets up on its hind legs and extends its claws. This Pokemon shares a bitter rivalry with Seviper that dates back over generations. Emerald, when it battles it stands on its hind legs and attacks with its sharply clawed forelegs. Its fur bristles if it encounters any Seviper. Fire Red and Leaf Green, if it comes across a Seviper, its fur bristles and it assumes its battle pose. Its sharp claws are its best weapon in Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It has feuded with Seviper for many generations. Its sharp claws are its biggest weapons. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its fur would all stand on end if it smelled a Seviper nearby. Its sharp claws tear up its foes. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Seviper's now the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2. It's Seviper's arch rival. To threaten those it encounters, it fans out the claws on its front paws. In Gen 6, X is Black and White's entry. Y is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Seviper's now the correct casing. Omega Ruby is basically Rubies, but Seviper, Zangoose, and Pokemon are now the correct casing, and Arch Rival no longer has the hyphen. Alpha Sapphire is basically Sapphires, but Zangoose, Pokemon, and Seviper all now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It has feuded with Seviper for many generations. Its sharp claws are its greatest weapons. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Violet is basically Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry, but Seviper is now the correct casing. Zangoose in the Paldea Pokedex, fighting a Seviper here, and then Zangoose in the Blueberry Pokedex, looking behind it to see a Seviper. I imagine we'll see a similar image, maybe the opposite perspective, in the Seviper article tomorrow. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, it has the Silk Scarf 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White 2, White 2, XY, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has the Quick Claw 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 73, attack 115, defense, special attack, and special defense 60, speed 90 for a total of 458. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, 1, Scratch and Leer. By move reminder, Double Kick, Disable, Counter, Fury Swipes, Curse, Flail, Belly Drum, Feint, Night Slash, Double Hit, Quick Guard, and Final Gambit. 5 Quick Attack, 8 Fury Cutter, 12 Metal Claw, 15 Hone Claws, 19 Slash, 22 Power Trip, 26 Crush Claw, 29 False Swipe, 33 Switcheroo, 36 Detect, 40 X Scissor, 43 Taunt, 47 Swords Dance, and 50 Close Combat. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 Full Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scissor, 112 Aura Sphere, 114 Shadow Ball, 123 Surf, 125 Flame Thrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 167 Close Combat, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Zangoose certainly has a brave side, using its sharp claws to fight back against foes, but it actually seems to enjoy peaceful activities like listening to the sound of the ocean waves or nearby singing. Evolution data, Zangoose. Sprites here, so very similar, but the claws are purple. Interesting. And it's got this. Oh, it's like an M. Interesting. Or maybe like a weird Z. I don't know. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a weird Z or maybe a weird M. Got the scars a little bit thinner or whatever that's supposed to be. That marking, that red marking. And then it's blue and red for the shiny here. Its fur seems to also be a little bit different on the back, like the tail fur. I think it's eyes. Its eyes are, the pupils are a lot bigger. In Gen 4, the pupils get a little bit smaller. The M's get a little bit different. The claws are now black, and actually that keeps red. Okay, I guess probably doesn't matter. Yeah, probably a little bit difference among the tail and stuff. It's colors are a lot more white instead of that kind of pinkish white from the lighting. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprite here. Probably slightly different as well. Looks like it's maybe shorter. And Gen 6, you get the models here, a lot taller again. Split into 3, that's interesting, the Tufts. Not really great in that, but otherwise pretty good models. A little bit better in Gen 7 with the tail. Yeah. Homes, you got these a lot better. Oh, they're brown. Oh, hold on. When did they turn brown? They go from, let's see. In Gen 5, the shinies, they're still kind of reddish-orange. Then the models, they become kind of a brown color. Interesting. Huh. Or like a dark orange, maybe. In animation, Zangoose in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all the Pokedex entries. I already recorded this first one for the anime section, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Zangoose, the cat-ferret Pokemon. Zangoose usually walks around on all fours, but stands on its hind legs when angry. It's very quick and can easily dodge most enemy attacks.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 51, in Dawn's Pokedex. Zangoose, the cat-fairy Pokemon. Zangoose have battled against Seviper for many generations, and their sharp claws are their best weapons. Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer. Zangoose, rear right in the animated trailer. All these, and a Samurott, I think. You got all these in the manga. Zangoose in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, in the TFG. Trivia, Zangoose and its rival Seviper share several characteristics, such as being in the Field Egg group residing in the same friend area, and being the only 2 Pokemon with a base stat total of 458. Zangoose and Seviper also have the exact opposite experience group, with Zangoose being in the erratic group and Seviper being the fluctuating group. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, most of Zangoose's egg moves from previous generations are learned through the move reminder. Thus, it learns no moves through breeding. Origin, Zangoose appears to be based on the mongoose, a cat-like carnivore that is well known for its ability to hunt and kill venomous snakes. It also bears a physical resemblance to the Turkish Angora and Persian cat breeds. The rivalry Zangoose shares with Seviper is based on the relationship mongooses have towards snakes. Name origin, Zangoose may be a combination of Zon, Slash, and Mongoose in other languages. External links, let's move on. Now let's watch Zangoose's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 322. Quite fittingly, Zigzag Zangoose. In this episode, we're at the very beginning, so yeah. Let's start from there, I guess.
Zangoose, 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 Zangoose.
That was Zangoose's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Zangoose. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Zangoose. So we've got Zangoose normal coloration by Zawis54. So this cool image of a Zangoose here. Very basic. And we've got Commission Zangoose Mad by Clueless Danny. So this angry Zangoose here, I guess. It's very well done. Then we've got Commission Zang by Lazy Amphi. So this cool Zangoose here looks to be in some sort of room. I don't know if it's like you fight it or if it's in like a crate or something. I don't really know what's going on here. It looks like it's from 2015. Then we've got Zangoose Use Swords Dance by Ido Sama. So this cool Zangoose here using Swords Dance, I guess, and that's how they've interpreted it. It's fun. Then we got Zangoose by Night Sang Ha. This cool semi-stylized Zangoose here. Just sitting on this log, looking out. This is Pokemon Zangoose by Mark331, 2010. So this cool Zangoose looks like it's in like a battlefield here. Like an official Coliseum kind of battle. Yeah, very well done. Zangoose by Deru Yuo. So this curious Zangoose here in the woods. And yeah, very interesting. And we've got Zangoose by Poetax. So this cool looking, or this Zangoose kind of like trying to look cool, I'm guessing. Yeah, doing all these little poses and stuff. And we've got Mega Zangoose by Foreign Bacon. So there isn't a real Mega Zangoose. This is probably just what they would have imagined it would have looked like. Pretty cool though. And got Zangoose Boys by Purple Ninfy. Got 2 shiny Zangoose here. Very stylized, looks like they're kind of hugging or something. Looks like they both got scars. Very interesting. I've got Forbidden Love by Razy. So this comic here, so it's this Zangoose and Seviper. Zangoose and a Seviper! They're totally gonna duke it out. You got this? And they're looking around and everything, and they sigh, and then they smooch, you know. And then he's going, oh, they're very cute, yeah. And I've got 39 by Huiro. This cutesy looking Zangoose here. Almost chibi-like. Yeah. Then you've got Zangoose by Nanite City. So it looks to be from 2018. That's this cool Zangoose here. Then you've got Zangoose by Natsukai. This cool image of a Zangoose here. Kind of almost looks like a player select screen or something. Very nice. Then we've got Z is for Zangoose by Stardroid Gene. We got this cool Zangoose here. Then we've got Zangoose by Bad Tyke. So it's this kind of stylized Zangoose here. Doing like a strike, I guess, in the air. Looks to be from 2013. This is a really nice image. I like the style. This is number 335, Zangoose by Natsukai. It's this cool Zangoose here. I'm kind of doing this cool pose, yeah. Then I got Zangoose by Kashua. So it's the Zangoose kind of swimming in the water. It's almost like it's at peace. Then I got Zangoose Shiny Coloration by Zawas54. So we get to see the shiny version. It's not the regular one earlier. Zangoose Pissed by Poetax. So sniff sniff. I smell the fucking snake. Yeah, it's very angry. I can smell the snake. You know, spell Seviper. Then we've got Zangoose by Eyelet Outlet. So this cool Zangoose, sort of stylized, about to strike from the air. And then I got Zangoose by CK Kin. Stylized Zangoose here. It's kind of stalking prey, maybe. It's on all fours, which is rare to see. It's the original coloration from the games. It has the purple claws rather than the gray claws. Then we've got Zangoose Wall by Suppmate. So I'm assuming this is supposed to be like a wallpaper. Zangoose wallpaper. Very good art. Then we've got Zangoose by LT Nom. This cool little picture of a Zangoose here. It's, you know, intimidating. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Swablu and a Zangoose and evolving Swablu into Altaria. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Seviper. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Seviper, a perfect Pokemon to be talking about during the Year of the Snake. Its previous PYC dates are January 27th, 1997, November 18th, 1999, September 8th, 2002, June 29th, 2005, April 19th, 2008, February 8th, 2011, November 29th, 2013, September 19th, 2016, July 11th, 2019, and May 1st, 2022. I must know Seviper for its rivalry with Zangoose. I also know Seviper as one of the Pokemon Jessie has in the Gen 3 and 4 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. I also know Seviper from Mount Freeze in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, where I've even recruited one. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Seviper, the Fang Snake Pokemon, whose number is 0336. This is what it looks like. Its type is Poison, abilities, Shed Skin, Infiltrators, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%, breeding is 8 groups, Field and Dragon, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 8'10" or 2.7 meters, weight is 115.7 pounds or 52.5 kilograms, base experience yield is 165 in Gen 3 through 4 and 116 5+, leveling rate is fluctuating, EV yield is 2, 1 attack and 1 special attack, shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 70. Black? No? Very much no. There is no black on this Pokemon other than the highlights and small details here and there. Maybe it's, I can't imagine it's black because this is like from Gen 3, so I can't imagine it was ever really black. Kind of becomes kind of this grayish green, blue, or whatever, but it's never black. Seviper is a poison-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is well known for its ongoing feud with Zangoose. Biology, Seviper is a serpentine Pokemon that is usually depicted scrunched up like an accordion. It is mostly covered in black scales, but it has several markings on its body. It has yellow hexagon markings that run from its head to its tail, small yellow bumps where it touches the ground, and various purple scar-like marks. It has elongated red fangs that protrude from its upper jaw and fierce red eyes. Its tail is partially red and has a blade-like shape. Seviper sharpens its tail on rocks. Seviper wraps around its opponents to make them unable to move. Its tail and fangs are venomous and are used for striking and poisoning prey or enemies. It has been bitter enemies with Zangoose for many generations. It lives in grasslands and savannas. In new Pokemon Snap, a Seviper can be seen attempting to prey on an Octillery. We've got Seviper and Zangoose battling. Prior to Gen 5, Poison Tail was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Seviper shares a generations-long feud with Zangoose. The scars on its body are evidence of vicious battles. This Pokemon attacks using its sword-edged tail. Sapphire, Seviper's sword-like tail serves two purposes. It slashes foes and douses them with secreted poison. This Pokemon will not give up its long-running blood feud with Zangoose. Emerald, Seviper and Zangoose are eternal rivals. It counters a Zangoose's dazzling agility with a sword-like tail, which also oozes a horrible poison. By Red and Leaf Green, it sharpens its sword-like tail on hard rocks. It hides in tall grass and strikes on wary prey with venomous fangs. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, for many generations it has feuded with Zangoose. It whets its bladed tail on rocks for battle. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, in battle, it uses its bladed tail to counter any Zangoose. It secretes a deadly venom in its tail. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Zangoose is now the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2, constant polishing makes the edge of the blade on its tail extremely sharp. It's Zangoose's arch rival. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Zangoose is now the correct casing. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is basically Ruby's entry, but Seviper, Zangoose, and Pokemon are now all the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically Sapphires, but Seviper, Pokemon, and Zangoose are all the correct casing, and the short dash has been replaced by the long dash. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is Black and White's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Seviper in the Paldea Pokedex. As I expected, it's the opposite perspective, and same in Seviper in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's looking at Zangoose here. Its tail still looks super weird. Yeah, it's kind of fun perspective here. The fighting and then the stalking, I guess. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in X and Y. It has the Person Berry 100% of the time, and Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the Shed Shell 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 73, attack 100, defense 60, special attack 100, special defense 60, speed 65, for a total of 458. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground and psychic for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Swagger, and Rap 4 Bite, 6 Lick, 9 Poison Tail, 11 Faint, 14 Screech, 19 Glare, 21 Poison Fang, 24 Venoshock, 29 Gastro Acid, 31 Poison Jab, 34 Haze, 39 Crunch, 41 Belch, 44 Coil, and 46 Sludge Bomb. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 10 Ice Fang, 13 Acid Spray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 28 Bulldoze, 30 Snarl, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 63 Psychic Fang, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 94 Dark Pulse, 99 Iron Head, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scissor, 108 Crunch, 111 Giga Drain, 125 Flame Thrower, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 181 Knockoff, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 214 Sludge Wave, 219 Skitter Smack, 221 Throat Chop, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Assurance, this group gives you Body Slam, this group gives you Final Gambit, this group gives you Night Slash, this group gives you Scary Face, this group gives you Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow, and this group gives you Switcheroo. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Seviper must be a real stickler to spend so much time sharpening its tail blade. Speaking of which, that blade is extremely dangerous. Not just because it's sharp, it also oozes a deadly poison. Evolution data is just Seviper. Sprites here, so... Oh, it does kind of start off as black. Okay, I see. Which is interesting because the anime definitely didn't depict it that way. These are a lot more bright purple, which makes way more sense than the faded purple. Same with the red, because that's like a markings that it's poisonous. It's got green and red and blue. Interesting. Yes. Then Gen 4 immediately abandons the black for more of a sort of that dark blue kind of color here. And yeah. Seems like the tail might be a little longer. Yep, and then this green, blue, and yeah. In Gen 5, got this kind of color, I guess. Yeah, full back sprite. Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation. More faded colors, which I'm not a fan of. And then you got these. Not really much changes. You got homes. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Like more colorful than this one. This one's sort of more gray. It does become kind of more gray. In animation, Seviper in Pokemon the Series XY. Jessie's Seviper is the big one. Lucy's Seviper is the big one. Pokedex entries. In Advanced Generation, Episode 8 in Ash's Pokedex. Seviper, the Fang Snake Pokemon. Seviper is known for its angry disposition, immobilizing its opponents by wrapping its body around them. In Advanced Generation, Episode 48 in Nikolai's Pokedex. Seviper, the Fang Snake Pokemon. Seviper shares a generations-long feud with Zangoose. Its sword-like tail can slash foes and douse them with poison. Pokemon Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer. Got Seviper in the animated trailer. In the manga, Seviper in Pokemon Adventures. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 183. Its sword-like tail can slash and emit poison at the enemy. It has a long-lasting feud with the Zangoose. This is Zhang-Yi's translation. In the TCG trivia, an infamous Pokemon Trainer's Choice, Seviper was incorrectly claimed to be an evolved form of Arbok. The second point and its sub-point I read in the Zangoose video. Seviper is the only pure Poison-type Pokemon to not have an evolutionary relative. Origin, Seviper appears to be based on a viper, specifically the Habu, a type of venomous snake that was often pitted against mongooses in roadside shows. This practice is now considered inhumane and is rarely seen today. Aside from its scars, the shape of its color patterns resemble that of the elegant pit viper. The rivalry it shares with Zangoose is based on the relationship between mongooses and snakes. Its body is covered with purple scars that match in color with Zangoose's claws from Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Seviper's tail ends with a knife-like blade. Name origin, Seviper may be a combination of sever, to cut and detach, severe, intense, or serpent and viper. Habu Nake may be a combination of Habu and snake. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Seviper's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 282, A Tale with a Twist. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and I guess the rest of their Pokemon at this point, are enjoying lunch when in from the bushes rustles a Pokemon. There's the Seviper, stalking its prey. I guess. Interesting. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh.
Viper!
What? Ash's Trico is... So that the music change implies a battle is about to happen, so I'd say that is Seviper's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Seviper. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Seviper and Snivy by Blue Komodori. It's this cute image, I guess, of Seviper and a Snivy. I don't know if it's its child or what's going on with this, but it's very, very cute. Yeah. That's it, let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Seviper. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lunatone. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Lunatone, the first rock psychic type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are January 28th, 1997, November 19th, 1999, September 9th, 2002, June 30th, 2005, April 20th, 2008, February 9th, 2011, November 30th, 2013, September 20th, 2016, July 12th, 2019, and May 2nd, 2022. I'm surprised I'm talking about Lunatone first, instead of its counterpart Solrock, as I often remember them being the other way around in the Pokedex. Perhaps it's because people more often say Sun and Moon than Moon and Sun. This isn't helped by there being Pokemon games with these names that are often referred to as Sun and Moon. It's even more surprising that neither Lunatone nor Solrock are native to the region in these games, being ones that have to be transferred in. Although I imagine this might have been done to not confuse audiences in believing that the legendary Pokemon in these games are related to those Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Lunatone, the Meteorite Pokemon, whose number is 0337. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Psychic. Since this is our first Rock Psychic type Pokemon, I'll point out the Rock inside and the Psychic outside. Ability, Levitate. Gender ratio, gender unknown. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 group mineral. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 370.4 pounds. Or 168 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 150 in Gen 3 through 4, and 161 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is fast, EV is 2, and special attack. Shape is that, it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Lunatone is a dual-type rock/psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but is considered to be a counterpart of Solrock. Biology, Lunatone is a cream-colored rock Pokemon with a crescent moon shape. In the center of the crescent is a pointed beak-like structure. It has deep-set red eyes, which can cause paralyzing fear or induce sleep. Lunatone lives in caves and becomes active under a full moon. The moon increases its power, and its health is tied to the lunar phases. Using its psychic powers, Lunatone floats through the air. It was first discovered at the site of a meteor crash. There's a theory that Lunatone may have originated from outer space. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Trozei. Lunatone is the symbol of the Phobos Battalion. Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Lunatone was discovered at a location where a meteorite fell. As a result, some people theorize that this Pokemon came from space. However, no one has been able to prove this theory so far. Sapphire, Lunatone becomes active around the time of the full moon. Instead of walking, it moves by floating in midair. The Pokemon's intimidating red eyes cause all those who see it to become transfixed with fear. Emerald, it becomes very active on the night of a full moon. This Pokemon was first discovered 40 years ago at the site of a meteor strike. Fire Red and Leaf Green, its health ebbs and flows with the lunar cycle. It brims with power when exposed to the light of the full moon. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, because it turns active on nights of the full moon, it is said to have some link to the lunar phases. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it was discovered at the site of a meteor strike 40 years ago. Its stare can lull its foes to sleep. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. The phase of the moon apparently has some effect on its power. It's active on the night of a full moon. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Lunatone and Pokemon and Alpha casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Shield is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. In Pokemon Emerald, Lunatone can only be found in the Ballot Frontier. In Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, it has the Moonstone 5% of the time. In Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, it has the Heartstone 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, it has the Moonstone 5% of the time. In Black, White, Black 2, White 2, has the Moonstone 5% of the time. And in Comet Shard, in the Dark Grass, only 1% of the time. In X and Y, it has the Moonstone 5% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, has the Stardust 50% of the time, and the Moonstone 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Gens 3 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. HP 70, that went up to 90. Attack 55, that stays the same. Defense 65, that stays the same. Special attack 95, that stays the same. Special defense 85, that stays the same. Speed 70. That's the same, so this one has a total of 440, and this one has a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by fighting, rock, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, steel, water, grass, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and psychic, all for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's abilities replace the effectiveness of Ground-type moves as 2, so it would go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Moonblast, Moonlight, Tackle, Harden, Confusion, and Rock Throw. 5 Hypnosis, 10 Rock Polish, 15 Rock Slide, 20 Psyshock, 25 Cosmic Power, 30 Psychic, 35 Stone Edge, 40 Future Sight, 45 Magic Room, and 50 Explosion. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM08, Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 46 Weather Ball, 48 Rock Tomb, 49 Sand Tomb, 54 Rock Blast, 60 Power Swap, 70 Trick Room, 72 Magic Room, 76 Round, 70 Acrobatics, 81 Bulldoze, 91 Psychic Terrain, and 98 Stomping Tantrum. For the TRs, TR01 Body Slam, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 10 Earthquake, 11 Psychic, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 40 Skill Swap, 44 Cosmic Power, 49 Calm Mind, 52 Gyro Ball, 63 Power Gem, 67 Earth Power, 68 Nasty Plot, 69 Zen Headbutt, 74 Iron Head, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, and 83 Ally Switch. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM04 Calm Mind, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 26 Earthquake, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 48 Skill Swap, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 63 Nasty Plot, 64 Explosion, 67 Recycled, 68 Giga Impact, 69 Rock Polish, 70 Flash, 71 Stone Edge, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Dot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. By breeding is nothing. By tutoring in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special Rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy is 90, and PB has 10. By transfer from another generation, from 4, you get Ancient Power, 4 through 7 Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 Defense Girl, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 3 through 7 Dream Eater, 4 through 7 Embargo, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Gravity, 4 through 7 Heal Block, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 7 Laser Focus, 4 through 7 Magic Coat, 3 Mimic, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Pain Split, 3 through 7 Psych Up, 3 through 7 Psy Wave, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Recycle, 3 through 7 Return, that doesn't work anymore, 3 and 4 Rollout, 3, 4, and 6 you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 Smackdown, 3 through 7 Swagger, 5 and 7 Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, and 3 through 7 Toxic. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data is just Lunatone. Sprites here, so... oh, the eye is a lot bigger in red, kind of aura. You can see it, yeah. And blue for the shiny eye, okay. Then it kind of abandons that sort of red aura to have just sort of it sunken in, which I think is different. It's sort of popping out in Gen 3, but it's sort of sunk in now, and it's just the red ring and blue ring. And the colors are more yellow than this kind of tan color. Gen 5, kind of a tannish yellow now. Yeah. Gen 6, kind of go back to the tan color. And it's kind of a yellower for the shiny. And oh yeah, the full Max right, although I fed most of the Max right, but yeah. Models, Gen 6, slightly different body color. Gen 7, not much difference. Pretty good models, I'd say. Swords, you get the better models, much better models. Then in homes, got those. In the animation, Lunatone and Pokemon Journeys to Series. Liza's Lunatone is the big one. Called Pokedex Entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 87, in Ash's Pokedex. Lunatone, the meteorite Pokemon. Lunatone is believed by some people to have come from outer space. It moves around most actively during full moons, and its powerful red eyes instill fear in anyone who beholds them. Pokemon Generations, Lunatone in Pokemon Generations, back here. In the manga, Lunatone in Let's Play the Pokemon card game XY. Interesting. In the TCG. Trivia. Lunatone shares its category with its counterpart, Solrock. They are both known as the Meteorite Pokemon. Lunatone and Solrock have nearly identical base stats, with only the physical and special stats switched. In the items section of the DP official guidebook, Lunatone's name is misspelled as Lunastone. Origin, Lunatone seems to be based on a crescent moon as well as a meteorite. It might also pull from depictions of the man in the moon, a figure imagined from the patterns on the moon's surface, especially those of the crescent moon. Name origin, Lunatone may be a combination of Luna, Latin for moon, and stone. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Since I watched Lunatone's first scene in the anime, in the Grumpig video, let's watch Lunatone's second scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 361, quite fittingly, Crazy as a Lunatone. In this episode, these two people have found a meteorite and have broken it, and now a Pokemon will appear. Oh! There it is, there's Lunatone. And that is Lunatone's first scene in the anime, let's move on. Now let's watch Lunatone's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Lunatone, as it's only the frames with Lunatone to the best of my ability, so can't really see it right now. I'll point it out maybe a little bit better once we can see it, but Lunatone only appears as a sign, oh yeah, there's the Lunatone sign. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has just found out that his father has died in a car crash. His father is a police detective named Harry. And yeah, we'll see the sign in various points. There it is. So he's walking to the police station to clean up his father's life. There it is.
Second chances are...
So now we've cut to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, with amnesia, who is Harry's police partner. They have just met Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who has told them that Harry is in fact not actually dead, but his soul has been taken by Mewtwo. So they gotta go find Mewtwo. And there's the Lunatone.
Special things, kid. There's a lot we can make better if we crack this case. One question, though. Where are we...
Watch the day's...
Okay, so now we've cut to later in the film. I guess the signs for a planetarium, you can clearly see that there. And there's a couple of them, there's one down here as well. You can also see it in the reflection here, that's cool. Tim and Detective Pikachu have allied with Lucy Stevens, a reporter for the local news, and her Psyduck. They've tracked down Mewtwo, but who they believe to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, and the owner of the news / Lucy's boss, captured Mewtwo. But before this, Mewtwo showed them a vision where it seemed like Pikachu betrayed Harry, and so Tim and Detective Pikachu have separated, and Tim is returning to the city at the beginning, setting up of 10th anniversary Rhyme City Parade with Lucy and her Psyduck.
Activities.
News reporter again. So Tim is going to tell Howard. Beginning of the parade, the mayor's gonna give a little
So
speech.
as you can see, we are more than happy with the turnout today. Not
So
just...
now we've cut to a little later. It's revealed that Howard was the one that actually captured Mewtwo, and that he is using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo. So that's Howard talking out of Mewtwo. And he's gonna merge humans and Pokemon because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and the way he thinks that should be done is by using Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon, and to do the merging, he's going to release something called the Argas, which will make the Pokemon go crazy, and he can use Mewtwo's powers, yeah.
But...
The Argas is being released from the floats onto the crowd, they're looking crazy. So he's merging people, including Lucy and her Psyduck. He's flying off, and now that was Lucy explaining to Detective Pikachu, who has returned after finding something at the crash site, that Mewtwo is Howard. Detective Pikachu's come to save the day, and now we've cut to later. The Neuralink has been disconnected from Howard. At the time, Mewtwo / Howard was holding Detective Pikachu, but in Mewtwo proper's delirium, he dropped Detective Pikachu, but now he's saving him with his psychic powers. Sign over here.
Tim?
So he reuniting with Tim, and so now Mewtwo is separating everybody. You can see the sign here, and yeah.
Never do that again. Okay?
Now he's being arrested.
No matter what his
That's Roger.
flaws, deep down, I blame myself for not being there for him.
The father you have been looking for has been with you all along.
So it's been revealed there that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because he has Harry's soul. And that is all the three scenes with Lunatone. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be confused. As I mentioned, the next Pokemon with a card I'd be talking about was Solrock. Apparently, I forgot I had a Lunatone card. Anyway, I have one Lunatone card. It's the fourth Lunatone card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official art on a cool background. It's a fighting type, as rock is often considered fighting in the TCG. This is odd since they could have gone with its other actual typing, which has an equivalent in the TCG, Psychic. Although some of the Lunatone cards do have this type. It has 60 HP. It's 3'3" and 370.4 pounds. It has a Poke Power, Gravity Change, and a move, Knockover. On this card, Gravity Change allows the player to discard one card from their hand before they attack on their turn. If they also have Solrock on the bench, the player can then draw another card. However, this Poke Power cannot be used if Lunatone has been affected by a special condition. Knockover isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and hits for 20 damage. The player can discard any stadium card in play. Lunatone is weak to Psychic for plus 20 damage, which seems to mirror its weakness to Ghost, which is often considered Psychic in the TCG. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Colorless, Grass, or Fire, as it's resistant to Normal, often considered colorless in the TCG, Flying, often considered colorless in the TCG, Poison, often considered Grass in the TCG, and Fire in the video games. In the bottom right corner of the card, there's the Great Encounters expansion symbol. Its description reads, "Because it turns active on nights of the full moon, it is said to have some link to the lunar phases." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, and X. Lunatone is level 31. As mentioned earlier, I have a Solrock card, so I'll be talking about it tomorrow. Now let's see why other people love Lunatone. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lunatone. This is Lunatone by All0412, so this cool Lunatone image here. That it like shooting off a beam. That's pretty fun, and you get to see the actual moon, the full moon in the background. That's kind of fun. I guess because it's getting its energy from the moon. That's in making blazes. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Lunatone used Cosmic Power by Cortuni. This cool image of a Lunatone, very colorful. And it's like their interpretation of it using Cosmic Power. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Solrock and Lunatone by Stormful. So image of a Solrock and a Lunatone, I guess, and this kind of spacey background, kind of like the edges. Looks like it's a window into like a portal or something. You're kind of seeing that. It's kind of fun. Then you got Day 331 Lunatone Shiny by Autobot Tesla. So we got a normal Lunatone and a shiny Lunatone here above the planet. It's kind of fun. It's like the little effects here. It's very well detailed. And we've got Lunatone by Rigel Juice. It's this cool Lunatone here. Looks like it's in the moonlight, looking at the moonlight, maybe looking at the moon. Very kind of starry-eyed, I guess. Yes, very good. Seems to be from 2016. Alolan Solrock and Lunatone by Goompy. Or a bumbling idiot. I don't know if it's the same person, but it's Solrock and Lunatone in Alolan form, so it's based on the actual like sun and moon legendaries of that region. Yes, very fun. We got Pokemon Sun and Moon by Dragonelf. So we got this interesting comic here. So I stayed up all night with you because you said there'd be info on the new games, but they didn't show anything. Author's note: they showed off the names, release date, and neat concept art. Hey, come on now. We got to bond more together at least, right? Wow. Solrock used Hyper Beam. But this isn't technically a Lunatone, so I will have to stop here because it's a fan-made evolution. Okay. That is it. let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 8 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Lunatone and evolve Skitty into Delcatty. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Solrock. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Solrock. Its previous PYC dates are January 29th, 1997, November 20th, 1999, September 10th, 2002, July 1st, 2005, April 21st, 2008, February 10th, 2011, December 1st, 2013, September 21st, 2016, July 13th, 2019, and May 3rd, 2022. I'm surprised that I'm talking about Solrock second, instead of its counterpart Lunatone, as I often remember them being the other way around in the Pokedex. Perhaps it's because people often say Sun and Moon, rather than Moon and Sun. This isn't helped by there being Pokemon games with these names that are referred to as Sun and Moon. It's even more surprising that Solrock, nor Lunatone, are native to the region featured in these games, being ones that have to be transferred in. I imagine this may have been done to make the audience not believe that the game's legendary Pokemon are related to Solrock and Lunatone. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Solrock, the meteorite Pokemon, whose number is 0338. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Psychic, ability Levitate, gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group mineral, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 3 foot 11 or 1.2 meters, weight is 339.5 pounds or 154 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 150 in Gen 3 through 4. 161 in 5 plus. Level degree is fast. EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is red, I guess. I mean, its eyes are red. But I guess the orange, I mean, they probably had to decide if they wanted to go with brown or red. I get red. It looks more red than brown. Base friendship is 70. Solrock is a dual-type rock/psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but it is considered to be a counterpart of Lunatone. Biology: Solrock is a primarily orange, spherical Pokemon. It has 8 yellow, rocky spines extending from the sides of its body and multiple small yellow stony bumps running vertically along its center. On its back are dual rocky mounds situated to the sides of the midline. Its large eyes consist of thick, semicircular, yellow eyelids, through which black sclera and red pupils can be seen. A black ring with 6 extensions surrounds each eye. Solrock relies on solar energy, which it absorbs in groups during daylight. While it is always expressionless, it is able to sense the emotions and thoughts of others. It spins its body to produce intense heat and a blinding light. It is able to stay silent while floating in the air and can be found in caves. It is believed Solrock originated from space, specifically the sun. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Trozei. Solrock is the symbol of the Secret Operation League. Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Solrock is a new species of Pokemon that is said to have fallen from space. It floats in the air and moves silently. In battle, this Pokemon releases intensely bright light. Sapphire. Sunlight is the source of Solrock's power. It is said to possess the ability to read the emotions of others. This Pokemon gives off intense heat while rotating its body. Emerald. Solar energy is the source of this Pokemon's power. On sunny days, groups of Solrock line up facing the sun and absorb its light. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it absorbs solar energy during the day. Always expressionless, it can sense what its foe is thinking. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a new Pokemon species rumored to be from the sun. It gives off light while spinning. Heart Gold, Soul Silver. When it rotates itself, it gives off light similar to the sun, thus blinding its foes. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Black 2 and White 2. Solar energy is the source of its power, so it is strong during the daytime. When it spins, its body shines. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Solrock and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Shield is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. This new Pokemon species is rumored to be an avatar of the sun. The Pokemon gives off light while spinning. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items: Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It has the Sunstone 5% of the time. Black, White, Black 2, and White 2 has the Sunstone 5% of the time. And the Comet Shard in the Dark Grass only 1% of the time. X and Y, it has the Sunstone 5% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the Stardust 50% of the time and the Sunstone 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Gens 3 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. HP 70, that went up to 90. Attack 95, that stays the same. Defense 85, that stayed the same. Special attack 55, that stayed the same. Special defense 65, that stayed the same. Speed 70, that stayed the same. So this one has a total of 440, and this one has a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by fighting, rock, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, steel, water, grass, and dark for double. Immune to ground, resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and psychic, all for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Flare Blitz, Morning Sun, Tackle, Harden, Confusion, and Rock Throw. 5. Hypnosis, 10. Rock Polish, 15. Rock Slide, 20. Zen Headbutt, 25. Cosmic Power, 30. Psychic, 35. Stone Edge, 40. Solar Beam, 45. Wonder Room, 50. Explosion. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield, TM08 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 11 Solar Beam, 13 Fire Spin, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 38 Will-O-Wisp, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 46 Weather Ball, 48 Rock Tomb, 49 Sand Tomb, 54 Rock Blast, 60 Power Swap, 70 Trick Room, 71 Wonder Room, 76 Round, 78 Acrobatics, 81 Bulldoze, 91 Psychic Terrain, and 98 Stomping Tantrum. For the TRs, TR00 Swords Dance, 1 Body Slam, 2 Flamethrower, 10 Earthquake, 11 Psychic, 15 Fire Blast, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 29 Baton Pass, 33 Shadow Ball, 36 Heat Wave, 40 Skill Swap, 43 Overheat, 44 Cosmic Power, 46 Iron Defense, 49 Calm Mind, 52 Gyro Ball, 55 Flare Blitz, 67 Earth Power, 69 Zen Headbutt, 74 Iron Head, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Grass Knot, 82 Stored Power, and 83 Ally Switch. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM04 Calm Mind, 11 Sunny Day, 15 Hyper Beam, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 22 Solar Beam, 26 Earthquake, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 35 Flamethrower, 37 Sandstorm, 38 Fire Blast, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 48 Skill Swap, 50 Overheat, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 61 Will-O-Wisp, 64 Explosion, 67 Recycle, 68 Giga Impact, 69 Rock Polish, 70 Flash, 71 Stone Edge, 74 Gyro Ball, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. By breeding is nothing. By tutoring in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy is 90%, and PP has 10. By transfer from another generation, from 4, it has Ancient Power, 4 through 7 Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 Defense Curl, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 3 through 7 Dream Eater, 4 through 7 Embargo, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Gravity, and Heal Block doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Incinerate, 7 Laser Focus, 4 through 7 Magic Coat, 3 Mimic, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Pain Split, 3 through 7 Psych Up and Psywave doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Recycle, 3 through 7 Return, that doesn't work anymore, 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Single Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 Smackdown, 3 through 7 Swagger, 5 and 7 Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, and 3 through 7 Toxic. Side game data, you got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Solrock seemingly wobbles in midair. Its whole body flashes to impede capture. Evolution data, Solrock. Sprites, so a little shorter on these outer stones. But more or less the same. Red is for its shiny, that's interesting. In Gen 4, these get a little bit longer, probably a little bit thinner as well. There's a lot more of these little rocks, although maybe you just couldn't see them. And they're also a little bit different shaped on the back here. Yeah. In Gen 5, you get the full back sprite here. Not really much changes, though. That was Blue Eyes. I didn't even notice that. It was Blue Eyes instead of Red Eyes, which makes sense, because the Lunatone was as well. You got the models here. Interesting models. A little bit more squished than it probably should be. But overall, pretty good, I guess. Yeah, I got those. You got the better models, I guess. A little better model. Well, definitely better quality models. These are not bright yellow like they are in these, although it might just be lighting. Yeah. Homes, you got these. An animation, Solrock in Pokemon the series XY. Tate's Solrock is the big one. Got all the Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 63 in Ash's Pokedex. Solrock, the Meteorite Pokemon. Solrock has the ability to read its opponent's minds. It attacks by rotating quickly while giving off intense heat. In Advanced Generation, episode 190 in May's Pokedex. Solrock, the Meteorite Pokemon. Sunlight is the only source of Solrock's power. It can float silently through the air. Pokemon Generations, Solrock in Pokemon Generations. Got a different image than we normally do. It's got a Steelix, a Rhyperior, and a Golurk here as well. Got that in the manga. Solrock in Pokemon Adventures coming out the frame. That's kind of fun. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures. In Chapter 228. The sunlight is its source of energy. It is said to be able to read the opponent's mind. It gives off heat by spinning its body. In the TCG trivia, I read both of these points in the Lunatone video. Origin, Solrock seems to be based on the sun as well as a meteorite. Its squinted eyes may allude to the difficulty of looking directly at the sun. Solrock's shiny coloration might be a reference to red dwarf stars. Name origin, Solrock may be a combination of sol, Latin for sun, and rock. Now the languages, related articles, external links. Now let's watch Solrock's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, shown by companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to the Millennium Festival to find that it hasn't been set up yet, so they've decided to camp out at the grounds as they found out it's the next day. And Pikachu has heard something in the distance. Yes. So is Ash, I guess. So you can kind of see it there. The Solrock is on this piece of equipment. It's part of the thing. And that is Solrock's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Solrock's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I'd like to call it, Detective Solrock, as is only the frames with Solrock, to the best of my abilities. In this film, the Solrock only appears as a sign. You can't really see it here. Maybe I'll pause and show it off a little bit better here in a second, but in this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has found out that his father, Harry Goodman, has died in a car accident. His father was a police detective, and he's coming to sort of clean up his life. And this is Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City. He's in this sort of welcome sign, greeting everyone to Rhyme City.
Welcome
see the sign
to
there?
Rhyme City.
So now we've cut to much later. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was Harry's detective partner. They have met with Howard, who has told them that Harry isn't actually dead and that his soul was taken by Mewtwo. So Tim has allied with a reporter, Lucy Stephens, and her Psyduck. They have met Mewtwo, but who they believe to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, has captured Mewtwo. But before that happened, Mewtwo showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision where it seemed like Detective Pikachu had betrayed Harry, so Tim and Detective Pikachu had a bit of a falling out, and Tim has returned to Rhyme City with Lucy and her Psyduck. There's a parade for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City being set up right now.
Today's festivities.
Sort of a news reporter talking about it.
Detective work?
Yeah. Okay, so then, okay, we're gonna have to... So... it's here somewhere. Just somewhere in here. Probably down here. I think it's here. It was revealed that Howard captured Mewtwo, and he put his mind inside something called the Neuralink, and he's controlling him, and has released a bunch of Argas, which is all this clouds and stuff, and so Detective Pikachu is trying to stop him and stuff. But now we've cut to the very end of the movie, where it was revealed that the reason why... So it's Tim and Harry, so... He isn't actually dead, and, you know, and it was revealed the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because he had Harry's soul inside of him. That's the Detective Pikachu, the proper Pikachu. And there's the Solrock.
Work a try?
I think he likes that idea.
Oh, and Tim has decided to stay in Rhyme City to become a detective. That's it, let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Solrock card. It's the 4th Solrock card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official art on a cool background. It's a fighting type, as rock is often considered fighting in the TCG. This is odd since they could have gone with its other actual typing, which has an equivalent in the TCG, Psychic. Although some of the Solrock cards do have this type. It has 70 HP. It's 3'11" and 339.5 pounds. It has a Poke Body, Sunlight, and a move, Soul Charge. On this card, if the player has a Solrock and Lunatone on their bench or on the field, and a Psychic or Fighting-type Pokemon is on the field, Sunlight makes any damage they deal, ignore the opponent Pokemon's resistance. Soul Charge is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fighting energy and hits for 20 damage. The player searches their discard pile for a basic energy, an energy that isn't special, like a double energy, and attaches it to a benched Pokemon. Solrock is weak to Grass for plus 20 damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Colorless, Psychic, or Fire, as it's resistant to Normal, often considered colorless in the TCG, Flying, often considered colorless in the TCG, Poison, often considered Psychic in the TCG, Fire, and Psychic in the video games. In the bottom right corner of the card, there's the Great Encounters expansion symbol. Its description reads, "A new Pokemon species rumored to be from the sun. It gives off light while spinning." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White. Solrock is level 29. I don't have a card for Barboach, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Duskull. Now let's see why other people love Solrock. Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Solrock? And number 1 Drizzile fan has responded. They say, honestly, I'm not crazy about it, but it is weird. And I respect the weirdness. Good shiny too. Just wish it got to do anything, really, even with the stat buff. All it's known for is being absolute deadweight in Dynamax raids, which is definitely a funny legacy to have, and maybe a valid thing to love about Solrock. Thank you for responding. Let's move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Solrock. So this is Solrock plus Lunatone by Stormful. We did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So we got a Solrock and a Lunatone. That's a very nice image. I mentioned how the border kind of looked like it was a portal, and you were seeing them through that, and it was kind of fun, like all the details and stuff. And yeah, I didn't really know it. I didn't really comment on like the details on the Pokemon themselves. That's also very good. Then we got Pokemon Sun and Moon by Dragonelf. So it's this comic. I guess it's about Sun and Moon. I guess we did this one yesterday. I'm guessing it's about talking about the Sun and Moon announcement. So we can read this again, I guess. I stayed up all night with you because you said there'd be info on the new games, but they didn't show anything. Author's note, they showed off the names, release date, and neat concept art. Hey, come on now. We've got to bond more together, at least, right? Solrock used Hyper Beam. Thud. Yeah. Very fun. Solrock and Lunatone by Tamd. So this cool sort of humanized version of Solrock and Lunatone here. That's kind of fun. I've got Solrock is really hard to draw, just saying, by Pengo Solvent. This interesting art. Solrock with a Dusknoir and a BEM here, and they're kind of stylized a little bit. It's kind of fun image. I've got Praise the Solrock by Dragonelf. It's fun little fan art, I guess, of a sort of medieval knight or whatever, and the like with the sun, you know, with the Solrock. It's fun. I've got I Found My Son by Sim76. It's another kind of medieval knight, I guess, and invading them with like these, I think they're baby poffins? Like it's not impressed, I guess. And I've got Solrock by Mr. Red Butcher here, a very stylized Solrock here. Very much got like the sun concept with the rocks. That's kind of fun. And I've got Rock by I Am Not a Muffin, by Solrock here, kind of looking to the left, or looking to the side here. Yes, very well done. I've got Solrock and Lunatone by Jenna Bunnies here. So this neat Solrock and Lunatone art here. I really like the background. It's very good. And I've got Pokemon Soul Lune by Trihedral. So Lunatone says, I can't believe we're getting our own game. I know, after years of paying our dues, we'll finally get some recognition. You want to break it to them, or should I? They're probably talking about Sun and Moon, like, you know. Yeah, like they think the game's about them, but the unknown X and Y here are talking, and Like, no. Oh, because they're X and Y. Oh, they didn't get the game because the game's not about them. The previous game, yeah, because Pokemon X and Y. Got Here Comes the Sun by Eastern Cat. So, it's cool. Solrock here. Very stylized. Very cool. And got number 338 Solrock by Sailor Alnalam. It's an interesting close-up shot of a Solrock here. I guess probably angry or something and doing either some move or I don't know what's going on with the background. And got Solrock by Arbo. This cool Solrock here, just on this white background. Kind of nice. And then we got Mega Solrock by Fatmon. So seems to be from 2016, so sort of their version of what a Mega Solrock would look like. It's not really a Mega Solrock. Then we got Solrock by Poka Gajinka Once a Day, so their sort of version of a human Solrock here. Kind of almost looks like a character you could find in Steven Universe, but let's say very good. This image doesn't contain a Solrock, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Solrock. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Barboach. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Barboach. Its previous PYC dates are January 30th, 1997, November 21st, 1999, September 11th, 2002, July 2nd, 2005, April 22nd, 2008, February 11th, 2011, hey, that's my birthday, December 2nd, 2013, September 22nd, 2016, July 14th, 2019, and May 4th, 2022. I most know Barboach from how different it looks from its evolution, Whiscash. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Barboach, the Whiskers Pokemon, whose number is 0339. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Ground. Abilities, Oblivious or Anticipation in Gen 4+. Hydration is its hidden ability. Generation is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a Group Water 2. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 4.2 pounds or 1.9 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 92 in Gen 3 through 4. 58 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that, has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray. Base friendship is 70. Barboach is a dual type water/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Whiscash starting at level 30. Biology: Barboach is a small serpentine Pokemon that resembles a loach. The main body is a soft gray with a jagged black line running its length. Its eyes are very small, and it has a round blue nose. It has several blue barbels that are used as a superb radar in murky water and can be used for taste as well. These whiskers are left exposed when it hides in the mud to wait for prey. There are 2 rounded blue pectoral fins and a single dorsal fin, all of which have black spots. Its tail fin is also rounded and blue, but possesses no spots. A slimy film covers its body, which protects Barboach from bacteria and allows it to easily escape from predators like bird Pokemon. Barboach remains in its aquatic environment to prevent itself from drying out and becoming weak. Barboach can use its whiskers to detect the location of its prey and to detect both smell and flavor, similar to a human. Evolution: Barboach evolves to Whiscash, so Barboach, Whiscash. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Barboach's sensitive whiskers serve as a superb radar system. This Pokemon hides in mud, leaving only its 2 whiskers exposed while it waits for prey to come along. Sapphire, Barboach's body is covered with a slimy film. If a foe grabs it, this Pokemon just slips out of the enemy's grip. This Pokemon grows weak if the slimy coating dries up. Emerald, its body is covered with a slimy film. The film acts as a barrier to prevent germs in muddy water from entering the Barboach's body. By red and leaf green, it probes muddy riverbeds with its 2 long whiskers. A slimy film protects its body. In Gen 4, Diamond, it coats its entire body with a slimy fluid, so it can squirm and slip away if grabbed. Pearl, its whiskers make a superb radar. They are used to locate prey, even in the murkiest of water. Platinum, its slimy body is hard to grasp. In one region is said to have been born from hardened mud. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Barboach uses its whiskers to taste things just as a person uses his or her tongue to taste things. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Barboach and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its 2 whiskers provide a sensitive radar. Even in muddy waters, it can detect its prey's location. Moon, its slippery body is hard to grasp, so much so that there are festivals where people compete to see how many they can catch barehanded. Ultra Sun, its entire body is gooey. When pecked at by bird Pokemon, it slips and slides its way to freedom. Ultra Moon, its whiskers are filled with nerves. They can sense smells and flavors just as a person's nose or tongue would. In Gen 8, Sword is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Shield is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus makes its home in swamps with murky water. The poor visibility hides this Pokemon for predators, and the slime on its body makes grasping it difficult. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Shield's entry. Barboach in the Alola Pokedex. Barboach in the Paldea Pokedex. We got a few of them here. Barboach in the Kitakai Pokedex. We got a few of them sort of surfacing here. That's interesting. Game locations. You got all this. Inside game locations. Held items. In Ultra Moon and Ultra Sun, it has the Pecha Berry as an in-game trade 100% of the time. I've been corrected by the anime. I used to call it Pekka Berry, but according to the anime, it's Pecha Berry, so I'm going to call it that from now on. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get the Oran Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, Grid Items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, Grid Items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 50, Attack 48, Defense 43, Special Attack 46, Special Defense 41, Speed 60 for a total of 288. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Ground, Bug, Ghost, Water, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass for 4, Immune to Electric, Resistant to Poison, Rock, Steel, and Fire all for half. Notice if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 2, so go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Mud Slap and Water Gun, 6. Rest and Snore, 12. Water Pulse, 18. Amnesia, 24. Aqua Tail, 31. Muddy Water, 36. Earthquake, 42. Future Sight, and 48. Fissure. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 5. Mud Slap, 7. Protect, 11. Water Pulse, 22. Chilling Water, 25. Facade, 28. Bulldoze, 32. Swift, 34. Icy Wind, 35. Mud Shot, 36. Rock Tomb, 47. Endure, 49. Sunny Day, 50. Rain Dance, 51. Sandstorm, 59. Zen Headbutt, 70. Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 116 Stealth Proc, 123 Surf, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 156 Outrage, 171 Terra Blast, 186 High Horsepower, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 217 Future Sight. By breeding, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Spark, this group gives you Takedown, and this group gives you Thrash. TCG only moves, Tackle on this card, side game data, you got all this. Okay. Evolution data, Barboach, level 30, Whiscash. Sprites here, so a little different blue for the fins and face, and looks like dark gray instead of black, but more or less the same. Yellow replaces all the blue parts. That's kind of fun because of the yellow of Whiscash. In Gen 4, you got this. Not much changes. This might be a slightly darker marking. I think probably jagged edges probably change a little bit. It kind of looks like it's flapping. Platinums is what introduces this sort of blue. Interesting. Yep. In Gen 5, now it's not flopping around anymore, now it's actually swimming. You get the full back sprite here, and the black mark now, or black, yeah. It's kind of kept the gray. Yep. And then in Gen 6, you get the models, kind of goes back to the dark gray. Sort of this kind of blue, and this kind of yellow. Yeah. Not much changes in this one. Sword and Shield. Got these. This game kind of goes back to the darker, to this sort of light blue and sort of, I don't know, is that still dark gray? Slight light black, whatever, but instead of just regular black? I don't know. Homes, you get back to regular black, but Shiny now has this sort of light gray. Interesting. Other sprites, Beardy in Pokemon Super Contests, Stubby in Pokemon Super Contests, and Whiskers in Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Barboach in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these in the manga. Barboach in Pokemon Adventures. in this tank here against with a Chinchou and a Horsey and a TCG. Trivia, Barboach and its evolved form are the only dual-type water/ground Pokemon who are not in the Water 1 egg group. They are also the only ground-type Pokemon in the Water 2 egg group. Origin, Barboach seems to be based on the pond loach found in East Asia, which also buries itself to hide from view, uses its whiskers to detect its surroundings, secretes a slimy substance, and encases itself in mud. Considering its evolved form, Barboach may also be based on loach catfish, a family of catfish similar to loaches. Given the aforementioned catfish-like attributes, as well as its small, slender body, it may also be based on the small catfish known as the kangaroo, also known as the toothpick fish. Barboach could also be based on electric catfish due to being able to learn the move Spark. Barboach may be based on the Namozu, a catfish in Japanese mythology, known for causing earthquakes. Its move, Future Sight, and ability Anticipation could allude to that myth, which possibly originated from the observation that catfish are capable of predicting earthquakes and become agitated a few hours before their occurrence. Sometimes Namazu is depicted as Dragon Serpent, which may explain why it can learn the move Dragon Dance. Barboach's Platinum Pokedex entry mentioning the belief that Barboach was born from hardened mud may be a reference to spontaneous generation, an old scientific theory which held that living creatures could arise from non-living matter. More specifically, it may be a reference to Aristotle's idea that eels emerged spontaneously from mud due to their enigmatic way of reproduction. Name origin, Barboach may be a combination of barb or barbel, whisker-like sensory organ in a catfish, and loach. Dojoch may be a combination of dojo, pond loach, and loach. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Barboach's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 384, The Great Eight Fate. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Sutopolis, more specifically, a water show, as Juan, the local gym leader, is about to unveil some art. And so there's a Corsola here, and a Barboach is about to appear. There's the Barboach. I think that is Barboach's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Barboach. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Barboach. This is Barboach by Bridget Lovejoy. So this nice looking Barboach here, I'm assuming, I guess. Then we've got 339 through 340 Barboach line by In Progress Pokemon. So if you don't know what In Progress Pokemon does, is that they take Pokemon and make evolution seem like they're more aging up rather than a spontaneous mutation. So got the Barboach, sort of an in-between stage here, and then Whiscash here. Yeah, kind of fun to see it like grow. Yeah. Then you've got Barboach, Whiscash, Corphish, Crawdaunt by Roasted Sticks. So, you know, it's all the next 4 Pokemon here, so all kind of water types here. You know, you got Barboach, Whiscash, Corphish, and Crawdaunt, you know. Yeah. Very well done, piece of art. This doesn't contain a Barboach, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Spoink and evolve it into Grumpig. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Whiscash. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Whiscash, the only evolution of Barboach who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are January 31st, 1997, November 22nd, 1999, September 12th, 2002, July 3rd, 2005, April 23rd, 2008, February 12th, 2011, December 3rd, 2013, September 23rd, 2016, July 15th, 2019, and May 5th, 2022. I most know Whiscash as one of the first Pokemon I ever saw in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, as one is in Whiscash Pond in Pokemon Square, and that game already had a pre-existing save file which had the player Pokemon and partner Pokemon at Whiscash Pond. Until doing this series, I thought that Whiscash had something to do with evolution in that game, because the player Pokemon and partner Pokemon were fully evolved. I also know Whiscash from how different it looks from its pre-evolution Barboach. I personally like Whiscash's design more than Barboach's. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Whiscash, the Whiskers Pokemon, whose number is 0340. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Ground, abilities Oblivious or Anticipation in Gen 4+. Hydration is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is a group Water 2, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 52 pounds or 23.6 kilograms. Base experience yields 158 in Gen 3 through 4 and 164 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV is 2. In HP, shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Whiscash is a dual-type water/ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Barboach, starting at level 30. Biology, Whiscash is a dark blue catfish-like Pokemon with a yellow underbelly. It has a cavernous mouth with light blue lips that have short, thin whiskers growing from the lower lips. Long yellow barbels grow from its cheeks, and there is a yellow marking on its forehead that resembles a W. The light blue dorsal fin has a pattern of 3 spots arranged in a triangle, while its horizontal fin lacks spots. Its pectoral fins and belly fins match its main body color. Whiscash uses its caudal fin to cause earthquakes that can extend for over 3 miles by hitting the bottom of swamp beds. Whiscash can predict when natural earthquakes will occur. It also uses these massive earthquakes to drive away any foes that come near it, going on rampages in the process. This behavior, along with sightings of Whiscashes leaping from lakes, has caused people to mistake it for starting earthquakes. It lives in a nest at the bottom of ponds and swamps, and is territorial over them. Whiscash tends to wait silently for prey to come to it. This gluttonous fish will eat anything that is alive, sometimes whole, and was shown in the Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire episode Whiscash and Ash to eat inanimate objects as well. Whiscash also has a diet of consuming mud. Whiscash has poor eyesight, so it has to use its whiskers to detect prey's vibration. Evolution, Whiscash evolves from Barboach, so Barboach, Whiscash. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. After hitting the button changing the Pokemon bumpers on the Ruby field a set number of times, Whiscash will appear in the pool. Hitting the ball into Whiscash's mouth will transport the player to the Celio bonus field. In the unlikely event that the ball hits Whiscash from behind, it will get angry and start an earthquake. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Whiscash is a wise Pokemon that lives in the Whiscash Pond, north of Pokemon Square. Whiscash is the one who first tells everyone about the Ninetales legend. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Whiscash is extremely territorial. Just one of these Pokemon will claim a large pond as its exclusive territory. If a foe approaches it, it thrashes about and triggers a massive earthquake. Sapphire. If Whiscash goes on a wild rampage, it sets off a quake-like tremor with a radius of over 3 miles, or 5 kilometers. This Pokemon has the ability to predict real earthquakes. Emerald. Mysteriously, it can foretell earthquakes. In the daytime, it sleeps in mud at the bottom of a pond. When it awakens, it continually feeds throughout the night. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It makes its nest at the bottom of swamps. It will eat anything. If it is alive, Whiscash will eat it. In Gen 4, Diamond. It is very territorial. It repels foes by setting off tremors that extend over a 3-mile radius. Pearl. As a result of causing tremors by thrashing about, it developed the ability to foretell real quakes. Platinum. It is extremely protective of its territory. If any foe approaches, it attacks using vicious tremors. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It claims a large swamp to itself. If a foe comes near it, it sets off tremors by thrashing around. In Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is basically Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry, but Whiscash is now the correct casing, and the single dash has been replaced by the double dash. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Whiscash and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, a glutton that devours anything that moves. It quietly lurks at the bottom of swamps, lying in wait for prey. Moon. Sighting Whiscash leaping from the water is believed to herald an earthquake. Ultra Sun. Whiscash shakes the ground at high intensities to intimidate its opponents. It swallows its prey whole, along with mud from the swamp floor. Ultra Moon. Its vision is not that good. It senses vibrations in the water with its whiskers to determine the location of its prey. In Gen 8, Sword is basically wise, but the double dash has been replaced by the long dash. Shield is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus strikes its caudal fin against the swamp bed to shake the ground and startle its prey. It will then swallow the fleeing digging prey hole. People mistook this behavior as the cause of earthquakes. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Violet is Moon's entry. So we've got Whiscash in the Alola Pokedex. Whiscash in the Paldea Pokedex. We got one kind of at the surface here. I got Whiscash in the Kitakami Pokedex. Got 3 under the water. That's fun. Game locations. You got inside game locations. And events. Held items. In Legends Arceus, normal. You get the Citrus Berry 25% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. And grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. Grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 78, defense 73, special attack 76, special defense 71, speed 60 for a total of 468. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, water, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass for 4, immune to electric, resistant to poison, rock, steel, and fire, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is double. So go from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 30. So upon evolution, it gets Thrash. 33, Muddy Water. 40, Earthquake. 48, Future Sight. And 56, Fissure. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data. I got all this. Okay. Evolution data, Barboach, level 30, Whiscash. Sprites here, so a little different in the blue, it looks like. A little different, maybe, slightly different light blue, dark, yeah, slightly different dark blue and slightly different light blue. W looks maybe a little bit different as well, but more or less the same as we get. So, yeah, this is sort of more of a blackish blue for the main body, and sort of reddish orange for the whiskers and underside. Okay. And Gen 4, the W is a little bit different. Looks like it's just overall a little bit wider. Yeah, not really much changes colorization-wise. The fin seems to change a little. Yeah, the colors seem to change a little bit in Platinums, kind of like they did for Barboach, but not as extreme as Barboach's was. It's a slightly different blue body, and I think a slightly different blue for the light blue for the fin. And Gen 5, you get the fullback sprite. This is kind of dark blue again. Yeah. Then you get the models here. Pretty good adaptation. A lot more derpy, I think. Because, yeah, they're a lot less front-facing. These were kind of more front-facing. They kind of were supposed to be on the sides, I guess. It's got a weird translation, like the angle and of doing that, but yeah. Not much changes here. Got the better models in Sword and Shield. So you got these models in this game. Yep. Got this, Homes. That was kind of blue now, I guess. An animation, Whiscash and Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. The big one is Nero, I guess. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 75, and Maze Pokedex. Whiscash, the Whiskers Pokemon. Whiscash has strong territorial instincts and goes berserk when any enemy approaches, creating earthquakes. In the manga, Whiscash and Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, we read this point and its subpoint in the Barboach video. Origin, Whiscash appears to be based on a catfish. More specifically, it seems to primarily draw inspiration from Namazu, a catfish in Japanese mythology that causes earthquakes. Also note Whiscash's Japanese name, Namazun. Its move, Future Sight, and ability, Anticipation, also alludes to this myth, which possibly originated from the observation that catfish are capable of predicting earthquakes and become agitated a few hours before their occurrence. Namazu is sometimes depicted as a dragon serpent, which may explain why it can learn the move Dragon Dance. The yellow zigzag on Whiscash's head is similar to a crown. Since its pre-evolved form appears to be based on a loach, it may also draw inspiration from the loach catfish. Whiscash could also be based on electric catfish due to being able to learn the move Spark. Name origin, Whiscash may be a combination of whisker, mustache, and possibly catfish. The first letter of its English name may also come from the W-shape symbol on its head. Namazoon may be derived from Namazu, catfish, or Onamazu, a catfish in Japanese mythology which caused earthquakes. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Whiscash's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 349, quite fittingly, Whiscash and Ash. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are at this lake. This is pretty much all you're probably going to need to know for this scene. Yes. And there's a Whiscash.
Excuse me, we could use...
Yeah, so that's May, Max, and Brock. And that seems to be Whiscash's first scene in the anime, so let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Whiscash. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Whiscash. So this is the Master Ball by Gabasonian. So it says the Master Ball in the games can catch any Pokemon. Let's catch like a Mewtwo. And then we got in the anime, it gets eaten by a Whiscash. Whiscash by Pam Gomez. This cute little Whiscash, almost looks like a sticker or something. We've got Whiscash Custom Shiny by Nude 966. So this cool custom shiny, very nice. Then we got Whiscash Plushie by Articuno. So this cool Flushy Whiscash here. It's very adorable. Then you've got Whiscash by Bridget Lovejoy. So this like surprised Whiscash here at the end, like a waterfall or something. Then we got Whiscash Magnitude by Shinragod. So it's this Whiscash doing Magnitude, you know, shaking the ground and stuff. That's fun. Then we got Whiscash by Articuno. So just this regular Whiscash here. It's like swimming around. It's fun. And then you got Whiscash by Mantis Verde. It's kind of sad Whiscash, maybe just because it's out of water or something. And then we got Shiny Whiscash by Kosuki. This cute little Whiscash here. And then we got Whiscash by Boy Mustard or Tozen. I don't know if that's the same person or not. But yeah, it's this cute Whiscash here. And then we got Whiscash by Frozen Feather. So this nice drawing of a Whiscash here. And we got 340 Whiscash by Combo the Beehan. So this interesting image of a Whiscash here. And this interesting background. Whiscash Pokédoll art by Methuselah Alchemist. So this interesting art, I guess, for the Pokédoll version of a Whiscash. Then Whiscash by VR Chimp. So this nice painting of a Whiscash here. And then Whiscash by Snywant. So one kind of almost looks like it's standing, but you know, not really. And this doesn't contain a Whiscash, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kecleon before I can evolve Barboach into Whiscash. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Corphish. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Corphish. Its previous PYC dates are February 1st, 1997, November 23rd, 1999, September 13th, 2002, July 4th, 2005, April 24th, 2008, February 13th, 2011, December 4th, 2013, September 24th, 2016, July 16th, 2019, and May 6th, 2022. I most know Corphish as one of the Pokemon Ash Ketchum had in the Gen 3 era of the anime, as well as several later appearances. I personally like Corphish's design more than its evolution, Crawdaunt. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Corphish, the ruffian Pokemon, whose number is 0341. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, Hyper Cutter or Shell Armor. Adaptability is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 205 or 37.2%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 25.4 pounds or 11.5 kilograms. Basic experience skills 111 in Gen 3 through 4 and 62 in 5+. Leveling rate is fluctuating. EV is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Corphish is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Crawdaunt starting at level 30. Biology, Corphish is a red-shelled crustacean Pokemon with a short tail similar to a lobster. Its eyes are saucer-like with small pupils, and It has 3 spikes on top of its head. It possesses 4 pairs of limbs in total, 2 large pincers used for gripping prey, and 3 pairs of legs used for walking. The upper segments of its legs, the underside of its body, and the lower halves of its pincers are cream-colored. A hardy creature, Corphish is able to live in polluted water and eat nearly anything. Though not native to Alola, Corphish, set free by trainers there, have easily adapted and thrived in the region. Feebas and Corphish are the only Pokemon known to be able to live in stagnant ditches. Corphish and its evolved form, Crawdaunt, are the only known Pokemon that do not flee when a swarm of Basculin appears in the lake it lives in. Evolution, Corphish evolves into Crawdaunt, so Corphish, Crawdaunt. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Corphish is a member of the Wigglytuff's Guild. His catchphrase is, hey hey hey. Pokedex entries, in Gen 3, Ruby, Corphish were originally foreign Pokemon that were imported as pets. They eventually turned up in the wild. This Pokemon is very hardy and has greatly increased its population. Sapphire. Corphish catches prey with its sharp claws. It has no likes or dislikes when it comes to food. It will eat anything. This Pokemon has no trouble living in filthy water. Emerald. Once it grips prey with its large pincers, it will never let go, no matter what. It is a hardy Pokemon that can thrive in any environment. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It came from overseas. It is a very hardy creature that will quickly proliferate, even in polluted streams. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its hardy vitality enables it to adapt to any environment. Its pincers will never release prey. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It was originally a Pokemon from far away that escaped to the wild. It can adapt to the dirtiest river. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. No matter how dirty the water in the river, it will adapt and thrive. It has a strong will to survive. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White Century. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Corphish and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Corphish and Pokemon are now the correct casing, and the short dash has been replaced by the long dash in Gen 7, Ultra Sun. Individuals that have been set free by trainers who could no longer raise them have become common, and they can now be found in Alola. It can adapt very well to its environment. Feebas and Corphish are about the only Pokemon to live in stagnant ditches. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Shield is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Violet, it can live in impure water, where it doesn't need to compete with other water Pokemon for food, so its numbers have steadily increased. Corphish in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And Corphish in the Kitakami Pokedex, so you got a couple of them by these buckets here. Interesting. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 43, attack 80, defense 65, special attack 50, special defense and speed 35 for a total of 308. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass, and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Water Gun and Harden. 4. Leer. 8. Taunt. 12. Bubble Beam. 16. Knockoff. 20. Double Hit. 24. Protect. 28. Night Slash. 32. Razor Shell. 36. Swords Dance. 40. Crunch. 44. Crab Hammer. 48. Endeavor. And 52. Guillotine. By TM. TM001 Takedown. 7. Protect. 11. Water Pulse. 18 Thief, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 31 Metal Claw, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 105 X Scissor, 108 Crunch, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 208 Whirlpool, and 209 Muddy Water. By breeding, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Metal Claw, this group gives you Slash, and this group gives you Switcheroo. TCG only moves, Flail on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Corphish blows bubbles from its mouth. It stops moving, then scurries about. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Corphish often play in the beach zone. They say, hey hey, a lot and really love to battle. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. They came to Cove Town in search of freedom. Teen Corphish's bonds are very strong. Evolution data, Corphish, level 30, Crawdaunt. Sprites here, so a little bit more orange than the modern red. Pretty good, though. Oh, pink for the shiny, that's fun. And, oh, the claws are a little different, a little bit more simplified, but a lot more of the modern, sort of, yeah, like W or whatever kind of shape. Kind of see a little bit there, but yeah, that's interesting. Its eyes aren't like pointing in different directions. It actually can look forward now a little bit. Yeah, the body of the shiny is a lot more like cream colored, I guess, than it's kind of yellowish color. Then it also gets a little bit brighter for the main body. It looks like for the regular one. And Gen 4 kind of becomes a lot more red now. That becomes a much darker pink. If you get the full back sprites as well, it kind of becomes a grayish body. And then Gen 6, the model's pretty good, I guess. The eyes are a bit weird. It's pretty overall pretty good. Gen 7, not really much changes. Get the slightly better, definitely better quality models in Gen 8. Then Homes. Animation, Corphish, and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Ash's Corphish is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one for the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Corphish, the ruffian Pokemon. Corphish uses its sharp pincers to capture prey. It can happily live even in very polluted waters.
In Advanced Generation, episode 23 in Ash's Pokedex. Corphish, the ruffian Pokemon. Corphish is exceptional in its ability to survive. It adapts to any environment, will drive out its inhabitants, and claim the territory for its own. In Black and White, episode 99 in the same Pokedex. Corphish, the ruffian Pokemon. Corphish lives anywhere, adapting to its surroundings. Its pincers hold on tightly when it catches prey. In the manga, Corphish and Pokemon Adventures, and the TCG. Trivia, Corphish is the only Pokemon with a catch rate of 205. Corphish can be found in the Hoenn region, but its Pokedex entries claim it came from another region overseas. This would make it the first exotic species in the Pokemon world. Corphish's tendency to say hey hey in such games as Pokemon Mystery Dotted Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure is a reference to its Japanese name, Haigani, origin based on its Pokemon Ruby Pokedex entry. Corphish may be based on the red swamp crayfish, native to the southern and southeastern United States, and also native to northern Mexico, which, like Corphish, are invasive pests in many countries. Corphish's ability to learn the Moo Dragon Dance may come from the literal meaning of the word lobster in Chinese, which is Longxia Dragon Shrimp. Corphish may be a combination of Cor, branch of military servicemen, or corporal and crayfish. Haigani may be a combination of hey, soldier, hey, gay, harmful effect, and abagani, crayfish. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Corphish's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 295, Which Wurmple is Which? In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and a couple other Pokemon, that's Ash's Trico and May's Wurmple, are fishing for Pokemon, and Ash has caught something.
Here it comes! Yes!
There's Corphish.
Corphish!
That is Corphish's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Corphish. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Corphish. So this first image is Corphish used Bubble Beam by UCSO. This cool image of a Corphish using Bubble Beam for its claw. That's fun. And we got Corphish by Rocky320. So Corphish. It's a nice image of a Corphish. Then we've got Dining with Gardevoirs by Merploxy, so Corphish is the dish. We got a regular Gardevoir and a shiny Gardevoir, and then we got a Mawile in the back there. In the rain. I guess we got a couple people, I don't know. Then we've got Pokenation, Philippex Penny Clutch, closed by Fushigi Seeds. So it looks like it's a collection of these interesting, weird Pokemon. I don't know. what's going on here. It feels like it's got different elements of each of the other ones. I don't know. So one is like a Stantler or whatever. Then we've got a Croagunk with sort of a Stantler face or something with the horns and stuff. Then a Cottony with the claws of Corphish on the legs, I guess. Then a Corphish with like blue colorization, which I guess is probably from Croaky here, which kind of looks like it's a combination of sort of Cottonies and Froakies, I don't know. And then this sort of pink Stantler here, probably from the Corphish, I've already guessed. I don't really know what's going on here. Okay. And we got Corphish and Magikarp by Julio Lacerda, so I guess it's recreating this art here, but like if they were very realistic. Yes, very interesting. Corphish by All 0412. So this Corphish here looks like it's like attacking or showing off maybe, I don't know. And this doesn't contain a Corphish, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so I need to wait until I've talked about Kecleon before I can catch a Corphish. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Crawdaunt. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Crawdaunt, the final Water Dark type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It's also the only evolution of Corphish who evolves at level 30. Crawdaunt's previous PYC dates are February 2nd, 1997, November 24th, 1999, September 14th, 2002, July 5th, 2005, April 25th, 2008, February 14th, 2011, December 5th, 2013, September 25th, 2016, July 14th, 2019, and May 7th, 2022. I most know Crawdaunt from its various appearances in the anime. I don't really like Crawdaunt's design, and I feel like it kinda looks ugly. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Crawdaunt, the rogue Pokemon, whose number is 0342. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, Dark. Abilities: Hyper Cutter or Shell Armor. Adaptability is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 155 or 30.2%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meter. Weight is 72.3 pounds or 32.8 kilograms. Base experience yields 161 in Gen 3 through 4 and 164 in 5+. Leveling rate is fluctuating. EV yield is 2 and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Crawdaunt is a dual type Water/Dark Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Corphish starting at level 30. Biology: Crawdaunt is a primarily red crustacean Pokemon with a tan underside. It has circular eyes set in deep sockets and a large star-shaped growth on its forehead. The upper and lower halves of its underside are separated by a pattern of angular red shapes, and there are 2 blue stripes on its throat. Its forelimbs have 2 large pincers with spiked edges and tan lower halves form. There are 2 sets of hind limbs. The foremost pair are simple claws with 2 spikes, while the rear pair are large and thick with 2 white claws. A yellow triangle marks the base of its lobster-like tail. Crawdaunt is a very violent Pokemon that lives in ponds. Because of its constant challenges to battle, no other Pokemon wants to inhabit its territory. Not even a swarm of Basculin will drive Crawdaunt away. Any that do venture too close are tossed out of its pond with its pincers. An experienced Crawdaunt will be covered in scars from countless battles. However, it must molt regularly, and its shell is soft immediately after. Once its pincers fall off, Crawdaunt turns timid until they grow back. In order to protect itself, it burrows under stream beds until its new shell hardens. Unlike the meat found in the claws of Crabrawler and Clauncher, Crawdaunts have foul smell and taste. Crawdaunt are known to be extremely difficult to raise. Evolution: Crawdaunt evolves from Corphish. Corphish, Crawdaunt. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Crawdaunt has an extremely violent nature that compels it to challenge other living things to battle. Other life forms refuse to live in ponds inhabited by this Pokemon, making them desolate places. Sapphire, Crawdaunt sheds its shell regularly. Immediately after molting, its shell is soft and tender. Until the shell hardens, this Pokemon hides in a streambed burrow to avoid attack from its foes. Emerald, a brutish Pokemon that loves to battle, a veteran Crawdaunt that has prevailed in hundreds of battles, has giant pincers marked with countless scars. Fire Red and Leaf Green, a rough customer that wildly flails its giant claws. It is said to be extremely hard to raise. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is a ruffian that uses its pincers to pick up and toss out other Pokemon from its pond. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, a brutish Pokemon that loves to battle. It will crash itself into any foe that approaches its nest. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, Platinums, Black 2 and White 2. Loving to battle, this Pokemon pinches all Pokemon that enter its territory with its pincers and throws them out. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White Sentry. Y is Black 2 and White 2 Sentry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Crawdaunt and Pokemon in other correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun. Its temperament is rough and it loves to fight, but as soon as its pincers break off, it turns cowardly. It stays timid until they grow back. Ultra Moon, its pincers often fall off. Unlike with Crabrawler or Clauncher, the meat in its claws is utterly nasty and stinking. In Gen 8, Sword is Fire Red and Leaf Green Sentry. Shield is Heart Gold and Soul Silver Sentry. Brilliant Diamond is Shining Pearl, their Diamond or Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2, White 2, and Y Sentry. Violet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Swords entry, Crawdaunt in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and Crawdaunt in the Kitakami Pokedex. It seems to be scaring off a couple of Poliwag here. Oh, that sort of looks like it was mouth open. Weird. Game locations, side game locations and events. Stats, base stats, HP 63, attack 120, defense 85, special attack 90, special defense and speed 55 for a total of 468. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, and dragon. Weak to fighting, bug, grass, electric, and fairy, all for double. Immune to psychic, resistant to ghost, steel, fire, water, ice, and dark, all for half. Notes: if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 34. Upon evolution, it gets Swift, 34, Razor Shell, 40, Swords Dance, 46, Crunch, 52, Crab Hammer, 58, Endeavor, and 64, Guillotine. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by a prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, the Rouser entry. Crawdaunt attacks with its big pincers. They have sharp cutting edges. All this. Evolution data, Corphish, level 30, Crawdaunt. Sprites here, so a lot more orange, kind of orange-red. That's interesting. This is a little bit different kind of tan. Stars a little bit different as well, but more or less the same. Then we got kind of a different kind of orange. And a pink throat stripe. Gen 4, colors change a little bit, become sort of more red-orange for the main body. This becomes a brighter orange. Gen 5, you have the full back sprite, and now this is properly red for the regular. I think it's a slightly different orange. And then you got dark red in Gen 6, and dark orange for the shiny. Kind of purple, more than that sort of purplish pink color. This is a different kind of blue, and you got that kind of tan. Gen 7, not much changes. We got a little in the eyes, but yeah. In Gen 8, got the better models. Got these homes. In animation, Crawdaunt in Pokemon, the series, Sun and Moon. Pokedex entries. This first one I already recorded for the anime section, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Crawdaunt, the rogue Pokemon. Crawdaunt are short-tempered and quick to challenge opponents to battle. It is said that no other Pokemon can live in areas inhabited by Crawdaunt.
In Advanced Generation, episode 152, in May's Pokedex. Crawdaunt, the rogue Pokemon, has a violent nature that compels it to challenge other living things. Other life forms refuse to live in ponds inhabited by this Pokemon, making them desolate places. In the manga, Crawdaunt in Pokemon Adventures, the TCG. Trivia, Crawdaunt is the only Pokemon with a catch rate of 155. Origin, well, Crawdaunt's name and appearance suggest that it may be based on a red swamp crayfish, with its aggressive behavior reminiscent of the species hardiness and status as an invasive species, it seems to bear a heavier resemblance to the lobster. Given its larger size, Crawdaunt's ability to learn the move Dragon Dance may come from the literal meaning of the word lobster in Chinese, which is Longjia, dragon shrimp. Based on the stars and stripes seen on Crawdaunt, as well as Corphish's name, it is possible that Crawdaunt has a military motif with a star and stripes resembling uniform, insignias often used to indicate enlisted ranks, potentially that of a higher-ranked member of a Marine Corps. Crawdaunt's shell may be based on Batesian mimicry in association with Sharpedo, as it resembles an open shark mouth with a star on the nose. The star on Crawdaunt's head looks like a starfish. Name origin, Crawdaunt may be a combination of crawdad or crawfish, alternate names for a crayfish, and daunt, to cause, to lose, courage, or taunt. Zarigger may be a combination of Shiza, scissors, and Zarigani, crayfish. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Crawdaunt's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 291, Stairway to Devon. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to the Devon Corporation, where they have met Mr. Stone and his assistant. But this person has stolen some stuff from the Devon Corporation, and after being confronted, he's sending out his Pokemon.
Crawdaunt!
I would say that's Crawdaunt's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Crawdaunt. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we normally would do is we would go through these images until we found an image that doesn't contain a Crawdaunt. However, this third image has all of these Pokemon. I've looked at it once and I've explained all the Pokemon before. I'm not doing that again. We're doing these first two and that's it. So this is Crawdaunt by Curse of the Radio. So it's this cool, stylized Crawdaunt here. Looks like it's from 2014. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Crawdaunt by Ceratosaurus 45. So it looks like it's got the orange coloration here. That's pretty cool. And that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Kecleon before I can evolve Corphish into Crawdaunt. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Baltoy. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Baltoy, the first of two ground psychic Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its evolution, Claydol. Its previous PYC dates are February 3rd, 1997, November 25th, 1999, September 15th, 2002, July 6th, 2005, April 26th, 2008, February 15th, 2011, December 6th, 2013, September 26th, 2016, July 18th, 2019, and May 8th, 2022. I like this Pokemon's design. It's very simple yet unique. I love that its midsection resembles a Pokeball. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Baltoy, the Claydol Pokemon, whose number is 0343. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ground Psychic. Since this is our first Ground Psychic type Pokemon, I'll point out the Ground inside, the Psychic outside. Ability, Levitate. Gender ratio, gender unknown. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg group mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 47.4 pounds or 21.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 58 in Gen 3 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1. In special defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Baltoy is a dual-type ground/psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Claydol, starting at level 36. Biology: Baltoy is a small Pokemon that resembles a tan figurine made out of clay or mud. There are arching red markings over its eyes, which usually appear closed. A red stripe encircles its body and forms a ring on its belly. It has flattened appendages that resemble arms. A spike protrudes from the top of its head, and another smaller spike under its body acts as its foot. It moves by spinning on this single pointed foot and balances upright to sleep. Baltoy is usually found in ruins and old graveyards, where it assembles with its kind and unleashes loud cries. Old cave wall paintings depict it living with people in ancient times. As seen in the Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire episode, Me, Myself, and Time, an ancient civilization used Baltoy for time travel when spinning on a magic circle artifact. Evolution: Baltoy evolves into Claydol, so Baltoy, Claydol. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 8 Ruby, Baltoy moves while spinning around on its one foot. Primitive wall paintings depict this Pokemon living among people were discovered in some ancient ruins. Sapphire, as soon as it spots others of its kind, Baltoy congregates with them, and then begins crying noisily in unison. This Pokemon sleeps well, cleverly balancing itself on its one foot. Emerald, a Baltoy moves by spinning on its single foot, has been depicted in murals adorning the walls of a once bustling city in an ancient age. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it was discovered in ancient ruins. While moving, it constantly spins. It stands on one foot even when asleep. In Gen 4 Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it moves by spinning on its foot. It is a rare Pokemon that was discovered in ancient ruins. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it moves while spinning around on a single foot. Some Baltoy have been seen spinning on their heads. In Gen 5 Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum Century. Black 2 and White 2. Discovered in ancient ruins, it moves by spinning around and forms a group when it finds others. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silvers, but Baltoy is now the correct casing. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White Century. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Baltoy and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 Ultra Sun, depictions of Pokemon similar to Baltoy have been found on the walls of caves where primitive humans lived. Ultra Moon, when they find others of their kind, they cry out loudly and gather together. Large numbers of them can be found in old graveyards. In Gen 8, Sword is X's entry. Shield is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Baltoy and the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, we got all these. Inside game locations. Held items, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It has the Light Clay 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP and attack 40, defense 55, special attack 40, special defense 70, speed 55 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, steel, fire, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, water, grass, ice, and dark, all for double, immune to ground and electric, resistant to fighting, poison, rock, and psychic, all for half. Note that this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of electric type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If gravity is an effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Harden and Mudslap, 3 Rapid Spin, 6 Confusion, 9 Rock Tune, 12 Power Trick, 15 Psybeam, 18 Ancient Power, 21 Imprison, 24 Cosmic Power, 27 Extrasensory, 30 Earth Power, 33 Self-Destruct, 36 Guard Split and Power Split, 39 Sandstorm, and 42 Explosion. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield, TM 11, Solar Beam, 15 Dig, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 44 Imprison, 48 Rock Tomb, 49 Sand Tomb, 60 Power Swap, 61 Guard Swap, 70 Trick Room, 71 Wonder Room, 76 Round, 77 Hex, 81 Bulldoze, 91 Psychic Terrain, and 93 Eerie Impulse. For the TRs, TR05 Ice Beam, 10 Earthquake, 11 Psychic, 20 Substitute, 25 Psyshock, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 33 Shadow Ball, 38 Trick, 40 Skill Swap, 44 Cosmic Power, 49 Calm Mind, 52 Gyro Ball, 67 Earth Power, 69 Zen Headbutt, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Grass Knot, 83 Ally Switch, 87 Drill Run, and 92 Dazzling Gleam. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM04 Calm Mind, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 21 Dazzling Gleam, 22 Solar Beam, 26 Earthquake, 28 Dig, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 48 Skill Swap, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 64 Explosion, 67 Recycle, 69 Rock Polish, 70 Flash, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 85 Dream Eater, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, and 92 Trick Room. Nothing by breeding, by tutoring in the Sword and Shield expansion packs, and get Expanding Force and Scorching Sands. By transfer from another generation, from Gen 4 through 7, Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 3 through 7 Dream Eater, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Gravity, 4 Headbutt, 4 through 7 Heal Block, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Magic Coat, 3 Mimic, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Psych Up, 4 through 7 recycle, 3 in an event, you get refresh, 3 through 7 return, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 rock polish, 3, 4, and 6 secret power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 signal beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 smackdown, 3 through 7 swagger, 5 and 7 telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, and 3 through 7 toxic. TCG only moves, double slap on this card, peck on this card, animated series only moves, shockwave, it's an electric type move in the episode Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It attacks by launching strange things that make Pokemon stopped. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry, this Pokemon lives in the Granite Zone. He spends his spare time on 2 attractions, Rhyperior's Bumper Burn and Rotom's Spooky Shoot 'em Up. And you got all this. Evolution data, Baltoy, level 36, Claydol. Sprites here, so a little bit more green than this sort of tan color. Yeah, we got this kind of yellow and blue, I guess, for the shiny. Yeah, it's a little different, not too different. Its arms are a lot shorter. Yeah, these are very long, at least this one is. And then Gen 5, we get the full back sprites, slightly different colors. Gen 6 introduces the modern colors with the tan and the lighter red, other kind of tan. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. Got that doesn't much change. Sword and Shield, look at the better models, homes, got these. An animation, Baltoy in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all the Pokedex entries. For this first one, I've recorded it in the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Baltoy, the Claydol Pokemon. Baltoy moves about while spinning like a top. It has been said that Baltoy coexisted with humans in ancient times.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 181, in Dawn's Pokedex. Baltoy, the Claydol Pokemon. A rarely seen Pokemon, Baltoy is said to have been discovered in an ancient ruin. In the manga, Baltoy in Pokemon Adventures. Okay. In the TCG, trivia. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Baltoy in its evolution. Baltoy is tied with Toedscruel for the lowest base attack stat of all ground-type Pokemon. This third point I've read in the Gulpin video. Despite being a gender-unknown Pokemon, Baltoy's Pokepark Pad entry in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure refers to it using masculine pronouns. The same is true for Claydol. Origin, Baltoy appears to be based on a balancing toy with the design of a Shakokidogu, a spaceman clay figurine from the Jomon period of Japanese history. It also resembles Hoppy Kachina figures. Name origin, Baltoy may be derived from balancing toy. Yajalon may be derived from Yajirobe, balancing toy. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Baltoy's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 350, Me, Myself, and Time. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his trusty Pikachu have gotten separated from his traveling companions, Brockmay and Max, and he's in this fog, and he hears a Pokemon talking. That's Baltoy. That is Baltoy's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Baltoy. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on a single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Baltoy, Claydol by Zowas54. So we got these arts here of, regular Baltoy and Claydol and shiny Baltoy and Claydol. It says here, artwork made by Zowas/Zowas54, DeviantArt. No permission needed, but credit appreciated. So Zowas made this, of course. Yes. Very well done piece of art here for both of them. I like the perspective. Yes. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kecleon before I can catch a Baltoy. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Claydol. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today is Pokemon Day. For those of you who don't know, 29 years ago, in Japan, Pokemon Red and Green, the first Pokemon games, were released. As such, every year the Pokemon Company celebrates this event with Pokemon Day. In honor of Pokemon Day, I'll be talking about Claydol, today's Pokemon is Claydol. It's the second of 2 ground psychic type Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its pre-evolution Baltoy, who evolves at level 36. Claydol's previous PYC dates are February 4th, 1997, November 26th, 1999, September 16th, 2002, July 7th, 2005, April 27th, 2008, February 16th, 2011, December 7th, 2013, September 27th, 2016, July 19th, 2019, and May 9th, 2022. I most remember Claydol from how weird it looks, and how different it looks from Baltoy. While that one is very simple, this one is very complex, and definitely feels more alien than human. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Claydol, the Claydol Pokemon. His number is 0344. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ground Psychic, ability Levitate, gender ratio, gender unknown, catch rate 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is egg group mineral, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 238 pounds or 108 kilograms. Basic experience yields 189 in Gen 3 through 4 and 175 in 5+. Leveling raise medium fast, EV yield is 2 and special defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 70. Claydol is a dual-type ground psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Baltoy, starting at level 36. Biology, Claydol is a large, black Pokemon that resembles a mud statue with 2 stubby legs. It has a rounded, oblate-shaped head with a peg-like protrusion extending from the center of the top of its head. Along the circumference of its head are many round, pink eye-like structures alternating with yellow studs or beak-like protrusions between each eye. An undulating white rim runs along the upper edges of the eyes. Its torso features white ring markings, each with a downward extension and yellow dot in the middle. 2 smaller orbs sit at its sides like limbs, and a peg-like protrusion extends from each orb that is capable of firing various energy beams. These 2 orbs are not attached to its body, but are usually kept floating close by Claydol's psychic powers. Claydol uses the same telekinetic abilities to move and float through the air. It lives in rough terrains. Claydol firing energy beams. You can see that there. Couple Team Magma grunts. Claydol has a body that is prone to melting when wet and uses its psychic powers to protect itself from rain. It was said to have started its life as an ancient clay figure created 20,000 years ago by ancient people, who apparently modeled it after something that descended from the sky. Evolution, Claydol evolves from Baltoy, so Baltoy, Claydol. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Claydol are said to be dolls of mud made by primitive humans and brought to life by exposure to a mysterious ray. This Pokemon moves about while levitating. Sapphire, Claydol is an enigma that appeared from a clay statue made by an ancient civilization dating back 20,000 years. This Pokemon shoots beams from both its hands. Emerald, a Claydol sleeps while hovering in midair. Its arms are separate from its body. They are kept floating by the Pokemon's manipulation of psychic power. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it appears to have been born from clay dolls made by ancient people. It uses telekinesis to float and move. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, an ancient clay figurine that came to life as a Pokemon from exposure to a mysterious ray of light. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it is said that it originates from clay dolls made by an ancient civilization. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, Black 2 and White 2. This mysterious Pokemon started life as an ancient clay figurine made over 20,000 years ago. In Gen 6, X is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Claydol and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun. If it gets wet, its body melts. When rain starts to fall, it wraps its whole body up with its psychic powers to protect itself. Ultra Moon. The ancient people who made it apparently modeled it after something that descended from the sky. It fires beams from both arms. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Shield is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. An ancient clay figurine was exposed to a mysterious ray of light, and it came into life as a Pokemon. Claydol in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword, and Shield. It has the light clay 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 70, defense 105, special attack 70, special defense 120, speed 75, for a total of 500. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, steel, fire, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, water, grass, ice, and dark, all for double, immune to ground and electric. Resistant to fighting, poison, rock, and psychic, all for half. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's ability is replaced. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. We'll do this upon evolution here, and then we'll go down to level 36, so upon evolution, it gets Hyper Beam, 38 Guard Split and Power Split, 43 Sandstorm, and 48 Explosion. By TM/TR we're skipping in both games. By breeding, there's nothing. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Expanding Force and Scorching Sands. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, in Gen 4 through 7, Charge Beam. 6 and 7 Confide, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 3 through 7 Dream Eater, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Gravity, 4 Headbutt, 4 through 7 Heal Block, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Magic Coat, 3 Mimic, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Psych Up, 4 through 7 Recycle, 3 in an event, Refresh, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Return, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Rock Polish, 5 and 6 Rock Smash, 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 Smackdown, 5 and 6 Strength, 3 through 7 Swagger, 5 and 7 Telekinesis, that doesn't work anymore, and 3 through 7 Toxic. Animated series only move, Shockwave, it's an electric type move in the episode Arceus and the Jewel of Life. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volemy in the browser entry. It scatters mysterious energy orbs. It also lets loose psychic energy waves to attack. Guardian Signs, it attacks by launching strange rings that make Pokemon stopped. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. This Pokemon lives in the Granite Zone. When it's time to play, you'll find him at either Rhyperior's Bumper Burn or Rose Spooky Shoot 'em Up. Got this. Evolution data, Baltoy, level 36, Claydol. Oh, more green than the black. Interesting. His eyes are more red as well. The shiny eyes and his yellow, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I've ever really seen its back sprite before. Huh. Gen 4, so you can see the movement of the hands. That's not really attached to its body. Yeah, still not really much changes. The colors are slightly different, I think. This one's definitely more black for the shiny, that's for sure. And Gen 5, you get the proper black, and this is now like a dark gray for the shiny, and pink for the eyes. Kind of white instead of that kind of gray color, I guess. Get full back sprites as well, which hardly look like back sprites because of all the eyes. And it's round shape. It could be either way. It could be, yeah. In Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. The point is not as pointy. Interesting. Gen 7, not much changes, unless it's being cut off, maybe, I don't know. That doesn't seem to be the case. It's weirdly not to a point anymore, like they flattened it for some reason. Also better models in Gen 8. And that, yeah, you can definitely confirm that it's not just being cut off in these images at homes, because that, I don't think you can, yeah, no. So that's interesting. Also, the beaks. Oh, the beak got lighter. Well, I don't know, it's kind of hard to see in this one, but it's more obvious in these colors. So they became red again? Yeah, for some reason they're red again, the eyes. Weird. In animation, Claydol in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. All the Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 104 in Ash's Pokedex. Claydol, the Claydol Pokemon. Claydol is the evolved form of Baltoy. These ancient Pokemon are said to come alive when a mysterious light instilled life into clay creatures created in ancient times. Claydol can fly and are able to fire beams from both arms. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 181, in Dawn's Pokedex, Claydol, the Claydol Pokemon, and the evolved form of Baltoy. Claydol is said to have come to life when an ancient doll made from clay was exposed to mysterious light. Pokemon Generations, Claydol and Pokemon Generations, the manga, Claydol and Pokemon Adventures, the TCG. Trivia. We read this first one in the Baltoy video. The symbols on Claydol's chest and back resemble the Q form of Unknown. Claydol is tied with Toadscruel for the highest base special defense stat of all ground-type Pokemon. This last point we read in the Baltoy video. Origin, Claydol may be based on the Shakoki Dogu, a spaceman clay figurine from the Jomon period of Japanese history. Name of origin, Claydol may be a combination of clay and idol or doll. May also involve dreidel, paralleling with its pre-evolution Baltoys, similarity to tops. Nendol may be a combination of Nendo, telekinesis, Nendo, clay, and doll. And other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Claydol's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 378. Quite fittingly, Claydol Big and Tall. In this episode, Ash, Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Sigourney, the sage here, who is telling the story of how a giant Pokemon destroyed the island that he's on. Yes.
For 7 days and 7 nights, the
giant
destroyer
Claydol.
roamed at will, crushing and burning everything in its path. Just when all hope was lost, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A white sage. This sage summoned a second giant Pokeball from another mysterious dimension and sealed the destroyer inside it. It's trapped still in the middle of Izabi Lake, as proof that my story is true.
Okay, that's all the main characters. But, that was Claydol's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Claydol. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Don't we set in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV Nerd fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Claydol. So this is Claydol and Unknown V2 by Makuraro. We got Claydol here in the center, surrounded by a lot of Unknown. Oh, that's pretty fun. Yes. It's the whole alphabet? It might be the whole alphabet. Yeah. Then we got Mega Claydol by McFinest Pokemon, so there obviously isn't a Mega Claydol, but this is what they think it would look like. That's pretty cool. This doesn't contain a Claydol, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talked about Kecleon before I can evolve Baltoy into Claydol. In the next video, I'll be talking about Lileep. I'm not saying tomorrow, as when I filmed this, I don't know if they announced any new Pokemon in the live stream they did today. If they did, I'll be sure to let you know of the updated Pokemon year cycle. Even if we don't get a national Pokedex number, the existence of new Pokemon is enough to push the cycle. Anyway, as always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me in the next video. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Lileep, the first of 2 rock grass Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its evolution, Cradily. It's also the first fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 3, and the first one since Gen 1. Its previous PYC dates are February 5th, 1997, November 27th, 1999, September 17th, 2002, July 8th, 2005, April 28th, 2008, February 17th, 2011, December 8th, 2013, September 28th, 2016, July 20th, 2019, and May 10th, 2022. I think Lileep has an interesting design, and it certainly feels like something one might find in prehistoric seas. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Lileep, the sea lily Pokemon, whose number is 0345. This is what it looks like. Its type is rock grass. This is our first rock grass Pokemon. I'll point out the rock inside and the grass outside. Abilities, Suction Cups. Storm Drain is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group water 3 and hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 52.5 pounds or 23.8 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 121 in Gen 3, 99 in Gen 4, and 71 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Lileep is a dual type rock/grass fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is revived from a root fossil and evolves to Cradily starting at level 40. Biology, Lileep is a plant-like Pokemon based on a crinoid with 8 dark-tipped, pink petal-like tentacles protruding from an opening on top of its head. Inside the pitch-black opening are 2 glowing yellow eyes. The remainder of its head is purple with yellow eye spots resembling targets. The head is connected to the body through a yellow stem. The body itself is purple and semi-spherical. 4 stubby roots anchor this Pokemon firmly to the rock of its home on the sea floor. In ancient times, it lived in warm seas. It waves its tentacles around to disguise itself as seaweed to attract prey, which is swallowed whole after being entangled. It has a tendency to cling to rocks on the seabed to anchor itself during hunting. Lileep has been extinct for 100 million years, but specimens can be revived from root fossils. A Lileep clinging onto an Ammonite here is concerned. Evolution, Lileep evolves into Cradily, so Lileep, Cradily. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Lileep became extinct approximately 100 million years ago. This ancient Pokemon attaches itself to a rock on the seafloor and catches approaching prey using tentacles shaped like flower petals. Sapphire, Lileep is an ancient Pokemon that was regenerated from a fossil. It remains permanently anchored to a rock. From its immobile perch, this Pokemon intently scans for prey with its 2 eyes. Emerald disguises itself as seaweed by making its tentacles sway. Unsuspecting prey that come too close are swallowed whole. It became extinct 100 million years ago. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it became extinct roughly 100 million years ago. It was regenerated from a fossil using advanced techniques. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, it lived on the seafloor 100 million years ago and was reanimated scientifically. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it disguises its tentacles as flowers to attract and catch prey. It became extinct in ancient times. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Lileep and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun. In ancient times, it lived in warm seas. It disguised itself as seaweed to ambush its prey and devoured them whole when they got close. Ultra Moon. It sticks to rocks with its powerful suckers and can't be washed away no matter how rough the surf gets. In Gen 8, Sword. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Lileep once lived in warm seas that existed approximately 100 million years ago. Shield. Lileep clings to rocks on the seabed. When the prey comes close, this Pokemon entangles it with petal-like tentacles. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Lileep in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Sword and Shield. It has the Big Root with the expansion pass. 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 66, attack 41, defense 77, special attack 61, special defense 87, speed 23, for a total of 355. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Ghost, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Bug, Steel, and Ice, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to Normal, Electric for half. Notes if this Pokemon has a Storm Drain, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0. So it would be 0 instead of 1. Learn Step by leveling up. 1, Wrap and Astonish, 4, Acid, 8, Confuse Ray, 12, Ingrain, 16, Ancient Power, 20, Mega Drain, 24, Brine, 28, Amnesia, 32, Gastro Acid, 36, Giga Drain, 41, Stockpile, Spit Up and Swallow, and 44, Energy Ball. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. TM 11, Solar Beam, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 28 Giga Drain, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 48 Rock Tomb, 50 Bullet Seed, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, and 76 Round. For the TRs, TR00 Swords Dance, 1 Body Slam, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 59 Seed Bomb, 65 Energy Ball, 67 Earth Power, 76 Stealth Rock, and 77 Grass Knot. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM09 Bullet Seed, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 19 Giga Drain, 22 Solar Beam, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 53 Energy Ball, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 69 Rock Polish, 70 Flash, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, and 90 Substitute. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Bind, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Mirror Coat, Corsola gives you Recover, and this group gives you Tickle through Chain Breeding. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives you Bind, Corsola gives you Curse through Chain Breeding, this group gives you Mega Drain, Corsola gives you Mirror Coat and Recover, and this group gives you Tickle through Chain Breeding. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy is 90%, and PP has 10. By transfer from another generation, 3 through 7, Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 3 through 7, Constrict and Double Team. Constrict doesn't work anymore. 3, Double Edge. 4 through 6, Flash. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Frustration and Hidden Power. Neither work anymore. 6 and 7, Infestation. 3, Mimic. 3 and 4, Mudslap. 4, Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Pain Split. 3, Psych Up. 3 through 7, Return. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Rock Polish. 3, 4, and 6, Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Smackdown. 4, String Shot. 3 through 7, Swagger. 4 through 7, Synthesis. 3 through 7, Toxic. And 4 through 7, Worry Seed and Ring Out. Ring Out doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves, Absorb on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Evolution data, Lileep, level 40, Cradily. Sprites, so, oh, a little bit more pink than the purple. And these are a lot more orange, that's interesting. And the yellow and, yeah, like Cradily's, the yellow and green. I wonder if early swapped. Gen 4, not really much changes. Green slightly different, they're probably slightly different colors, but overall basically the same. Gen 5 introduces the modern colors. That's interesting, the darker purple and this and the sort of pink. But it keeps the shiny orange. That makes sense. That's nice. You get the full back sprites as well. In Gen 6, you get the models. So yeah, interesting. Kinda was expecting them to be more, I don't know, thicker than this. That's very, very thin. That's interesting. Gen 7, not really much changes. Homes, you got this. Animation. Lileep in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 102 in Ash's Pokedex. Lileep the Sea, Lileep Pokemon. Lileep is believed to affix itself to stones on the ocean floor and uses its petal-like tentacles to catch prey. In the manga, Lileep in Pokemon Adventures. Looks like it's next to a Magnemite. The TCG. Trivia. Lileep and its evolved form, Cradily, are the only grass-type Pokemon that belong in the Water 3 egg group. Rock-type Pokemon consisting of a head and a base. Before Gen 8, the Lileep family had only been obtainable with their hidden ability in the Pokemon Dream World. Due to the closure of the Pokemon Global Link, the Lileep family could no longer be obtained with their hidden ability except through breeding. The Lileep family's hidden ability can currently be obtained via max raid battles or the ability patch. Origin: Lileep may be based on crinoids, also known as sea lilies, extant marine animals. Crinoid fossils are particularly abundant, possibly inspiring Lileep's status as a fossil Pokemon. Its tentacles may be based on those of the sea anemone. Name origin: Lileep may be a combination of lily and deep, sleep, creep, or peep. Lilila may be a combination of lily and possibly lila, Spanish for lilac, referring to its purple color. In other languages, related articles to the fossils and fossil Pokemon. External links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Lileep's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 376, Where's Armaldo? In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Whales Island, where, when collecting wood, Max saw a Cradily, but it ran away, and when his friends came to find him, they didn't believe that he saw one, and he's run and found this mansion in the woods.
I wonder if this is some kind of laboratory or something. Oh! I don't believe it!
Hey, you!
Okay, that is Lileep's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Lileep. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Notice that in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Lileep. So this is Lileep by E-Reedy. So this cute little Lileep image here. Very nice. Then I got Lileep animation, read description by Assassiner. This is cool. Little Lileep gif here. Very nice. Then we got Lileep by Nuclear. So this cool Lileep here. Yes, very nice. Very well done. Then we got Lileep by Sonic Mega Batman 274. This nice little pencil drawing of a Lileep here. Very well done. Since this is text, I guess this is where we're gonna stop. I'm not reading all of it. We've never really had a precedent for this before, but I guess we're setting that precedent now. Yeah, well, that's it, I guess. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kecleon before I can revive Lileep from the root fossil. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cradily. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Cradily, the second of two rock grass Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its pre-evolution Lileep, who evolves at level 40. Cradily's previous PYC dates are February 6th, 1997, November 28th, 1999, September 18th, 2002, July 9th, 2005, April 29th, 2008, February 18th, 2011, December 9th, 2013, September 29th, 2016, July 21st, 2019, and May 11th, 2022. Cradily is one of the Pokemon that I was excited to talk about when I started this project. Not because of any specific memory, although I do remember it from gameplay footage of new Pokemon Snap, but because of its design. It always reminded me of a Goose Sniper from SpongeBob SquarePants, Creature from the Krusty Krab. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cradily, the barnacle Pokemon. His number is 0346. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock, Grass. Abilities, Suction Cups. Storm Drain is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group Water 3. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 133.2 pounds or 60.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 201 in Gen 3. 199 in Gen 4, and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2 in special defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Cradily is a dual-type rock/grass fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved from Lileep starting at level 40. Biology, Cradily is a green, plant-like Pokemon based on a crinoid with various yellow markings on its head, neck, and torso. There are circular yellow eye spots on its head. However, its true eyes are concealed inside the dark crescent opening on its head. Surrounding its head at the base are 8 pink tentacles, which somewhat resemble flower petals. Its long, flexible neck has yellow bands in the center, and it can be extended to assist in capturing prey. Its body is short and squat with 4 stubby growths and a yellow oval target-like pattern on the chest. Cradily's heavy body acts as an anchor, preventing it from getting washed away by rough ocean currents. In ancient times, it built its nest in the shallows of warm seas. When the tide went out, it came up on land to search for prey. However, Cradily cannot move very fast due to its short legs. Instead, Cradily can extend its neck and tentacles by 3 times its usual length. It then uses its tentacles to capture them and melts them with strong, digestive, acidic fluid secreted by the tentacles. Evolution, Cradily evolved from Lileep, so Lileep, Cradily. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Cradily is a member of Team Constrictor. Pokedex entries, in Gen 3, Ruby. Cradily roams around the ocean floor in search of food. This Pokemon freely extends its tree trunk-like neck and captures unwary prey using its 8 tentacles. Sapphire. Cradily's body serves as an anchor, preventing it from being washed away in rough seas. This Pokemon secretes a strong digestive fluid from its tentacles. Emerald. It drags its heavy body along the sea floor. It makes its nest in the shallows of warm seas. Cradily can be seen on beaches when the tide goes out. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It ensnares prey with its 8 tentacles. It then melts the prey with a strong acid before feeding. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it lives in the shallows of warm seas. When the tide goes out, it digs up prey from beaches. Our Golden Soul Silver. It lives in warm seas. Its heavy body weighs it down, so it won't get washed away in rough weather. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Cradily and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun. Normally, it lived on shallow sea shoals. When the tide went out, this Pokemon came up on land to search for prey. Ultra Moon. This carnivorous Pokemon lived in primordial seas. It catches prey in its 8 tentacles and dissolves them with digestive fluid as it eats. In Gen 8, Sword. It has short legs and can't walk very fast, but its neck and tentacles can extend to over 3 times their usual length to nab distant prey. Shield. Once Cradily catches prey in its tentacles, it digests them whole and absorbs their nutrients. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Cradily and the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 86, Attack 81, Defense 97, Attack 81, Special Defense 107, Speed 43 for a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Ghost, Fire, Water, Grass, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Bug, Steel, and Ice for double, immune to nothing, resistant to normal, and electric for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Storm Drain, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it'll be 0 instead of 1. Learn Step by leveling up will go down to 40. 43 Stockpile, Spit Up and Swallow, 48 Energy Ball. By TM/TR we're skipping for both games. By Breeding we're skipping for both games. By Tutoring in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy is 90%, and PB has 10. Nothing by Prior Evolution. By Transfer from another generation, In Gen 3 through 7, Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Block. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 3 through 7, Constrict, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Double Team. 3, Double Edge. 4 through 6, Flash, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 3 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Infestation. 3, Mimic. 3 through 4, Mudslap. 4, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Pain Split. 3, Psych Up. 3 through 7, Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Rock Polish. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, Smackdown. 5 and 6, Strength. 4, String Shot. 3 through 7, Swagger. 4 through 7, Synthesis. 3 through 7, Toxic. And 4 through 7, Worry Seed. And Ring Out. Ring Out doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Cradilly's body is so heavy. Even rough seas can't wash it away. It can't move very fast. So it hides among seaweed and reaches out with its tentacles to catch prey. Evolution data. Lileep, level 40. Cradily. Sprites here, so... yeah, so orange and green. Kind of like the orange that was. And then this is sort of probably the same shade that of like pink that one was. Yeah, that's fun. Kind of almost looks like teeth. That's interesting. Yeah. Then we got these, a little more rounded than that. Yeah. Yeah, let's get them probably the same, more or less colors. Then we got the Frapper, that, and pink. Oh, I guess it doesn't go to the purple like the other one does. Just sort of keeps the pink shiny and the orange. Interesting. But yeah, you get the purple or the pink tentacles now. Yep. And you get the full back spread as well. Models, pretty good models. Interesting for those. Yeah. Slightly different colors, probably. Yeah. There's not much changes. Got homes. In animation, Cradily in Pokemon Journeys the series. You got all this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 102 in Maze Pokedex. Cradily, the barnacle Pokemon. Cradily is believed to be able to extend its tree branch-like neck and catch prey with its tentacles. In Journeys, episode 118 in Ghost Rotom Phone. Cradily, the barnacle Pokemon. A rocking grass type after grabbing food with its tentacles. It gains nutrients by digesting the food whole. In the manga, Cradily in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Trivia, Cradily is the only Pokemon with Pokeathlon stats where each one is a different level. I already recorded the second and third points in the Lileep video, including the sub-points on the second point there. Origin, Cradily may be based on crinoids, also known as sea lilies, extant marine animals. Crinoid fossils are particularly abundant, possibly inspiring Cradyly's status as a fossil Pokemon. Its tentacles may be based on those of the sea anemone. It also bears resemblance to the predatory tunicate. Cradyly's fake eyes are a type of animal mimicry. Cradyly's English and Japanese names, along with the placement of its tentacles, indicate that it is possibly inspired by a baby mobile. Name origin, Cradily may be a combination of cradle and lily. It may also involve crinoid, crag, and crazily. Uradal may be a combination of Yuri, Lily, Yurikago, Cradle, and Cradle. And other languages, related articles to the fossil and fossil Pokemon. External links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Cradyly's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 376, Where's Armaldo? In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to Whales Island. And Max is gathering sticks, and has heard some rustling in the bushes. There's a Cradily.
What is that?
And that was Cradyly's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Cradily. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Cradily by Blue Komodori. So it's a cool painting of a Cradily here on the ocean. Very nice. Both the orange and the pink, that's a very nice detail. Yes. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Kecleon before I can evolve Lileep into Cradily. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Anorith. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Anorith. The first of two rock bug Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its evolution, Armaldo. Anorith's previous BYC dates are February 7th, 1997, November 29th, 1999, September 19th, 2002, July 10th, 2005, April 30th, 2008, February 19th, 2011, December 10th, 2013, September 30th, 2016, July 22nd, 2019, and May 12th, 2022. I love Anorith's unique design. I've always been fascinated by its feather-like wings. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Anorith, the old shrimp Pokemon, whose number is 0347. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Bug. Since this is our first Rock Bug Pokemon, I'll point out the Rock inside and the Bug outside. Abilities, Battle Armor, and Swift Swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Egg Group Water 3. Hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 27.6 pounds or 12.5 kilograms. Basic experience yields 119 in Gen 3, 99 in Gen 4, and 71 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, and base frontier is 70. Gray is interesting. I guess there's some gray on it. It's not that bad. I would have maybe gone with green myself. Anorith is a dual-type rock/bug fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is revived from a claw fossil and evolves into Armaldo starting at level 40. Biology: Anorith is a greenish-gray arthropod Pokemon that resembles an Anomalocaris. A stalk extends from either side of its head with large spherical eyes at the tips. The middle of its head is black with two red, teardrop-shaped markings, and an X-shaped mouth is visible on the underside of its torso. Beneath its head are two large, segmented claws that serve as weapons and are used to capture prey. On each side of its body are 4 white appendages with red tips. These wing-like protrusions are used to propel Anorith through the water. So you can see Anorith's mouth is X-shaped and located on the underside on this card here. Now extinct in the wild, it lived in the seas of ancient times 100 million years ago. While still extinct, it has been seen under the ownership of trainers as a result of being revived from claw fossils. Despite this, Anorith can no longer thrive in today's oceans because the water composition has changed since ancient times. Anorith can swim easily through the seas, using its 8 wings like oars from a boat. Anorith is considered the ancestor of modern bug Pokemon. Evolution: Anorith evolves into Armaldo, so Anorith, Armaldo. Game data, Pokedex entries. In the Japanese games, the Pokedex refers to Anorith's 8 feathers. This was translated in English as 8 wings. In Gen 3 Ruby, Anorith was regenerated from a prehistoric fossil. The primitive Pokemon once lived in warm seas. It grips its prey firmly between its 2 large claws. Sapphire, Anorith is said to be a type of Pokemon predecessor with 8 wings at the sides of its body. This Pokemon swam in the primordial sea by undulating these 8 wings. Emerald, it was resurrected from a fossil using the power of science. It swims by undulating the 8 wings at its sides. They were feet that adapted to life in the sea. By a red and leaf green, it is a kind of Pokemon progenitor. It uses its extending claws to catch prey hiding among rocks on the sea floor. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon ancestor that was reanimated from a fossil. It lived in the sea and hunted with claws. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, an ancestral Pokemon that lived in the ocean. Over time, its 8 feet transformed into wings. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Anorith and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, when restored Anorith are released into the ocean, they don't thrive because the water composition has changed since their era. Ultra Moon, this is one kind of primeval bug Pokemon. With 8 wings, it could apparently swim a lot faster than you'd expect. In Gen 8 Sword, this Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Anorith lived in the ocean about 100 million years ago, hunting with its pair of claws. Shield, Anorith can swim swiftly by pulling its 8 wings through the water like oars on a boat. This Pokemon is an ancestor of modern bug Pokemon. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. This Pokemon ancestor was reanimated from a fossil. It lived in the sea and hunted with its claws. Anorith in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. So you got all side game locations and events. Held items and events. It has the Charty Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 95, defense 50, special attack 40, special defense 50, speed 75 for a total of 355. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, fire, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, steel, and water for double, immune to nothing, resistant to normal and poison for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Fury Cutter and Harden for water gun, 8 Smack Down, 12 Metal Claw, 16 Ancient Power, 20 Bug Bite, 24 Brine, 28 Slash, 32 Crush Claw, 36 Rock Blast, 41 Protect, and 44 X Scissor. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. TM 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 43 Brick Break, 48 Rock Tomb, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 73 Cross Poison, 76 Round, and 94 False Swipe. For the TRs, TR00 Swords Dance, 1 Body Slam, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 46 Iron Defense, 60 X Scissor, 67 Earth Power, and 76 Stealth Rock. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM03 Water Pulse, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 28 Dig, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 54 False Swipe, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 69 Rock Polish, 75 Swords Dance, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 81 X Scissor, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Rapid Spin through Chain Breeding, this group gives you Sand Attack, and this group gives you Water Pulse. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Cross Poison, Corsola gives you Curse through Chain Breeding, this group gives you Iron Defense, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Rapid Spin through Chain Breeding. This group gives you Sand Attack, and this group gives you Screech. By tutoring in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special Rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy 90%, and PP has 10. By transfer from another generation, 3 through 7, Aerial Ace. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 and 6, Cut. 3 through 7, Double Team. 3, Double Edge. 3 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 3 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Hone Claws. 3, Mimic. 3 through 7, Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 3 and 4, Mud Slap. 4, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Rock Polish. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 3 through 7, Scratch. 3, 4, and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4, String Shot. 5 and 6, Struggle Bug, and 3 through 7, Swagger and Toxic. Side game data. Got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. In the browser entry, it triggers rock falls to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Anorith, level 40, Armaldo. Sprites here, so okay, more simplified, orange rather than the red for the tips of the feather wing things. Yeah, seem to be more brown rather than the gray. Interesting. This is got like a orange body, I guess, and red tips. Interesting. Gen 4, this is more of an kind of yellow body, I guess. And Gen 5, you get the red feathers now. Anything change with the segments or anything? No? I don't know if I get... Okay. Yeah, not much changes with shiny there. You get the full back sprites. Oh, that's an interesting back sprite. Huh. And at Gen 6, you got the models, very, flat, because you can't really see the size very well, or what it actually looks like, because it's just, yeah, flat, I guess. Looks like maybe a slightly different green. This is more of a tan color again. Then we got the better, you can actually see the full body in Gen 7 here. Yeah, very interesting models. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Anorith in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 102 in Maze Pokedex. Anorith, the old shrimp Pokemon. Anorith once inhabited warm seas and is believed to have used its two well-developed hooves to capture prey. In the manga, Anorith in Pokemon Adventures. With a Lileep and I think a Love Disc. In the TCG. Trivia, Anorith in its evolved form are the only Pokemon with the Swift Swim ability that are also weak to water. Origin, Anorith appears to be closely based on an Amalakaris with some characteristics of a Trilobite. It greatly resembles brine shrimp as well, having similar eyes and feather-like protrusions on its sides. Name origin, Anorith may be a combination of Anomalocaris, Anorthosite, and Lith, suffix for rock or stone. Anoph, maybe a combination of Anomalocaris and Triops. In other languages, related articles to the fossil Pokemon and the fossils. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Anorith's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 376, Where's Armaldo? In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Professor Proctor and his wife Annie, who are studying ancient Pokemon, and they have even revived a few, and Professor Proctor is explaining to Ash and friends that Wales Island was once part of the mainland.
Here, Cradily, Lileep, and Anorith had no enemies, and they lived very peacefully.
What is that thing Anorith is eating?
That's a good question, Max. It's an ancient plant.
Okay, that is Anorith's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Anorith. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Anorith. So this is Anorith by Lou C. 93. So this cool Anorith here, very well done. Cambrian was when we had our aliens by Weird SM Art. So this cool image of a bunch of prehistoric Pokemon. You've got the Anorith here, then an Armaldo, very stylized, all of them. Got a few Lileep, looks like a Kabutops as well. It's very well done. Then we've got Anorith in the Abandoned Ship by Bedu Polker. So yes, it's very well done piece of art here. But, being in this abandoned ship, I guess. I'm looking at a statue head, or a bust it looks like, actually, yeah. And we've got Anorith by Cinnamon Quails. So, this interesting Anorith image here, yes. Interesting, yeah, very well done. And then we've got Rapid Spin by Altaria. So this, I guess, Anorith doing Rapid Spin, I guess. Very interesting. Anorith Primal Sprite by Faker Romans. So, I read the description. This is apparently supposed to be what they imagine what Anorith would have looked like if it were, properly restored rather than it being from a fossil. Which is interesting. Yeah, it's not different it is. There's 4 different colors, it looks like. Yeah, very interesting. And we've got Anorith Ocaris by Space MSWA 1234. So this CGI, more realistic Anorith here. Very interesting. Anorith by Lord Sorrel, but not really since it's AI art, so you can kind of see the elements of Anorith, but it clearly doesn't get everything right here. It's more like fur rather than, shell and stuff, so, yeah. Then we got Anorith Seeking Shelter by Hyper Shadow X1, so you've got this Anorith here, seeking shelter, yeah, very well done. Anorith by Linny Illustrates here. Looks to be this little animation. That's kind of cute. We've got Anorith by Robin Hill Zone Act 25. It's a nice black and white image of an Anorith here. We've got Anorith by Ski Rosa. So yeah, I got a couple little sprites here. One that's moving and one that's stationary. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Anorith by Mytoid. So this cool art of an Anorith here in this cave. Very well done. And we've got Anorith Spore by Novid Love, so someone attempting to recreate Anorith in the game Spore, where you can create just a bunch of different creatures, and yeah, it's very interesting. And we've got Anorith 347 by Brawn Bear. You got all, it's just a nice image of of an Anorith here. Then you've got Pokelab Anorith by X-Dead Dragon X98. So we got, I guess, this professor or scientist or something looking down. Like I guess they have a Dragapult here, and you can see there's a bunch of fish. So I got a few Anorith here, a Milotic, a lot of Wishy-Washy, I think, as well. Yeah, that's very interesting. This doesn't contain an Anorith, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Kecleon before I can revive Anorith from the claw fossil. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Armaldo. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Armaldo, the second of 2 rock bug Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its pre-evolution, Anorith, who evolves at level 40. Armaldo is also the final fossil Pokemon of Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are February 8th, 1997, November 30th, 1999, September 20th, 2002, July 11th, 2005, May 1st, 2008, February 20th, 2011, December 11th, 2013, October 1st, 2016, July 23rd, 2019, and May 13th, 2022. I love how similar yet different it looks from Anorith. I also love that it adds more traditional dinosaur elements. Being that it's the blue one, it's my favorite of the two. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we will be talking about Armaldo, the plate Pokemon, whose number is 0348. This is what it looks like. Its type is Rock Bug. Abilities, Battle Armor, Swift Swim is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg group water 3 and hatch time 30 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 150.4 pounds or 68.2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 200 in Gen 3, 199 in Gen 4, and 173 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 2, and attack shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Gray? I mean, I guess the plates and stuff could be considered gray. I don't know, I would probably call them more black myself, but I get it, I guess. It's not the worst. Armaldo is a dual-type rock/bug fossil Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved from Anorith starting at level 40. Biology. Armaldo is a bipedal amphibious Pokemon that somewhat resembles a mantis shrimp. It is covered with thick grayish-blue plates. There are accents of yellow, black, white, and red throughout its body. Its oblong eyes protrude from the sides of its head, a black pattern with 2 red teardrop-shaped spots covered the center of its head, and a yellow lower jaw. The 3 pairs of wing-like appendages extend from the sides of its long, thick neck. A plate of armor on its back has 4 short spikes and 2 triangular, yellow-rimmed wings extending from underneath. Its scaled chest and belly are rimmed with yellow lines as well, and there are 2 large yellow plates in the center of its chest. Its segmented arms extend from holes in these plates, each with a large black claw. The legs are also segmented with black knees. A pair of black fins tips its long tail. In ancient times, Armaldo lived on land by the water's edge, and dived into the ocean to hunt for prey. The large wings on its back were used for swimming, while its thick shell protected it from enemy attacks. Its strong claws can break stones, punch through a steel slab, and take down prey. Furthermore, they can be freely extended or retracted. It is considered to be the ancestor of some bug-type Pokemon. Evolution. Armaldo evolved from Anorith. So, Anorith, Armaldo. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon explores the sky, and Armaldo serves as a mentor to the future Guildmaster Wigglytuff while he was still an Igglybuff. Initially reluctant to Igglybuff's devil-may-care attitude, he takes him on as an apprentice after sensing a powerful intuition from the baby Pokemon and eventually grows close to the young child. He tends to acknowledge many RPG staples such as traps and bosses, but is just as easily fooled by them. Eventually, it is revealed that Armaldo is an outlaw and is caught after clearing the Fortune Ravine. Igglybuff protests wildly and is about to unleash a powerful hyper voice, the first show of his infamous temper, until Armaldo calms him down and explains the situation. He gives the still protesting Igglybuff a Defend Globe, the first treasure the pair found on their adventure, as a gift to remember him by, and Armaldo willingly gives himself up to the authorities. The story serves as the backdrop for the second special episode, Igglybuff the Prodigy. He later reappears in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, where another Igglybuff requests the player to deliver a tiny Reviver seed to Armaldo. Upon delivery, Armaldo muses about another Igglybuff he knew that had become a respected guildmaster. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Gen 3, Ruby. Armaldo's tough armor makes all attacks bounce off. This Pokemon's two enormous claws can be freely extended or contracted. They have the power to punch right through a steel slab. Sapphire, Armaldo is a Pokemon species that became extinct in prehistoric times. This Pokemon is said to have walked on its hind legs, which would have been more convenient for life on land. Emerald, Armaldo usually lives on land. However, when it hunts for prey, it dives beneath the ocean. It swims around using its two large wings. Fire red and leaf green. Protected by a hard shell, its body is very sturdy. It skewers prey with its claws to feed. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it went ashore after evolving. Its entire body is clad in a sturdy armor. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its enormous retractable claws can cut through most anything. Its entire body is clad in sturdy plates. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silvers. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Armaldo and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, it lived on land and went out into the sea to hunt for prey. Its sharp claws were its greatest weapon. Ultra Moon, Armaldo adapted from living in water to living on land. It has been determined that it is the ancestor of some bug Pokemon. In Gen 8, Sword, after evolution, this Pokemon emerged onto land. Its lower body has become stronger, and blows from its tail are devastating. Shield, though it lives on land, it is also a good swimmer. It dives into the ocean in search of prey, using its sharp claws to take down its quarry. The Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl entry are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Armaldo and the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 125, defense 100, special attack 70, special defense 80, speed 45 for a total of 495. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, fire, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, steel, and water for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, and poison for half. Learn set by leveling up will go down to 40, 43 Protect, and 48 X-Scissor. We're skipping by TM/TR in both games. By Bring, we're also skipping. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move. Its power is 120, accuracy is 90%, BB has 10. Nothing by Prior Evolution. By transfer from another generation, Gens 3 through 7, Aerial Ace 4 through 7, Aqua Tail and Block. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, Confide. 5 and 6, Cut. 3 through 7, Double Team. 3, Double Edge. 3 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Headbutt. 3 through 7, Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Hone Claws. 3, Mimic. 3 through 7, Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 3 and 4, Mud Slap. 4, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Return, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Rock Polish. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 3 through 7, Scratch. 3, 4, and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3, Seismic Toss. 5 and 6, Strength. 4, String Shot. 5 and 6, Struggle Bug. And 3 through 7, Swagger and Toxic. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry. It checkers Rock Falls to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Anorith, level 40, Armaldo. Sprites. So we've got this, so it's a darker, kind of purple-ish color, and these are a lot more oh, the center's gray instead of blue. Interesting. Kind of like this one is. Huh. Wonder why they changed it. Yep, and then those are a lot more rounded, the feather wing things. Nose is, I think, a little bit bigger. Yeah. Feet are also gray instead of white. That's interesting. Shiny is this kind of color, and then gold and red. Yeah, kind of, yeah, I don't know. Yep. Gen 4. A lot brighter of like a pink, I guess, for the shiny here. Yep, Gen 5. The center part is now the same color as the rest of the body, or the rest of the majority of the body. Sorry for the shiny there. This is a little bit lighter, I think. Its nose. Why does its nose look like that for the shiny in Gen 4? Weird. I don't know why. Yeah, but it's normal. I don't know. Weird. And full back sprites. Yes. Gen 6 is what introduces the modern blue. I don't know why they changed it. This is basically the same though. It might be a little lighter. Obviously, yeah, lighter colors, I guess. Models, pretty good adaptation, I'd say. So, feels a lot, I don't know, different. Like a lot less close to the armor on the back, I guess. Interesting. Not, oh, gets maybe a little closer in Gen 7? Interesting. Homes, you got that. Animation, Armaldo, and Pokemon Journeys the Series. Pokedex entries, Advanced Generation, episode 102, in Ash's Pokedex. Armaldo, the plate Pokemon. Armaldo can withstand any attack with its hard shell and is thought to have been able to break even stones with its powerful claws. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 183, in Dawn's Pokedex. Armaldo, the plate Pokemon in the evolved form of Anorith. After Anorith evolves into Armaldo, it proceeds to live on land in an armor-like shell surrounds its entire body. In the manga, Armaldo and Pokemon Adventures. The TCG, the TFG. Trivia, I read this first one in the Anorith video. Due to an error, Armaldo has the move Slash in its moveset twice in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire and Pokemon Sun and Moon. Once at level 25 and again at level 34. It was later fixed in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, with Bug Bite replacing Slash at level 25 to match what its pre-evolution learns. Origin, Armaldo appears to be based on the Anomalocaris, although it shares some physical traits with dinosaurs. Name origin, Armaldo may be a combination of Armato, Spanish for armored, Anomalocaris, and possibly shield or ald, Old Saxon for old. In other languages, related articles to the fossil Pokemon and fossils, external links, let's move on.
Since we watched Armaldo's first scene in the anime in the Grumpig video, let's watch Armaldo's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 360, Lights, Camera, Up to Action. In this episode, Ash and the main characters, traveling companions Brock, Bane, Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Elijah, who has brought a projector to the small town that doesn't have a movie theater, and he's narrating and doing all the dialogue and stuff for these children here. And the movie is about a Plusle and Minun trying to save a princess.
Just then, they were attacked by a giant, mean Armaldo.
Bring it on!
You'll be sorry, you meddlesome runts.
And that is Armaldo's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Armaldo. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Anorith. So first we've got Adoptable Pokemon FR 348 Armaldo by Fuyan Art. So Armaldo, FR, adoptable, trainer, question mark, available to adopt at Fuyan Art. So we got this interesting Armaldo here, much more the classic colors rather than the modern colors. Yeah, very interesting stylization. Then we got Armaldo, realistic reference drawings by Weirda S. Mart. Yes, so much more realistic Armaldo here. So I got Waptia, the pressure is spread on 4 legs and big plate covering the upper part. Paleopods, swimmerets of mantis shrimp plus 2 pair of Periosopods, walking legs. Note, this Armaldo has swift swim ability and is based on Onomacalarid Shinorehanes. Being burrowed into the sand, large bulge-specific plates mimic a Kabuto, or even prehistoric cucumber Pokemon, which probably attached to other Pokemon. A Kabuto, to think there's good source of food and predators too, seeing it's not moving, so probably asleep and off guard. To deal with predators, Armaldo, attracted, usually had to rely on the element of surprise, even if it was unable to turn back or twist its body after predator starts to try attack false prey. Armaldo fakes an unexpected jump of predator's prey while it stands up, which is a new behavior of a prey to an attacker, but knowing the only weak side is under prey's body, Armaldo gets its own prey swim directly into its arms, having lots of yellow undersided flashes and surprise predator's eyes, which gives another advantage to Armaldo. We got Maris, Propus, Carpus, Dactyl. Yeah. Interesting. Then we got Armaldo by Whimsik. That seems to be 2013 here. This interesting Armaldo here. I guess it's sleeping. We got Armaldo by Pink Up High. See? Stylized version of the classic colors of Armaldo. Then Armaldo by Kecleon. Yeah, or Sarsora blog. I don't know if they have this is them or if they have these anymore. But yes, this is stylized Armaldo here. Very well done, like the colors. Then we've got Mega Armaldo by Smiley Fakemon. So this interesting look of what our Mega Armaldo might look like. Very interesting. Yeah. Then we got Armaldo Please by Umberoff. So this Armaldo, little kind of pixely art style, very, very interesting. Then we got Armaldo by Andrew Sarchus, 89. So I guess this is sort of like a regional variant of Armaldo, Arcanian Armaldo, the sort of fake region. Very interesting. Number 46, I guess, in that. I don't know what 20 means. There's the 20th one they've done. I don't know. Or maybe it's the root or something you can find them on. I don't know. And then you've got the type. It looks to be Bug Dragon, I'm thinking. Interesting. And we've got Anorith Family by Zappa Z. So this nice image of Anorith and Armaldo here. A little bit stylized, yeah. But yeah, very well done. And then we've got Armaldo, Fanboy of Crawdaunt by Brace the Armaldo. So you've got, just the Armaldo here. Just sort of. I'm guessing this is like a plushie of Groudon, not the real Groudon, because it'd be much larger. Yeah, Mega Groudon poster. Got the Ruby, Mega Ruby. It looks like, I don't know, a little toy or statue or something in the background, and a Pokeball that's based on Groudon, I guess, and then Groudon card for like the rug, and the Groudon shirt. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And Groudon sheets. Then we got Armaldo G by Dragon Kite. The sort of alternate looking Armaldo here. I don't really know what G means, but yes, very well done. So this one is lots of fusions and some regional forms by Yakalentos. So there's a bunch of fusions here. We'll zoom in so it's easier to see. So you've got a Giracarig and a Alolan Executor fusion here. Very fun. Then we've got a Pidgey and Clamperl fusion here. Very interesting. Bulbasaur and Greninja fusion here. Impidimp and a Sableye fusion. A Wailmer and a Samurott fusion. You're cute. These two I think are Pyroar, Purloin and Liepard here. These two are Incineroar and Pyroar. This one's Litten and Litleo, and this one is, I think Pyroar and Torracat. Or maybe Litten and Torracat, whichever one. Shinx and Zora. Luxio and Zora. And Luxray and Zora. Dodrio and Flamigo. Regional form of Girafarig, I think. Spritzy and Swablu and Aromatase and Altaria combination there. An alternate Donphan. Zura and Gossifleur. Eldegoss and Jolteon. Eevee and Snom, Meowstic and Frostmoth, Tropius and Appleton, Sinistea and Applin, Flygon and Flaffle, Flygon and Grimmsnarl, Vaporeon and Dracovolt, Sylveon and Marini, I think Eevee and Larvesta, Nickit and Dreepy, Noivern and Dragapult, Galarian Rapidash and Corviknight, Zoroark and Salazzle, and both of these are Armaldo and Araquanid. This is the one that looks more like Armaldo with elements of Araquanid. This one is more Araquanid with elements of Armaldo. Charizard / Umbreon, Heliolisk and Archeops, Thievul and Umbreon, Mega Banette and Dracopult, Frostmoth and Jolteon, Lugia and Hydreigon, Arcanine and Double, Quilava and Weasel, Alolan Raichu and Primarina, Arceus and Lumineon, Hydreigon and Houndoom, Duskform, Lycanroc and Zora, Dodrio and Spiritomb. Zora and Cinderace, Raboot and Weavile, Mile and Furfrou, Purloin and Ghastly, Drifloon and Apom/Ambipom, Carbink and Abra. Very well done, piece of art. This doesn't contain an Armaldo, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kecleon before I can evolve Anorith and Armaldo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Feebas. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Feebas. Its previous BYC dates are February 9th, 1997, December 1st, 1999, September 21st, 2002, July 12th, 2005, May 2nd, 2008, February 21st, 2011, December 12th, 2013, October 2nd, 2016, July 24th, 2019, and May 14th, 2022. I must know Feebas from Zane Games, where one of the cast, Bailey, originally thought it was pronounced Feebas, a fair pronunciation since it doesn't have the second S to explicitly indicate that its name is based on bass. This has spread to the rest of the cast, and calling it by this name has become a running gag, with the channel even having a character, King Feebas. I often get Feebas and Relicanth mixed up, as they are both brown Gen 3 fish Pokemon with unique appearances. While I definitely don't think that Feebas is the most appealing, which is the point, I think it's clever that Game Freak intentionally created an ugly fish Pokemon to see if anyone would care for it long enough for it to become the beautiful Milotic. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Feebas, the fish Pokemon, whose number is 0349. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, Swift Swim or Oblivious in Gen 4+. Adaptability is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Dragon. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 16.3 pounds or 7.4 kilograms. Base experience yield is 61 in Gen 3 through 4 and 40 in 5+. Loving rate is erratic. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Feebas is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Milotic when leveled up with its beautiful condition high enough, or when traded while holding a prism scale. Biology: Feebas is a shabby, old-looking fish-like Pokemon with a light brown body covered in dark, irregular spots. It has large, deep-set eyes and big pink lips. The tail and pectoral fins are dull blue and tattered in appearance. The dorsal fin is triangular with a hole in the middle. Feebas is famous for its shabby appearance and is considered the shabbiest Pokemon. Due to its poor appearance, it is largely ignored by predators, trainers, and researchers alike. However, this hardy Pokemon is capable of eating anything and living anywhere. It is often found in oceans and weed-choked ponds, even if only a little water is available. While there are many of these Pokemon in existence, populations tend to cluster in small areas. Once found, its dull wits make it easy to capture. Feebas is a source of research due to its vitality despite it being unattractive and unpopular. There are even those who love to collect Feebas and only it, and reportedly are disappointed by its evolution into Milotic. In the Pokemon Journeys the Series episode, The Cuteness Quotient, prism scales are revealed to form naturally on Feebas on occasion. So you've got a prism scale forming on Feebas' skin. Evolution: Feebas evolves into Milotic. Feebas, Milotic. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Magikarp Jump. A Feebas may randomly appear in the pond. Tapping it triggers the Is it Feebas? Event. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Feebas' fins are ragged and tattered from the start of its life because of its shoddy appearance. This Pokemon is largely ignored. It is capable of living in both the sea and in rivers. Sapphire. While Feebas' body is in tatters, it has a hardy and tenacious life force that enables it to live anywhere. However, this Pokemon is also slow and dim-witted, making it an easy catch. Emerald. Feebas live in ponds that are heavily infested with weeds. Because of its hopelessly shabby appearance, it seems as if few trainers raise it. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Ridiculed for its shabby appearance, it is ignored by researchers. It lives in ponds choked with weeds. In Gen 4, Diamond. It is famous for its shabby appearance. While populous, they tend to cluster in set locations. Pearl. It eats anything, so it can even live in polluted streams and lakes. No one pays any attention to it. Platinum. It is a shabby and ugly Pokemon. However, it is very hardy and can survive on little water. Our Gold and Soul Silver. It is the shabbiest Pokemon of all. It forms in schools and lives at the bottom of rivers. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is a Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Feebas and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, a tough Pokemon that is perfectly fine even in dirty water. However, due to its ragged, shabby appearance, it isn't popular. Moon, although unattractive and unpopular, this Pokemon's marvelous vitality has made it a subject of research. Ultra Sun, they look ragged so no one catches them. They look like they taste bad so predators won't eat them, and their numbers continue to grow. Ultra Moon, because of its wretched appearance, most people pay it no attention, but there are some who collect Feebas and Feebas alone. In Gen 8, Sword is Moon's entry. Shield is Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Brilliant Diamond, they are famous for their shabby appearance. Although populous, they tend to cluster in set locations. Shining Pearl is its Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this tough Pokemon is perfectly fine even in dirty water. However, due to its ragged, shabby appearance, it isn't popular. Violet, it is the shabbiest Pokemon of all. It forms schools and lives at the bottom of rivers that teem with plant life. Feebas in the Alola Pokedex, and Feebas in the Kitakami Pokedex. We got 4 of them in this body of water here. Game locations, side game locations, and events, held items, and events. It has the Pam Tree Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 20, attack 15, defense 20, special attack 10, special defense 55, speed 80, for a total of 200. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by, normal fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, and water, all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Splash, 15 Tackle, and 25 Flail. By TM, TM007, Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 17 Confuse Ray, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 115 Dragon Pulse, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terror Blast, 174 Haze, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, and 209 Muddy Water. By breeding, Lapras gives you Confuse Ray, this group gives you Dragon Breath, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Hypnosis, this group gives you Mirror Coat, this group gives you Mist, and Alomomola gives you Tickle via Chain Breeding. TCG only moves, lunge on this card, side game data, you got all this. Evolution data, Feebas evolves to Milotic when leveled up with its beautiful condition high enough. Starting in Gen 5, it also evolves into Milotic when traded while holding a Prism Scale. In games in which Pokemon contests are absent, condition stats are hidden, but a Feebas that has enough beauty points will still evolve when it is leveled up. The Prism Scale introduced in Gen 5 was created due to the fact that there is no legitimate way to raise a Feebas's beauty in the Gen 5 games, whereas in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, the player could trade Feebas to Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald, and in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, a haircut or grooming by Daisy Oak or the Haircut Brothers affects beauty, though this cannot raise Feebas's beauty if its sheen is too high. Feebas trade holding Prism Scale, or level up with high, 170 plus, beauty, Milotic. Sprites here, so a lot more yellow than this one. And these things are like black rather than brown. Interesting. Also doesn't seem to have gills, or I guess they're hidden because you can see them in the back straight. Yes. This is sort of pink. I don't know if that's supposed to be like a reference to the pink on Milotic. I doubt it though. Yeah. In Gen 4, you got all the shinies, a lot more like purple now. You can actually see the gills on the front sprite. It's interesting, because in Gen 3, you get almost an entire back sprite. In Gen 4, this goes from like grayish to blue, the fins and stuff. And these become a lot brighter, and then, yes, darker sort of purple in Gen 5 here, in full back sprites. Gen 6, you get the models, that's what introduces the models, but also, I missed that. I guess Gen 4 also introduces sort of the brown markings instead of the black ones. Yeah. Yep, different kind of purple. Well, not much changes in Gen 7. Sword and Shields, you get the better models. Homes, you got those. In animation, Feebas and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 79, in Magikarp Salesman's Laptop. This fish Pokemon, called a Feebas, is often ignored because of the disheveled appearance of its fins and body. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 21 in Dawn's Pokedex. Feebas, the fish Pokemon, although extremely ragged, it is a tough Pokemon that can live in almost any kind of water. Its evolved form is Milotic. Sun and Moon, episode 33 in the Rotom Pokedex. Feebas, the fish Pokemon, a water type. Feebas are tough and can live in extremely polluted water. In Journeys, episode 31, in Go with Rotom Phone. Feebas, the fish Pokemon, a water type, called the shabbiest Pokemon in the world. Feebas tend to school in large numbers at the bottom of rivers that are filled with aquatic plants. Pokemon Twilight Wings, Feebas in Pokemon Twilight Wings. You got someone petting it, looks like. In the manga, Feebas in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Trivia, this first point and its subpoints we read in the Magikarp video. Feebas is the only Pokemon that requires a modification of its condition for it to evolve. The probability of finding a water tile with Feebas on Route 119 is approximately 1 in 73, with 6 possible fishing spots on 436 water tiles. In Mount Cornet, it is 1 in 132, with 4 possible fishing spots on 528 water tiles. If the player reels in one Pokemon in every tile, the chance of passing every Feebas tile without reeling a single Feebas is 1 in 64. On Route 119, while in Mount Cornet, it is 1 in 16. Feebas has the lowest maximum performance of any Pokemon, only capable of reaching 11 stars. This final point I read in the Sandshrew video. Origin, Feebas seems to be based on a bass, possibly the largemouth bass. It also resembles the marine hatchetfish. Its drastic transformation when evolving into Milotic may be inspired by the classic fairy tale, The Ugly Duckling, where a small and feeble duckling is treated as an outcast by other animals until it eventually grows up to be a beautiful swan. Name origin, Feebas may be a combination of feeble, weak, and bass. It also sounds similar to Phoebus, Latin for shining one, possibly alluding to its evolved form. Hinbass may be a combination of hin, poor, and bass. Languages, related articles. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Feebas.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 349, Whiscash and Ash. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team here, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, are fishing when it seems that a fish Pokemon has mistaken Jesse's hair for bait, I guess, and has latched on. Now to the Feebas.
And what is that?
I think that it's called a Feebas.
It seems to really like your hair, Jess.
Yeah, well, get in line. Go.
Okay, that is Feebas's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Feebas. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Pokemon Valentine 2015 by Saw Dewey. So this little Feebas here giving this Milotic a Valentine, or maybe it's deceiving it, I guess. I don't really know. But yeah, very cute little image here. That's it, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Tropius before I get to Feebas. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Milotic. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Milotic, the only evolution of Feebas, who evolves when it levels up with high beauty, or, starting in Gen 5, traded while holding a prism scale. Milotic's previous BYC dates are February 10th, 1997, December 2nd, 1999, September 22nd, 2002, July 13th, 2005, May 3rd, 2008, February 22nd, 2011, December 13th, 2013, October 3rd, 2016, July 25th, 2019, and May 15th, 2022. As I mentioned yesterday, I think it's clever that Game Freak created an ugly fish Pokemon to see if anyone would care for it enough for it to become the beautiful Milotic. As for its alleged beauty, I definitely don't think it should be called the world's most beautiful Pokemon, even among the first 3 generations. It's not an ugly Pokemon, I just think it looks a little weird in the face. Particularly the weird eyebrow whisker thing. It honestly looks like an alien creature one would find flying around an alien world in a movie. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Milotic, the tender Pokemon, whose number is 0350. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities, Marvel Scale, or competitive in Gen 6+. Cute Charm is its inability. Gender ratio 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is 8 groups. Water 1 and Dragon. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 20 foot and 4 inches or 6.2 meters. Weight is 357.1 pounds or 162 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 213 in Gen 3 through 4 and 189 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. EV yield is 2 in special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Milotic is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved from Feebas when leveled up with its beautiful condition high enough or when traded while holding a prism scale. Biology, Milotic is an aquatic serpentine Pokemon with a primarily cream-colored body. It has red eyes with long pinkish antennae above them. Additionally, there are long hair-like fins above its eyes, which begin thin and thicken towards the tips. These eyebrows extend to almost half of Milotic's body length and will be longer on the female than the male. The top of its relatively small head is a straight spike. Running down either side of its neck are 3 black dots similar to gills. Its lower body is a pattern of blue and pink diamond-shaped scales outlined with black. The tail consists of 4 large blue fins with pink ovals in their centers. Each of the tail fins overlaps the next, slightly causing it to resemble a fan. Milotic scales are said to change color depending on the viewing angle, which has so far only been depicted in Pokemon Battle Revolution. Milotic is said to be the most beautiful of all Pokemon. In fact, it is said to have inspired many artists in their work. However, there are trainers who prefer Feebas over it, seemingly disappointed after it evolves from said Pokemon. When there are fights going on, it has the power to calm angry feelings and arguments by releasing a wave of energy. In addition, it can move by floating in the air, as shown in the 12th Pokemon movie. It lives at the bottom of large lakes. So you can see Milotic floating here. Prior to Gen 5, Milotic was the only known Pokemon that could have Marvel scale as an ability. Evolution, Milotic evolves from Feebas, Milotic. Game data, NPC appearances, new Pokemon Snap. Milotic is one of the Illumina Pokemon, a group of Pokemon who saved the region from a meteorite 2,000 years ago. It resides in the Balusilva Island Lumina spot. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 in Ruby. Milotic is said to be the most beautiful of all the Pokemon. It has the power to calm such emotions as anger and hostility to quell bitter feuding. Sapphire. Milotic live at the bottom of large lakes. When this Pokemon's body glows a vivid pink, it releases a pulsing wave of energy that brings soothing calm to restless spirits. Emerald, it is said to live at the bottom of large lakes. Considered to be the most beautiful of all Pokemon, it has been depicted in paintings and statues. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Milotic is breathtakingly beautiful. Those that see it are said to forget their combative spirits. In Gen 4, Diamond. When people bicker, it is said to arise from the depths of lakes to be calm violet hearts. Pearl, it is the world's most beautiful Pokemon. There are many works of art featuring Milotic. Platinum, its lovely scales are described as rainbow-colored. They change color depending on the viewing angle. Our Gold and Soul Silver, it's said that a glimpse of a Milotic and its beauty will calm any hostile emotions you're feeling. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry, but Milotic is now the correct casing. Y is basically Pearl's entry, but Milotic is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Milotic and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, Milotic has provided inspiration to many artists. It has been even referred to as the most beautiful Pokemon of all. Moon, it lives at the bottom of clear lakes. In times of war, it shows itself, which soothes people's minds and hearts. Ultra Sun, while Milotic is said to be the most beautiful Pokemon, trainers who like Feebas and have raised it are seemingly disappointed by Milotic. Ultra Moon, its dwelling place is the bottom of big lakes. Those who behold its loveliness are said to have their hearts purified. In Gen 8, Sword is Sun's entry. Shield is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Milotic is now the correct casing. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically Pearls, but Milotic is now the correct casing. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries, but Rainbow Color is now one word with a hyphen. Violet is Moon's entry. Male Milotic in the Alola Pokedex. Female Milotic in the Alola Pokedex. Milotic in the Kecleon Pokedex. Looks to be in this little clear lake here. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. In events, it has the Flame Orb 100% of the time, and the Citrus Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 95, attack 60, defense 79, special attack 100, special defense 125, speed 81, for a total of 540. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Darken Fairy, weak to Grass and Electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 1, Milotic will read all of them. So, 1, Flail, Splash, Tackle, Wrap, and Water Gun. Upon evolution, it gets Water Pulse, 4 Disarming Voice, 8 Twister, 12 Aqua Ring, 16 Attract, 20 Life Dew, 24 Dragon Tail, 28 Recover, 32 Aqua Tail, 36 Safeguard, 40 Surf, 44 Rain Dance, 48 Coil, and 52 Hydro Pump. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. This Illumina Pokemon looks stunning as it swam gracefully through the clear water. I suspect some connection with Meganium stirred Milotic from its sleep. Evolution data. Milotic evolved from Feebas when leveled up with its beautiful condition high enough. Starting from Generation 5, it also evolves from Feebas when traded while holding a Prism Scale. In games in which Pokemon contests are absent, condition stats are hidden, but a Feebas has enough beauty points so will still evolve when it is leveled up. The Prism Scale, introduced in Gen 5, was created due to the fact that there is no legitimate way to raise Feebas' beauty in the Gen 5 games, whereas in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, the player could trade Feebas to Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, a haircut or grooming by Daisy Oak or the Haircut Brothers affects beauty, though this cannot raise Feebas' beauty if its sheen is too high. So, Feebas trade holding the Prism Scale, or level up with high 170 plus beauty. You get Milotic sprites here, so a little different, more red for the hair rather than this pink, or maybe it's just like a different kind of pink, I don't know. But, I mean, and this is a little bit different, the face is a little different. I think these eyebrows are a little bit thinner. Yeah. Then I got yellow for this part of the shiny and blue for the hair. And then you got these much brighter colors and the gender difference of the male and the female. So you can see the hair-like fins on the male is shorter than the ones on the females there. And then these get brighter as well. On platinums, we get this sort of blue now. This seems to be a brighter, almost golden yellow now. Gen 5, we get this lighter kind of color, but still pretty vibrant. Yeah, not really much changes there. And we get the full back sprites as well. In Gen 6, we have the models here, which are pretty good adaptations. A little, a lot lighter colors now. This is now pink properly, light blue. Yeah. Okay. I got these, not really much changes. And I get the better models in Sword and Shield. I didn't really notice that it changed its size to blue. Was that something that changed later, or was that always the thing? Oh no, that was something that changed in Gen 5. Interesting. Yep. Okay. And so then, yeah, you got both male and female. We've got these models here. You can see these are a lot darker again. Other sprites, Japanese Platinum, Female Shiny, Coloring Error. Interesting. In animation, Milotic in Pokemon Journeys the series. And Terra Milotic in Pokemon Horizons the series. You got all these. Concept art for Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. So you can see it all out, all like that. So it seems like they always really intended to have this coloring. It just took a while for the games to catch up. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, Episode 35, in Ash's Pokedex. Milotic, the tender Pokemon. Milotic is able to soften human anger and hatred by emitting soothing frequencies from its body. In Advanced Generation, Episode 79, in Magikarp Salesman's Laptop. This tender Pokemon, called a Milotic, is the evolved form of Feebas. It is said to be the most beautiful of all Pokemon and is quite skilled in battle. In Diamond and Pearl, Episode 75, in Dawn's Pokedex. Milotic, the tender Pokemon and the evolved form of Feebas. At the first sign of fighting, Milotic will come up from the bottom of its lake habitat to calm any angry feelings. In Sun and Moon, Episode 53, in the Rotom Pokedex. Milotic, the tender Pokemon, a water type. Milotic live deep in lakes with clear water. They appear when conflict is imminent, calming people's hearts. In Journeys, Episode 31, in Go's Rotom Phone. Milotic, the tender Pokemon, a water type. Milotic is said to be the most beautiful Pokemon in the world. Pokemon Twilight Wings. Milotic in Pokemon Twilight Wings. I think that's Nessa. Pokemon Evolutions. Milotic in Pokemon Evolutions. Interesting. Guess it's doing a move, I'm guessing. Or, yeah. In the manga, Milotic in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. A female Milotic can appear in the background of the Unova Pokemon League stage of the 3DS version. However, it does not interact with the stage like Reshiram or Zekrom would. Shaman and Whimsicott might also appear. Milotic also appears as a trophy exclusive in the 3DS version of the game. Milotic trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information in the North American version. Have you ever noticed how anyone who's seen a Milotic just can't seem to describe how beautiful it is? Words just can't do it justice. Even that says a lot about its appearance, doesn't it? If you really wanted to compliment someone, you could say, "You're looking Milotic this fine day." In the PAL version, have you ever noticed how anyone who's seen a Milotic just can't seem to describe how beautiful it is? Maybe words can't do it justice. We'll have to add Milotic to the dictionary as a brand new word, but then how would you define it? Maybe you'd need an illustrated dictionary. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Milotic appears as a spirit. Trivia, in the official Prima strategy guide for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Milotic's ability was mistakenly listed as Torrent. I read the second and third points in the Gyarados video, but not the sub-point of the second point. Milotic may also be a parallel of Gyarados oriented to Pokemon contests, since it was introduced in the third generation where Pokemon contests debuted. This is supported by Milotic's emphasis being on its beauty, while Gyarados' emphasis is on its power. In addition, Milotic is strongly associated with Pokemon contests. In Pokemon the series, all known male top coordinators have a Milotic as their signature Pokemon. Milotic is the only Pokemon in the Mystery Dungeon WiiWare games that is unobtainable without evolving a Pokemon in some way, be that by a Feebas getting a KO as an enemy Pokemon, or by evolving it normally if PAL passwords are excluded. Exclusively in Japanese Platinum, a shiny female Milotic has blue antennas in its front sprite due to a coloring error. This is corrected in every other version of Platinum. This makes Milotic the only Pokemon to have a gender difference exclusive to its shiny form. Origin, Milotic seems to be based on a sea serpent and a mermaid due to its hair like fins, pale upper body, and scaly lower body. It is also similar to an oarfish, which have very long bodies and red fins. Its gills are similar to those of lampreys and hagfishes. Its tail fin resembles a hand fan, and its colorful scales resemble stained glass. Its feminine appearance and history of being depicted in art indicate that it may be inspired by Venus, the Roman goddess of love and beauty. Its drastic transformation after evolving from Feebas may be inspired by the classic fairy tale, The Ugly Duckling, where a small and feeble duckling is treated as an outcast by other animals until it eventually grows up to be a beautiful swan. Name origin, Milotic may be a combination of Venus de Milo, a sculpture known for its beauty, and aquatic, melodic, exotic, or lotic, a river ecosystem. Milocaros may be a combination of Venus de Milo and Kalos, Greek for beauty, or Charis, Greek goddess of grace and beauty. In other languages, related articles, external links to the Illumina Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Milotic's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 309, Win, Lose, or Drew. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max have come to the Slateport City Pokemon contest, where May has entered, but before she goes on, we've been introduced to Robert here, who has just told his Milotic to use Safeguard. So there's Milotic.
That was awe-inspiring.
Yes, simply remarkable.
I'm very impressed.
What's that Pokemon?
I would say that's Milotic's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Milotic. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Milotic. So this is Milotic by MCG Mark. So this nice Milotic image here with a bunch of Marill, a Shuckle in the background, and a East Sea Shellos here. Like this, very nice painting. And I got Milotic by Arashi H. So this nice image of it like behind a waterfall in this cave. That's kind of fun. And we've got Milotic by Marukobulo. So this nice Milotic in this cave here. Very well done painting here. Yep. And we got Milotic by Star Soul. This fun stylized Milotic here. All these fun balls or bubbles or something. Yeah, very well done. Very much looks like a poster. Then we got Milotic, Beauty of the Sea by Cosmic Sprinkles. So we got this Milotic here, sort of swimming around, I guess. And they've got Pokemon Valentine 2015 by Saw Dewey. We did this one yesterday, but we could do it again. So this is Milotic and a Feebas. The Feebas is either giving or receiving a Valentine. Yes, very well done. And we've got Beneath Mount Cornet by Turnip Studios. So this beautiful art of a Milotic here. Kind of stylized, maybe a little bit more realistic. Very well done. Then we've got Milotic Evolution by Chirpy G. So you see Feebas, get the prism scale, and it evolves into Milotic. And so you can see it's from April 20th, 2019. Milotic Digital Painting by Yashu 204. So this nice, digital painting of a Milotic. Also kind of looks like it could be like a poster or something. And you've got Milotic by Rage 1793. Or Max Pluie from the website here. Sort of realistic, very much more snake-like Milotic here. Very well done. Then Milotic NR 350 by UC So. This number 350. Milotic here, the nice little image. So it could maybe be a poster or something. Then got Milotic by Blue Kiss. So I got the Milotic here, just a nice image of my Milotic. Seems to be from December 14th, 2013. Or maybe December 13th, 2014, depending on how they do their dates, I guess. And we got Milotic by Radiance. Nice image of a Milotic here. Very well done. And you got Milotic by Art Dean, 1992. So, this nice Milotic image here. Very well done. Then we got Prismatic by Elysian. This nice image of a Milotic here. And they got their logo here. Yeah. Seems to be from 2014, I think. That's what it says down there. And they've got Milotic by Nevadoodle. So, got this nice image here. Milotic, very well done. We've got Milotic and Vaporeon by MCG Mark. Another Milotic here with a bunch of Vaporeon. That's very cute. And we've got Milotic by Vanilla Chi. So this nice, cute image of a Milotic here. Yeah. And we've got Mega Milotic, fan-made by Pokeluca. So, obviously there's no Mega Milotic. This is what they imagine it would look like. It's very well done. And we got Milotic 2 by Francis John. So this nice image of my Milotic here. And this whiteness. Very well done. And we got Shiny Treasure by Apolar. Got a bunch. So I guess it's supposed to be Misty. And the Milotic here looks to be Shiny Milotic. And Shiny Feebas. Love Disc. A few Shiny Love Disc. A few non-Shiny Love Disc. Shiny Magikarp there. Kabuto, Ammonite Shell, a few Dugong down here, Corsola, Shiny Corsola, Slowpoke, Sharpedo in the background, Alomomola, Poliwag, Shiny Skrelp, I think Shiny Horsey, Shiny Gyarados, Gorbis, Huntail, Shiny Lugia, Shiny Primal Kyogre, Remoraid, Mantine, Mantike, Wailord, Chinchou, Dragon Air in the background, looks like. There might be a couple other Pokemon. Very well done, piece of art. Then you've got Milotic by the Angel Dragon. This nice image of a Milotic here. Then we got Milotic Water Pulse by Ishman, so I guess it's their version of a Milotic doing Water Pulse. Very well done. And we've got Shiny Milotic by Culerian. It's this nice shiny Milotic here. It seems to be from 2015, and that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Tropius before I can evolve Feebas into Milotic. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Castform. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Castform, the lightest Pokemon in Gen 3. Normal form Castform is also the lightest normal type Pokemon. Sunny form Castform is also tied for the shortest fire type Pokemon with Heat Rotom, Litwick, and Scorbunny. Snowy form Castform is also tied for the shortest ice type Pokemon with Frost Rotom and Snom. Its previous PYC dates are February 11th, 1997. Hey, that's my birthday, I guess. I mean, I wasn't born yet, so I don't know if I should count that one. December 3rd, 1999. September 23rd, 2002. July 14th, 2005. May 4th, 2008. February 23rd, 2011. December 14th, 2013. October 4th, 2016. July 26th, 2019. And May 16th, 2022. I like Castform's unique ability to transform into different forms depending on the weather. I think that's clever. Regarding its design, I like all the designs. They're very cute, and the sunny and rainy forms clearly display what type it is. As for snowy form, I feel like that's a little unclear. Before doing this project, I thought it was a flying type and was based on a tornado or hurricane. Nothing really indicates that it's an ice type. As for its normal form, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the obvious. The front of its body looks like a pair of breasts. I don't know why Game Freak thought this was a good idea, but they did. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Castform, the weather Pokemon, whose number is 0351. This is normal Castform, this is what it looks like. This is the sunny form Castform, this is what it looks like. This is the rainy form Castform, this is what it looks like. And this is the snowy form Castform, this is what it looks like. Types as normal Castform is normal, fire as sunny form Castform, water as rainy form Castform, and ice as snowy form Castform. Ability, forecast, gender ratio 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups fairy and amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 1 foot or 0.3 meters, weight is 1.8 pounds or 0.8 kilograms. Base experience yields 145 in Gen 3 through 4 and 147 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and HP, shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokédex color is gray, other forms may have other colors. Base friendship is 70. Castform is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Castform changes forms depending on the current weather. During any weather not listed below or outside of battle, it will be in its normal form and will be normal type. During the harsh sunlight, it will be in its sunny form and will be fire type. During rain, it will be in its rainy form and will be water type. During hail, it will be in its snowy form and will be ice type. Biology, Castform is an artificial Pokemon that changes appearance and attitude based on the weather. Its body is made of cells exactly like those of water molecules, causing its cellular structure to be chemically altered by temperature and humidity. Though not of its free will, Castform uses this ability to protect its tiny body. In its normal form, it resembles a plain gray cloud with a single wisp extending from the top of its head. Regardless of the form it takes, it will always have a large spherical head and a lighter colored mask-like marking over its eyes. Various experiments were conducted to change its form in artificial conditions, but all have failed. In Gen 3, Weather Ball was its signature move. Despite its man-made origins, it can be found in grassland areas. Castform is the only known Pokemon that can have Forecast as an ability. Forms, Castform has 3 alternate forms: sunny form, rainy form, and snowy form. Under harsh sunlight, it takes on its sunny form. Its lower half becomes pure white, while the head turns orange and has developed small orange spheres around it. This gives it the overall appearance of the sun above a small cloud. Its skin glows and dries and becomes hot to the touch. When it is soaked in rain, it takes on its rainy form. It has a dark gray lower half resembling a storm cloud. The head turns blue and resembles a raindrop. Its body is soft and slippery and seeps with water when compressed. When it is hit by hail, it takes on snowy form. Its head turns purplish blue, and the rest of the body changes into the shape of a mint green cumulus cloud. Its body becomes a smooth ice-like material, partially frozen, measuring temperatures near 23 degrees Fahrenheit, or -5 degrees Celsius. So you got normal form, sunny form, rainy form, and snowy form. Game data, Pokédex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Castform's appearance changes with the weather. This Pokemon gained the ability to use the vast power of nature to protect its tiny body. Sapphire, Castform borrows the power of nature to transform itself into the guises of the sun, rain clouds, and snow clouds. This Pokemon's feelings change with the weather. Emerald, it alters its form depending on the weather. Changes in climate such as the temperature and humidity appear to affect its cellular structure. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it has the ability to change its form into the sun, the rain, or a snow cloud, depending on the weather. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its appearance changes with the weather. Recently, its molecules were found to be just like water. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, this Pokemon can change its cells, taking different forms based on the temperature and humidity. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2, Temperature and weather affect its cellular structure, so this Pokemon changes form according to the weather. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Castform and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Castform and Pokemon are now the correct casing. And Snow Clouds is one word with a hyphen. In Gen 7, for normal form, Sun. It changes its form depending on the weather. Changes in the temperature or humidity appear to affect its cellular structure. Moon. Its form changes on its own due to its cells' sensitive reactions to temperature and humidity. Ultra Sun. Although its form changes with the weather, that is apparently the result of a chemical reaction and not the result of its own free will. Ultra Moon. Its form changes depending on the weather. The rougher conditions get the rougher Castform's disposition. For the sunny form, Sun. This is the form Castform takes on the brightest of days. Its skin is unexpectedly hot to the touch, so approach with care. Moon. This is Castform's form when basking in fair weather. Its body is warm and toasty. Ultra Sun. This is the form Castform takes on bright days. In an experiment where Castform was placed in front of a heater, it didn't change to this form. Ultra Moon. Castform changes to this form when it basks in bright sunlight. When you touch its glowing skin, it feels all dried out. Rainy form, Sun. This is the form Castform takes when soaked with rain. When its body is compressed, water will seep out as if from a sponge. Moon. This is Castform's form during a downpour of rain. Its body retains moisture and gets slippery. Ultra Sun. Castform changes this form when rain hits it. Its body is soft and slightly swollen with water. Ultra Moon. This is Castform's form when pelted by rain. In an experiment where it was placed in a shower, this Pokemon didn't change to this form. Snowy form, Sun. This is the form Castform takes when covered in snow. Its body becomes an ice-like material with a temperature near 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Moon. This is Castform's form when caught in a hailstorm. Its cold skin is as smooth as ice. Ultra Sun. This is the form Castform takes when hit by hail. In an experiment where it was placed in a freezer, it didn't change to this form. Ultra Moon. This is Castform's form when caught in a hailstorm. Its whole body is chilled, and its skin is partially frozen. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Castform in the Alola Pokedex. Sunny Castform in the Alola Pokedex. Rainy Castform in the Alola Pokedex. And Snowy Castform in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black 2, White 2, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Boon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. You get the Mystic Water 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, they're all 70 for a total of 420. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness will compare its normal form, sunny form, rainy form, and snowy form. So, normal form is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Where sunny form is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Rainy form is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Snowy form is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, water, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Normal is weak to fighting for double. Sunny form is weak to ground, rock, and water for double. Rainy form is weak to grass and electric for double. Snowy form is weak to fighting, rock, steel, and fire for double. Normal is immune to ghost. Sunny, rainy, and snowy are immune to nothing. Normal is resistant to nothing. Sunny form is resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy, all for half. Rainy form is resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. And snowy form is resistant to ice for half. In the normal box here, notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Tackle. 10, Water Gun. Ember and Powder Snow. 15, Headbutt. 20, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Hail. 25, Weather Ball, 35, Hydro Pump, Fire Blast, and Blizzard, 45, Hurricane. By TM, TM03, Water Pulse, 7, Hail, 10, Workup, 11, Sunny Day, 13, Ice Beam, 14, Blizzard, 17, Protect, 18, Rain Dance, 22, Solar Beam, 24, Thunderbolt, 25, Thunder, 30, Shadow Ball, 32, Double Team, 34, Shockwave, 35, Flame Thrower, 37, Sandstorm, 38, Fire Blast, 42, Facade, 44, Rest, 45, Attract, 46, Thief, 49, Scald, 53, Energy Ball, 58, Endure, 70, Flash, 72, Avalanche, 73, Thunderwave, 77, Psych Up, 82, Sleep Talk, 87, Swagger, and 90, Substitute. By breeding, Amnesia from this group. This group gives you Clear Smog. This group gives you Cosmic Power. This group gives you Disable. This group gives you Future Sight. Mawile gives you Guard Swamp from Chain Breeding. This group gives you Hex. And Gengar gives you Reflect type. By tutoring is nothing. Side game data for normal form. You got all this. Okay. For sunny form, you got all this. For rainy form, you got all this. For snowy form, you got all this. Form data. Castform has 4 interchangeable forms, which it switches between based on the weather in battles and contests, due to its ability Forecast. Each of its forms has a different type to match the weather. Castform was the first Pokemon to have interchangeable forms. By default, Castform is in its normal form and is normal type. It is always in this form outside of battles and contests. It begins battles in this form and reverts to this form if withdrawn. It has this form in any weather that does not trigger another form, or if the weather has its effects negated by an active ability. In harsh sunlight, Forecast changes Castform into its sunny form, which is fire type. In rain, Forecast changes Castform into its rainy form, which is water type. In Hail, Forecast changes Castform into its snowy form, which is Ice type. In Gens 3 and 4, if Forecast is suppressed or replaced, Castform will remain its current form regardless of the weather. From Gen 5 onward, if Forecast is suppressed or replaced, Castform will revert to its normal form regardless of the weather. Castform's Weather Ball will usually receive Stab in any of its forms, except in a sandstorm under Shadow Sky, or if it loses Forecast. Castform's forms cannot be viewed in the Forms section of the Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum Pokedex, nor do they appear on the field in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. All of Castform's forms will appear in the Forms section of the Heart Gold and Soul Silver Pokedex upon obtaining one, even if it never transformed. Prior to Gen 8, unlike most Pokemon with form differences, Castform's alternate forms had no shiny variations of their own, so only the normal form of a shiny Castform would look different. Its shiny forms were first seen in Pokemon Home. They first became directly obtainable in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, though they were also released in Pokemon Go starting March 24th, 2021. Clear weather is normal Castform. Harsh sunlight is sunny form Castform. Rain is rainy form Castform. Hail is snowy form Castform. Evolution data, just Castform. Sprites here, so you've got all of the different weather forms. It's pretty cool. A lot less obvious with the bumps there. Still a little bit weird. Kind of cute. I mean, it's still kind of cute, but a little different. So shiny, ooh. So there's just a shiny normal, but yeah, I guess these guys didn't get shiny forms yet. Yes, that's interesting. It makes it yellow and kind of more purple. Then we got this. It makes them a lot bigger for some reason. With the bumps. Sure, weirdly also on its back sprite? Weird. Yeah, then we got these, and I didn't really notice the other back sprites, so these are a little bit different. I don't know, maybe they're just more zoomed in, I guess. It's probably slightly different between the two, and then got that one, of course. There's like a little white slide. That's probably like maybe the lighting, supposed to be the lighting or something. Then Gen 7, you got the full back sprites. That's kind of fun. Yeah. Then Gen 6, you get the models here. Pretty good adaptations. Probably a bit easier to do. That's pretty cool. Oh, is it supposed to be encased in ice? I never got that. Is the snowy form supposed to be encased in the ice? It's not really obvious in the 2D sprites. It's a lot more obvious in... Oh, Gen 6. Oh, that makes sense. That makes way more sense, actually. This is all supposed to be an encasing rather than... I guess because these are also encasings, too, but I don't know. It's just not very clear when it's in the 2D. Well, that one is a little bit more clear, but before that, it's a... I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Now that I know what it's supposed to look like, it becomes more obvious. But yeah, so these don't really change that much. Homes, you got these, and then we finally get the shiny home. So okay, so we got sort of pink ball instead, and this is also pink like this one's is. That's fun. Green and green ball and a green eye things, and sort of a gray cloud. That's fun, or darker gray, I guess, or bluer gray. I don't know. And then you got sort of yellow and blue. That's interesting for this one. Okay. In animation, A normal cast form in Pokemon the series Sun and Moon. Got all these. Sunny form cast form, rainy form cast form, and snowy form cast form. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Castform, the weather Pokemon. Castform is able to transform its appearance depending on the weather. It uses the power of nature to transform in order to protect its small body.
In Sun and Moon, episode 35 in the Rotom Pokedex. Castform, the weather Pokemon, a normal type. Castform has learned to use the power of nature to protect its small body. Pokemon Generations, Castform in Pokemon Generations, in the manga. A normal Castform in Pokemon Adventures. A sunny form Castform in Pokemon Adventures. A rainy form Castform in Pokemon Adventures. A snowy form Castform in Pokemon Adventures. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 189. This Pokemon changes its form according to the weather. It has learned to protect its small body using the powers of the nature. This is Chiang Yi's translation. Pokemon Ruby Sapphire, so a normal cast form in Pokemon Ruby Sapphire. Sunny form cast form in Pokemon Ruby Sapphire. Rainy form cast form in Pokemon Ruby Sapphire. A snowy form cast form in Pokemon Ruby Sapphire. In the TCG, other appearances, Castform was featured as one of the Pokemon released from a Pokeball in the demo of Super Smash Bros. Brawl that appeared at Jump Festa. Trivia, Castform is the lightest normal-type Pokemon. In Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness and Sky, Castform has a body size of 4 despite it being a body size 1 in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team, and having the same in-game sprite in Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. This is due to all 4 forms of Castform sprite being loaded into the game's memory at once, meaning that it is the equivalent of 4 Pokemon with a body size of 1 each in terms of memory. Before Gen 7, Castform's normal form was classified by Pokedex color sorting as white. Castform is the only normal-type Pokemon in the Amorphous Egg group. Sunny form Castform is tied with Heat Rotom, Litwick, and Scorbunny for the shortest Fire-type Pokemon. Snowy form Castform is tied with Frost Rotom and Snom for the shortest Ice-type Pokemon. Origin Castform resembles a living cloud and acts like weather in general, but it might also be based on a weather balloon. It is similar in both concept and design to a Taru Bozu, a Japanese charm doll used to wish for good weather. Its forms and their types may have originated from the English saying rain, hail, or shine. Its shape of a large sphere with 2 smaller orbs resembles an H2O molecule, matching how it is said to be composed of molecules similar to water. Conceptually, Castform may also draw inspiration from or be intended to contrast with the weather rock concept. These are stones jokingly hung up as a low-tech way to tell the weather. They are intended to parody the poor forecasting of more complicated modern instruments. Given Castform's artificial origins and designed to predict weather, but failure to transform until after the weather is already present, may be comparable to the opposite extreme of a weather rock. The sunny form looks like the sun on a cloud. The rainy form resembles a droplet of rain on a dark cloud, and the snowy form looks like a gust of wind or an ice cream cone. Name origin, Castform may be a combination of forecast, the prediction of weather, and transform or form, referring to its ability to change form depending on the weather. Powalin may be a combination of Powan, onomatopoeia of a sudden transformation, similar to poof in English, and Kawaru, to change or transform. In other languages, you got all these different things that have different language with the different forms. That's fun. Related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Castform's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 357, Unfair Weather Friends. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are walking on this path here when they've experienced a bunch of weather in quick succession. And there's Castform in the icy form.
Who's that Pokemon?
Castform, the weather Pokemon. Castform is able to transform its appearance depending on the weather. It uses the power of nature to transform in order to protect its small body.
Castform! I think it wants us to follow it.
Wait, who knows where Castform's going? We could get lost.
Anywhere is better than staying out here.
You're right, we'll freeze!
Yeah, okay. Lead the way, Castform.
Castform!
that is Castform's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Castform. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Castform Doodles by Epifx. So you've got this cute, stylized Castform here, and these different, all its different types, forms. So you got the regular, normal Castform, the rainy Castform, sunny Castform, and snowy Castform. Yes, all very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Tropius before I can get Castform. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kecleon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Kecleon. Its previous PYC dates are February 12th, 1997, December 4th, 1999, September 4th, 2002, July 15th, 2005, May 5th, 2008, February 24th, 2011, December 15th, 2013, October 5th, 2016, July 27th, 2019, and May 17th, 2022. This is another Pokemon that I've wanted to talk about since I started this series, but not because of a positive or funny memory, but because I most remember Kecleon as in-dungeon merchants in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. I remember hating them because they would always accuse me of stealing, even though I just didn't have the money, and would start attacking the player Pokemon, Cyndaquil in this case. Although I do also remember the ones at the Kecleon shop being much nicer. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Kecleon, the color swap Pokemon whose number is 0352. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, color change. Protean is its hidden ability in Gen 6+. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 200, or 36.6%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'3", or 1 meter. Weight is 48.5 pounds, or 22 kilograms. Base experience yield is 132 in Gen 3 through 4, and 154 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1, and special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Kecleon is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Kecleon, along with Wailmer and Azurill, was one of the first Gen 3 Pokemon revealed on March 7th, 2001. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, invisible wild Kecleon are present in certain locations, sometimes acting as obstacles blocking the path, and can only be revealed and battled through the use of the Devon Scope. Biology, Kecleon is a bipedal reptilian Pokemon that is usually green. On either side of its head are yellow frills, which are connected by lines to its yellow lips and rings around its eyes. There are small ridges on its shoulders and a red zigzag stripe around its midsection. The hands and feet have 3 short digits each, and it has yellow soles. It has a long, skinny tail that is usually curled tightly in a spiral. Kecleon is able to change the colors of its body at will and is known for frequently using this ability to camouflage itself. However, it is unable to change the color of its red stripe. Its color also changes based on its mood and health, darkening in color with better health. By using camouflage to appear almost invisible, it can sneak up on prey and ensnare it with its long, pink tongue. If unnoticed for too long, though, it pouts and may never reveal itself. This Pokemon lives in tropical and temperate forests. Although Kecleon typically appears as green with yellow stripes, it is known to possess various non-shiny colorations. A purplish variant of Kecleon appeared in the Pokemon The Series episode, The Kecleon Caper, as a TCG card, and in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. The purplish Kecleon in the latter also has light green outlines rather than yellow. Blue, red, and brown variants of Kecleon made a singular appearance at the TCG. Whether these variants are an example of it changing color, or if they are different kinds of Kecleon, is unclear. Kecleon is the only known Pokemon that can have color change as an ability. In Gen 8, this was also true for Protean. In an invisible Kecleon, Kecleon's prehensile tail and tongue See that there? Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Kecleon has the first bonus field on the Ruby field. It will turn invisible, though a Davinscope can be knocked out of the tree to make it visible for a short time. Kecleon must be knocked over, then hit with the ball 10 times in 2 minutes to win the round. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series, 2 Kecleon, an older green Kecleon, and a younger purple Kecleon run Kecleon Shop, a shop in the game's town settlement. Kecleon may also run shops in dungeons. They are normally courteous, but shoplifting will result in multiple high-level wild Kecleon appearing to attack the player. From the WiiWare games and up to Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, only the green Kecleon is running the shop. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Kecleon is capable of changing its body colors at will to blend in with its surroundings. There is one exception. This Pokemon can't change the zigzag pattern on its belly. Sapphire. Kecleon alters its body coloration to blend in with its surroundings, allowing it to sneak up on its prey unnoticed. Then it lashes out with its long, stretchy tongue to instantly ensnare the unsuspecting target. Emerald, a Pokemon that has the ability to alter its body colors to match its surroundings. A Kecleon reverts to its original colors if it is startled. Fire Red, Leaf Green, it changes body color to blend in with its surroundings. It also changes color if it is happy or sad. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it can freely change its body color. The zigzag pattern on its belly doesn't change, however. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It changes its shading to match its surroundings, so it can sneak up on prey. Only its belly patterns stay fixed. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Kecleon and Pokemon are now the correct casing, and the short dash is now the long dash. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Kecleon is now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, it changes its hue to blend into its surroundings. If no one takes notice of it for too long, it will pout and never reveal itself. Ultra Moon, its color changes for concealment, and also when its mood or health changes. The darker the color, the healthier it is. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Kecleon in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black 2, and White 2. It has the Persim Berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 90, defense 70, special attack 60, special defense 120, speed 40 for a total of 440. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1. Due to its abilities, this Pokemon will change its type throughout the battle, thus changing its weaknesses. For instance, if hit by with color change, or after using with Protean, a fighting-type move, it will become more vulnerable to a psychic-type attack and more resistant to a dark-type attack if either is used next. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Thief, Tail Whip, Astonish, Lick, and Scratch. 4. Bind. 7. Shadow Sneak. 10. Feint. 13. Fury Swipes. 16. Disable. 18. Psybeam. 21. Ancient Power. 25. Slash. 30. Detect. 33. Shadow Claw. 38. Screech. 42. Substitute. 46. Sucker Punch. And 50. Foul Play. By TM, TM01 Focus Punch. 3. Water Pulse. 10. Workup. 11. Sunny Day. 13. Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 22 Solar Beam, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 28 Dig, 30 Shadow Ball, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 35 Flamethrower, 38 Fire Blast, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 48 Skill Swap, 56 Fling, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 60 Drain Punch, 63 Nasty Plot, 65 Shadow Claw, 67 Recycle, 70 Flash, 73 Thunder Wave, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 86 Grass Knot, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 92 Trick Room, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Fake Out, this group gives you Foul Play, this group gives you Magic Coat, this group gives you Power Up Punch, this group gives you Recover, and Smeargle gives you Trick. Nothing by tutoring, TCG only moves, Quick Attack on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Kecleon keeps an eye on things while hiding by blending in with the surroundings. Got all this. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, in the Pokepark pad entry. He hides and watches over all Pokemon. He surprisingly knows details about everything. All this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Kecleon can change their skin color to blend in with their surroundings and hide. They live all over the forest. Did you spot them all? Evolution data. It's just Kecleon. Sprites here, so a bit more darker green. More clear, more red than that sort of reddish pink color, I guess. And really the difference, I guess it's a blue stripe instead of, interesting. And then I think this is also a darker yellow. Might also be generally darker, slightly darker colors. Yep, and then Gen 4. Not really much changes. Yeah, I don't know. I think mostly the Vax sprite, like the spikes might change a little bit, I think. This is more obviously different, I think. It's a darker blue. Yeah, Gen 5, you get the full Vax sprites. The sort of pinkish red color, I guess. Yeah. Then you get the models, sort of the modern colors here. Pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Homes, you got that. In animation, Kecleon and Pokemon Journeys the series. Purple Kecleon and Pokemon the series, Gold and Silver. Got all this. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 271 in Ash's Pokedex. Kecleon, the color swap Pokemon. Kecleon is able to blend into its surroundings by changing the color of its body. In Journeys, episode 78 in the Go's Rotom-Phone. Kecleon, the color swap Pokemon. A normal type, Kecleon can change the color of its body at will, but the zigzag pattern on its stomach stays the same. In the manga, Kecleon and Pokemon Adventures. In color, that's fun. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, chapter 187. This Pokemon can change the colors of its body and blend into its surroundings, but it cannot change the zigzag pattern on its stomach. This is Chiang-Yi's translation. Kecleon is capable of changing its body colors at will to blend in with its surroundings. There is one exception. This Pokemon can't change the zigzag pattern on its belly. This is Viz Media's version. Got all this, the TCG. Trivia, Kecleon is the first Pokemon in the anime series to officially demonstrate an ability. Kecleon is the hardest Pokemon to recruit in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team, with a base recruit rate of negative 33.9%. It can only be recruited if the player is level 90 or higher, and if they are holding a friend bow. Even after all this, Kecleon's recruit rate is only 0.1%. Requirements changed in Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness, and Explorers of Sky. The player must instead be at level 99 while holding a golden mask with the Fast Friend IQ skill. These requirements come in conjunction with its base recruit rate decreasing to minus 49.5%. The internal files for Pokemon Coliseum lists Kecleon as being meant to be a Shadow Pokemon multiple times. Kecleon is the last Gen 3 Pokemon to debut in Pokemon Go, nearly 4 years after the last time a Gen 3 Pokemon debuted in Go Speedform Deoxys on June 28, 2019. Due to an oversight caused by replacing Kecleon data by Meltan around September 22nd, 2018, Kecleon became gender unknown and used Meltan's cry, although the latter issue was quickly fixed. In an official trailer showcasing Kecleon's debut, Kecleon uses Meltan's cry, even though the trailer does not use actual game footage. Origin, Kecleon appears to be based on a chameleon, in particular, the Veiled Chameleon. Name origin, Kecleon and Kakorion may be a combination of Kakoriru, to hide, to conceal oneself, and chameleon. And other languages, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Kecleon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 205, quite fittingly, the Kecleon Caper. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, have entered a dirigible as the pilot has asked for the help of a Pokemon doctor, and Brock, being a Pokemon breeder, has agreed to help. Yes, and so he's about to meet the owners of their Kecleon. They're the Kecleon Stripes. That's how you know the Kecleon are in the scene, when they're invisible or when they're camouflaged.
And this is my sister Alexa, and we're very glad you're here.
Me too.
That is Kecleon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Kecleon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Smile, Kecleon by Foxeef. So we've got a regular Kecleon here, and a purple Kecleon in this tree here. It's a very cute image, very well done painting. Yes, very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Trapinch Cacnea, Baltoy Whalmer, Corphish, Barboach, and Carvana, get the root and claw fossils, revive Lileep from the root fossil and Anorith from the claw fossil, and evolve Trapinch all the way to Flygon, Cacnea into Cacturn, Baltoy into Claydol, Whalmer into Wailord, Corphish into Crawdaunt, Barboach into Whiscash, Carvana into Sharpedo, Lileep into Cradily, and Anorith into Armaldo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Shuppet. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Shuppet, the first pure Ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are February 13th, 1997, December 5th, 1999, September 25th, 2002, July 16th, 2005, May 6th, 2008, February 25th, 2011, December 16th, 2013, October 6th, 2016, July 28th, 2019, and May 18th, 2022. I love the gimmick of Shuppet and its evolution, Banette. I think a living puppet / marionette is a clever and certainly scary concept, even though I think Shuppet looks more cute than scary. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shuppet, the puppet Pokemon, whose number is 0 through 153. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost, abilities, Insomnia, or Frisk in Gen 4+. Cursed Bodies, its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 225, or 39.9%. Breeding is egg group amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2 foot, or 0.6 meters. Weight is 5.1 pounds, or 2.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 97 in Gen 3 through 4, and 59 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1. In attack, shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. I'm not sure I agree with black. I mean, I know the big part here is black, I guess, and then obviously the small details, but that's more like a dark blue, maybe a gray. Definitely not black. Shuppet is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Banette starting at level 37. Biology, Shuppet is a spherical, levitating Pokemon that appears to be covered by a gray cloth. Black rings surround its multicolored eyes, which have light blue sclera, dark blue irises, and yellow pupils. Occasionally, it will display a large pink tongue. Extending from the top of its head is a long pointed horn. The horn collects the negative emotions of people on which this Pokemon feeds. The emotions it feeds on include anger, jealousy, resentment, and malice, so some people are grateful for its presence. This also helps Shuppet become slowly stronger. A nocturnal Pokemon, Shuppet will appear in swarms beneath the eaves of houses with negative people. As such, there exists a proverb that says, "Shun the house where Shuppet gather in the growing dusk." It is most commonly found in cities and other urban settings, and will retreat to the nest in which it lives when the sun rises. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, a Shuppet sleeping near the sleeping person will eat up their dark feelings. As a result, the person will wake up in the morning with their mood improved. Shuppet sticking its tongue out, you see it there, next to a Duskull. Shuppet absorbing negative emotions from Max. That's Max. Evolution. Shuppet evolves into Banette. So Shuppet, Banette. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon, Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Shuppet and Murkrow are the members of Team Ebony. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Shuppet is attracted by feelings of jealousy and vindictiveness. If someone develops strong feelings of vengeance, this Pokemon will appear in a swarm and line up beneath the eaves of that person's home. Sapphire. Shuppet grows by feeding on dark emotions, such as vengefulness and envy in the hearts of people. It roams through cities in search of grudges that taint people. Emerald. This Pokemon roams about deep in the night seeking such negative emotions as grudges and envy. It retreats to its nest when the sun begins to rise. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It loves to feed on feelings like envy and malice. Its upright horn catches the emotions of people. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl and Platinum. It loves vengeful emotions and hangs in rows under the eaves of houses where vengeful people live. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It uses its horn to feed on envy and malice, or so it's said. It's very active at night. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond Pearl and Platinum. Black 2 and White 2. It feeds on the dark emotions of sadness and hatred, which make it grow steadily stronger. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver Sentry. Y is Diamond Pearl Platinum, Black and White Sentry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Shuppet and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Shuppet is now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun. It eats up emotions like malice, jealousy, and resentment, so some people are grateful for its presence. Ultra Moon. There's a proverb that says, shun the house where Shuppet gather in the growing dusk. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. They love vengeful emotions and hang in rows under the eaves of houses where vengeful people live. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red and Leaf Green Sentry. Violet is Black 2 and White 2 Sentry. Got Shuppet in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Shuppet in the Paltea Pokedex. This is one that gets tongue out. It's cute. And all kind of in a row here under this, near this building. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon. It has the spell tag 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 44, attack 75, defense 35, special attack 63, special defense 33, speed 45 for a total of 295. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by flying, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to ghost and dark for double, immune to normal and fighting, resistant to poison and bug for half. Notes, if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1, so they would both go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, 1 Astonish, 4 Screech, 7 Nightshade, 10 Spite, 16 Will-O-Wisp, 19 Shadow Sneak, 22 Hex, 26 Curse, 30 Shadow Ball, 34 Roleplay, 38 Sucker Punch, 42 Trick, and 48 Phantom Force. By TM, TM006 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 21 Pounce, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 34 Icy Wind, 42 Nightshade, 47 Doer, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 62 Foul Play, 70 Sleep Talk, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metrodome, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 98 Skill Swap, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 151 Phantom Force, 161 Trick Room, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 198 Poltergeist, 199 Lash Out, 202 Pain Split, 203 Suck Up, 219 Skitter Smack, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Confuse Ray, this group gives you Destiny Bond, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Gunk Shot, and this group gives you Imprison. TCG only moves, Hypnosis on this card, and Tackle on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmia, the browser entry. It spits cursed orbs to attack. Got all this. Pokemon Sleep. This Pokemon grows by eating dark emotions, such as envy and malice. If you wake up in the morning with your mood improved, it could be that a Shuppet sleeping nearby ate up your dark feelings. Floaty, flopped sleep, floaty nodding sleep, and upside down sleep. Evolution data, Shuppet, level 37. Banette. Sprites, here's some more gray. Yeah, rather than the sort of bluish gray. Then we got a proper, like, kind of blue, a little bit of green in there. Yeah. The eyes, the middle section's green rather than purple. That's interesting. Huh. And the gray actually makes a lot more sense for Banette, because, yeah, it makes more sense for it to go from gray to gray rather than sort of this blue to gray. And Gen 4 kind of takes on that more dark blue appearance, and it gains the blue thing. And the eyes get a lot bigger. Although that could just be it squinting, I guess. It's kind of hard to tell. And then it's kind of blue. It's slightly different. Yeah. Then Gen 5, a little bit darker colors. Yeah, not much changes, though. I get to see the tongue! And the back, full back sprites as well. Gen 6, the models. Not really much changes. I mean, it's a pretty good adaptation. A little bit weird since it's kind of supposed to be cloth. Yeah. In Gen 7, you got this. Not much changes. Homes, you got these. In animation, Shuppet and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 81, in James's Cards. Shuppet, the puppet Pokemon. It supposedly grows by absorbing human anger and various other attitudes. In the manga, Shuppet in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG trivia, Shuppet can be seen as a parallel to Duskull. Both are Gen 3 Ghost-type Pokemon. Both evolve into their evolved form, starting at level 37. Both also have the same base stat total. In Gens 5 and 6, Shuppet can learn Gunk Shot via breeding, but not via Move Tutor. Origin, Shuppet appears to be based on a Teru Bozu, a Japanese paper doll resembling a ghost. It also resembles a hand puppet. It also appears similar to common depictions of ghosts, specifically those that resemble floating cloths with faces. Name origin, Shuppet may be a combination of shadow, or sheet, and puppet, or a contraction of shadow puppet. Kage Bozu may be a combination of Kage, shadow, or Kageboshi, silhouette, and Teru Bozu. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Shuppet's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion. Today we are watching episode 355, quite fittingly, Take This House and Shuppet. In this episode, Team Rocket, the main team consisting of Jesse, James, and you can kind of see Meowth's claw here, have been thwarted from their latest evil plan and have landed in front of this mansion. But they are fighting amongst themselves. Right now they have frizzy hair due to the plan, I guess, that they just conducted. We didn't get to see that, and this is at the kind of towards the beginning of the episode. Yes.
Don't make me laugh.
There's the Shuppet. Jesse. James. Yeah. That is Shuppet's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Shuppet. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shuppet. So this is Haunted Town by Hachel. So we got a bunch of these ghost Pokemon in this town here. So we've got a couple Shuppet, one here, kind of looking at the Sableye, I'm assuming selling gems. And then we've got the Shuppet here, kind of looking at this Aegislash here. Gengar, sort of chatting up this Miss Magius here. Got a bunch of Drifloon around this Litwick that has a candle shop. We've got Lampent selling a bunch of lamps, of course. We got the sort of Gen 1 ghost. I guess technically it would be the ghost of Cubone's mother. But yeah, that's very fun there. It's coming out of the inn. Yeah, very well done. Have you ever wondered? By Fantasy Freak Fangirl. So we got this Banette looking under Miss Magius' dress here, and Miss Drevis and Shuppet are like embarrassed. So is Miss Magius. And we've got Oh My Ghosts by Kecleon. So we got these 5 ghost type Pokemon, very cute, very stylized. So we got the Shuppet here. We got Drifloon. Spiritomb, Gengar, and Pumpkaboo. Very well done art. Then we got Pokemon Shuppet by All0412. So, got this nice Shuppet image here, kind of floating around. It looks like it's made on a porch or something. It's very well done. And this doesn't contain a Shuppet, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. I'll be trying to catch a Whalmer, Corphish, Barboach, and Carvana. Get the Claw Fossil, revive Anorith from the Claw Fossil, and evolve Vibrava into Flygon, Baltoy into Claydol, Whalmer into Wailord, Corphish into Crawdaunt, Barboach into Whiscash, Carvana into Sharpedo, Lileep into Cradily, and Anorith into Armaldo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Banette. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Banette. The first pure ghost type evolution introduced in Gen 3 being the evolution of Shuppet, who evolved at level 37. Mega Banette is the lightest Mega evolution. Its previous PYC dates are February 14th, 1997, December 6th, 1999, September 26, 2002, July 17, 2005, May 7, 2008, February 26, 2011, December 17, 2013, October 7, 2016, July 29, 2019, and May 19, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, I love the gimmick of Banette and Shuppet. I think the living puppet / marionette is a clever and certainly scary concept, with Banette's doll origins being especially unsettling. Even though, like Claydol, it being an object come to life doesn't make much sense, given that it's an evolution. I think Mega Banette only adds to Banette's creepiness. I love that, at least in the official image, they focus more on the marionette part of it, rather than it being just a cursed doll. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Banette, the marionette Pokemon whose number is 0354. This is Banette, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Banette, this is what it looks like. Type is Ghost. Abilities, Insomnia or Frisk in Gen 4+, as Banette. Cursed Body is its ability. Prankster is Mega Banette's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group Amorphous. Hatch time 25 cycles. As Banette, it's 3'7" or 1.1 meter. And 27.6 pounds, or 12.5 kilograms. As Mega Banette, it's 3'11", or 1.2 meters, and 28.7 pounds, or 13 kilograms. Megastone is Banette type. Base experience yield is 179 in Gen 3 through 4, and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2, and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is black. Base front trip is 35. I'm not sure I entirely agree with black. I mean, the pupils, I guess, are black, and Mega Banette's more black than this one is. It's definitely a dark gray. I don't know, I think it would be more fitting to be gray rather than black. Banette is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Shuppet starting at level 37. Banette can Mega Evolve into Mega Banette using the Banette type. Biology: Banette is a dark gray doll-like Pokemon that is possessed by pure hatred. It has 3 short spikes on its head and a long, zigzagging ribbon trailing off the back of its head. A zipper acts as its mouth, and it has purplish-pink eyes with slit pupils. Its long, flat arms have 3 fingered hands, while its legs are short and stubby. It has a yellow brush-like tail. Being driven to life by a powerful grudge, it keeps its life force safely in its body by the means of its zipped-up mouth. If unzipped, it would lose its energy. It lays curses on others by using its body as a voodoo doll, and sticking pins into itself. It lives in garbage dumps and dark alleys, where it searches for the person that threw it away before it became a Pokemon. It is said that treating it with enough care will satisfy its grudge, and it will turn back into a stuffed toy. As mentioned in the sleep-style decks, Banette apparently laughs happily while sleeping. So you got a doll turning into Banette here. Aww. It is believed that a sleeping Banette is remembering a time where it was loved and cared for. Forms: Banette can Mega Evolve into Mega Banette. As Mega Banette, this Pokemon gains several additional zippers, one running diagonally across its face, one on each hand, and another on its body. The first zipper runs from its left eye to the tip of its central spike. The other 3 are all unzipped, revealing parts of Mega Banette's cursed purple body. Its 3 long purple fingers and body revealing 2 pointed purple legs are visible. Its zigzagging ribbon becomes somewhat erect and now has 2 zipper rings around it and a short zipper on the tip. It gains 4 further spikes, 1 on the top and bottom of each hand and 1 on each hip. However, it loses its brush-like tail. When it Mega Evolves, it is filled with so much power and vindictiveness, it cannot help cursing its trainer. Mega Banette. Evolution: Banette evolves from Shuppet, so Shuppet, Banette. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Judge, Explorers of Sky. In the special episode Igglybuff the Prodigy, Banette and his friend Skorupi were local bullies who became friends with Igglybuff after he gave them the gummies they demanded. The next day, all 3 of them went to explore the murky forest. Pokédex entries in Gen 3 of Ruby. Banette generates energy for laying strong curses by sticking pins into its own body. This Pokemon was originally a pitiful plush doll that was thrown away. Sapphire. A cursed energy permeated with the stuffing of a discarded and forgotten plush doll, giving it new life as Banette. The Pokemon's energy would escape if it were ever to open its mouth. Emerald, an abandoned plush doll, became this Pokemon. They are said to live in garbage dumps and wander about in search of the children that threw them away. Fire Red, Leaf Green. Strong feelings of hatred turned a puppet into a Pokemon. If it opens its mouth, its cursed energy escapes. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, a doll that became a Pokemon over its grudge from being junked. It seeks the child that disowned it. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This Pokemon developed from an abandoned doll that amassed a grudge. It is seen in dark alleys. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. A doll that became a Pokemon over its grudge of being thrown away. It seeks the child who disowned it. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires. But Banette and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, for regular Banette, Ultra Sun. It's a stuffed toy that was thrown away and became possessed, ever searching for the one who threw it away, so it can exact its revenge. Ultra Moon. Resentment at being cast off made it spring into being. Some say that treating it well will satisfy it, and it will once more become a stuffed toy. For Mega Banette, Ultra Sun. Extraordinary energy amplifies its cursing power to such an extent that it can't help but curse its own trainer. Ultra Moon. Mega Evolution increases its vindictiveness, and the cursing power that was held back by its zipper comes spilling out. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. A doll bore a grudge over being junked, and it became a Pokemon. It seeks the child that disowned it. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Y's entry. Banette in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Mega Banette in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Banette in the Paldea Pokedex. That's kind of outside of the school. I think this is like the main school in the game. Interesting. Game locations, side game locations, Pokemon Global Link promotions. It's usually it's events, so it's, I don't know. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. It has the spell tag 5% of the time. In Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, it has the spell tag 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has the spell tag 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Banette and Mega Banette. So HP 64, that stays the same. Attack 115, that goes up to 165. Special Defense 65, that goes up to 75. Special Attack 83, that goes up to 93. Special Defense 63, that goes up to 83. Speed 65, that goes up to 75. So this one has a total of 455, and this one has a total of 555. Pokeathlon stats. Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Ghost and Dark for double, immune to normal and fighting, resistant to Poison and Bug for half. Notes if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent. The opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. So they would both go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this upon evolution here, and then go down to 40. So upon evolution, it gets knockoff, 40 Sucker Punch, 46 Trick, and 53 Phantom Force. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By a prior evolution, Shuppet gives you Astonish. It's a physical, ghost-type move. Its power is 30. Accuracy is 100%, and PB has 15. TCG only moves. Safeguard on this card. Side game data for Banette. You got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmi in the browser entry. While protecting itself with ghostly fire, it attacks with eerie orbs. You got all this. In Pokemon Sleep, a Pokemon born of a grudge that took up residence in an abandoned stuffed toy sometimes appears to laugh happily while it sleeps. Perhaps it's remembering a time when it was loved and cared for. Neck twisting sleep, arm swinging sleep, big laugh sleep, and a top belly sleep. So Mega Banette, you got that. Form data, Mega Evolution, Banette, Banette Tight, Mega Banette, Evolution data, Shuppet, level 37, Banette, Sprites. Oh, kind of more purpley, kind of like this color more, that's interesting. This keeps sort of the blue. Oh, the shiny looks like Mischievous, which is clever because they're both ghost Pokemon. That's fun. Kind of has red eyes at this point, so the sort of the reddish pink eyes. You get the tail, which I don't really ever notice that much. I guess it looks different in the official art than in the game sprite here. Interesting. It's like more orange. All of this is more orange than yellow. Gen 4 makes them sort of more gold rather than orange. Kind of adds the pink, can become more purple. Interesting. I guess maybe the purple is supposed to be reminiscent of Miss Magius, Mischievous's evolution, which was introduced in this generation. And Gen 5, we get the proper gray now. The full back sprites. That's interesting. It looks, yeah, that's interesting. Little tail thing. Gen 6, got the models. Pretty good adaptation. Got more of the pink eyes now. That's pretty good. Kind of got the black now for properly for Mega Banette, and the purple. That's interesting. Purple eyes. Yep. And then this becomes sort of more of a darker blue. And this is darker color, of course, darker shade of that, and kind of looks mischievous colors. And Gen 7, not really much changes. Homes, got these. Yep. In animation, Banette in Pokemon Journeys the Series. Mega Banette in Pokemon the Series XY. Pokedex entries in Journeys, episode 144, in Ash's Rome Pokedex. Banette, the marionette Pokemon. A ghost type, Banette is an abandoned plush doll, whose lingering grudge caused it to become a Pokemon. In the manga, Banette in Pokemon Adventures, and Mega Banette in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, Trivia, Mega Banette has the highest base attack stat of all ghost-type Pokemon. Mega Banette is the lightest Mega Evolution at 13 kilograms, or 28.7 pounds. Banette can be seen as a parallel to Dusclops. Both are Gen 3 Ghost-type Pokemon that evolve from their pre-evolved forms. At level 37, both have the same base net total. Wild Banette are exclusive to Pokemon Sapphire, while Wild Dusclops are exclusive to Pokemon Ruby. However, with the introduction of Dusknoir in Gen 4 and Mega Banette in Gen 6, the similarities between the two evolutionary lines have become less notable, as Dusknoir has not received a Mega Evolution and Banette cannot evolve further. Despite Banette's zipper needing to stay closed in order to conserve energy, Banette's Pokemon Amy animation shows it unzipping and opening its mouth in order to smile or eat. In Gens 5 and 6, Banette can learn Gunk Shot via breeding, but not via Move Tutor. Banette was the last Pokemon in the anime series that Ash scanned with a Pokedex. Origin, Banette seems to be based on the idea of a haunted doll, while its Pokedex backstory of an ordinary doll coming to life is similar to the Zukumogami, an idea rooted in Shinto's animism. Its appearance and habit of sticking itself with pins is also a reference to the popular concept of a voodoo doll. The loosely hanging arms are common tropes in Yurei depictions, and its triangular horn resembles the Tenkin headband sometimes worn by Yurei or corpses. Name origin, Banette may be a combination of Bane, cause of trouble, harm, or death, and marionette. Japetta may be a combination of Ju, curse, spell, and puppet. May also refer to Geppetto, a woodcarver who built a puppet that came to life in the story of Pinocchio. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Banette's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 396, Deceit and Assist. In this episode, Ash, Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max, have come to the Slate Port Grand Festival, where May has entered a competition. Right now, Ash and friends are watching Harley, a trainer they met and befriended at this competition, and he's about to send out his Banette. Banette. That is Banette's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Banette. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Banette. So this is Banette by Snugleaf, this sort of stylized version of Banette here, kind of sitting down. It's very interesting. And we've got Banette by Urikins, so this nice image of a Banette here. It's doing a move, or maybe just lighting up an area, I don't know. This is Banette by Piratic Octopus, so this nice Banette image here, very creepy, kind of like the blue glow. This is Pokemon Banette by Mark331, seems to be from 2010. It's this nice image of a Banette here, looking, I don't know, it's like, I don't know where it is, looks like it's on a street corner, I guess, and there's a street lamp, I don't know, very interesting. Then we've got Banette and Mischievous by Lickzaka KM. I think I may have done this one in the Mischievous video. We can do it again though. It's this Mischievous chewing on this Banette's, the thing on its head that trails along. It seems to be probably walking along here, or floating along. Maybe this wall or something. I don't know if that's supposed to be part of the image or not, but very interesting. Then we've got Banette and Litwick by Blue Komodori. So this Banette comforting this Litwick here. Oh, so sad. Very well done piece of art here. Then we've got Ghost type by Ainli. So we got a bunch of Ghost type Pokemon here. I think I may have done this one in one of the Kanto Ghosts, but we can do it again. So we've got the Banette here, Misdreavus, Shuppet, Mismagius, Haunter, Ghastly, Gengar, Drifloon, Drifblim, Lampent, Litwick, Sableye, Gourgeist, Pumpkaboo, Honedge, Duskull, Chandelure, Yamask, and a random Pikachu for some reason. Very creepy, very well done art. Kind of reminds me of Nightmare Before Christmas, kind of that style. We got Pokemon, Banette Halloween by TanTanRG, so this Banette with this little doll here, very interesting, very creepy. And we got Banette Variations by XX Bloodsbane XX. So we got the purebred Banette, then the haunted Duskull, Chime, Chimecho, Banshee, Misdreavus, Stuffed Gulpin, Dark Flush Gengar, Two-Faced Gourgeist, Hollow Phantom, Stinkball Coughing, Royal Jester Frillish, Possessed Spiritomb, Wax Litwick, and Dummy Wobbuffet. It's very well done. I like all these little designs. And yeah, very well done. And we've got Banette by Bedupolker. So this stylized Mega Banette here. All these like stitched hearts. That's kind of fun. Very well done. And we've got 354 Banette by 1084. This cool stylized Banette here. Yeah, I like the pose. It's very well done. Then we got Have You Ever Wondered by Fantasy Freak Fangirl. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So we got this Banette looking under the dress of this Miss Maggie's here, and looks kind of embarrassed. And these two also kind of look like they are embarrassed. And this is XD. Yes. Then we got Banette by Kiri Mori. So you've got this nice kind of profile pic looking Banette here. Very well done. And we've got Banette by Cherub-chan. So this very cool image. It kind of looks like a poster of Banette here. It kind of looks like it's doing some sort of slash or some sort of move. Yeah. And we've got Happy Halloween 2018 by Lushy's art. We got a lot of Pokemon that kind of with Halloween theme. So we got the Banette, Shuppet, the Zubat, Duskull, Ghastly, Gengar, Mimikyu, Umbreon, Pumpkaboo, Litwick, and Sableye here, and then Rip here lies Ash Ketchum. Yeah, so with this little Pokemon, very foreshadowy, considering it was 2018. But yeah, not that the character dies, but that his series would end eventually. It's a very well done image here. Banette redraw by Cowology. This very stylized Banette here. I guess it's a redraw of an image they did. Very creepy looking. This nice glow through the window. That's very interesting. We've got Mega Banette by Metatama. So this Mega Banette here, very kind of cute. It's a little bit creepy. And then we got Banette by Nevadoodle. This nice Banette image here. Very well done. And we got Mega Banette by Zora Moyashi. This nice Mega Banette here with this Banette and the word Banette in the background. And it looks like it's either graffitied the wall or someone had. Like it's just on a graffitied wall. Very well done. And we got Banette by Gongen. So this very creepy Banette here. Yes, very well done. A very burgundy void is a very nice touch to contrast the colors. And we got Banette and Shuppet by Jig 123. We got the Shuppet and the Banette here, and I guess that's supposed to be like the symbol for Mega Evolution in the background, indicating that it can Mega Evolve. Very interesting. It's very well done art. And we got Banette and Haunter by Micro Bihan. So these two ghost Pokemon. I don't know. So I guess it's kind of supposed to be like a kid. Very like nerdy maybe kind of kid here. And then like the party animal or maybe like a new employee or something. Yeah. Very interesting. Then we've got Banette Doodles by Lawliet Oak. Which shows a bunch of Banette Doodles here. Kind of creepy. And then we got one with Shuppet. Very well done. Then we got Banette by Mercury Bird. It's kind of creepy looking Banette, very stylized. Yes. Very well done. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. I'll be trying to catch a Whalmer, Corphish, Barboach, and Carvana, get the Claw Fossil, revive Anorith from the Claw Fossil, and evolve Vibrava into Flygon, Baltoy into Claydol, Whalmer into Wailord, Corphish into Crawdaunt, Barboach into Whiscash, Carvana into Sharpedo, Lileep into Cradily, and Anorith into Armaldo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Duskull. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Duskull. Its previous PYC dates are February 15th, 1997, December 7th, 1999, September 27th, 2002, July 18th, 2005, May 8th, 2008, February 27th, 2011, December 18th, 2013, October 8th, 2016, July 30th, 2019, and May 20th, 2022. I wasn't expecting to have to talk about Duskull in Gen 3, as I most know its final evolution, Dusknoir, who was introduced in Gen 4. So I expected to talk about Duskull then, believing that they were all introduced in the same generation. I think I most know Duskull from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I like Duskull's design. It being a Cyclops is a nice way to tie the evolutionary line together. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Duskull, the Requiem Pokemon, whose number is 0355. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost, abilities Levitate, Frisk is its hidden ability in Gen 6+. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is 8 group Amorphous. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 33.1 pounds or 15 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 97 in Gen 3 through 4 and 59 and 5+. Living race fast. EV yield is 1 in special defense, but I guess it was 2 in Gen 3, and I guess it was also 1 in defense in Gen 3. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is black. Not really. I mean, the inside of its eyes is mostly gray and white. Base friendship is 35. Duskull is a ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Dusclops starting at level 37, which evolves into Dusknoir when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. Biology, Duskull is a Pokemon which appears to be a stylized personification of the Grim Reaper. Its body resembles a black robe with 2 bone-shaped patterns on its back. It has a mask that resembles a skull and a single eye that floats between its eye sockets. So you can see Duskull's hood here, and it does kind of look more black in this art here. Duskull can become invisible, sneaking up on their prey and going through walls. Duskull is primarily a nocturnal Pokemon and has been shown to live in thick forests. Once Duskull chooses a target, it will doggedly pursue the intended victim until the break of dawn. It has been described as enjoying the crying of children, and it is said that this Pokemon will spirit away disobedient children. This is often told to children to make them behave. Duskull's diet consists of the vital energy of the children. All victims of Duskull tend to suffer an intense chill after being drained of their life force. Evolution, Duskull evolves into Dusclops, which evolves into Dusknoir, so Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Duskull is featured in Dusclops' bonus stage. 20 of them must be hit in order to make Dusclops appear. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Duskull runs the bank in Treasure Town. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the same Duskull from Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness returns as a traveling Pokemon. Upon connecting with him, you will also connect the player's team with Red and Blue Rescue Team's Persian. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 in Ruby. Duskull can pass through any wall, no matter how thick it may be. Once this Pokemon chooses a target, it will doggedly pursue the intended victim until the break of dawn. Sapphire. Duskull wanders lost among the deep darkness of midnight. There is an oft-told admonishment given to misbehaving children that this Pokemon will spirit away bad children who earn scoldings from their mothers. Emerald. A glare from its single scarlet eye makes even burly grown-ups freeze in utter fear. It is a nocturnal Pokemon that roams about under the cloak of darkness. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Making itself invisible, silently sneaks up to prey, has the ability to sleep through thick walls. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. It doggedly pursues its prey wherever it goes. However, the chase is abandoned at sunrise. Platinum. It loves the crying of children. It startles bad kids by passing through walls and making them cry. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. If it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away, or so it is said. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Duskull and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is basically Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry, but the double dash has been replaced by the long dash. Shield is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It doggedly pursues the prey wherever the prey goes. However, the chase is abandoned at sunrise. Legends Arceus. I've heard that the children of Hisui all begin to behave once they've been told the story of how this Pokemon roams about before the witching hour to spirit away misbehaving children. In Gen 9 Scarlet, In the dead of night, these Pokemon wander through towns in search of children whose vital energy is Duskull's favorite food. Violet, Duskull's victims suffer an intense chill as the Pokemon siphons their life force away, glaring at them with its bright red eye all the while. Duskull in the Kitakami Pokedex seems to be floating around near this bridge. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. It has the Spell Tag 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It has the Cassia Berry 5% of the time. In the Pokewalker, it has the Reaper Cloth 100% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sword Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It has the Spell Tag 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, it has the Bugwort 35% of the time, and the Reaper Cloth 8% of the time. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 20, Attack 40, Defense 90, Special Attack 30, Special Defense 90, Speed 25, for a total of 295. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Ghost and Dark for double, immune to Normal and Fighting, resistant to Poison and Bug for half. Notes if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, or this Pokemon has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1, so they both would go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Levitate, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up: 1. Astonish and Leer, 4 Disabled, 8 Shadow Sneak, 12 Confuse Ray, 16 Nightshade, 20 Payback, 24 Will-O-Wisp, 28 Mean Look, 32 Hex, 36 Curse, 40 Shadow Ball, and 44 Future Sight. By TM007 Protect, 17 Confuse Ray, 18 Thief, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 34 Icy Wind, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 47 Doer, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 95 Leech Life, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 120 Psychic, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 151 Phantom Force, 161 Trick Room, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 177 Spite, 178 Gravity, 198 Poltergeist, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 217 Future Sight, 219 Skitter Smack, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Memento, and this group gives you Pain Split. TCG only moves: Pound on this card, Tackle on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. While protecting itself with ghostly fire, it attacks with eerie orbs. Guardian Signs. It spits out orbs imbued with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Pokepark Weed, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Look for Duskull to be your guide in the Haunted Zone. He'll help you learn about the Haunted House. He's quite a powerhouse at Dusknor's Speed Slam. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He lived in a certain mansion, but set off to go back to his hometown. He feels the same atmosphere from the back of the warehouse. Got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Senpasuchi crown. It's kind of fun because it's like Day of the Dead. That's the put the flowers on the skull on the Day of the Dead. It's kind of fun to have it as for Duskull. Evolution data: Duskull evolves into Dusclops starting at level 37, which evolves to Dusknoir when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Dusclops evolves into Dusknoir when exposed to a Reaper Cloth. So Duskull, level 37 Dusclops, trade holding a Reaper Cloth, Dusknoir. Sprites here, so a little darker, but still very much gray. Then we got red for the shiny, interesting. Gen 4, a little darker, more like a black color. And then the darker red. Okay. Gen 5, get the full back sprites. Okay. And Gen 6, we're back to sort of that dark gray color and this sort of red color, and models pretty good adaptation. A little bit weird in the tail there, you can kind of see between Gen 5 and 6 here. Gen 7, it looks like it fixed the tail a little bit, although that might just be like the angle that this picture was taken. So that's nice. And Gen 8, Sword and Shield, you got these better models. Well, these models in these games, they're a little more yellow in the skull, that's interesting. Homes, you got these models. Yeah, it becomes kind of more yellow in the skull, and it becomes pink. The eye goes from like this red to this pink. Interesting. That kind of keeps the lighter color, the red eye. Animation, Duskull, and the Pikachu short, Camp Pikachu. Okay, this. In the manga, Duskull in Pokemon Adventures. in the TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the Shuppet video. I read this second point in the Shedinja video. Origin, Duskull may be based on the Grim Reaper or the Boogeyman. The Japanese equivalent of the Boogeyman is called the Namahage. Its shape is similar to a Hitodama, the Japanese representation of a human soul. Duskull could also take an inspiration from animated skeletons due to its skull mask and bone markings on its back. Name origin, Duskull may be a combination of dusk and skull. Yomawaru may be a combination of Yoma, ghost, Waru, bad thing, and Yamawari, night watch. It is also similar to Yamawaro, a hairy, one-eyed spirit that appeared in the illustrated night parade of 100 demons. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Duskull's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Camp Pikachu in the short. Ash Ketchum and his friends, Pokemon being the Pokemon of the Gen 2 era of the anime, are at this campfire here. It's late at night. They've met Wynaut and the Pichu brothers. Pikachu's reunited with them, anyway. Yes. There's Duskull. Okay. And that is Duskull's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Duskull card.
It's the 7th Duskull card design. It was illustrated by Atsuko Nishida. I like the unique angle and the unclear background. It adds to its otherworldly feel. Duskull is a psychic type, as ghost-type Pokemon are often classified as psychic in the TCG. It has 50 HP, it's 2'7", and 33.1 pounds. It has 2 moves, Disable and Nightshade. In the video games, Disable is a normal-type move introduced in Gen 1. It disables one of its opponent's moves. In Gen 1, it randomly chose a move, but starting in Gen 2, it disables the last move used by the opponent. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy. Upon a successful coin flip, the player can choose one of the opponent's Pokemon's moves to disable for the next turn. In the video games, Nightshade is a ghost-type move introduced in Gen 1. It inflicts damage equal to the user's level. On this card, it costs 1 psychic and 1 of any energy, and hits for 20 damage to the opponent Pokemon's active Pokemon, and 10 unmodified damage to one of the opponent's benched Pokemon. Duskull is weak to darkness for plus 10 damage. It's resistant to colorless for minus 20 damage, which mirrors its immunity to normal. It costs 1 of any energy for Duskull to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It doggedly pursues its prey wherever it goes. However, the chase is abandoned at sunrise." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and X. Duskull is level 15. In the video games, it would be 22 levels from evolving into Dusclops.
I don't have a Dusclops card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Celio. Now let's see why other people love Duskull. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Duskull. So this first one is Duskull by Glass Panda. This very nice painting of a Duskull here with a bunch of flames around it, and I really like the colors. It's very well done, like ghostly kind of tail. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Duskull by Chan. So this bunch of sketches of Duskull here in their own style. Yes, I guess on a shiny one that they have. It's or one that they caught, or maybe it says Albert de Jesus. Maybe this is like a commission from that artist. Yeah, it has like their Instagram and stuff, or maybe this is supposed to be the same person. I don't really know. But yes, very well done. Then we got Duskull by LYNS. So, got this Duskull here among a bunch of Litwick of varying candle burns. Yes, I really like it. It's very well done. Then we got Duskull by Jim No Tides. This nice, simple image of a Duskull. Very well done. Then we've got Spooky Friends by M. Garchomp, or Julia Hall. I don't know if it's the same person or not. But yeah, got a bunch of ghost-type Pokemon here. We got the Duskull down here. We got Shuppet, Pumpkaboo, Mimikyu, Litwick, Rotom, Drifloon, Mismagius, Spiritomb, Gengar, Sableye, Jellicent, Yamask here. Very well done. Slightly stylized art here. The background is very creepy looking. It's very well done. This is Duskull by Sailor Clef. This nice simple image of a Duskull here. Slightly stylized. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Duskull, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I simply don't have time. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dusclops. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Dusclops, the evolution of Duskull who evolves at level 37. Dusclops is also the last Ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are February 16th, 1997, December 8th, 1999, September 28th, 2002, July 19th, 2005, May 9th, 2008, February 28th, 2011, December 19th, 2013, October 9th, 2016, July 31st, 2019, and May 21st, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, I wasn't expecting to have to talk about Dusclops in Gen 3, as I'm more familiar with its evolution Dusknoir, which was introduced in Gen 4, so I expected to talk about Dusclops then, believing that the whole evolutionary line was introduced in Gen 4. I think I must know Dusclops from Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. I think the design of Dusclops is interesting. It feels more like a Legend of Zelda enemy than a Pokemon, but it definitely works as an evolution of Duskull. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dusclops, the Beacon Pokemon, whose number is 0356. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ghost, abilities Pressure, Frisk is its hidden ability in Gen 6+, Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%, breeding is a group Amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 5'3" or 1.6 meters, weight is 67.5 pounds or 30.6 kilograms, basic experience yield is 179 in Gen 3 through 4 and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense, and it was 3 in Gen 3 and 2 in Gen 3. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. This is even worse to call this one black than Duskull's was. This is very clearly gray. Dusclops is a Ghost-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved from Duskull starting at level 37, and evolves to Dusknoir when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. Biology, Dusclops is a Pokemon with a roundish gray body, with 2 stubby legs. Its body is hollow and wrapped in bandages. It has a single red eye and 3 tooth-like projections. The red eye is said to be the true form of Dusclops, but no one has yet to see this claim. It has 2 wispy, light gray growths coming out of its shoulders, and 1 on top of its head. Its light gray hands are almost always depicted as being directly attached to its body, though in PK15, in several panels of Pokemon Adventures, they can be seen floating independently. In this case, the production code PK15 is referring to a short that was never given an English dub, with its translated name being Pikachu's Ghost Carnival, rather than an episode of the anime that has yet to be given an English name. Its body can absorb anything, much like a black hole, pulling through the gaps between the bandages and wrapping it. It is unknown what happens when something is absorbed in Dusclops, as nothing ever comes back out. It will wave its hands and eyes to hypnotize opponents, and then force them to do as it desires. Dusclops preys on drifting will-o'-the-wisps, sucking them into its body. It usually lives in thick forests and is generally active during nighttime. Evolution, Dusclops evolves from Duskull and evolves to Dusknoir, so Duskull, Dusclops, Dusknoir. Game data, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Dusclops has its own minigame on the Sapphire table, which can be accessed the first time the 3 Pokeballs in the middle of the table are lit up. Dusclops will not appear until 20 Duskull have been hit. After that, Dusclops must be hit 5 times to win. However, it will suck up the ball for a brief period if attacked from the front, so it must be hit from behind or while it is moving. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Dusclops' body is completely hollow. There is nothing at all inside. It is said that its body is like a black hole. This Pokemon will absorb anything into its body, but nothing will ever come back out. Sapphire. This Pokemon hypnotizes its foe by waving its hands in a macabre manner, and by bringing its single eye to bear. The hypnotized foe is made to do Dusclops' bidding. Emerald. It is thought that its body is hollow, with only a spectral ball of fire burning inside. However, no one has been able to confirm this theory as fact. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its body is entirely hollow. When it opens its mouth, it sucks everything in, as if it were a black hole. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. Its body is hollow. It is said that those who look into its body are sucked into the void. Platinum. It seeks drifting will-o'-the-wisps and sucks them into its empty body. What happens inside is a mystery. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Anyone who dares peer into its body to see its spectral ball of fire will have their spirit stolen away. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Dusclops and Pokemon and how they're casing, and the short dash has now been replaced by the long dash. Alpha Sapphire is basically Sapphires, but Dusclops, and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Shield is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. There are rumors that peeking inside its bandage-wrapped body will cause one to get pulled in through the gaps between the bandages, never to return. I've been too scared to verify. In Gen 9, Scarlet. Dusclops is feared because it's said to pull the soul out of anyone who gazes upon the strange movements of its hands. Violet. Dusclops' true form is said to be a bright red eye burning within its body, but no one has ever seen such a thing. Dusclops in the Kitakami Pokedex. The camera person is not in a great situation in this case. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Pokemon Emerald, Dusclops can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, it has the Spell Tag 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, it has the Castform Berry 5% of the time. In Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has the Spell Tag 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Bugwort 35% of the time, Reaper Cloth 8% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 40, attack 70, defense 130, special attack 60, special defense 130, speed 25 for a total of 455. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness damage to normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Ghost and Dark for double, immune to normal and fighting. Resistant to poison and bug for half. Notes, if Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1, so they both would go from a 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 37, so upon evolution, it gets Shadow Punch, 42 Shadow Ball, and 48 Future Sight. We're skipping by T-Yang. And by breeding, nothing by a prior evolution. Special moves. In that event, it gets the move Dark Pulse. It's a special Dark-type move. Power is 80, accuracy is 100, and PB has 15. Sign game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Dusclops slowly but inexorably comes closer. Watch for its big orb attack. Shadows of Almia. It attacks by launching cursed orbs and orbs imbued with loathsome emotions. In Guardian Signs, it spits out orbs imbued with loathsome emotions that make Pokemon pause. Okay, got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. The Cempasúchil crown. And that's fun because of the Day of the Dead. I mentioned this yesterday. It's the same idea. Evolution data. Dusclops evolves from Duskull, starting at level 37, and evolves into Dusknoir when traded while holding a Reaper Cloth. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Dusclops evolves into Dusknoir when exposed to a Reaper Cloth. So Duskull, level 37 Dusclops, trade holding Reaper Cloth, Dusknoir. Sprites here, so yeah, very much gray. A little darker colors though, kind of more tan for all those things. I got red again, like Duskull's was. Okay, Gen 4 here, kind of a greenish gray. It's the same though. Yeah, changes. The full back sprites in Gen 5. Okay. Gen 6 is the model. This is a pretty good adaptation. A little bit thicker, I think. That's pretty much the same. The hands, I think, are also a little bit bigger. These are a little bit weird, but otherwise pretty good, yeah. This is actually like a proper gray, and this is like a dark red now. Gen 7, not really much changes. Gen 8, Sword and Shield is the better models. I got this game's models. I got these in animation. Dusclops and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 61. In Ash's Pokedex, Dusclops, the Beacon Pokemon. Dusclops is said to be able to suck practically anything into its body, the black hole-like core of which is completely empty. In Advanced Generation, episode 189 in May's Pokedex, Dusclops, the Beacon Pokemon. Its body is completely hollow, and like a black hole, it can swallow anything. Some say that its victims never return. In Journeys, episode 16 in Team Rocket's Rotom Phone, Dusclops, the Beacon Pokemon, a ghost type. Dusclops absorbs wandering apparitions. Who knows what it does after that? Pokemon Generations, Dusclops and Pokemon Generations, with a Ninjask, Gasha and the manga, Dusclops and Pokemon Adventures, it's in color, okay, and the TCG. Trivia, I read that this point in the Banette video. Origin, Dusclops seems to be based on the Hitosume Kozo, a humanoid Cyclops-like ghost. It also has similarities with the Chokchin Obake, which are one-eyed hunted paper lanterns and mummies. Name origin, Dusclops may be a combination of dusk and cyclops. Samoyuru may be a combination of Samoyu, to wander about, and Yoru, night. In other languages, related articles.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Dusclops.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to the Millennium Festival, where they are currently watching a magician, the Great Butler, and his assistant. Ash and Max have volunteered as part of the Great Butler's Act, and they've been put in this box. Yeah, and now we're about to see a Dusclops.
Dusclops. Dusclops. Dusclops.
Real magicians like Ash and Max should have no trouble easily escaping from a box like this. So, to make it interesting, they only have 10 seconds till Dusclops destroys it with his Hyper Beam! 10!
I would say that's Dusclops' first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Dusclops. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dusclops. Shuppet, Banette, Duskull, Dusclops by Roasted Sticks. So we got a Shuppet, Banette, Dusclops, and Duskull here. Seems they got their numbers maybe a little mixed up here. That one's supposed to be this one, and that one's supposed to be this one, yeah. But yeah, very well done, very stylized piece of art here. And we've got Dusclops by All, 0412, so we got this version of Dusclops here, using a move, I guess, or about to use one maybe. Or just summoning some fire, I don't know. It's very well done. And this doesn't contain a Dusclops, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch a Kecleon, get the Claw Fossil, revive Anorith from the Claw Fossil, and evolve it into Armaldo, Wailmer into Wailord, and Corphish into Crawdaunt. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Tropius. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Tropius, the only grass-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are February 17th, 1997, December 9th, 1999, September 29th, 2002, July 20th, 2005, May 10th, 2008, March 1st, 2011, December 20th, 2013, October 10th, 2016, August 1st, 2019, and May 22nd, 2022. The idea of a dinosaur mixed with a banana tree is fun, but what makes this Pokemon memorable, even to me, isn't its unique design, but that the palm leaves allow it to fly, which is completely absurd. It shocked me when I first heard about it. I think I most remember Tropius from My Pokemon Ranch. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today I'll be talking about Tropius, the fruit Pokemon. His number is 0357. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass Flag, abilities, Chlorophyll or Solar Power in Gen 4+. Harvest is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 200 or 36.6%. Breeding is 8 groups monster and grass. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 6'7" or 2 meters. Weight is 220.5 pounds or 100 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 169 in Gen 3 through 4 and 161 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green and base frontier is 70. Tropius is a dual-type grass/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology. Tropius is a large sauropod-like Pokemon with a brown body wrapped in green leaves on its chest and head. It possesses large, broad, green leaves on its back, which it uses for flight and for sugar production via photosynthesis. Despite being very big and bulky, it is surprisingly maneuverable in the air. It has a long neck with a thin, black line around it. It uses its neck for reaching treetops to gorge on its most favored fruit. Since it ate only this kind of fruit continuously, the fruit began to grow around its neck. These yellow banana-like fruits can be picked and consumed by other Pokemon or humans, and grow twice a year because of the rapid production of sugar in Tropius's leaves. Its feet have toenails the same color as its fruit. In warm areas, there are ranches that raise Tropius. In Alola, its fruit is especially sweet compared to those of other regions. It lives in tropical jungles. In the TCG, Tropius was shown existing before the time fossil Pokemon went extinct. So, got Tropius in ancient times with Ammonite, Aerodactyl, Tortuga, Archeops, Cranados, Shieldon, and Bastiodon here. Game data Pokedex entries. Gen 3 Ruby. The bunches of fruit around Tropius' neck are very popular with children. This Pokemon loves fruit and eats it continuously. Apparently, its love for fruit resulted in its own outgrowth of fruit. Sapphire. Children of the southern tropics eat as snacks the fruit that grows in bunches around the neck of Tropius. This Pokemon flies by flapping the leaves on its back as if they were wings. Emerald. It flies by flapping its broad leaves. The bunch of fruit that grows around its neck is deliciously sweet. In the spring, it scatters pollen from its neck. Fire red and leaf green. It lives in tropical jungles. The bunch of fruit around its neck is delicious. The fruit grows twice a year. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. Because it continually ate only its favorite fruit, the fruit started growing around its neck. Platinum. Delicious fruits grew from around its neck because it always ate the same kind of fruit. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The bunch of fruit around its neck ripens twice a year and is delicious. It's a highly favored tropical snack. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2. It flies by flapping its broad leaves and gives the sweet, delicious fruit around its neck to children. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Tropius and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, the bunches of fruit growing around the necks of Tropius in Alola are especially sweet compared to those in other regions. Ultra Moon, bunches of delicious fruit grow around its neck. In warm areas, many branches raise Tropius. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is Platinum and Black and White's entry. Tropius in the Alola Pokedex, and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You can see it flying. Same thing here. Tropius in the Paldea Pokedex. Also see it flying. Kind of see how different it looks. The leaves seem to be a lot longer. That's interesting. So this is the neck, I think. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 99, attack 68. Defense 83, special attack 72, special defense 87, speed 51, for a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, bug, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, rock, and fire for double, and ice for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, and water for half, and grass for a 4th. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a Ring Target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Leaf Storm, Gust, Leer, Growth, and Razor Leaf. 6. Sweet Scent, 10. Stomp, 16. Magical Leaf, 21 Whirlwind, 30 Wide Guard, 36 Air Slash, 41 Body Slam, 46 Outrage, 50 Synthesis, and 56 Solar Beam. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 33 Magical Leaf, 40 Air Cutter, 44 Dragon Tail, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 56 Bullet Seed, 59 Zen Headbutt, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 89 Body Press, 97 Fly, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 113 Tailwind, 115 Dragon Pulse, 119 Energy Ball, 129 Calm Mind, there's a note, version 2.0.1 onwards, 130 Helping Hand, 137 Grassy Terrain, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 159 Leaf Storm, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 190 Solar Blade, 197 Dual Wing Beat, another note, version 3.0.1.0 onwards, 204 Double Edge, 206 Petal Blizzard, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Dragon Dance, this group gives you Headbutt, this group gives you Leaf Blade, this group gives you Leech Seed, and this group gives you Slam. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bad entry. Tropius plays in the Meadow Zone. She loves to eat berries. Her favorite attraction is Pelipper's Circle Circuit. New Pokemon Snap, the Photodex entry. Tropius is a kind Pokemon, sharing the sweet fruits that grow on his neck with any who want some. Its body may be big, but it has no trouble flying through the air. Evolution data, just Tropius. Sprites, so in Gen 3, it's a little bit darker colors all around, probably a little bit more simplified. Yellow for the shiny, that's interesting, replaces all the brown parts. And a little bit slightly lighter green, or at least a different green. Yeah. Gen 4, Not really, you know, this changes, but posing or whatever, but not really much changes otherwise. Its eyes might get a little bit more friendly. I think they add like a little white pupil, or they kind of have it a little bit, but it's more obvious, I think. Yeah, okay. Gen 5 here. I get the full back sprites, you get the darker brown. So I think it's more of a gold color now. Definitely distinct from the fruit and the toenails. Gen 6 here, you get the models. It's opposed to flying, that's interesting. It's lighter, dark brown, probably lighter, those colors, and this is, yeah, still kind of a light gold, I'd say. Yep. Pretty good models. Very faithful. Bananas are not bananas, I think get longer. More like bananas. Not really much changes here. Might be slightly different. I don't know. And homes, we got that. In animation, Tropius and Pokemon Journeys, the series. You got Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 127 in Maze Pokedex. Tropius, the fruit Pokemon. Tropius can fly through the air by flapping the leaves on its back. It grows stronger in bright sunlight. In Advanced Generation, episode 161 in Ash's Pokedex. Tropius, the fruit Pokemon. The fruit that grows around its neck is sweet and popular with children. It flies by flapping the large leaves on its body. In the manga, Tropius and Pokemon Adventures. It's all in color. In the TCG. Trivia. I read this first point in the Venusaur video. Tropius was the first Pokemon to be distributed in a Cherish Ball with a Shokutan Tropius distribution. Tropius shares its category with the Bound Sweet evolutionary line. They are all known as the fruit Pokemon. Of all the Pokemon available in Gen 4, Tropius is the only one that is exclusive to Platinum, though it can also be obtained in Heart Gold and Soul Silver via the Pokewalker. Origin. Tropius resembles a generic sauropod, a clade of long-necked herbivorous dinosaurs combined with a banana plant. Its tropical characteristics and sauropod-like body may also be inspired by the Mokale Mbembe, a cryptid creature said to live in the Congo River basin, most often described as a sauropod. Name origin. Tropius may be a combination of tropical and saurus, common suffix in names of dinosaurs and extinct reptiles derived from the ancient Greek word for lizard. It may also involve tropism, orientation of plants in response to a particular environmental stimulus. Now, languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Tropius.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Diane, a woman they've met on their journey here, are returning Jirachi to its homeland, and they're there, or near it anyway, and they're seeing a bunch of Pokemon around them. Okay, there's the Tropius. And that's where I started the Vibrava video, so we'll have to stop here. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Tropius. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on a single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Tropius by Akalataka. This nice image here. It's flying Tropius, looks to be above the waves. You can see its reflection, that's kind of fun. It seems to be from either, November 2006, maybe, or maybe June 2011, or maybe it's just some November 6th or June 11th of a year. Not really sure. I think that's what that says. It's kind of hard to tell. Yes, very well done piece of art.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to catch a Feebas, Tropius, Shuppet, and Duskull, get Castform, and evolve Feebas into Milotic, Shuppet into Banette, Duskull into Dusclops, Lombre into Ludicolo, and Nuzleaf into Shiftry. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Chimecho. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Chimecho, who, starting in Gen 4, is the evolution of Jingling, who evolves with high friendship at night. Its previous BYC dates are February 18th, 1997, December 10th, 1999, September 30th, 2002, July 21st, 2005, May 11th, 2008, March 2nd, 2011, December 21st, 2013, October 11th, 2016, August 2nd, 2019, and May 23rd, 2022. I most know Chimecho as one of the Pokemon of James in the Gen 3 era of the anime. I also know Chimecho from Mount Freeze in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Rescue Team, where I've even recruited one. Since starting this project, I also associate Chimecho with the Chimecho Assembly in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. This is another Pokemon where I was surprised that its pre-evolution wasn't introduced in the same generation, as I often associate the two. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Chimecho, the Wind Chime Pokemon, whose number is 0358. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, ability Levitate, gender ratio 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group Amorphous, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight is 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. Base experience yield is 147 in Gen 3 through 4 and 159 5+. Living rate is fast, EV yield is 2, 1 in special attack and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokédex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Blue is interesting. Like, I'm guessing this is supposed to be blue? I've always thought it was white, but I guess it kinda has a blue tint to it. Chimecho is a Psychic-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Chingling when leveled up with high friendship during the night. Biology, Chimecho is a small, round Pokemon with a mainly bluish-white body, shaped like a Furin wind chime. It has beady yellow eyes and 3 stubby limbs. Its body has a horizontal, amaranth-colored pattern. Underneath its body extends a long, tag-like tail that has amaranth patterning at the bottom. A yellow globular growth referred to as a suction cup or a sucker is connected to the top of its body. Chimecho can create ultrasonic sound waves and other noises. It uses 7 different echoing cries to communicate with others. It is nocturnal and usually lives in grasslands and woods, but some are found in mountainous regions. An omnivorous species, it eats berries that it plucks with its tail and can knock out large prey using powerful waves of air, which are thought to be created by Chimecho, amplifying the faint sound of wind inside its body. Evolution, Chimecho evolves from Chingling, so Chingling, Chimecho. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Chimecho is a member of Wigglytuff's guild. She makes dinner for the guild each night and runs the Chimecho Assembly for the players' team. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, the same Chimecho later returns as a recruitable character and will request the player to make a delivery to Diglett. Upon completion, the pair will connect with the player and will be usable. Pokédex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Chimecho makes its cries echo inside its hollow body. When this Pokemon becomes enraged, its cries result in ultrasonic waves that have the power to knock foes flying. Sapphire. In high winds, Chimecho cries as it hangs from a tree branch or the eaves of a building, using a suction cup on its head. This Pokemon plucks berries with its long tail and eats them. Emerald. They fly about very actively when the hot season arrives. They communicate among themselves using 7 different and distinguishing cries. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It travels by riding on winds. It cleverly uses its long tail to pluck nuts and berries, which it loves to eat. In Gen 4, Diamond. To knock foes flying, it makes the air shudder with its cries. It converses using 7 cries. Pearl, emitting ultrasonic cries. It floats on winds to travel great distances. Platinum. Its cries echo inside its hollow body to emerge as beautiful notes for startling and repelling foes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver uses the sucker on its head to hang from a tree or from eaves. It can produce 7 different tones. The Gen 5 Pokédex entry is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Chimecho and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl. Chimecho emits ultrasonic cries. It floats on the wind to travel great distances. Legends Arceus can emit waves of air powerful enough to knock over prey taller than itself. I hypothesize that it amplifies the faint sound of wind within its body. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Violet is Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Chimecho and the Kitakami Pokédex, you can see a couple of them hanging around. Nice, that's very nice. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, and White has the Colbur Berry 5% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has the Cleanse Tag 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, has the Sky Tumblestone 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Gridiron's by level. Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and Gridiron's by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Gens 3 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. HP 65, that goes up to 75. Attack 50, that stays the same. Defense 70, that goes up to 80. Special attack 95, that stays the same. Special defense 80, that went up to 90. Speed 65, that stays the same. For a total of 425, and a total of 455. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark, all for double. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting and psychic for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, or affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the opponent has the ability Mold Breaker, Turbo Blaze, or Terravolt, or this Pokemon is affected by Gastro Acid, or this Pokemon's abilities replace the effectiveness of Ground-type moves as 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because you could hypothetically have a level 2 Chimecho, because this is Gen 9, I will start at 13 Yawn. 13 Yawn, 16 Stored Power, 19 Takedown, 22 Extrasensory, 27 Heal Bell, 32 Uproar, 37 Safeguard, 42 Double Edge, and 47 Heal Pulse. Fourth by TM here. I'll do it in this video, but I won't do it in the Chingling video. So, TM, 001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 19 Disarming Voice, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 59 Zen Headbutt, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 122 Encore, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 161 Trick Room, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 181 Knockoff, 191 Uproar, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, 224 Curse, and 228 Psychic Noise. By breeding, again, I'll read it in this video, but not the Chingling videos. So this group gives you Ally Switch. The Mirror Herb gives you Cosmic Power. So this group gives you Curse. This group gives you Disable. This group gives you Hypnosis. This group gives you Recover. The Mirror Herb gives you Recycle. And God of War gives you Wish. By Prior Evolution, Chingling gives you Last Resort and Entrainment. TCG only move, Sonic Boom on this card. Animated Series only move, Sing, it's a normal type move in the episode Yes in DD, it's Dawn. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It attacks by launching strange rings that make Pokemon stopped. In Pokemon Go, Chimecho can be obtained by completing the Special Research Level 45 Challenge. Evolution data, Chingling, level up with High Friendship at night. Chimecho, breed holding the Pure Incense in Gen 4 through 8. Sprites here, so more obviously blue and red. Yeah, with a pinkish red, I guess. Yeah. Then we've got green and orange for the shiny here. Pretty much the same, I think, but very much simplified. Gen 4, a little bit longer, I think, the tail. But more or less the same. Back sprite might, the wavy line on the back might be a little bit different. The bulb is a little wider, I think, as well. Gen 5. Get the full back sprite. In Gen 6, we have the models here. It gains the sort of whitish blue tint now. I think it's lighter green and kind of a yellow orange, I guess. Shiny. Models are pretty good. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. And 7, not much changes. This game, it makes it all nice and golden and shiny, like a doorknob or something. Interesting. Yeah, very good models. We got Homes models and animation, Chimecho and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. James Chimecho's the big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries. In Advanced Generation, episode 84, in Ash's Pokedex. Chimecho, the Wind Chime Pokemon. Chimecho has a voice that reverberates from deep within its body. When angry, the sound waves can be powerful enough to blow opponents away. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 154, in Dawn's Pokedex. Chimecho, the Wind Chime Pokemon. Its cries, which reverberate in its hollow body, emerge as notes of beauty, which drives off its opponents. In Pokemon Generations, Chimecho and Pokemon Generations, we've seen this snippet before. In the manga, Chimecho and Pokemon Adventures. adventures, a couple of them with a couple old people here. This and the TCG. Trivia, Chimecho's index number is the very last in the Gen 3 games, excluding glitch Pokemon and unknown forms, except in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, in which this trait belongs to Munchlax. Origin, Chimecho appears to be based on Japanese glass wind bells known as furin, which are hung around Shinto shrines to predict disasters and ward off evil spirits. Its red and white coloration is reminiscent of the dresses worn by Miko. Name origin, Chimecho may be a combination of chime and echo. Shrien may be a combination of trin, the sound of a bell chiming, and furin, wind chime. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Chimecho's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 358, Who's Flying Now? In this episode, James of the main Team Rocket team, which consists of Jesse in the background there, James and Meowth also in the background there, is explaining his tragic backstory of the carnival and how he spotted something when he was a boy. He was traveling through a carnival and he spotted something. There's the Chimecho.
I knew I was looking at a very rare Pokemon, one almost never encountered.
There's a couple of them.
Chimecho! I'll never forget that long tail flowing in the wind, or its soft eyes, and that beautiful voice that reached right into my heart. I fell in love with Chimecho at first sight.
Aww.
But no matter how...
Okay, so that is Chimecho's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Chimecho. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we send fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we found an image that doesn't contain a Chimecho. This is Chimecho by El Corpio. So, got this nice Chimecho image here just floating through the wind. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Chimecho by Beetlebell. So, this nice Chimecho, it's like fusion, you know, we got the original and then we got a bunch of fusions, I guess. So, Chimecho plus Shuppet, plus Reuniclus, Musharna, Unknown, and Alakazam. Very well done, I like these. Then we got Heal Bell by Pink Up Highly. See? So you got this nice, very cute, stylized Chimecho here. Right, I like it, like the colors. Then we got Chimecho used Extrasensory by Freaky Freak 95. This interesting art of a Chimecho using Extrasensory. Very interesting. Then we've got Chimecho Furin by Akage Sensei. So, this nice image of them being used as Furin and like, kind of design like that. Yes, that's what they're based on. Yeah, that's very well done. Then we got Pokemon Chimecho by Mao Mint. So this nice, cute image of a Chimecho here. I like the colors. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Chimecho, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Absol before I can catch a Chimecho. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Absol, as always. This is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Absol, the final Dark-type Pokemon, introduced in Gen 3, which makes sense since wait. We're not in the Legendary section yet. I'll get back to that after I've talked about the PYC dates. But before I do that, Mega Absol is the only pure Dark-type Mega Evolution. Anyway, Absol's previous PYC dates are February 19th, 1997, December 11th, 1999, October 1st, 2002, July 22nd, 2005, May 12th, 2008, March 3rd, 2011, December 22nd, 2013, October 12th, 2016, August 3rd, 2019, and May 24th, 2022. Until doing this project, I thought Absol was a legendary Pokemon. I think I most thought this because of its role in Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker, with the box art and poster prominently featuring the Pokemon, which is usually reserved for legendary Pokemon. Its role in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team also would suggest it's a legendary Pokemon. As one, Absol is prominently featured, and eventually joins the player's rescue team. I was shocked when I found out that while it's towards the end of Gen 3, it's not lumped with the legendary Pokemon, which, for the most part, are featured towards the end of each generation's addition to the National Pokedex. I also know Absol as the attracting chief of Absol Turtle Bounce in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. As for its design, I kinda love that it looks a little emo, with Mega Absol leaning way more into the emo look. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Absol, the disaster Pokemon, whose number is 0359. This is Absol, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Absol, this is what it looks like. Type is Dark. Abilities: Pressure or Super Luck in Gen 4+ as Absol. Justified is its ability. Magic Bounce is Mega Absol's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is 8 group field, hatch time 25 cycles. Height, regardless, is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight as Absol is 103.6 pounds or 47 kilograms. And as Mega Absol, it's 108 pounds or 49 kilograms. Megastone, Absolite. Base experience yield, 174 in Gen 3 through 4 and 163 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is white and base friendship is 35. Absol is a dark-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. While it's not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Absol can Mega Evolve into Mega Absol using the Absolite. Biology: Absol is a quadrupedal mammalian Pokemon with a primarily white feline-like body with some dark blue coloration. It has a ruff around its neck and chest, and a tuft on the top of its head adorned with a single blue-black oval. Between the dark fur, the curvature of the white fur on its head, and the positioning of its horn, Absol's face vaguely resembles a Wu-Wei symbol. It has a humanoid face with almond-shaped red eyes, a scythe-like tail, and a scythe-shaped horn on the side of its head. Its broad feet are equipped with 3 claws each, and dew-claw-like spikes protrude from the heels of its hind legs and the elbows of its front legs. It walks with a pacing gait like that of a bear. Absol lives in the mountains, far from civilization, and it rarely ventures down from its alpine home. Using its horn, Absol is able to sense even subtle changes in the sky and the land to predict when a disaster will occur and will try to warn people when one is approaching. Absol is known to protect fields from natural disasters as well. This often has the unfortunate effect of Absol itself being blamed for the disaster, notably by the elderly. This hatred for Absol was started years ago by superstitions surrounding about it. Despite this, others are interested in its ability to predict disaster. Absol has been referred to as a bringer of doom. Absol can move as swiftly as the wind. Absol is said to have a lifespan of up to 100 years. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, the powers of Absol's horn remains active even when it sleeps. Due to this, Absol can strongly detect danger even when not awake. Forms: Absol can Mega Evolve into Mega Absol. As Mega Absol, its fur is longer overall, and the increased energy coursing through its body makes the fur at the back of its mane stand on end so that it appears to have wings. The spikes on its heels and elbows grow larger, and the fur in these areas become longer as well. Its sickle-shaped horn widens, while an additional smaller horn appears on the opposite side of its head. Its tail now has a more saw-like shape, and the oval marking on its forehead is now a rounded triangle. Mega Absol emits a fearsome aura that has been known to kill faint-hearted people from shock. It directs this aura at its opponents by beating its wings, which are not capable of flight. However, Absol apparently detests assuming this form, as it normally dislikes fighting in the first place. So we got Mega Absol here. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and Absol trails the rescue team around the Frosty Forest and confronts them after the defeat of Articuno. Absol is initially suspicious of the player and partner from the beginning, but eventually decides to join the rescue team and helps in the journey up to Mount Freeze. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Absol returns as a friend of Ninetales, who will be recruited at the same time as Ninetales. Absol will reference the player and the partner from Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team, as well as having an adventure with them. Pokedex entries in Gen 3, Ruby. Every time Absol appears before people, it is followed by a disaster such as an earthquake or a tidal wave. As a result, it came to be known as the Disaster Pokemon. Sapphire. Absol has the ability to foretell the coming of natural disasters. It lives in a harsh, rugged mountain environment. This Pokemon very rarely ventures down from the mountains. Emerald. It sharply senses even subtle changes in the sky and the land to predict natural disasters. It is a long-lived Pokemon that has a lifespan of 100 years. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It appears when it senses an impending natural disaster. As a result, it was mistaken as a Doombringer. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it senses coming disasters and appears before people only to warn them of impending danger. Platinum, rumored to sense disasters with its horn. It became a target. It fled deep into the mountains. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It has the ability to foretell natural disasters. Its lifespan is over 100 years. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. It appears from deep in the mountains to warn people about upcoming disasters it has sensed with its horn. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Absol and Pokemon are now the correct casing in Gen 7 and Sun. Long ago, superstitions were spread about it, saying it brought disaster. This fed a hatred of it, and was driven deep into the mountains. Moon, although it's said to bring disaster in actuality, this Pokemon possesses a calm disposition and warns people of any crises that loom. This is all for normal Absol. Ultra Sun. The only thing unlucky about Absol is its appearance. It protects fields and warns people of disaster, so one ought to be grateful for it. Ultra Moon. The elderly call it the disaster Pokemon and detest it, but interest in its power to predict disasters is on the rise. For Mega Absol, Sun. When this Pokemon whips the wing-like fur on its back, as though beating its wings, it sends an intimidating aura flying at its opponents. Moon. As the energy of Mega Evolution fills it, its fur bristles. What you see on its back are not true wings, and this Pokemon isn't able to fly. Ultra Sun. Normally it dislikes fighting, so it really hates changing to this form for battles. Ultra Moon. It converts the energy from Mega Evolution into an intimidating aura. Faint-hearted people expire from shock at the sight of it. In Gen 8, Sword. Swift as the wind, Absol races through fields and mountains. Its curved bow-like horn is actually sensitive to the warning signs of natural disasters. Shield. Because of this Pokemon's ability to detect danger, people mistook Absol as the bringer of doom. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Absol in the Alola Pokedex. Mega Absol in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire as the Life Orb 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Absol and Mega Absol. So HP 65, that stays the same. Attack 130, that goes up to 150. Defense 60, that stays the same. Special attack 75, that goes up to 115. Special defense 60, that stays the same. Speed 75, that goes up to 115. So this one has a total of 465, this one has a total of 565. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness damaged normally by normal flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to fighting, bug, and fairy for double. Immune to psychic, resistant to ghost, and dark for half. Notes, if Miracle Eyes used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of psychic type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 quick attack and leer. 5 double team, 10 knockoff. 15 detect, 20 taunt, 25 slash, 30 night slash, 35 focus energy, 40 Sucker Punch, 45 Swords Dance, 50 Future Sight, and 55 Perish Song. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield. TM08 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 14 Thunder Wave, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 35 Hail, 38 Will-O-Wisp, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 48 Rock Tomb, 52 Bounce, 57 Payback, 58 Assurance, 65 Shadow Claw, 69 Psycho Cut, 76 Round, 77 Hex, 79 Retaliate, 85 Snarl, 94 False Swipe, 95 Air Slash, and 97 Brutal Swing. For the TRs, TR00 Swords Dance, 1 Body Slam, 2 Flamethrower, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzards, 8 Thunderbolt, 9 Thunder, 13 Focus Energy, 15 Fire Blast, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 28 Mega Horn, 29 Baton Pass, 31 Iron Tail, 33 Shadow Ball, 34 Future Sight, 37 Taunt, 39 Superpower, 49 Calm Mind, 53 Close Combat, 58 Dark Pulse, 60 X-Scissor, 69 Zen Headbutt, 75 Stone Edge, 81 Foul Play, 90 Play Rough, and 95 Throat Chop. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM03 Water Pulse, 4 Calm Mind, 7 Hail, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 35 Flamethrower, 37 Sandstorm, 38 Fire Blast, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 54 False Swipe, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 61 Will-O-Wisp, 65 Shadow Claw, 66 Payback, 68 Giga Impact, 70 Flash, 71 Stone Edge, 73 Thunder Wave, 75 Swords Dance, 77 Psych Up, 78 Snarl, 79 Dark Pulse, 80 Rock Slide, 81 X-Scissor, 82 Sleep Talk, 85 Dream Eater, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Bite, Torkoal gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Magic Coat, and this group gives you Mean Look. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Assurance, this group gives you Baton Pass, this group gives it Bite, this group gives you Curse, this group gives it Double Edge, this group gives it Feint, Smeargle gives it Hex, this group gives it Magic Coat, Umbreon gives it Mean Look, this group gives it Mega Horn, Absol gives it Perish Song, this group gives it Play Rough, this group gives it Sucker Punch, and this group gives it Zen Headbutt. By tutoring, there's nothing. By transfer from another generation, 3 through 7 Aerial Ace, 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 Counter, 5 and 6 Cut, 3 through 7 Dream Eater, 5 through 7 Echoed Voice, 3 through 7 Feint Attack, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 3 and 4 Fury Cutter, 4 Headbutt, 3 through 7 Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Hone Claws, and Incinerate, 7 Laser Focus, 4 through 7 Me First, that doesn't work anymore, 3 Mimic, 3 and 4 Mud Slap, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 3 Nightmare, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Psych Up, 4 through 7 Punishment and Pursuit, neither work anymore, 3 through 7 Razor Wind and Return, neither work anymore, 5 and 6 Rock Smash, 4 through 7 Roleplay, 3 through 7 Scratch, 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 3, 4, 6, and 7 Shockwave, 3 through 7 Snatch, that doesn't work anymore, 3 and an event through 7 Spite, 5 and 6 Strength, 3 through 7 Swagger, Torment and Toxic, 3, 4, 6, and 7 Water Pulse, and 3 through an event Wish. Side game data for Absol here. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Absol attacks using confusing copies. Its scythe can cut through anything. Shadows of Volumia. It launches dark pulses and gusts of dark wind to attack. Guardian Signs. It sends gusts of dark wind to attack. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pan entry. Absol is the attraction chief of Absol's Hurdle Bounce, the Granite Zone. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. People say that Absol can predict all sorts of disasters with its horn. It's seen to be protecting you just as much as it was protecting the ruins. In Pokemon Sleep, its curved bow-like horn remains vigilant even while Absol sleeps. It's said that this Pokemon's ability to detect danger is strong even as it slumbers. Tucked sleep, danger sensing sleep, belly up sleep, and a top belly sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Fashionable costume. Just got these sunglasses here. Mega Absol. You got that. Okay. Form data. Mega Evolution. Absol. Absolite. Mega Absol. Evolution data is just Absol. Sprites. So it starts off as black and white. That's interesting. Sort of that sort of blue that we have now. More or less the same. That's all the basics. That's like red and kind of pink, I guess. Pinkish white, I guess. I don't know. Yep, and then Gen 4 kind of makes it more like dark gray. Kind of a dark gray, I guess. And a little different. Yeah. Gen 5 turns to the dark blue. It's kind of an orange for the shiny. Oh, green eyes. It kind of has blue eyes in Gen 3, the shiny. Then it goes to green eyes in Gen 4. The scythe changes shape in, I don't know if it necessarily has a consistent shape, but definitely changes in Platinums. That's interesting, between that big one and that one. The head scythe. Interesting. Okay, we've got fullback strikes in Gen 5. Gen 7 models, pretty good. And we get the Mega Evolution models. Yeah, pretty good. Gen 7, not really much changes. Like a red-orange color now. Okay. And yeah, the Mega, there's also kind of the pinkish white. That makes sense. I've got the green eyes as well. Okay. Homes, now it's kind of properly orange. That's interesting. Yeah, that's like dark blue now. Yeah, but an animation. Absol in Pokemon Journeys the series. Go's Absol's the big one. There's Mega Absol in Pokemon the series XY. Okay. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 107, in Maze Pokedex. Absol, the disaster Pokemon. Absol live in steep mountainous regions, and rarely venture down into areas inhabited by humans. But should an Absol be seen by humans, it is said that catastrophe is soon to follow. In XY, episode 28, in Serena's Pokedex. Absol, the disaster Pokemon. When disasters are detected with its horn, Absol comes down from the mountains to warn people. In Journeys, episode 64, in Goes Rotomphone. Absol, the disaster Pokemon. A dark type. Absol appears when it senses a disaster is about to happen. As a result, people mistake it for a catastrophic omen. Okay. This in the manga. Absol in Pokemon Adventures. Mega Absol in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, this. In the TCG, in the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Absol appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite, Absol is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It was a melee speedster, so Absol in Pokemon Unite. Absol's locations in many games support its description of appearing where disasters occur. In its debut in Ruby and Sapphire, it appears on Route 120 shortly before the blue orb in Ruby, or red orb in Sapphire, is stolen from Mount Pyre by Team Magma in Ruby, or Team Aqua and Sapphire. Notably, Absol's Pokedex entries in these games specify that it can sense natural disasters such as those caused by Groudon and Kyogre when they're awakened by the aforementioned villainous teams. In Diamond and Pearl, Absol appears on Route 213, which is close to Lake Valor, which was drained by Team Galactic. In Platinum, Absol appears on Mount Coronet in places that one can first access when heading to the Spear Pillar before Giratina is released by Team Galactic. In Black and White, Absol can be found at the Giant Chasm, a place where disasters are said to befall trainers, and Route 13 being known as an unlucky number. 2 years later, the Giant Chasm is where Team Plasma makes its stand. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, Absol can be found in Tapu Village, which was destroyed years earlier by Tapu Bulu. In Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Ulmia, Absol can be found in the Ultru Building and Ultru Tower, from which Team Dim Sun plans to take control of all Pokemon in the region. Mega Absol is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 565. Absol was the last answer to the Pokemon Trainer's Choice. Absol is the only non-legendary Pokemon featured on the box art for Pokemon Box Ruby and Sapphire. I read this final point in the Togepi video. Origin. Absol may be based on the Baize of Chinese mythology, whose name literally translates to White Marsh. It is generally described as a white beast distinguished by having 1 or 2 horns on its head. Considered to be an intelligent beast, Baize is gifted with the ability to understand human speech and the knowledge on the forms and habits of 11,520 types of supernatural creatures in the world. In legend, Baize shared its knowledge to the Yellow Emperor, which was subsequently compiled in a book called Baize II. Few of its supposed fragments survive today. In Japan, it is known as the Hakutaku, and is said to resemble a cat or lion. In a related legend, a similar creature, known as the Kutabe, predicted that a plague would sweep through the Toyama Prefecture of Japan. It is also sometimes said to have an extra eye on their head or back, which may be represented by the oval that appears on Absol's forehead. Absol's head may be modeled after a Taijutsu symbol. Absol's humanized face and feline appearance may also be an homage to the Sphinx, its ruff resembling long human hair, and a male lion's mane and white fur on the top of its head, loosely resembling the headpiece of an Egyptian Sphinx, also suggests this scythe-shaped tail and horn resemblance the Western personified depiction of death, who is related to destiny and disaster. It may have also been inspired by the black cat superstition. Its feline appearance and the fact that it is usually seen in mountains resemble the natural behavior of felines such as the snow leopard and the cougar. Mega Absol's wings and elongated hair give it the appearance of an angel, with its wings also being reminiscent of Greek portrayals of sphinxes and furthering the connection to sphinxes noted above. It also resembles a Lamassu, an Assyrian creature with a human's head, wings, and sometimes with the body of a lion. The Lamassu was a protective spirit, much like how Absol attempts to warn people of danger. Name origin. Absol may be derived from absolute or absolution, setting free from guilt, as well as abune, dangerous, and possibly busso, dangerous, or osuru, to fear. It may also be a combination of the Latin prefix ab, away from, and sol, Latin for sun. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links to the mega evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Absol's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, I don't really know that you need to know much, but, a meteor several miles away is passing by, and in this cave, light is pulsing in this strange land. Yes. There's Absol. And that is Absol's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Absol. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section. And we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images till I find an image that doesn't contain an Absol. This is Pokemon Absol by All0412. This nice Absol image here. I'll just kind of look down, I guess. Very well done. And we've got Absol by Tortaviso. This fun image of an Absol, I guess. Kind of running and prancing, I guess. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Flight by Hachel, so it's a nice image of an Absol here, and then I guess I'm assuming the wings are supposed to be a reference to Mega Absol's wings, which aren't actually, don't actually work. But yeah, it's very well done piece of art. I've got Absol by Silpher the Sky Dragon. It's this kind of stylized Absol here. Very well done. And we've got Day 2, Favorite Dark Type by Claydol. So this nice sort of stylized Absol here. Very well done. Then we've got Super Hair Mega Absol by Mewitty. So this Absol and Mega Absol here. One sitting down, kind of standing up, I guess. Very kind of stylized a little bit more realistic style. Yes, very well done. Then we got Absol by Francis John, a very stylized Absol here. Yes, very interesting. Yeah. Then we got Absol by Splatter Parrot. This is a very nice image of an Absol here. Yeah. Then we got Absol by Hachel. This nice image of an Absol. Looks like it's swiped its feet or something. Yeah, very interesting. Then we got Absol by Sephiroth. It's nice, kind of a more realistic Absol here. Looks like maybe like a shiny Absol, perhaps. Right? Is that what that looks like? I think it's a shiny Absol. Yes, very well done. Kind of like this darkness kind of coming off of it. Then we got Absol by Shenwu. This nice image of an Absol here. Like the background. Then we got Mega Absol by Windora. So this nice image of a Mega Absol here. Kind of sketchy like image. Yes. Very well done. Then we got Absol Pro by Sobalnu. This nice sort of Mega Absol here. Yes. Very well done. And we got Absol by Zawis54. So it's nice image of an Absol. Very simple. Very nice. Absol Sacrificial Endurance by Deruyo. Is this Absol just sitting down, I guess? I don't really understand the title. Yeah, very well done. Well, this is a watch only, so I'm not going to do that, and since I don't technically... I mean, it says Absol down there, but I can't, take its word for it. I will end this here.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to catch Absol, Duskull, Shuppet, and Chimecho, and evolve Duskull into Dusclops, and Shuppet into Banette. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Wynaut. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Wynaut, the second of 2 pre-evolutions introduced in Gen 3. Its previous BYC dates are February 20th, 1997, December 10th, 1999, October 2nd, 2002, July 23rd, 2005, May 13th, 2008, March 4th, 2011, December 23rd, 2013, October 13th, 2016, August 4th, 2019, and May 25th, 2022. As mentioned in the Wobbuffet video, I'm surprised that Wynaut wasn't introduced at the same time as Wobbuffet, as it's hard for me to think of a time where Wobbuffet wasn't an evolution. As for Wynaut's design, I used to think nothing of it, thinking the things coming off of its hair were just movable extensions. But after watching the anime for this project and realizing what elements Wobbuffet keeps from Wynaut, or perhaps which elements were borrowed from Wobbuffet when designing Wynaut, I realized the extensions are actually its arms, which horrifies me, as that means its face is on its body, and that its body is just its legs. That said, I did want to mention how I think it's cute that Its tail has only one eye instead of the 2 eyes that Wobbuffet's tail has. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Wynaut, the bright Pokemon whose number is 0360. This is what it looks like. Its type is Psychic, abilities, Shadow Tag, Telepathy is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 125 or 25.7%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight is 30.9 pounds or 14 kilograms, basic experience yield is 44 in Gen 3 through 4 and 52 and 5+, leveling rate medium fast, EV yield is 1 in HP, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Wynaut is a psychic type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Wobbuffet starting at level 15. Biology, Wynaut is a small bipedal Pokemon covered in blue fur. Its head is spherical with ear-like fingerless arms on either side and a bulbous growth on its forehead. It has a wide mouth with a serrated upper jaw and a pink tongue. Its eyes appear closed, each curving upward to a point in the center. The fur on its body ends in a zigzag pattern extending over its short legs. Wynaut's tail is long and completely black, ending in a round, flattened tip with a white eye-like spot. Wynaut tends to live in caves and travel in herds. It will test its endurance by squeezing up against other Wynaut at night. In doing so, it strengthens itself, toughens its spirit, and learns to launch powerful counterattacks. When angered, it will slap the ground with its tail. As it loves to eat sweet fruit, it is also drawn to fruit gardens. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Wynaut maintains its smile even while sleeping. Slapping the ground with its black tail is a possible sign that Wynaut is feeling restless and angry in its sleep. Prior to Gen 5, Wynaut in its evolved form, Wobbuffet, were the only known Pokemon that could have Shadow Tag as an ability. Evolution, Wynaut evolves into Wobbuffet. Wynaut, Wobbuffet. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Wobbuffet and Wynaut send the player on a mission to the Uproar Forest. As thanks for completing it, they help to remodel the rescue base. Wynaut also makes an appearance discussing the identity of the strongest Pokemon with Lombre and Bellsprout in the cutscene that unlocks the Western Cave. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, a different Wobbuffet and Wynaut duo appear in Explorers of Sky, first seen examining a rock outside of Treasure Town. Several days later, the two are seen standing outside an entrance where the rock once was, and usher the player and partner into what is revealed to be Spinda's Cafe, where the pair manage the recycle shop. Later in the game, Wynaut informs the player of any new areas discovered after the introduction of Spinda's Project B. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Wynaut can always be seen with a big, happy smile on its face. Look at its tail to determine if it is angry. When angered, this Pokemon will be slapping the ground with its tail. Sapphire. Wynaut gather on moonlit nights to play by squeezing up against each other. By being squeezed, this Pokemon gains endurance and is trained to dole out powerful counterattacks. Emerald. A Wynaut loves to eat sweet fruits. It cleverly picks fruits using its ear-like arms. They gather in fruit gardens, drawn by the fragrance. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It tends to move in a pack with others. They cluster in a tight group to sleep in a cave. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it grows strong by pushing up against others en masse. It loves eating sweet fruit. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it tends to move in a pack. Individuals squash against one another to toughen their spirits. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Wynaut and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Shield is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. They grow strong by pushing up against one another en masse. They love eating sweet fruit. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Ranch, it has the Coal Burr Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 95, attack 23, defense 48, special attack 23, special defense 48, speed 23 for a total of 260. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. Weak to bug, ghost, and dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, and psychic for half. Learn set by leveling up 1. Counter, Mirror Coat, Safeguard, Destiny Bond, Splash, Charm, Encore, and Amnesia. By TM/TR, we're skipping. In both games. Nothing by breeding, nothing by tutoring. By transfer from another generation. 3 in an event, it gets Tickle. It's a normal status move. Accuracy is 100% and PB has 20. TCG only moves. Astonish on this card, Flail on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark pad entry, Wynaut went to an island in the beach zone looking for berries, but the bridge broke and he got stuck. You helped him by building a bridge. Pokepark 2 Wonders Beyond. Everyone in the tech area cares for Wynaut. He is a good friend of Kirlia. Pokemon Sleep. Even a sleeping Wynaut will always have a big, happy smile on its face. If it's slapping the ground with its black tail, it may be feeling restless and angry. Tail-shifting sleep, biting sleep, signature pose sleep. Ah, it's like Wobbuffet. And a top belly sleep. That's cute. Evolution data, Wynaut, level 15 Wobbuffet. Breed holding lax incense. Sprites here, so a little different blue, but more or less the same. The pink is a little bit different in the mouth as well, but yeah, it's basically the same. I looked a little bit, that's probably like simplified. Pink for the shiny, just like Wobbuffet's was. Yeah, I don't know which changes. Yeah. Gen 5, get the full back sprite. Gen 6, you get the models, you get the slightly different blue, slightly different pink. The mouth slightly different as well. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. This looks a little weird as the model. Looks better on the back sprite than the front sprite. Got these. Much changes. The colors change a little bit. It's a little brighter. Maybe it's just the lighting though. Sword and shield. We got the better models, of course. Homes. That. Animation. Wynaut in Pokemon Horizons the series. Wynaut in anime, I guess, is the big one. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 113 in Maze Pokedex. Wynaut, the bright Pokemon. Wynaut are the pre-evolved form of Wobbuffet. They travel in herds, and at night retire into caves where they sleep together in groups. In the manga, Wynaut and Ash and Pikachu, one in color. In the TCG. Trivia, in Gen 3, Wynaut is the only baby Pokemon found in the wild in the games on Mirage Island. Meanwhile, in Gen 4, Wynaut is the only baby Pokemon that cannot be found in the wild. Wynaut is one of the few Gen 3 Pokemon who made a debut before Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire. Wynaut has the lowest base special attack of all Psychic-type Pokemon. Origin, Wynaut may be based on an Okiagari Koboshi doll, a Japanese traditional doll with squinted eyes that stands back upright when pushed over. It is a symbol of perseverance. Name origin, Wynaut may be a play on the phrase, why not? So nano is homophonous with the phrase, so nano, which means really? Or is that so? This plays off its evolution. Wobbuffet, whose Japanese name of Sonons is homophonous with the interjection, so na no su, which roughly means, that's the way it is. Together, they make up for a potential perpetual conversation of really, followed by, that's the way it is. And so on, as seen in Camp Pikachu. In other languages, see also external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Wynaut's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 252, Fangs for Nothing. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth here, a talking Meowth, are arguing as Jessie has lost the chance to get a Dratini after it was evolved into a Dragonair. She's trying to argue that Dratini is better than Dragonair, but Meowth is arguing that the Dragonair is better because they could make good money off of it. Yes. There's the Wynaut. And that is Wynaut's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Wynaut's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it, Detective Wynaut. It's only the friends with Wynaut to the best of my ability. So you've got the Wynaut here on this Wynaut's donut sign, which I love the name of. And this is the only way that Wynaut appears in the film. So in this film, Tim Goodman has come to Rhyme City, city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he's just found out that his father has died in a car accident, and he's sort of finishing his father's life and going to his apartment right now. Now we've cut to later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, in his dad's apartment. Now they're on the roof of the apartment building. You see the Wynaut's donuts here. Tim's being chased by some Apom who've taken something called the Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. I got help! And that is Wynaut's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Wynaut. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Wynaut. So this is the baby Pokemon by Tails, 19,950. They got the baby Pokemon as of Gen 4, I guess. So you've got the Wynaut here, Riolu, Mantike, Badoo, Igglybuff, Happiny, Togepi, Bonsly, Mime Jr., Pichu, Azuril, Magby, Elekid, Munchlax, Cleffa, Chingling, Tyrogue, and Smoochum. This nice compilation of all of them together. It's a very nice image. Then we got Wynaut by LOA, so this nice image of a Wynaut and a Wobbuffet here. Got PS Together Again by Tamarin Frog, so it seems like there's this character that's, I guess, a fusion of Wynaut and Lileep here. We got a bunch of other fusions. Litleo and Cleffa, I think. Clefairy and Togetic. Staryu and Cryogonal. Lediva and Eevee. And Pidove and Finneon. And Poof. And I guess they become their evolved forms, so Pyroar and Clefable and a Clefable and Togetic. That one I think stays the same. This one also thinks stays the same. And this one's a Sylveon and a Ledian. This one also just stays the same. And then got these three. So that's a few. Panpour and Goomy. Pansear and Fall Deerling and Ghastly and Pansage. Very interesting. This doesn't contain a Wynaut, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be getting a Wynaut. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Snorunt. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Snorunt, the first pure Ice-type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are February 21st, 1997, December 11th, 1999, October 3rd, 2002, July 24th, 2005, May 14th, 2008, March 5th, 2011, December 24th, 2013, October 14th, 2016, August 5th, 2019, and May 26th, 2022. The Snorunt line is similar to the Ralts line in that it gets a split final evolution that is gendered in Gen 4. It's different than it gets a female final evolution, Frostlass, instead of a male final evolution. I'd also argue that it's the better of the two, as Snorunt doesn't have a Curlia counterpart, which makes it less gendered. It also helps that, while one might see Glalie as being masculine, given the clear femininity of Frostlass, there's nothing masculine about the base form of Glalie. It just looks more masculine because we know what a female evolution of Snorunt looks like. As for Snorunt's design, I think it's kinda cute. I most know Snorunt as one of the Pokemon Ash has in the Gen 3 era of the anime. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokemon, whose number is 0361. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice. Since this is our first Ice-type Pokemon, I'll point out the Ice coloration here, so the light blue colors, and then this sort of darker blue color. Abilities, Inner Focus or Ice Body in Gen 4+. Moody is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding has 8 groups: Fairy and Mineral, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 37 pounds or 16.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 74 in Gen 3 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 70. Gray? I don't think so. Like, maybe you could consider this. I would consider that black. Maybe it's really dark gray. I don't know. It's definitely not gray. Snorunt is an Ice-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into either Glalie, starting at level 42, or a female Frostlass when exposed to a Dawnstone. Biology: Snorunt is a small black Pokemon with an ovoid body. It has circular, light blue eyes, wide teeth, and spherical hands and feet that lack digits. It is covered with a yellow cloak that gives it a triangular outline. The coat is rimmed with an orange stripe and has 3 orange diamond markings on the back. As its evolved form, Glalie has a body of rock. Snorunt may also be made of rock. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, defeating a Snorunt, Glalie, or Frostlass will yield some Snorunt fur, suggesting the cloak is made of fur. Well adapted to life in colder climates, it subsists on snow and ice and can survive temperatures as low as minus 150 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus 100 degrees Celsius. Snorunt is a social creature, living and traveling with other Snorunt in groups of 5. The group can live together in harmony while residing underneath giant leaves. It can be found in caves, particularly when the outside lacks snow or areas with heavy snowfall. Despite this, the Snorunt population in Alola shows it can survive in some places with warm weather. Additionally, it has been known to visit human dwellings. There's a legend that any home a Snorunt visits and lives near will prosper for generations. There is a tradition where houses would leave a lump of ice made from pure water for Snorunt to have when visiting. Playing with Snorunt is a favorite childhood memory for rich people who live in cold areas. It is believed that if Snorunt shows up during the night, they will cause heavy snow to appear in the morning. Evolution: Snorunt evolves into either Glalie or a female Frostlass. Snorunt, Glalie, female only, Frostlass. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. In a special episode in the Future of Darkness, when Grovyle and Dusknoir arrive at Frozen Island, 3 Snorunt play a prank on Grovyle when pressed by him for the location of Primal Dialga's new henchman. After clearing Dark Ice Mountain, Grovyle manages to press a different Snorunt for information, and it reveals that he saw 3 Sableye carrying what appeared to be Celebi through the Icicle Forest. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Snorunt lives in regions with heavy snowfall. In seasons without snow, this Pokemon steals away to live quietly amongst stalactites and stalagmites deep in caverns. Sapphire. Snorunt survives by eating only snow and ice. Old folklore claims that a house visited by this Pokemon is sure to prosper for many generations to come. Emerald. They tend to move about in groups of around 5 Snorunt. In snowy regions, it is said that when they are seen late at night, snowfall will arrive by morning. By Red Leaf Green. It is said that a home visited by a Snorunt will prosper. It can withstand cold of minus 150 degrees Fahrenheit. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. In the snowy country, certain folklore says a house will prosper if a Snorunt lives there. Platinum. It is said that several Snorunt gather under giant leaves and live together in harmony. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It's said that if they are seen at midnight, they'll cause heavy snow. They eat snow and ice to survive. The Gen 5 entries are basically Platinums, but Snorunt is now the correct casing. Gen 6, X is the Gen 5 entries. Y is basically Diamond and Pearl's entry, but Snorunt is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Snorunt and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 Sun, their numbers seem to have rapidly increased in Alola. Custom has it that houses where Snorunt live will be prosperous for generations to come. Moon. It can only survive in cold areas. It bounces happily around even in environments as cold as minus 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Ultra Sun. It feeds mainly on ice and snow. It's only able to survive in a limited number of places in the warm Alola region. Ultra Moon. Rich people from cold areas all share childhood memories of playing with Snorunt. In Gen 8, Sword is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Shield is Moon's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In some snowy lands, certain folklore says a house will prosper if a Snorunt lives there. Legends Arceus arrives alongside the first snow. It's thought that home Snorunt visit will prosper for many generations. By tradition, one might offer a lump of ice made from pure water at one's front door. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Platinum entry, the Gen 5 entries, and X's entry. Violet is basically Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry, but Snorunt is now the correct casing, and the minus is now just the symbol instead of the word. So Snorunt in the Alola Pokedex, Snorunt in the Paldea Pokedex. We've got 6 of them here, that's kind of fun. You have 5 in the background, 1 in the foreground, posing. Then we got Snorunt in the Kitakami Pokedex, in this cave here. 5 of them, that's very nice. Game locations, side game locations, held items, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. It has the Babiri Berry, 5% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Ultra Moon, Sword, and Shield, it has the Snowball 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, it has the Medicinal Leak 40% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Grid Items by level, for Alpha, it has the EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grid Items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, they're all 50 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, water, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, steel, and fire, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Powder Snow, Astonish, and Headbutt. 5. Leer, 10. Double Team, 15. Ice Shard, 20. Protect, 25. Icy Wind, 30. Frost Breath, 35. Bite, 40. Ice Fang, 45. Snowscape, 50. Weather Ball, 55. Crunch, and 60. Blizzard. By TM 001 Takedown, 3. Fake Tears, 7. Protect, 10. Ice Fang, 11. Water Pulse, 20. Trailblaze, 22. Chilling Water, 25. Facade, 29. Hex, 34. Icy Wind, 46. Avalanche, 47. Endure, 50. Rain Dance, 52. Snowscape, 66. Body Slam, 70. Sleep Talk, 75. Light Screen, 85. Rest, 90. Spikes, 103. Substitute, 108. Crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 187 Icicle Spear, and 193 Weather Ball. By breeding, this group gives you Block, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Icicle Crash, this group gives you Rollout, and this group gives you Switcheroo. TCG only moves, Tackle on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Snorunt tosses ice rings that can shatter small rocks. Shadows of Almia. It blows powder snow and hunks of ice from its mouth to attack. You got all this. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Snorunt prefers caves and other enclosed spaces where they feel protected. That explains why we saw one living in a hole dug out from a mound of snow in the Shiver Snowfields. Evolution data, Snorunt, level 42, Glalie, Dawnstone, female, Frostlass. Sprites here, so a little different. The eyes are probably the biggest difference. I mean, they're basically the same, but they're a little less, I don't know, cutesy. They're a little weird looking. And then we got kind of the reverse colors all around. The sort of yellow ticks on the outside, the blue of the eyes, and sort of that reddish orange for the outline of the coat. It's interesting. Then, yep. Yep. Then at Gen 4 here, not much changes. It gets a little bit rounder. It's a lot pointed. Yeah, that's the big difference. Yep, and this is a slightly different blue as well. Yep. Full back sprite in Gen 5 kind of goes back to a little bit more pointy. Gen 6 we have the models, slightly different colors, I think. Pretty good adaptation, like very good. Gen 8, Sword and Shield, got these better models, and the models in this game. That's kind of cool, you can see it. Oh, I never even noticed that. You can't really tell it here, but I guess when it comes to the model, you can kind of see the opening of the hood. That's interesting. Homes, we got this. An animation. Snorunt in Pokemon Horizons the series. After Snorunt's the big one. Ken Sugimori reference sheet for Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 108. In Ash's Pokedex, Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokemon. Snorunt primarily inhabits very snowy regions. It has long been said that any home visited by a Snorunt will be blessed with good fortune. In Diamond Pearl, episode 116, in Dawn's Pokedex, Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokemon. Snorunt is said to bring great wealth to any home that it lives in. In Journeys, episode 64, in Go's Rotom Phone, Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokemon. An ice type. Snorunt can only live in frozen conditions. It survives by eating ice. Poketoon. You got a few Snorunt and in a Poketoon. In the manga. Snorunt and Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl / for Wii U / Ultimate. Snorunt appears on the ice terrain of the Pokemon Stadium 2 stage in all 3 games. And also a trophy in Brawl. Trophy information. A snowy hat Pokemon. It usually moves about in groups of around 5. According to folklore, Snorunt seen at night herald deep snow the next day. And homes in which Snorunt reside are sure to prosper. In reality, however, the truth behind Snorunt tales lies in mystery. Male Snorunt evolve into Glalie, while females, given a Dawnstone, evolve into Frostlass. Trivia, Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Snorunt trophy incorrectly claims that only male Snorunt evolve into Glalie. Snorunt and its evolutions are the only Ice-type Pokemon in the Fairy Egg group. Although the Ice-type has existed since the first generation of Pokemon, Snorunt is the first pure Ice-type in the Pokedex, despite having debuted in the 3rd generation. Origin Snorunt appears to be based on Yukiwarashi, Japanese snow spirits in the form of a child. More specifically, Snorunt may be based on Yukinko, snow spirits with the appearance of a child wearing a Minobaoshi, a traditional winter wear from Japan that consists of a conical snow cloak made of straw. Yukinko are also said to be the children of Yuki-Onna. This may have inspired Snorunt, evolving into Frostlass, who seems to be based on the latter. Snorunt's Pokedex entries seem to suggest that it may be based on Yashiki Warashi, mischievous spirits said to bring fortune to families it visits, and on the Kopakur, A race of small people in Ainu folklore said to live in harmony under the leaves of plants. Name origin, Snorunt may be a combination of snow and runt, a smaller than average animal. Yoki Warashi is literally Yoki Warashi, either referring to the generic name for a child like snow spirits, or the hominin tale in the folklore of Niigata Prefecture. It may also involve a combination of Yuki, snow, Sashiki, Warashi, or Warashi, archaic word for child. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Since we already watched Snorunt's first scene in the anime in the Grumpig video, and we can't watch Snorunt's second scene in the anime, because it's in a Japanese exclusive short, let's watch Snorunt's third scene in the anime. Well, I don't know if it'd actually be his third scene, since I don't know how many scenes it has in the aforementioned short, so let's watch its first scene in its third appearance in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching, quite fittingly, Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snorunt. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are on their way to Sutopolis when they are stopping at a mountain chalet, and the narrator is explaining all this. Yes.
After a quick stop at the Pokémon Center, they'll head down the mountain to Sorosi Town, where their ferry awaits.
Snorunt.
And that is Snorunt's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Snorunt.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Snorunt? And Autumn Owlix has responded, thank you. They say, Snorunt is one of the cutest first stage Pokemon. I always loved Ash's with his mischievous personality and voice performance. Yes. Thank you for the response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Snorunt. This first one doesn't contain a Snorunt, so we'll start with the second one. This first one is Snorunt by Request Fag. This cute little Snorunt image here. Yeah, it's very nice. Snow. We got Snorunt Friends by Dr. Gisello. So we got this regular Snorunt and a shiny Snorunt here, and then a little snow, and yes, they're friends. It's very cute. Then we got Snorunt Commission by Anti-Dark Heart. So, I guess it's from 2019. This is a nice, kind of unique angle of Snorunt here. And he's lifting his feet, and this is very cute. Then we've got Sinnoh Friends by Zyra F. Hohen. We got Snorunt, Piplup, and Snover. Pokemon that you'd expect to be in a snowy climate. This has got a little hat on. It's very cute. This is Burr Ice Pokemon by Lushy's Art. So got a bunch of these ice-type Pokemon, or bird ice-type Pokemon, anyway. Got the Snorunt here in the front. Got a Spheal, Delibird, Smoochum, Weavile, Glalie, Swinub, Mamoswine, Regice, Glaceon, Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Vulpix, Articuno, Cubchoo, Bergmite, and Vanillite down here. Very nice image of them all. Yeah. It's very well done. Pokédex Challenge 2012 by Tabby Like a Cat. Got a bunch of these Pokemon here. Snorunt, freezing, I guess, this Gibble here. We got a Whismur listening to the little tape player. Tyrogue here. Hoot Hoot. Sudowoodo dancing, and a Kricketot. Looking at that, I guess. And we got a Cubone Morning, I guess. With holding this bone. A Torkoal blowing out some smoke. Poliwag. Pachirisu kind of curling up. Bulbasaur. TNA. Unknown. Spiritomb. Trubbish. Delibird. Togekiss. Smoochum, Gligar, Torterra, Porygon Z, kind of being a little silly, Duskull, Landform Shaman, Teddy Ursetta, Santa Hat, sucking on a Candy Cane, Shuckle here, Mawile, Female Frillish, Whimsicott, Golett, and Sentret, hugging who was presumably the artist here. It's very nice. This doesn't contain a Snorunt, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Love Disc before I can catch a Snorunt. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Glalie. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Glalie, the first pure ice type evolution, being the evolution of Snorunt who evolves at level 42. Mega Glalie is the only pure ice type mega evolution. Its previous PYC dates are February 22nd, 1997, December 14th, 1999, October 4th, 2002, July 25th, 2005, May 15th, 2008, March 6th, 2011, December 25th, 2013, October 15th, 2016, August 6th, 2019, and May 27th, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, I feel the Snorunt evolutionary line is similar to the Ralts evolutionary line, due to them both receiving a split final evolution in Gen 4 that's gendered. I mentioned how one might see Glalie as masculine due to the femininity of Frostlass, but there isn't anything inherently masculine about Glalie. Therefore, I feel like it's better than the Ralts line in that way. However, for some reason, the designers at Game Freak thought Glalie looked masculine enough to give Mega Glalie a beard, despite Glalie being able to be obtained in either of the sexes presented in the games as of the filming of this. I know they only added to Gardevoir's feminine design with its Mega Evolution, but this is just ridiculous. It's not a bad design by any means, but it just feels like an unnecessary addition. Anyway, I most know Glalie as one of the Pokémon Ash Ketchum has in the Gen 3 era of the anime, as well as a few later appearances. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Glalie, the face Pokemon whose number is 0362. This is Glalie, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Glalie, this is what it looks like. Its type is Ice, abilities, Inner Focus, or Ice Body in Gen 4+. Is Glalie's ability. Moody is its inability. Refrigerate is Mega Glalie's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is 8 groups. Fairy and Mineral. Hatch time 20 cycles. As Glalie, it's 4'11" or 1.5 meters and 565.5 pounds or 256.5 kilograms. As Mega Glalie, it's 6'11" or 2.1 meters and 772.1 pounds or 350.2 kilograms. Its Megastone is Glalie-tite. Base experience yield is 187 in Gen 3 through 4 and 168 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. It yields 2 in HP. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Glalie is an Ice-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Snorunt starting at level 42. It is one of Snorunt's final forms, the other being Frostlass. Glalie can Mega Evolve into Mega Glalie using the Glalie-tite. Biology, Glalie is a spherical Pokemon that consists of a black rock core covered by ice. The icy covering has several holes and spaces across this Pokemon's body. Blue eyes and a mouth with flat teeth are visible through 3 of these holes. There are 2 large black conical horns on each side of Glalie's head. There is a legend that says Glalie was born from a boulder that has absorbed the distress and regrets from any mountaineers that got lost on icy mountains. Glalie's icy body is actually rock that is not particularly hard. When covered in ice, its body becomes harder than steel. It does not melt, and it can control ice by instantly freezing moisture in the air into any desirable shape. This ability is used to drape itself in ice armor and freeze its prey, which it then consumes whole. It prefers consuming Pokemon that are already frozen, such as Vanillite. It can be found in caves, particularly when the outside weather lacks snow. In the animated series, Glalie is depicted floating in midair and moving freely, similar to flying, and can even be ridden as a form of transport. Forms, Glalie can Mega Evolve into Mega Glalie. Mega Glalie's jaw is dislocated because of the overwhelming energy, causing its mouth to extend to the length of its face. The lower jaw is all black except for 2 light blue conical spikes. The pupils in Mega Glalie's eyes are now red instead of black. The horns on top of Mega Glalie's head have been partially turned into ice, with the addition of a 3rd horn on its forehead. Mega Glalie can spill endless blizzards from its broken mouth, though it gets irritated by the fact that it can no longer consume its prey. The areas Mega Glalie often appears in will cause the area to be whited out. Any prey that it envelops within its mouth is frozen instantly. So Mega Glalie. Evolution, Glalie evolves into Snorunt and is one of its final forms, the other being Frostlass, so Snorunt, Glalie. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 3. In Ruby, Glalie has a body made of rock, which it hardens with an armor of ice. This Pokemon has the ability to freeze moisture in the atmosphere to any shape it desires. Sapphire. Glalie has the ability to freely control ice. For example, it can instantly freeze its foe solid. After mobilizing its foe in ice, this Pokemon enjoys eating it in leisurely fashion. A Glalie has the power to instantaneously freeze moisture in the atmosphere. A dazzling cloud of diamond-like ice crystals forms around its body. By a red leaf green, it has a body of ice that won't melt, even with fire. It can instantly freeze moisture in the atmosphere. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, to protect itself, it clads its body in an armor of ice, made by freezing moisture in the air. Platinum, it prevents prey from escaping by instantaneously freezing moisture in the air. Our Gold and Soul Silver, it can instantly freeze moisture in the atmosphere. It uses this power to freeze its foes. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Diamond and Pearl's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Glalie and Pokemon and the correct casing. In Gen 7, for Glalie, Sun, legend says that a boulder on an icy mountain absorbed the distress and regrets of a stranded mountaineer, giving rise to Glalie. Moon, its prey is instantaneously frozen stiff by the cold air. It exhales from its huge mouth. While they're in that frozen state, it gobbles them up. Ultra Sun, it freezes its prey and chews them whole. However, it prefers to eat Pokemon like Vanillite that are already frozen. Ultra Moon, its actual body is a rock that isn't particularly hard. Glalie absorbs moisture from the air and drapes itself in an armor of ice. For Mega Glalie, Sun, the excess energy from Mega Evolution spilled over from its mouth, breaking its jaw. It spews endless blizzards. Moon, it envelops prey in its mouth, freezing them instantly, but its jaw is dislocated, so it's unable to eat them. Ultra Sun, when it spews stupendously cold air from its broken mouth, the entire area around it gets whited out. Ultra Moon, the power of Mega Evolution was so strong that it smashed Glalie's jaw. Its inability to eat very well leaves Glalie irritated. In Gen 8, Sword is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Shield is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. It covers its body with an armor of ice, harder than steel, uses its breath to freeze prey, which it then devours as if they were frozen desserts. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Moon's entry. Violet is Platinum in the Gen 5 entries. So we got Glalie in the Alola Pokedex and Mega Glalie in the Alola Pokedex. And we got Glalie in the Paldea Pokedex. Oh, there's a fourth Snorunt in the background. That's fun. I don't know if this is supposed to be like an evolved form or something, I don't know. Or like an evolved one that's come over the camera because it's angry at it, I don't know. Then we got Glalie in the Kitakami Pokedex in this cave here. So these are the same cave that the Snorunt were in, or maybe a similar one. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Pokemon Emerald. Glalie can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Emerald, it has the Never Melt Ice 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, it has the Iron Chunk 30% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Grit items by level, Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Glalie and Mega Glalie, so HP 80, that stays the same, Attack 80, that goes up to 120, Defense 80, that stays the same, Special Attack 80, that goes up to 120, Special Defense 80, that stays the same, Speed 80, that goes up to 100, so this one has a total of 480, this one has a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness damaged normally by Normal Flying, Poison, Ground, Bug, Ghost, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Fighting, Rock, Steel, and Fire all for double. Immune to nothing, and resistant to ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and they go down to 42, so upon evolution it gets Freeze Dry. 47 Snowscape, 54 Weather Ball, 61 Crunch, and 68 Blizzard. We're skipping by TM, and by breeding. Nothing by a prior evolution. Side game data for Glalie. So they get this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. If it spots a Ranger, Glalie gives chase. Its Icy Beam is terribly powerful. Shadows of Volmia. It flies around at incredible speed while making blocks of ice fall. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's adventure in the Pokepark Bat entry. Glalie lives in the Iceberg Zone. You helped him build his igloos. He performs best on one particular attraction, Empoleon Snow Slide. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Glalie seemed to be living happily with Frostlass in a cave on the snowfields. It can lower its own body temperature to make its icy armor even harder. Mega Glalie, you got all that. Form data, Mega Evolution, Glalie, Glaletite, Mega Glalie. Evolution data, Snorunt, level 42, Glalie. Sprite Seers, so pretty much the same, I'd say. I mean, a little bit. The teeth, you can kind of see the bottom, actually. Or, like, it's not one. It's probably 2 layers, but it all looks like it's one. That's really, I think it's just You can't really see the line anymore. Yes, and its eyes are shiny or red, which I think is like the Snorunt's was. It's slightly bluer white than that one is. Gen 4, not really much change, kind of makes the teeth look all like it's one set of teeth rather than two. And this becomes a lot more obviously different in the white, the shiny, like sort of a, yeah, a lot more blue. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. Yeah. Gen 6, you got the models, very good, I'm sure it was fairly easy to do this one. And you got the Mega Evolution here, so that's the red. You can't really see what the pupils are in this. I assume it's probably, it kind of looks like they're maybe still black. They didn't really change that, or I wouldn't be surprised if they made it blue or something. It's kind of, again, it's really hard to tell. This is not the best image quality. Then Gen 7, you got these models, you know. And Gen 8, you got these games models, you know, the better models, and the ones in this game. You can actually see, in Sword and Shield, you can see them as two different sets of teeth again, that kind of line. Yeah. And Homes, you got that, and you can actually see them as two separate ones in Homes as well. And then Mega. Oh, it makes them red! Oh, it just keeps them red, so it just changes the sclera to kind of that red-orange, I guess. And it's a different, oh, it's a slightly fader blue. I didn't even notice that, or maybe that's just because these are a lot more, well, you know, a lot more bright now. In animation, Glalie in Pokemon Horizon the series. Ash's Glalie is the big one. Mega Glalie in Pokemon the series XY. You got Pokedex entries. I already record this first one for the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Glalie, the face Pokemon. Glalie has a tempered ice body that doesn't melt even under direct flame. It can freeze papers in the air instantly.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 116, in Dawn's Pokedex. Glalie, the face Pokemon in an evolved form of Snorunt. Glalie protects itself by creating ice armor from airborne moisture. In Journeys, episode 64, in Goes Rotom Foam. Glalie, the face Pokemon, an ice type. Glalie's body is made of ice so hard even fire won't melt it. It can instantly freeze the humidity in the air. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer. Omega Glalie in the animated trailer. In the manga, Glalie in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got that. The TCG. Trivia, Glalie shares all of its base stats with Fione. We read these second 2 points in the Snorunt video. Origin, Glalie appears to be based on human features like those of a cold, distant person or facial expression. It also appears somewhat similar to an ice hockey mask. Due to its Japanese name, horns and teeth, it may be based on an Oni or Zurube Otoshi. The Oni-like features and mask-like appearance may reference the Namahage demons portrayed by men wearing Oni masks and straw capes. Mino, as part of a ritual in northern Japan. Glalie's pre-evolution Snorunt appears to wear a Mino. It may also be based on Onigiri rice ball, as its Japanese name suggests. It also resembles a hailstone. Mega Glalie appears to wear a beard. Name origin, Glalie may be a combination of glacier and Goli. Oni Hori may be a combination of Oni, demon, Kori, ice, and Goli. It may also be a pun on Onigiri and other languages. Related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Glalie's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 397, Rhapsody and Drew. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his faithful Pokemon are fighting Team Rocket. The main Team Rocket consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, as well as their other Pokemon, Wobbuffet, Chimecho, Dustox, and Kecleon. And Ash's Snorunt has taken a hit from them and is now evolving.
No way!
It's Ash.
My Snorunt!
That was Glalie's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Glalie. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Glalie from Hell by Vaporodum. So, we got this Mega Glalie here, breathing sort of ice, I guess, from its mouth. It's very well done. That's it, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Love Disc before I can evolve Snorunt into Glalie. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Spheal. As always, this isn't my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Spheal, the first Ice Water type Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are February 23rd, 1997, December 15th, 1999, October 5th, 2002, July 26th, 2005, May 16th, 2008, March 7th, 2011, December 26th, 2013, October 16th, 2016, August 7th, 2019, and May 28th, 2022. I think Spheal is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Spheal, the clap Pokemon, whose number is 0363. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Water. Since this is our first Ice Water type Pokemon, I'll point out the ice inside and the water outside. For abilities, Thick Fat or Ice Body in Gen 4+. Oblivious is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is a Groups Water 1 in field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 87.1 pounds or 39.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 75 in Gen 3 through 4 and 58 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 and HP. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Spheal is a dual type Ice Water Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Celio starting at level 32, which evolves into Walrein, starting at level 44. Biology. Spheal is a chubby, spherical seal-like Pokemon with a short, flat tail. Its plushy fur is light blue with several white spots of various sizes on its back. This covering of fluffy fur, combined with the layer of blubber underneath, retains heat and protects Spheal from the cold. It has black circular eyes, small tusks protruding from its upper jaw, and small rounded ears. Its stuffy flivers and its underside are both beige. When it is happy or cheerful, such as when eating in a group, this Pokemon will clap its fins. The meal times of Spheal have been described as noisy as a result. Because its body is poorly shaped for swimming and can only walk slowly, it moves primarily by rolling across ice floes. This Pokemon lives in and around the sea. Spheal also lives on any drift ice that comes near the shore in order to avoid predators. Spheal are often juggled by its evolved form, Celio, which does so to check the former's health. When a Spheal finds prey drifting at sea, it will inform the Walrein leader of its herd on where to find the prey. As mentioned in the sleep style text, Spheal has been seen clapping its fins merrily while asleep on its back. It has led to those being curious about what happy things Spheal is dreaming about once it awakens. Prior to Gen 6, Ice Ball was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it by breeding. Evolution, Spheal evolves into Celio, which evolves into Walrein, so Spheal, Celio, Walrein. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Spheal stars in the bonus field, Whiscash or Pelipper takes the player to. They will swim in the pool and occasionally try to climb up the ice slide. Hitting a Spheal at this time will send it to a Celio's nose, earning 5 times the points from just bouncing the Pokeball. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby.
Spheal is much faster rolling than walking to get around. When groups of this Pokemon eat, they all clap at once to show their pleasure. Because of this, their mealtimes are noisy.
Sapphire.
Spheal always travels by rolling around on its ball-like body.
When the season for ice flows arrives,
this Pokemon can be seen building about on ice and crossing the sea.
Emerald. It is completely covered with plushy fur.
As a result, it never feels the cold even when it is rolling about on ice floes or diving in the sea.
By Red and Leaf Green.
Its body is covered in fluffy fur. The fur keeps it from feeling cold while it is rolling on ice.
In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum.
It rolls across ice floes to reach shore because its body is poorly shaped for swimming.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It crosses the oceans by rolling itself on drifting ice. Fluffy fur keeps it warm when the temperature is below freezing.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond Pearl and Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2.
They can't swim well yet, and they move much faster by rolling. When they're happy, they clap fins.
In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Spheal and Pokemon have the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword.
This Pokemon's body is covered in blubber and impressively round. It's faster for Spheal to roll around than walk.
Shield.
As it drifts among the waves, Spheal probes the sea. As soon as it spots prey,
it informs the Walrein in its herd. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. part. In Legends Arceus, during the season when drift ice approaches the shore, Spheal prefers living on the ice, where fewer predators lurk, rather than the land. Its fur retains heat superbly and resists harsh cold. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. Plump beans, 35% of the time. Apricorn, 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time. Grid items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 70, attack 40, defense 50, special attack 55, special defense 50, speed 25 for a total of 290. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, grass, electrical for double, immune to nothing, resistant to water for half, and ice for a fourth. Notes, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is half, so it'll be half instead of 1, and the effectiveness of ice-type moves is 1/8, so it'll be 1/8 instead of a fourth. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield, and Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. 1, Rollout, and Defense Curl for Growl, 8, Water Gun, 12, Powder Snow, 16, Rest, 20, Snore, 24, Brine, 28, Aurora Beam, 33, Encore, 36, Body Slam, 40, Surf, 44, Blizzard, 48, Hail, and 52, Sheer Cold. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Rollout and masters it at level 10. At level 6, it learns Powder Snow and masters it at level 15. At level 11, it learns Water Pulse and masters it at 20. At 18, it learns Rest and masters it at 28. At 25, it learns Liquidation and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Ice Beam and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Blizzard and masters it at 54. By TM/DR and Sword and Shield. TM, 21, Rest, 22, Rock Slide, 24, Snore, 25, Protect, 27, Icy Wind, 31, Attract, 33, Rain Dance, 35, Hail, 36, Whirlpool, 39, Facade, 45, Dive, 48, Rock Tomb, 55, Brine, 76, Round, and 81, Bulldoze. For the TRs, TR01 Body Slam, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 10 Earthquake, 16 Waterfall, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 30 Encore, and 31 Iron Tail. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM03 Water Pulse, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 23 Iron Tail, 26 Earthquake, 32 Double Team, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 96 Strength, 98 Rock Smash, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives it Aqua Ring, this group gives it Belly Drum, this group gives it Curse, this group gives it Fissure, this group gives it Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow, this group gives it Water Pulse, and this group gives it Yawn. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives it Aqua Ring, this group gives it Belly Drum, this group gives it Curse, this group gives it Fissure, this group gives it Rollout, this group gives it Spit Up, Stockpile, and Swallow, and this group gives it Yawn. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, it gets Steel Roller. It's a physical, steel-type move. Its power is 130, accuracy 100, and PB has 5. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aqua Tail, Baby Doll Eyes, Bulldoze, Ice Ball, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Water Pulse. By transfer for another generation, Gen 4 through 7, Aqua Tail, 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through an Event Charm, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 5 through 7 Echoed Voice and Frost Breath, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 Headbutt, 3 through 7 Hidden Power and Ice Ball, neither work anymore, 3 Mimic, 3 and 4 Mudslap, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Return, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Rock Smash, 3, 4 and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Strength, 4 through 7 Super Fang, and 3 through 7 Swagger, Toxic, and Water Sport. Water Sport doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger shadows the Volumia in the browser entry. It attacks by spinning hunks of ice. Guardian Signs. It causes blizzards around itself that make Pokemon stopped. Okay, got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Bad entry. Spheal are always to be found playing in the Iceberg Zone. They all agree Empoleon's Snow Slide is their favorite attraction. Got all this. And new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Thanks to its fluffy fur coat, Spheal's round body stays warm even in ice-cold water. Looks like it loves rolling around and playing with Dugong. In Pokemon Sleep has been found merrily clapping its fins while asleep on its back. Makes you want to ask Spheal what sorts of happy things it was dreaming of after it wakes. So you got Flopped Sleep, Big Yawn Sleep, Clapping Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, holiday outfit. This fun little scarf here. Yeah, holiday scarf. It's very nice. Evolution data, Spheal, level 32 Celio, level 44 Walrein. Sprites here, it's a little lighter in the blue, but otherwise pretty much the same. Yeah, that's purple. So shiny. It's a cute little animation. Gen 4, darker blue and darker purple. And the eyes, I think, probably changed a little bit. Like the face, I think, is just a little bit different. This is a lot lighter, more obviously lighter than that. Those two, yeah. Gen 5 here, you got the full back sprites. Gen 6, you got this kind of blue and this kind of purple, I guess. The models, pretty good models. Also just makes them white spots for some reason, just non-gradient at all, just there. Gen 7, not really much changes. Gen 8, you got these models. Okay, homes, I got these models. An animation, Spheal in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Got all the Pokedex entries. I already recorded this one in the anime section, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Spheal, the clap Pokemon. Spheal moves more quickly by rolling than by walking. They are sometimes known to cross oceans atop icebergs.
Pokemon Generations, Spheal in Pokemon Generations here with a bunch of Pokemon. I think I've seen this image, or a very similar image. In the manga, Spheal in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG Trivia Origin. Spheal may be based on an eared seal and a ball. Celio's skill of balancing and rolling Spheal on its nose is reminiscent of the common trick performed by real seals with balls. Name origin, Spheal may be a combination of sphere and seal. Tamazarashi may be a combination of Tama, sphere, and Azarashi, earless seal. In other languages, that's external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Spheal's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 310, quite fittingly, the Spheal of Approval. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companion Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to the Slateport Museum, where they found that it's closed. Max tried to climb a fence, and this boy has thought they were thieves, and so he's about to send out his Spheal. Here's Spheal, so happy.
Hey, it's a Spheal. That's a Spheal? Let's see.
I would say that is Spheal's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Spheal.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today, the question is, what do you love about Spheal? And Emoji33N has responded. They say, it's a silly seal, and I'm here for it. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV and fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Spheal. So this is Spheal by Ras Blackfire. Cute couple of Spheal here on this little path, I guess. This is very well done. And then I got Spheal by Masay. Looks to be from, I guess, January 2014, I'm guessing. And it's nice, kind of detailed Spheal here, swimming. It's very well done. And we've got Love Hair City by Blue Commodore. We did this one in the Trapper video, but we can do it again. So we got the Spheal eating a little dessert here with a Scraggy sitting on top of it, eating this other dessert here. And then we got a Trappin holding a cup of something. Yes, this nice little kind of balcony area. It's very well done. Very nice. Then we got Spheal, Day 14, Ice by Flipping Chicken. So we've got a bunch of the Spheals lined up here. There's a Whalmer in the middle, and a shiny Spheal up towards the top. So it's very fun. Little image here. Then we've got Slowpoke and Mudkip by Genzo Man. We talked about this one before. I don't know if I remember it was in the Mudkip video or the Slowpoke video. That's one where I don't know if it's AI or not, because this weird nonsense, but also it's very, like, well done. Like, it seems too good to be AI art. But, you know, it's a Spheal in the background, and I got a shiny Mudkip and a Slowpoke in the front. Maybe it's just a background that's AI, I don't know, but it's very interesting nonetheless. Then we've got Spheal, Celio, and Whale Rain by Francis Johns. These stylized Spheal, Celio, and Whale Rain here. It looks like they're probably swimming in the water, I've already guessed. It's very well done. Then we got Spheal Slide by Pokewolf X Dart. This cute Spheal going down this little divot in the snow here. It's making it. It's very, very cute. Then this doesn't contain a Spheal, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Love Disc before I can catch a Spheal. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Celio. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Celio, the first Ice Water evolution, being the evolution of Spheal, who evolves at level 32. Its previous PYC dates are February 24th, 1997, December 16th, 1999, October 6th, 2002, July 27th, 2005, May 17th, 2008, March 8th, 2011, December 27th, 2013, October 17th, 2016, August 8th, 2019, and May 29th, 2022. I like how Celio is a logical continuation of Spheal. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Celio, the ball roll Pokemon, whose number is 0364. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Water. Abilities, Thick Fat or Ice Body in Gen 4+. Oblivious is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is 8 groups, Water 1 in Field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 193.1 pounds or 87.6 kilograms. Base experience yields 128 in Gen 3 through 4 and 144 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. E-Yield is 2 in HP. Shape is that. Has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Celio is a dual type Ice/Water Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Spheal starting at level 32 and evolves into Walrein, starting at level 44. Biology, Celio is a bright blue pinniped Pokemon. Its throat and chest are beige with speckling around the edges. There are 2 short tusks protruding from its upper jaw, and it has dark brown oval eyes. It has a powerful pair of front flippers, which are able to crush ice. Additionally, has a short flipper-like tail. On the sides of its blunt muzzle are thick white whiskers. Celio's white whiskers are described as being super sensitive. When a Celio encounters new objects, they are placed on its nose and rolled around to test its smell and texture. The reason is to determine if it likes the object or not. As mentioned in the Sleep Style Dex, Celio can sense the environment even when it sleeps. It has also been known to roll Spheal or Pokeballs on its nose. The reason Celio does this to Spheal is to check its scent and ensure it is still healthy. This Pokemon lives in the sea and on drift ice. Celio dives underwater to hunt for prey 5 times a day. It searches for the prey by its scent. Prior to Gen 6, Ice Ball was a signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it by breeding. Evolution. Celio evolves from Spheal and evolves into Walrein. So Spheal, Celio, Walrein. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Celio stars in the bonus field. Whiscash or Pelipper takes the player to. They will bounce the Pokeball or a Spheal into the basket to earn the points of the round. Hitting a Celio while it is bouncing a Spheal will cause it to drop the Pokemon and miss out on the points for it. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Celio has the habit of always juggling on the tip of its nose anything it sees for the first time. This Pokemon occasionally entertains itself by balancing and rolling a Spheal on its nose. Sapphire. Celio often balances and rolls things on the tip of its nose. While the Pokemon is rolling something, it checks the object's aroma and texture to determine whether it likes the object or not. Emerald. Celio lives in herds on ice floes. Using its powerful flippers, it shatters ice. It dives into the sea to hunt prey 5 times a day. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It touches new things with its nose to test for smell and feel. It plays by spinning Spheal on its nose. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, it habitually spins things on its nose. By doing so, it learns textures and odors. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It has a very sensitive nose. It touches new things with its nose to examine them. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond Pearl Platinums. Black 2 and White 2. Be it Spheal or Pokeball, it will spin any round object on its nose with the greatest of ease. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Celio, Pokemon, and Spheal are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Celio and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8 Sword, Celio live on top of drift ice. They go swimming when they're on the hunt, seeking out their prey by scent. Shield, this Pokemon has a habit of spinning round things on its nose, whether those things are Pokeballs or Spheal. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Its white whiskers are very sensitive. Celio will balance Spheal on the tip of its nose, checking its scent, and its feel to be sure the Spheal is healthy. Game locations, side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal, plump beans 35% of the time. Spoiled apricorn 15% of the time, credenzed by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, credenzed by level. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack 60, defense 70. Special attack 75, special defense 70, speed 45 for a total of 410. Pokeathlon stats, Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, grass, and electric, all for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to water for half and ice for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is half, so it would be half instead of 1, and the effectiveness of ice-type moves is an eighth, so it would be an eighth instead of a fourth. Learn set, by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, we'll do this Evo here, and they go down to 35, so upon evolution it gets Swagger, 35 Encore, 40 Body Slam, 46 Surf, 52 Blizzard, 58 Hail, and 64 Sheer Cold. In Legends Arceus, we will start with 34 here, so at level 34 it learns Ice Beam and masters it at 45, and at 43 it learns Blizzard and masters it at 54. By TM/TR we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, in both games. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. In the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Steel Roller. It's a physical Steel-type move. Its power is 130, accuracy 100%, and PP has 5. In Legends Arceus, it can get Aqua Tail, Baby Doll Eyes, Bulldoze, Ice Ball, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Water Pulse. By prior evolution is nothing. By transfer from another generation, 4 through 7 Aqua Tail, 4 Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through an Event, Charm, 6 and 7 Confide, 3 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 5 through 7 Echoed Voice and Frost Breath, 3 through 7 Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 Headbutt, 3 through 7 Hidden Power and Ice Ball, neither work anymore, 3 Mimic, 3 and 4 Mud Slap, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 3 through 7 Return and Roar, Return doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Rock Smash, 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Sickle Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 and 6 Strength, 4 through 7 Super Fang, and 3 through 7 Toxic and Water Sport doesn't work anymore. Choose your only moves. Skull Bash on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmi in the browser entry. It attacks by blowing powdered snow and hunks of ice from its mouth. Guardian Signs. It causes continuous blizzards around itself that make Pokemon snapped. Pokemon Sleep. Silio's nose and the white whiskers around it are very sensitive. It is said that this Pokemon twitches its whiskers and touches them to the ground even while sleeping to sense the environment around it. Ground Tapping Sleep, Big Yawn Sleep, Overturn Sleep, and Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Spheal, level 32 Celio, level 44 Walrein. Sprites here, so slightly different blue, but basically the same, I guess. It's kind of hard to tell if the different angles, kind of front on versus side on. I don't know if I've really seen this Pokemon front on before. Very interesting. Then I got this kind of purple one, like Spheal's was. Yep. I got this. Looks a little less sad, I guess. Kind of looks sad in Gen 3. Oh, look as sad. And also I think a lot skinnier than they are in Gen 3. And a little bit different blue. This is probably a lot more simplified, I think, the whiskers, than that is. So is its features, I guess, because it doesn't look like it has the bottom couple anymore of the spots. But it might just be under the belly, I guess. Yep, Gen 5. Maybe slightly different colors, but more or less the same. You get the full back sprites as well. Then we have the models in Gen 6 here. Yeah. Can maybe see they have the spots, actually. Interesting. In Gen 7, yeah, there's nothing much changes. The models are pretty good. Then this game's models, yeah. Homes, animation, Celio in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. We got Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 110 in Ash's Pokedex. Celio, the ball roll Pokemon. Celio is the evolved form of Feebas. Upon seeing something new, it tends to roll it on its snout, dissing its smell and texture. In the manga, Celio in Pokemon Adventures. The TCG. Trivia, Origin. Celio appears to be based on an earless seal with elements of a walrus. Its habit of playing with objects with its nose may be a reference to sea lions that have been trained to play with balls using their noses. Name origin, Celio may be a combination of sea or seal and Leo, Latin for lion, in reference to sea lion. Toadogler may be a combination of Toto, Stellar Sea Lion, and Juggler. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Celio's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 310, The Spheal of Approval. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companion Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have gone to the Slateport Marine Museum, where they have met Marius and Captain Stern here. Team Magma has stolen a rock that Captain Stern was researching. So to stop them, he is sending out his Celio. Team Team Magma there.
Celio!
That is Celio's first thing in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Celio card.
It's the 6th Celio card design. It was illustrated by Kuki Sateo. I love that we see Celio swimming around. It has 80 HP. It's 3'7" and 193.1 pounds. It has one move, Ice Rider, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 water energies. The player chooses one of their opponent's Pokemon and does 30 damage. If they choose a benched Pokemon, this damage is unmodified. Celio is weak to metal for plus 20 damage, which is odd since it isn't weak to steel in the video games. Instead, it could have been weak to fighting, grass, or lightning, as it's weak to fighting, rock, often represented as fighting in the TCG, grass, and electric in the video games. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to water, as it's resistant to water and ice, often represented as water in the TCG, in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy for Celio to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It habitually spins things on its nose. By doing so, it learns textures and odors." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It's level 27. In the video games, this would not be possible legitimately, as Spheal evolves into Celio at level 32.
I don't have a card for Walrein, so the next Pokemon with the card we'll be talking about is Rayquaza. Now let's see why other people love Celio. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Celio. This is Celio by Monomite, or Bukin. So they got this nice Celio here, kind of stylized. Very well done. Then we got Underwater Celio by Gabosaurus. So, yes, this nice underwater Celio just swimming in the water. Yeah, very, very well done. Then we've got Swimming Lesson by Sharkjaw. So we got the Celio and Spheal here, and it's floating on the water. I guess I'm about to give the Spheal a lesson. Then it seems to be from either May 12th of some year, December 5th of some year, or more likely May 2012. Maybe December 2005, but I doubt it. Then we've got Celio by Child of Neglect, or Lilyco. Got the stylized Celio here on this realistic background. Interesting. And we've got Celio by E. Reedy. So this interesting, very stylized Celio here. Yeah. Very cute. Then we've got Celio by Aglitka. So this nice image of a Celio, I guess maybe doing a move or something. Yes, kind of stylized a little bit. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Celio by Booyah X. So, we got this nice Celio here, and it's just lying down. It's very well done. Then we got Spheal, Celio, and Walrein by Francis John. We did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So you got the Spheal, the Celio, and the Walrein. Very stylized and very well done. Kind of looks like they're swimming. Then we got Spheal Colony by Uber Nuga. We got 3 Celio here. Then we got a bunch of Spheals. And we got one Walrein. Yes, on the sort of ice and the water. And yeah, it's very nice. Spheal, Celio, Walrein by Roasted Sticks. So we've got, number 363, number 365, and number 364. You get just all these, slightly stylized. It's very good. Alright. Then we've got Celio by Chairami-chan. So you've got a couple of very stylized Celio here. Normal one, a shiny one, and the shiny one is balancing 3 Pokeballs on its nose, or on its head. It's very well done. Then we've got Celio by Massa Bear. So this nice Celio image, very well done, nice shading and stuff. Then we got Spheal Family by Zapiz. The Spheal, Celio, and Walrein. Very nice image. Then we got Celio by Arbo. And this nice image of a Celio here, very simple. Then we've got Fakemon Idea, Spheal Line, Regional Variants by Patrick the Henchman. We got the Spheal here, it's a water rock type Pokemon, and the Celio, it's a water rock as well. Then Miran Gerain. That was the working title. So the female one splits off to becoming water rock, and the male becomes water ground. Kind of based on a couple different seal types. Yes. Very well done. Then we got Celio by The 2 Matt Zero. My stylized Celio here. Playing with this little ball here. Very nice. Then we've got Mare Celio by Choro Kojo. This is an interesting image of, I guess, like a trainer or something. Thinking of Celio as like a mare. I don't know. It's interesting. And we've got Celio by T-Rex. So you got this nice stylized Celio here, sort of lying down, I guess, or maybe feeling the ground or something. I don't know. Then we've got Ice Trainer by MCG Mark here, sort of more realistic drawing here. So we got the trainer here, then the Celio, Frostmoth, and Cubchoo. Very interesting. Then we've got PKMN Skies, Rolly's Festive Debut by Dixie95. It's nice stylized Celio here. Seems to be lifting this, I don't know, this jewel or something, and then maybe another one's and it's like juggling that ball maybe, and maybe it's doing a little bit of a water type move or something in this crowd. You know, it's very well done. Then we've got Pokedex Project Celio by Lucky Lucario. So this nice Celio image here, kind of stylized on this ice flow. Yeah, it's lifting a snowball on his nose. Then we got King of the Frozen North by Olmagon. So we've got this image here of a Beartic, I guess, crashing this ice flow of a Celio and a Spheal. Very interesting. Then we got Real Celio and Seal by Cave Lupa, sort of more realistic Celio and Seal. Looks to be from 2010. Yeah, you can see it's very realistic style. Very interesting. Then we got Celio by Studio Sandwich. This very cute version of Celio here, very simplified. So that seems to be the end of the page results, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Love Disc before I can evolve Spheal into Celio. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Walrein. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today is the 365th video of the Pokemon Year Cycle, meaning we've been doing this series for a whole year. Well, not entirely. You haven't done the Pokemon Year Cycle for a whole year until you complete this video. Tomorrow is the first anniversary, not today. You'll have to celebrate then. Oh, alright. Anyway, today we'll be talking about Walrein, the first Ice Water Final Evolution, and third stage Ice-type Pokemon, being the final evolution of Spheal, who evolves into Celio, who evolves at level 44. Its previous BYC dates are February 25th, 1997, December 17th, 1999, October 7th, 2002, July 28th, 2005, May 18th, 2008, March 9th, 2011, December 28th, 2013, October 18th, 2016, August 9th, 2019, and May 30th, 2022. While there are certainly elements of Walrus throughout this evolutionary line, an explicitly Walrus-based Pokemon at the end of a Seal/Sea Lion-based line is surprising to say the least. It looks so different. It certainly isn't the first time Game Freak has turned one animal-based Pokemon into another, and it certainly isn't the last. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Walrein, the Ice Break Pokemon whose number is 0365. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Water. Abilities: Thick Fat or Ice Body. In Gen 4+, Oblivious is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breedings, egg groups, Water 1 and Field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight is 332 pounds or 150.6 kilograms, base experience yield is 192 in Gen 3 through 4 and 239 in 5+. Leveling grade is medium slow, EV yield is 3 in HP, shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint, Pokédex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Walrein is a dual-type Ice/Water Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Celio starting at level 44, is the final form of Spheal. Biology: Walrein is a large walrus-like Pokemon with a layer of blubber under its skin. It is primarily blue with thin white rings around its neck and lines on its fan-like tail fin. There are 2 long ivory tusks on its upper jaw. It has a round snout and yellow eyes, and large tufts of white fur about its face and neck. Its 4 short legs have long flippers instead of feet. Walrein lives in and around icy seas, where it is insulated against the cold by its thick layer of blubber. This layer of fat also protects it from enemy attacks by causing them to bounce off. While its long tusks are capable of crushing ice up to 10 tons in one blow, they may break during battle. Walrein's tusks grow continuously throughout its life, and any broken ones will grow back by the following year. The Hisui region is famous for the many broken tusks of Walrein that can be found there. This Pokemon can be found in herds of 20 to 30 individuals, which are fiercely protected by the leader. The leader is willing to give up its life in order to protect the herd. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Walrein has been seen sleeping with a tusk stuck in the ground. It is believed that the Pokemon fell asleep while tending to its tusks. Prior to Gen 6, Ice Ball was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Evolution: Walrein evolves from Celio, and it is the final form of Spheal, so Spheal, Celio, Walrein. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. A Walrein looks after the newborn Manaphy when it is discovered that it needs to live in the sea. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby.
Walrein's 2 massively developed tusks can totally shatter blocks of ice, weighing 10 tons with one blow. This Pokemon's thick coat of blubber insulates it from sub-zero temperatures.
Sapphire.
Walrein swims all over frigid seawater, while crushing icebergs with its grand imposing tusks. Its thick layer of blubber makes enemy attacks bounce off harmlessly.
Emerald.
To protect its herd, the leader battles anything that invades its territory, even at the cost of its life. Its tusks may snap off in battle.
Fire Red and Leaf Green.
It swims through icy seas while shattering ice floes with its large tusks. It is protected by its thick blubber.
In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum.
It shatters ice with its big tusks. Its thick blubber repels not only the cold, but also enemy attacks.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver.
It shatters drift ice with its strong tusks. Its thick layer of blubber repels enemy attacks.
In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum Sentry. Black 2 and White 2.
Not only does its thick blubber keep it warm, it also protects it from attacks. It shatters ice with its prized tusks.
In Gen 6, X is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Black and White entries. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Rubies is basically rubies, but Walrein and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Walrein is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword.
Walrein forms herds of 20 to 30 individuals. When a threat appears, the herd's leader will protect the group with its life.
Shield.
Walrein's tusks keep growing throughout its life. Tusks broken in battle will grow back to their usual impressive size in a year.
Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are basically Diamond and Pearls, but the comma after cold has been removed. Legends Arceus.
Its thick tusks are strong enough to shatter drift ice. They have been known to break, but they will grow back by the next year. The Hisui region is well known for these broken tusks.
Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus, normal. Plump beans, 35% of the time. Spoiled apricorn, 15% of the time. Gridowns by level, Alpha, EXP Candy L, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 40% of the time. Gridowns by level, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 110, attack 80, defense 90, special attack 95, special defense 90, speed 65, for a total of 530. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy, weak to fighting, rock, grass, and electric, all for double, immune to nothing, resistant to water for half, and ice for a fourth. Notes if this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire type moves is half, so it would be half instead of 1, and the effectiveness of ice type moves is an eighth, so it would be an eighth instead of a fourth. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl will go down to 44. 48 Surf, 56 Blizzard, 64 Hail, and 72 Sheer Cold. In Legends Arceus, this is different. This isn't usually how this works, but this is impossible, right? This shouldn't be possible because all of these numbers are below the minimum to evolve, so I don't know how you get one legitimately before 44. I'm gonna skip it though, I guess. By TM/DR we're skipping. For both games. By breeding we're skipping. For all the games. By tutoring. In Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, in the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can have Steel Roller. It's a physical, steel type move. Its power is 130, accuracy 100%, and PP has 5. In Legends Arceus, it can have Aqua Tail, Baby Doll Eyes, Bulldoze, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Ball, Ice Beam, Ice Fang, Icy Wind, Iron Head, Iron Tail, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, and Water Pulse. Nothing by a prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. 4 through 7, Aqua Tail in Black. 4, Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through an event, Charm. 6 and 7, Confide. 3 through 7, Double Team. 3, Double Edge. 5 through 7, Echoed Voice and Frost Breath. 3 through 7, Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 4, Fury Cutter and Headbutt. 3 through 7, Hidden Power and Ice Ball, neither work anymore. 3, Mimic. 3 and 4, Mud Slap. 4, Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, Return and Roar, Return doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, Strength. 4 through 7 Super Fang, and 3 through 7 Toxic and Water Sport. Water Sport doesn't work anymore. Side game data. Got all that. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmi in the browser entry. It attacks by spitting hunks of ice and letting loose blizzards. In Guardian Signs, it causes continuous blizzards around itself that make Pokemon stop. Got this. In Pokemon Sleep, its strong tusks shatter even large chunks of ice. Walrein has been found sleeping with a tusk stuck in the ground, as if perhaps the Pokemon fell asleep while tending to it. Loafing Sleep, Majestic Sleep, Fang Launch Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Spheal, level 32 Celio, level 44 Walrein. Sprites here, so a little darker in the colors and probably a little bit more simplified. The nose is a lot bigger. The tusks, I think, are a lot, like, thicker. Yep. That's a lot smaller, looks like. I got purple for the shiny here. I think like the other two were. Yep. And Gen 4 makes the nose a lot smaller. That's the big difference. It really changes a little bit of the details as well. But like the flipper, I think, is a little bit different shaped. And the back sprite, though, I don't know, might be a little bit different. Like the phrase, I think, is like dark, shadowy now, I think. Yeah. Gen 5, we got the full back sprites. And a little different colors, I think. Yeah. And Gen 6, we get the modern colors. Modern blue, I guess. Yeah. In Gen 7, not much changes. All the models are also pretty good, by the way. In this game, we got these models. Homes, we got these models. Animation. Walrein in Pokemon, the series, Ruby and Sapphire. You got these. In the manga, Walrein in Pokemon Adventures. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 230. The two well-developed fangs can break a 10-ton iceberg with one hit. It can survive well in temperatures well below 0 degrees with its thick layer of fat. In the TCG, Trivia, with the ability Thick Fat, Walrein and its evolutionary relatives can have an 8th resistance to ice. This makes it the only evolutionary line where all of its members can have a triple resistance to a type under normal battle circumstances. The only other Pokemon that can have a triple resistance is Dugong, as it shares the same types and abilities as Walrein's evolutionary line. Origin, Walrein appears to be based on a walrus. Its body shape, blue coloration, and fluffy white fur are reminiscent of a breaking wave. The rings around its neck may be inspired by the ribbon seal's coloration. Name origin, Walrein may be a combination of walrus, rain, and possibly rain. Toto Saruga may be a combination of Toto, stellar sea lion, Kaiser, German for emperor, and Ga, tusk. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Walrein's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 328, Fight for the Meteorite. In this episode, Team Aqua, these guys, are fighting Team Magma for a meteorite on Mount Chimney, and they are about to send out their Pokemon to fight Team Magma's Pokemon. So we got the Walrein. That is Walrein's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Walrein. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Walrein. This first one is Ice Flows by Fox. So this realistic Walrein here. And, you know, very nice. I like all the blues and stuff, and like the depth of the water. That's very good. Walrein performing Ice Ball by Chris J. Alejo. So here we got this. Oh, what's this? Walrein, the Ice Break Pokemon. Ice Ball, Ice type. BP 30, physical. The user creates balls of ice and hurls them at the target over 5 turns. The damage and size increases each turn. So we got this Walrein, you know, doing this ice ball attack. You know, it gets bigger each time. Yes. Very well done art. Then we've got Spheal, Celio, and Walrein by Francis John. We've done this over the last 2 videos, but we can do it again. So you got the Spheal, Celio, and Walrein, sort of stylized. It kind of looks like they're swimming around. It's very well done. And we've got Mega Walrein by Torcupine. So there isn't a real Mega Walrein, but this is what they imagine it might look like. Very well done. And we've got Frigid Sea by Banderai. It's got this realistic Walrein here, a different kind of realistic Walrein. Yes, I can see on the ice flows and stuff. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Spheal's Family 2 by Darkrai Lady. So you've got Spheal, Celio, and Walrein here. It's all shaded, like, yeah, it's very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Walrein, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Love Disc before I can evolve Celio into Walrein. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Clamperl. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today is the 1-year anniversary of the Pokemon Year Cycle. What better Pokemon to talk about on this day than Clamperl? But I suppose that would be better for the 30th anniversary, wouldn't it? Anyway, Clamperl is the only Pokemon with a split evolution, where both members are achieved through trading, holding different items as of the filming of this. Its previous BYC dates are February 26, 1997, December 18, 1999, October 8, 2002, July 29, 2005, May 19, 2008, March 10, 2011, December 29, 2013, October 19, 2016, August 10, 2019, and May 31, 2002. If one wishes to compare Gen 3 Pokemon with a split evolution, where at least one member has a clearly gendered design, I think Clamperl is the best. While its evolution, Corphish is definitely feminine in design, and each evolution has primary coloration that are stereotypical male and female colors. Both of Clamperl's evolutions can be male or female. I don't have a problem with that. I've always had a problem with Glalie and Frostlass being one specific sex, given its counterpart's diacy. Anyway, I most know Clamperl from its unique evolutions, particularly when compared to Shelter, and its connection to Spoink, with Clamperl providing Spoink with its pearl. I think Clamperl is cute, and it definitely has a baby or little kid vibe to its pearl-like head. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Clamperl, the bivalve Pokemon, whose number is 0366. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, shell armor. Rattle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is a group Water 1, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 4 or 0.4 meters. Weight is 115.7 pounds or 52.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 142 in Gen 3 through 4 and 69 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic. Evolved is 1 in defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Clamperl is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Huntail when traded while holding a Deep Sea Tooth, or into Gorobus when traded while holding a Deep Sea Scale. Biology, Clamperl is an aquatic bivalve Pokemon that makes its home on the sea floor. Its bivalve shell is dark blue with a silver rim along the inner edges. The shell is used to clamp down on prey as well as for protection. A fully grown shell will have nicks and scratches all over. Inside of the shell is a fragile, light blue body composed of 6 spherical extensions with a pink pearl-like head in the center, usually depicted with its eyes closed. There is a circular white patch on each cheek. The pearls produced by this Pokemon amplify psychic power. It can be blue in color, as seen in the Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire episode, Clamperl of Wisdom. Spoink's pearls come from Clamperl. These pearls are around 10 times more valuable than pearls produced by Shelter. It is carnivorous, clamping down on prey without letting go until it stops moving. When it is close to evolution, Clamperl will become too big to fit inside its shell. Clamperl is the only Pokemon that gains extra effects by holding a Deep Sea Tooth or Deep Sea Scale. Clamperl have been observed being carried by Drifblim, its natural predator. Evolution, Clamperl evolves to either Huntail or Gorobus. Clamperl, Huntail, Gorobus. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 3 Ruby. Clamperl's sturdy shell is not only good for protection, it is also used for clamping and catching prey. A fully grown Clamperl shell will be scored with nicks and scratches all over. Sapphire, Clamperl grows while being protected by its rock-hard shell. When its body becomes too large to fit inside the shell, it is sure evidence that this Pokemon is getting close to evolution. Emerald, a Clamperl slams its shell closed on prey to prevent escape.
The pearl it creates upon evolution is said to be infused with a mysterious energy. Fire red and leaf green, it is protected by a sturdy shell. Once in a lifetime, it makes a magnificent pearl. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it makes a single pearl during its lifetime. The pearl is said to amplify psychic power. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when it evolves, it makes a mysterious pearl that amplifies psychic powers when it's held. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Clam Pearl is now the correct casing, and the short dash has been replaced by the long dash. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Clam Pearl and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, despite its appearance, is carnivorous. It clamps down on its prey with both sides of its shell and doesn't let go until they've stopped moving. Ultra Moon, Clam Pearl's pearls are exceedingly precious. They can be more than 10 times as costly as Shelder's pearls. The Gen 8 Pokedex entries is Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Clam Pearl in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. It has the blue shard 5% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White 2, White 2, X, and Y. It has the Big Pearl 5% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It has the Pearl 50% of the time and the Big Pearl 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 35, Attack 64, Defense 85, Special Attack 74, Special Defense 55, Speed 32 for a total of 345. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass and Electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Water Gun, Whirlpool, and Iron Defense, and 50 Shell Smash. By TM, 03 Water Pulse, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 32 Double Team, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding, this group gives it Aqua Ring, this group gives it Body Slam, this group gives it Confuse Ray, this group gives it Muddy Water, and this group gives it Supersonic. By tutoring is nothing. TCG only moves. Bubble on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, the browser entry. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Clam Pearl is constantly in search of safe coral reefs, where it can protect itself. It'll sometimes catch a ride from Drifloon when it wants to move. Evolution data, Clam Pearl, trade holding Deep Sea Tooth, Huntail, trade holding Deep Sea Scale, Gorbis. Sprites here, so the little different colors, I think. Basically the same general concept. Yeah. This is purple outside and yellow inside. Yes. In Gen 4, it gets a little different blue and a little different pink. But more, and this is like a different, I think purple, yeah, definitely darker purple, and different yellow, I guess. And the shell also looks different on the back sprite, looks wildly different. Huh. And then Gen 5, get the full back sprites, might be slightly different colors again. Definitely purple's a lot darker. And the blue is also darker. Yes. Then Gen 6, you get the models, got this kind of blue, this kind of pink. It's interesting angle, sort of a straight on angle rather than this sort of top angle, I guess. Yep. The models are pretty good. It's kind of hard to see its face though. See the face a little bit better here. You got Holmes models. Animation, Clam Pearl, and Pokemon Journeys, the series. All this. Pokedex entries, I already recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let May's Pokedex read it.
Clam Pearl, the bivalve Pokemon. Clam Pearl holds a powerful shell that's useful not only in protecting itself, but also in clamping down on prey.
Pokemon Generations, Clam Pearl and Pokemon Generations. Pretty sure we've done this image before. In the manga, Clam Pearl in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Trivia, we read this first one in the Shelder video. Clam Pearl is the only Pokemon that evolves by trade, holding one of 2 different items. Clam Pearl can learn Iron Defense from a move tutor, but its evolutions, Huntail and Gorbis, can't. We read this last one in the Ditto video. Origin, Clam Pearl appears to be based on an oyster or a giant clam. Clam Pearl's appearance and its evolved forms suggest that it could also be based on roe, the eggs of fish, and other marine animals. Name origin, Clam Pearl may be a combination of clamp or clam and pearl. Pearl Ulu, Maybe a combination of Pearl and possibly Lulu, Arabic for pearls, and other languages, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Clampearl's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 367, quite fittingly, Clampearl of Wisdom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have been reunited with a Spoink they helped, and it has lost its pearl in the ocean, and Isaiah, a researcher, has brought them to this lab where he's explaining that Clampearl and Spoink have a unique relationship.
Look at them all. I've never seen a real one.
That is Clampearl's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Clampearl. Now let's look at fan art. Before we do, I want to mention that throughout this section, I thought Goribus was pronounced Gorbis.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we would normally do is go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain Clampearl, but since we have this image, and there's a lot of Pokemon on it, and I've already talked about it once, and I don't want to do it again, this is the image we're going to be stopping at. This is Clampearl by Blue Coralmon. So, it says number 366. It's this nice image of a Clampearl here. Yeah, nice effects and stuff, I like it. Then we've got Clampearl's Family 2 by Darkrai Lady. So this nice image of the evolutionary lines, I guess. You know, Clampearl, Huntail, and Gorbis. You know, all done, well shaded. It's very nice. Then we got Clampearl used Aqua Ring by KVD. So this nice image of Clampearl using Aqua Ring, I guess. Yes, very well done. And we've got Clampearl by Kursui. So, this nice, Clampearl here, a little stylized, I think, but, yeah, very nice. The bottom, you can see at the bottom of the sea, it's very good. Then we've got Commissions, Big Pearl by Tamron Frog, so, we've got this Clampearl here with a pearl, and then we've got this Grovyle here, it looks like it's maybe searching for the pearl or something. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Clampearl by Lord Chatta, so it says number 366. It's nice. Image of Clampearl here, very simple, very nice. Then we've got Clampearl, Huntail, and Gorbis by Purple Hill. So, Clampearl, Huntail, and Gorbis. Very nice sprite art here. Very different from the actual sprites. Then we've got Day 414, Clampearl, Pearl Ulu by Autobot Tesla. So, got this nice image of a Clampearl here, and these two, surrounding it, I guess. I don't know why they're trying to close it, maybe? I don't know. That's how they're trying to protect it, is keeping it closed. Yeah. That's Huntail and Gorbis. Beauty of the Shallow Pond by Gene Sieve. So, we've got this Gorbis here, and this Clampearl. Yes, very nice. I guess it's probably supposed to be, like, evolving into this or something. Yeah, looks like that, yeah. I got 715, so July 2015, I guess, or just some random July 15th, I don't know. And then we've got Clampearl Palette Challenge by Die. So this nice Clampearl here, just, yeah, I mean, I guess from all these colors, and yeah, it's very well done. And then we've got Primarina and Co. So we've got Primarina here, and then this Clampearl, which kind of looks like it's holding up one of those clamshell mirrors, which is kind of funny. And we've got a couple Corsola, a Starmie, Tortuga, and Luminion here. Very well done. And this is where we're going to stop, so let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll be waiting until I've talked about Love Disc before I catch a Clampearl. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Huntail. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow as we continue through the next year of the Pokemon year cycle. Hello, today we'll be talking about Huntail, an evolution of Clampearl who evolves when traded holding the Deep Sea Tooth. Huntail's previous PYC dates are February 27th, 1997, December 19th, 1999, October 9th, 2002, July 30th, 2005, May 20th, 2008, March 11th, 2011, December 30th, 2013, October 20th, 2016, August 11th, 2019, and June 1st, 2022. I most remember Huntail from how unique it is that an eel emerges from a clam. I like that its tail glows. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today, we are talking about Huntail, the deep-sea Pokemon, whose number is 0367. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water, ability is Swift Swim, Water Veil is its inability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 60 or 14.8%, breeding is egg group Water 1, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters, weight is 59.5 pounds or 27 kilograms, base experience yield is 178 in Gen 3 through 4 and 175 plus, leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2, 1 in attack and 1 in defense, shape is that, has no feet so it has no footprint, Pokédex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Huntail is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Clamperl when traded while holding a deep-sea tooth. It is one of Clamperl's final forms, the other being Gorobus. Biology, Huntail is a light blue aquatic Pokemon with a serpentine body. Orange semicircular fins run the length of its spine, and there are 2 additional fins on the underside of its lower jaw. A large fan-like fin projects from the top of its head. White spots that are surrounded by orange rings resembling its eyes dot its body. It attracts its prey by wagging its fin-shaped tail, which features glowing eye spots, a single dorsal fin, and a single pectoral fin. Huntail's large mouth features sharp teeth and allows it to gulp its prey whole. Huntail swims by wiggling its body. Though it is not the strongest swimmer, its sturdy spine and large eyes allows it to survive in the high pressures and darkness of the deep sea. According to tradition, Huntail washing ashore is a sign that something unfortunate will happen. Evolution, Huntail evolves from Clamperl and is one of its final forms, the other being Gorobus. So Clamperl, Huntail. Game data, Pokédex entries. In Gen 3, Ruby. Huntail's presence went unnoticed by people for a long time because it lives at extreme depths in the sea. This Pokemon's eyes can see clearly even in the murky, dark depths of the ocean. Sapphire. Huntail's tail is shaped like a fish. It uses the tail to attract prey, then swallows the prey whole with its large gaping mouth. This Pokemon swims by wiggling its slender body like a snake. Emerald. To withstand the crushing pressure of water deep under the sea, its spine is very thick and sturdy. Its tail, which is shaped like a small fish, has eyes that light up. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It lives deep in the sea where no light ever filters down. It lights up its small fish-like tail to attract prey. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum. It lives deep in the sea with a tail shaped like a small fish. It attracts unsuspecting prey. Our Gold and Soul Silver. It lives deep in the pitch dark sea. It attracts prey by moving its tail in mimicry of a small animal. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Diamond Pearl and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Diamond Pearl Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Huntail and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, it's not the strongest swimmer. It wags its tail to lure in prey, then gulps them down as soon as they get close. Ultra Moon, deep seas are their habitat. According to tradition, when Huntail wash up on shore, something unfortunate will happen. The Gen 8 Pokédex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Huntail in the Alola Pokédex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, you got all this. Side game locations. And events. Held items in black 2, white 2. It has the deep sea tooth 5% of the time. And XY, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. It has the deep sea tooth as all separate words 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 104, defense 105, special attack 94, special defense 75, speed 52 for a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2, grass, and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice all for half. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Huntail will read them all. 1 Water Gun, Iron Defense, Shell Smash, Whirlpool, and Bite. 5 Screech, 9 Scary Face, 11 Rain Dance, 14 Water Pulse, 16 Ice Fang, 19 Brine. 23 Sucker Punch, 26 Dive, 29 Baton Pass, 34 Crunch, 39 Aqua Tail, 45 Coil, and 50 Hydro Bump. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, by tutoring there's nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Ulmia. In the browser entry, it attacks by letting loose dark pulses and biting. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. All this. Evolution data, Clamperl, trade holding Deep Sea Tooth, Huntail. Sprites here, so basically the same, a little darker. The pupils seem to be a lot bigger. The lower teeth are a lot smaller. The fan's a lot smaller as well. Oh, that's a back sprite. Okay, I was not expecting that back sprite at all. Yeah, it's green for the shiny. Okay. Then we've got... Yeah, not really much changes. A good closer image of the face, but otherwise... Yeah, not really much changes. Also changes the ankles and stuff. Teeth look to be getting a little bigger. The fan gets a little bigger as well. Yeah, pupils are still about the same size. Oh, and the nose thing, or the nose spots or whatever, you know, the ones on the front of its face, they get closer together. Yes. Gen 5, you get the full back sprite, slightly different blue. Spots seem to be a little bit smaller, maybe. Models here, so that's when we get the sort of smaller pupils. The fan's a lot bigger. Get the nice, pretty good adaptation, I'd say. You know, they got lighter colors and stuff. We got these, not really much changes. Homes, got these. Animation, Huntail in Pokemon Horizons the series, with a Rockruff in the background. Wait, how? It doesn't exist in this game. What? Where did you get this? I'm so confused. You got all these. Pokedex entries. I record this first one in the Gorobus anime section, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Huntail, the deep sea Pokemon. Huntail is the evolved form of Clamperl. It uses its fish-shaped tail to entice prey before snapping it up in its large jaws.
In Journeys, episode 63, in Chloe's Rotom-Phone. Huntail, the deep sea Pokemon, a water type. Huntail uses the shape at the end of its tail to lure in foes, and attacks them with its huge mouth. Why is it in Journeys? It's not in this... Whatever. Pokemon Generations, Huntail and Pokemon Generations, got a couple of them. I think we've seen this image before. The manga, Huntail and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, and the TCG. Trivia, despite being a pure water-type Pokemon, it bears a dark-type Poke Assist in Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmia. From Gens 4 to 7, Huntail is unable to learn Iron Defense via Move Tutor, while its pre-evolution can. Origin, Huntail appears to have been based on the Gulper Eel, Viper Fish, One Jaw, or Moray Eel. It also resembles the rarely seen Oarfish, mainly because of its orange-colored crest and fins. Huntail's Ultra Moon Pokedex entry may be a reference to the Japanese and Taiwanese belief that beached rare fish, including oarfish, presage earthquakes, or tsunamis. Huntail's tail bears resemblance to Gorobus's head and serves as a lure to catch prey. The orange appendage on its head might be the shell remainings inherited from Clamperl. Name origin, Huntail may be a combination of hunt, Hanton, speck or fleck, and tail. In other languages, external links, references, let's move on.
Now let's watch Huntail's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 368. The Relicanth really can. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are in the submarine, piloted by Adam, who they met in this episode. And he's about to show them a bunch of Pokemon. You can see the Huntail there, Wilmer.
Oh, look at all the different Pokemon! Hey, look, there's a school of Chinchou over there.
I would say that's Huntail's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Huntail. Now let's look at fan art, but before we do, I want to mention that throughout this section, I thought Gorobus was pronounced like Gorbus.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Huntail. Since this first one doesn't contain a Huntail, we'll go to the second one. So this one is Huntail by Mage Major. They got this nice stylized Huntail here with interesting lighting and stylization stuff. Yeah, well done. Then we've got Huntail by Bro Scarf. This nice little image here, maybe slightly stylized. All the fan details, I guess. That's interesting. Tail's all lit up. That's nice. Then we've got Huntail Boy and Gorbus Girl by Casey333. So this art of a boy dressed up like a Huntail and a girl dressed up like a Gorbus. Interesting. I guess supposed to be like a Poke-fan kind of thing going on. That's very interesting. Then we got Huntail Custom Shiny by Nude Dude 966. Sort of their version of the Huntail Shiny, slightly different. Then we got Huntail using Water Pulse by Gad by Dreamgate Gad. So they've got, Huntail using Water Pulse, I guess, in the water here. That's interesting. It's a lot darker than it usually is, but that might just be the lighting, the deep sea lighting. Then this doesn't contain a Huntail, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming her guys. I need to wait until I talk about the Gen 4 Pokemon before I can catch a Huntail. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Corphish. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Corphish, an evolution of Clamperl, who evolves when traded holding a deep sea scale. Its previous PYC dates are February 28th, 1997, December 20th, 1999, October 10th, 2002, July 31st, 2005, May 21st, 2008, March 12th, 2011, December 31st, 2013, October 21st, 2016, August 12th, 2019, and June 2nd, 2022. As mentioned in the Clamperl video, this Pokemon is very clearly femininely designed, with stereotypically large eyelashes, and 2 shells placed where breasts would be on a human. I'm not sure why they chose to design Corphish this way, particularly since it can be either of the sexes presented in the games, as of the feeling of this. Anyway, I most remember Corphish from how unique it is that a fish evolves from a clam. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Corphish, the South Sea Pokemon, whose number is 0368. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities, swift swim, hydration, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is a group water 1, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 49.8 pounds or 22.6 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 178 in Gen 3 through 4 and 170 in 5+. Leveling rate is erratic, EV yield is 2, in special attack, shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 70. Corphish is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Clamperl when traded while holding a deep-sea scale. It is one of Clamperl's final forms, the other being Huntail. Biology, Corphish is a pink serpentine Pokemon with a long, thin mouth. This pointed mouth is used to stab prey and drain their body fluids. However, it has also been known to feed on seaweed that grows between stones. Its pink skin becomes brighter in the spring and after it has fed. Its body color changes with water temperature, with Corphish found in Alola having blindingly vivid coloration. A long purple-tipped fin extends from the top of its head, and there is a thin pointed fin extending beneath its head. There are also 2 purple shells on its chest, causing it to somewhat resemble a mermaid. The tail has a purple circular fin at the tip and 2 white bands near its base. This Pokemon's body is durable enough to withstand high pressure levels in the deep sea where it lives. Additionally, this adaptation allows it to withstand powerful attacks. Evolution, Corphish evolves from Clamperl as one of its final forms, the other being Huntail. Clamperl, Corphish. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Corphish lives in the southern seas at extreme depths. Its body is built to withstand the enormous pressure of water at incredible depths. Because of this Pokemon's body is unharmed by ordinary attacks. Sapphire, although Corphish is the very picture of elegance and beauty while swimming, it is also cruel when it spots prey. This Pokemon inserts a thin mouth into the prey's body and drains the prey of its body fluids. Emerald, a Corphish siphons body fluids of prey through its thin, tubular mouth. Its light pink body color turns vivid when it finishes feeding. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its swimming form is exquisitely elegant. With its thin mouth, it feeds on seaweed that grows between rocks. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, it lives at the bottom of the sea. In the springtime, its pink body turns more vivid for some reason. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its pink body becomes more vivid with the rise of water temperatures in the springtime. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond Pearl Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Fire Red and Leaf Green Sentry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Corphish and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, the color of its body changes with the water temperature. The coloration of Corphish and Alola is almost blindingly vivid. Ultra Moon, it sucks bodily fluids out of its prey. The leftover meat sinks to the seafloor, where it becomes food for other Pokemon. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Corphish and the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items in black, white, black 2, white 2. It has the deep sea scale 5% of the time. And X, Y, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon has the deep sea scale, all separate words, 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 84, defense 105, special attack 114, special defense 75, speed 52 for a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up, because you could hypothetically have a level 1 Corphish. I will read them all. 1. Water Gun, Iron Defense, Shell Smash, Whirlpool, and Confusion. 5. Rain Dance, 9. Agility, 11. Draining Kiss, 14. Water Pulse, 16. Amnesia, 19 Aqua Ring, 23 Safeguard, 26 Dive, 29 Baton Pass, 34 Psychic, 39 Aqua Tail, 45 Coil, and 50 Hydro Pump. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Tutoring, nothing by a prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmeo, in the browser entry. It attacks by spitting orbs of psychic power. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slow. You got all this. Evolution data, Clamperl, trade holding Deep Sea Scale, Gorobus. Sprites here, so a little different in the pink and purple, it's a lot darker. But more or less the same, a lot more simplified probably. Gold and purple are for the shiny here. We've got... it's a little slightly different pink and slightly different purple, I think. But more or less the same. The eyelashes. In the back sprite, they're supposed to be more like up in the air like eyelashes, but now they're folded back, I guess. Gen 5, get the full back sprite here. Yep. Probably slightly different colors. I think slightly different pink. And it seems to be slightly different. It kind of looks like mustard yellow, I guess. Yep. Gen 6, you get the models. Pretty good models. Weird in the eyes for some reason. I don't know, probably just how they had to take the picture. Colors are also slightly lighter and stuff. And these models, not really much changes. And Homes, you got these models. Okay, animation. Gorobus and Pokemon Journeys the series. Okay, got all these. Pokedex entries, I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let May's Pokedex read it.
Gorobus, the South Sea Pokemon. Gorobus is the evolved form of Clamperl, a powerful swimmer and beautiful to watch.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 89, Conway is the source. Gorobus, the South Sea Pokemon. Its long, beautiful pink body is more vivid in the springtime. In Journeys, episode 63, in Goes Rotomvo. Gorobus, the South Sea Pokemon. A water type, Gorobus live near the sea floor. In spring, when the water starts to warm up, their bodies turn a vivid pink. Pokemon Generations, Gorobus and Pokemon Generations. We've already seen this image. In the manga, Gorobus and Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, despite being a pure water type Pokemon, Gorobus bears a psychic type Poke Assist in Pokemon Ranger Shadows of Olmeo. From Gens 4 to 7, Gorobus is unable to learn Iron Defense via Move Tutor, while its pre-evolution can. Origin, Gorobus may be based on the Snipe Eel. It also resembles a pipefish as well as an oarfish and a chimera. The feminine aspects, shell, bra, and tail of Gorobus are reminiscent of mermaids. The shell might be the remains from its previous form, Clamperl. Name origin, Gorobus may be a combination of gore, bloodshed to pierce, gorgeous, and abyss. Sakurabis may be a combination of Sakura, cherry blossom, and abyss. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Gorobus.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 369, The Evolutionary War. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are on a boat going to an island. And as you can see, we're on the title card right now. So the Gorobus is appearing right after this. There's the Gorobus and Hotshell and a couple kids. This is Gorobus's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Gorobus.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Gorobus? And Ned Rostrum has responded. It's cunty. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gorobus. This is Hai Fuend Ovo by Gipatius. So this image of a Clamperl, Gorobus, and Huntail. The Huntail looks a little more dragon-like than the sort of eel-like. But, yeah, it's being, super happy, and, the Clamperl is being scared, and it's being concerned. It's very interesting. Then we've got Gyarados by Arvalis. So, if you aren't familiar, Arvalis helped work on the Detective Pikachu movie, so it's kind of fun to see their version of all these different Pokemon. Especially since this one's Gyarados, and we got to actually see what the movie's version of Gyarados was versus their version of Gyarados here. So that's Gyarados, number 130, atrocious Pokemon, ability Intimidate, height 21 feet and 4 inches, length 50 feet. So you got the Gyarados here, and Gorbis, Viewshelter here, and a Cloyster, 3 Magikarp here. We got a Relicanth here, Clamperl down there, and a bunch of Tentacool in the background. Very well done. Then we've got Gorbis Evolution, Abystrus by Painting with PJ. So it looks like it's this, you got Gorbis here, and then I guess it's like an evolution, a fictional evolution of it. You get the shiny version, it's a psychic water type Pokemon. It says Abystrus, the pink pearl Pokemon. Gorbis will evolve into Abystrus if they level up, knowing the move Psychic during foggy weather. They use the psychic power stored in their pink pearls to levitate outside of water as if swimming through the sky. You can see it. Size compared to it. A human, very well done. Primordial Sea, Alpha Sapphire by Takun Art. So we got a bunch of water Pokemon by being the Alpha Sapphire. I'm assuming it's just the ones in the first 6 generations. Mostly probably just the first 3 though. So we got the Gorbis all the way over here. We've got a Lumineon, Lantern, Few, Tentacool, a Wartortle, a Gyarados, an Oshawott, Golduck, Cloyster, Magikarp? I think that's what this is supposed to be. We've got a much more obvious one down here. Piplup, Mega Gyarados, Greninja, Psyduck, a Mololoma, or whatever it is, a Seaking, Swampert, Mudkip, Clamperl, Kingler, Weasel, Floatzel, Octillery, Love Disc, Wishy-Washy, Corphish, Lileep, Krabby, Corphish, Slowpoke, Squirtle, Relicanth, Barboach, Croconaw, Feraligatr, Primplup, Wooper and Quagsire, Crawdaunt, Ammonite, Kabuto, Mantike, Poliwag, Froakie, Panpour, Marshtomp, Timepole, Poliwhirl, Politoad, Starmie, Chinchou, Empoleon, Totodile, Sharpedo, a few, Carvanha, Azumarill, Wailord, I think there's maybe a couple Wailord, a few more Tentacool maybe, Samurott, Mega Blastoise, Wailmer, the big one is Primal Kyogre here, Mega Sharpedo, Lugia, I think that's a Pokemon, I just can't really tell from this angle what it is, probably one that I'm not too familiar with, Palkia, Mantine, another Mantike, Manaphy, Fione, Milotic, Marill, another Seaking, Finneon, Dragalge, another Mololoma, Skrelp, Tentacruel, Dewott, Goldeen, there's probably a couple of them around here, I think. Yeah, one over here as well. Huntail, that seems to be it. I probably missed a few. I can't really tell, especially some of these ones above the water. Very good art. We got Dark Pokedex entries, Gorbis by Thunderbird Paints. So it says Gorbis. Although Gorbis is the very picture of elegance and beauty while swimming, it is also cruel when it spots prey. This Pokemon inserts its thin mouth into its prey's body and drains the prey of its body fluids. From Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. So you've got the Gorbis draining the body fluids from this Chinchou here. And in the background, you got the Wailord, a few Magikarp, including a shiny Magikarp, a Cloyster, and a Psyduck here. Very good art. Their Twitter and their Twitch, if they have these things, I don't know. It seems to be from 2019. It says H. Gardner. I guess that's maybe their real name. I don't know. Then we've got Beauty of the Shallow Pond by Geneseve. So we did this one in the Clamperl video. We can do it again, though. So it seems to be this Clamperl evolving into a Gorbis. You got the shell and it coming out of it, yeah. It seems to be from July 2015, or just a random July 15th of some year. Then we've got Huntail Boy, Gorbis Girl by KC333. We did this one yesterday, but we can do this one again. So it's a boy dressed up like a Huntail, and a girl dressed up like a Gorbis here. I'm thinking it's probably some sort of Pokefan thing going on. Very well done. Then we got Pokemon Mega Gorbis by Kitsune Hibi. There obviously isn't a Mega Gorbis, but this is what they imagine it would look like. Very good, a lot more sort of mermaid-esque, I'd say. Then we got Gorbis 3, 117 by Letter Left Unsent. So that's nice, very simple, very straight Gorbis here. Then we've got Pokemon Fishies by Dragon Celtic Chan. Seems to be from 2010 here, so we've got Gorbis here. Seaking, Feebas, Relicanth, Whiscash, Quillfish, Remoraid, and Fione. Very well done. Then we've got Gorbis's Fill by Blue Girl Woomy. So this Gorbis, I guess after it's drained the life force of this Spinda here. Very interesting. Then we've got Pokemon Balloon Festival by Pupsicle. So we got a bunch of these Pokemon balloons here. So we got the Gorbis one here. Arbok, Driftblim, Sizzlipede, Milotic, Mantine, Weedle, Caterpie, Dragonair, and Serperior. Very well done. I got Gorbis 368 by Brawn Bear. This very simple Gorbis here. Yes, very well done. This doesn't contain a Gorbis, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon before I can catch a Gorbis. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Relicanth. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Today we'll be talking about Relicanth, the only water rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are March 1st, 1997, December 21st, 1999, October 11th, 2002, August 1st, 2005, May 22nd, 2008, March 13th, 2011, January 1st, 2014, October 22nd, 2016, August 13th, 2019, and June 3rd, 2022. As I mentioned in the Feebas video, I often get Relicanth and Feebas confused due to their brown coloration and imperfect patterning. I most know Relicanth from an episode of the anime where Ash and friends, with a scientist, discover a hidden chamber in some ruins that has a Relicanth, which was thought to be extinct before this. We might be watching that episode in the anime section, but it won't be that scene. Anyway, I like the concept of a Pokemon that hasn't changed in millions of years. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Relicanth, the longevity Pokemon whose number is 0369. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Rock. Abilities, Swift Swim or Rockhead. Sturdy is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Water 2. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight is 51.6 pounds or 23.4 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 198 in Gen 3 through 4, 170 and 5+. Loving rate is slow. EV yield is 2, 1 in HP and 1 in defense. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 70. Gray? Where? Where is gray? This is all brown and red. There's no gray on this Pokemon. Maybe this is supposed to be gray, but it really does look like dark brown. Relicanth is a dual-type water/rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Relicanth is a Pokemon that is heavily based on the coelacanth. It is covered with hard brown scales that are similar to craggy rocks. Its tan head has protruding cheekbones, which are smaller on a female. A triangular spike protrudes from the back of its head. Tan patches cover its body, and there is a red spot located on both sides. It possesses 2 pairs of pectoral fins, which it uses to push itself along the sea bottom. Additionally, it has dorsal and pelvic fins near its tail. Its tail fin has a wavy outline. The composition of its scales, along with its fatty body and oil-filled swim bladders, allow it to withstand the intense pressure of the ocean depths. Relicanth once had teeth, but they have long since atrophied. As such, Relicanth is a filter feeder, feeding on microscopic organisms that it sucks up with its toothless mouth. It has remained unchanged for 100 million years and stays as such because it is already a perfect life form. It was discovered during a deep-sea expedition. Relicanth's name comes from an explorer whose name served as a variation of it. Game data Pokedex entries in Gen 3, Ruby. Relicanth is a Pokemon species that existed for 100 million years without ever changing its form. This ancient Pokemon feeds on microscopic organisms with its toothless mouth. Sapphire. Relicanth is a rare species that was discovered in deep-sea explorations. This Pokemon's body withstands the enormous water pressure of the ocean depths. Its body is covered in tough scales that are like craggy rocks.
Emerald, a Pokemon that was once believed to have been extinct. The species has not changed its form for 100 million years. It walks on the seafloor using its pectoral fins. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It has remained unchanged for 100 million years. It was discovered during a deep-sea exploration. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, a rare Pokemon discovered during a deep-sea exploration. It has not changed in over 100 million years. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, discovered by chance during deep-sea explorations that has not changed since ancient times. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Relicanth and Pokemon, another correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun. Its form has remained the same for 100 million years. Its body is filled with fat, so it can withstand the water pressure of the deep sea. Moon. It was fortuitously discovered during a deep sea expedition. Its teeth have atrophied, so it now survives on microscopic organisms it sucks up. Ultra Sun. Thought to have gone extinct, Relicanth was given a name that is a variation of the name of the person who discovered it. Ultra Moon. The reason it hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already a perfect life form. In Gen 8, Sword. Rock-hard scales and oil-filled swim bladders allow this Pokemon to survive the intense water pressure of the deep sea. Shield. This Pokemon was discovered during deep-sea exploration. Its appearance hasn't changed in 100 million years, so it's called a living fossil. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. This rare Pokemon was discovered during the deep-sea exploration. It has not changed in over 100 million years. Male Relicanth in the Alola Pokedex, and female Relicanth in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. It has the green shard 5% of the time. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. It has the Deep Sea Scale 5% of the time. In X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl has the Deep Sea Scale, all separate words, 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 100, attack 90, defense 130, special attack 45, special defense 65, speed 55 for a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak 2 Fighting, Ground, and Electric for double, and Grass for 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to normal, flying, poison, and ice all for half, and fire for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Harden, 5 Water Gun, 10 Ancient Power, 15 Yawn, 20 Dive, 25 Takedown, 30 Aqua Tail, 35 Rest, 40 Flail, 45 Hydro Pump, 50 Double Edge, and 55 Head Smash. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM08 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 45 Dive, 48 Rock Tomb, 52 Bounce, 53 Mudshot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 76 Round, 81 Bulldoze, and 98 Stopping Tantrum. For the TRs, TR01 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 10 Earthquake, 16 Waterfall, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 45 Muddy Water, 46 Iron Defense, 49 Calm Mind, 67 Earth Power, 69 Zen Headbutt, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 84 Scald, 98 Liquidation, and 99 Body Press. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM03 Water Pulse, 4 Calm Mind, 7 Hail, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 26 Earthquake, 32 Double Team, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 68 Giga Impact, 69 Rock Polish, 71 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 98 Rock Smash, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives it Mud Slap, and this group gives it Skull Bash. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives it Amnesia, this group gives it Aqua Tail, this group gives it Mudshot, this group gives it Muddy Water, this group gives it Mud Slap, this group gives it Skull Bash, this group gives it Snore, and this group gives it Zen Headbutt. By tutoring, in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, it can get Meteor Beam, or Scale Shot. By transfer from another generation, from Gen 4, it can get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 Confide, 3 through 7 Double Team and Frustration doesn't work anymore. 4 Headbutt, 3 through 7 Hidden Power and Magnitude, neither work anymore. 3 Mimic, 3 through 7 Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7 Suck Up and Return doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 Rock Polish. 5 and 6 Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7 Smackdown. 3 through 7 Swagger and Toxic. 3, 4, 6, and 7 Water Pulse, and 3 through 7 Water Sport, that doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry. It shoots swords of water to attack. You got all this. Evolution data is just Relicanth. Sprites. So, still all brown, no gray in sight.
Don't know why it was called gray. Okay, and yeah, and kind of looks more orange, the dot. Shiny has a blue skin, that's interesting. Or like the, replaces the brown part. Not really much changes though. I mean, the splotches are different, I guess. Then in Gen 4, you got the gender difference between male and female. And the splotch, I think, is slightly different. Anything in the back spread? The dot is a lot more rounded, I guess. Also a lot more red. Might be even a little thinner than it was before, although that might just be the angle. This is more like teal now for the shiny. Yep. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. And the pattern has also changed again. Or, yeah, not so much, but it's changed a little bit. Yep. Gen 6, you get the models. Again, the swatch has changed a little bit. Yeah, pretty good adaptation, I'd say. Gen 7. Splotch change? You might, actually. Interesting. Yeah. And then we're missing the male and shiny female, and Sword and Shield here. You get the female, you get the regular female, though. That's what it looks like. It's a better model, of course. Homes, you've got these. Okay, pretty good. Yeah. In animation, Relicanth and Pokemon Journeys the series. You got this. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 94 in Ash's Pokedex. Relicanth, the longevity Pokemon. Relicanth is covered in stone-like scales which allow it to withstand the pressure of the deep ocean. Pokemon Generations, Relicanth and Pokemon Generations. Got Carnivore, Huntail, Horsea, Chinchou. In the manga, Relicanth and Pokemon Adventures. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 236. This species lives at the bottom of the sea for thousands of years. It only feeds on microorganisms. In the TCG, Trivia, Relicanth's EV-Yield, 1 HP and 1 defense is unique. Relicanth shares many similarities with fossil Pokemon in the sense that it is also part rock type. It has a gender ratio of 7 males to 1 female, and it is referred as an ancient Pokemon in some Pokedex entries. Relicanth is the only rock type Pokemon with fins, and the only rock-type Pokemon in the Water 2 Egg group. This fourth point I read in the Zigzagoon video. Relicanth's Ultra Sun Pokedex entry is likely referencing the naming of the real Coelacanth, the genus of which is named Latimeria, after Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, who described the first live Coelacanth. Origin, Relicanth appears to be based on the Coelacanth, an order of fish that was thought to have gone extinct around 66 million years ago, until their rediscovery in 1938. They are considered living fossils because they appear virtually unchanged from their prehistoric relatives. This is reflected in Relicanth's rock typing, characteristic of actual fossil Pokemon, and elderly appearance. Relicanth matches the Indonesian Coelacanth in color, but its shiny coloration is like that of the more well-known West Indian Ocean Coelacanth. The irregular shapes on Relicanth's brown body with big red spot might be inspired by old treasure maps. Relicanth's Pokedex entry in Pokemon Ultra Sun may reference the fact that the Coelacanth genus Latimeria is named after Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, the discoverer of the first modern Coelacanth specimen. Relicanth may also take inspiration from Plazoderms, an extinct class of fish with armored heads. Name origin, Relicanth may be a combination of relic, something old that has survived the passage of time, relict, and Coelacanth. Glanth may be a combination of G, old man, and Coelacanth. Now the languages, or external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Relicanth's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 276, A Ruin with a View. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companion May, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met a professor who's talking about how there are ruins near Oldale, the city they're in, that have an ancient Pokemon, and he's talking about how he's not talking about fossil Pokemon, but rather, well, you'll see.
Kabuto. I'm talking about ancient
There's the
Pokemon
Relicanth,
that have been living since ancient times without changing at all.
Wow. How cool.
And that is Relicanth's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Relicanth. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. We did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. It's Gyarados by Arvalus. It says Gyarados, number 130, atrocious Pokemon, ability Intimidate, height 21 feet, 4 inches, length 50 feet. So if you're unaware, Arvalus worked on the Detective Pikachu movie, so it's kind of fun to see their version of Gyarados here, especially since the movie actually had a Gyarados. You can see their version of Magikarp. There's 3 of them here. Got a bunch of Tentacool in the background. We got the Relicanth over here, a Gorobus, a few Shelder, and the Cloyster, and a Clamperl down here. Yes. Very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I'll be waiting until I've talked about Love Disc to catch a Relicanth. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Love Disc. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Love Disc, the final fish Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous BYC dates are March 2nd, 1997, December 22nd, 1999, October 12th, 2002, August 2nd, 2005, May 23rd, 2008, March 14th, 2011, January 2nd, 2014, October 23rd, 2016, August 14th, 2019, and June 4th, 2022. Love Disc is probably my favorite of the fish Pokemon design-wise. I love the idea of taking a heart and turning it into a fish, whose entire thing relates to love. It probably also helps that it hardly looks like a fish. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Love Disc, the Rendezvous Pokemon, whose number is 0370. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities Swift Swim, and Hydration is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 225. Or 39.9%. Breeding is egg group water 2. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 19.2 pounds or 8.7 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 110 in Gen 3 through 4 and 116 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Love Disc is a water type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology. Love Disc is a fish-like Pokemon with a relatively flat body in the shape of a heart. It is primarily light pink with pale lips and circular markings on its cheeks. Its body is covered in heart-shaped scales. Love Disc lives in shallow, tropical warm seas, where it makes its nest in the branches of Corsola or coral reefs. During its breeding season, it forms groups that turn the ocean's surface bright pink. As shown in Love Disc is a many-splendored thing. When two Love Disc kiss, they are able to use their slender bodies as wings in order to fly for short periods of time. If a Love Disc is left alone, it becomes disheartened and open to attacks from predators such as Pelipper. Love Disc is seen as a symbol of love and romance. Loving couples gave this Pokemon its name after spotting it in the ocean waters. It is said that any couple who sees a Love Disc will be blessed with eternal love. Thus, honeymoon hotels usually release this Pokemon into their pools. A tradition in some places is to gift a Love Disc to a person someone loves. At one point in the past, Love Disc was overfished due to a rumor that its scales would allow one to find their sweetheart. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Magikarp Jump. A Love Disc may appear as part of the Lost Love Disc event, where it will give the player 4 diamonds. Several Love Disc also appear as part of the Food Fever event, swimming in and leaving food in the pond. Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Love Disc live in shallow seas in the tropics. This heart-shaped Pokemon earned its name by swimming after loving couples. It's spotted in the ocean's waves. Sapphire. Love Disc's heart-shaped body is a symbol of love and romance. It is said that any couple meeting this Pokemon is promised a loving relationship that never ends. Emerald. Love Disc make the branches of Corsola their nests. There is a custom from long ago of giving a Love Disc as a gift to express one's feelings of love. Fire Red and Leaf Green. During the spawning season, countless Love Disc congregate at coral reefs, during the water's brink. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl and Platinum, it lives in warm seas. It's said that a couple finding this Pokemon will be blessed with eternal love. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its heart-shaped body makes it popular. In some places, you would give a Love Disc to someone you love. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond Pearl and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is basically Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry, but Love Disc is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Love Disc and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun,
If a love disc is left on its own, it becomes despondent, leaving itself open to attack. That is when Pelipper snatched them up. Moon. Loving couples have a soft spot for this Pokemon, so honeymoon hotels often release this Pokemon into their pools. Ultra Sun. There was an era when it was overfished due to the rumor that having one of its heart-shaped scales would enable you to find a sweetheart. Ultra Moon. Love Discs makes its home in coral reefs in warm seas. It especially likes sleeping in the space between Corsolas branches. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry, but Love Disc is now the correct casing. Violet is the Y entry. Got Love Disc in the Alola Pokedex, Love Disc in the Paldea Pokedex. You got a couple of them, and you can even see the heart-shaped scales. That's a great detail. Love Disc in the Blueberry Pokedex. You got a bunch of them here, and we got a few Finneon and Lumineon here. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, XY, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl has the heart scale 50% of the time. Stats. Base stats, HP 43, Attack 30, Defense 55, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 65, Speed 97 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Grass and Electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1. Tackle and Charm for Water Gun, 7 Agility, 13 Wish, 17 Water Pulse, 20 Attract, 22 Draining Kiss, 26 Flail, 31 Sweet Kiss, 34 Takedown, 37 Baby Doll Eyes, 40 Aqua Ring, 42 Soak, 46 Hydro Pump, and 49 Safeguard. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 2 Charm, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 25 Facade, 34 Icy Wind, 37 Draining Kiss, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 171 Terra Blast, 196 Flip Turn, 200 Scale Shot, 203 Psych Up, 205 Endeavor, and 208 Whirlpool. By breeding, this group gives it Aqua Jet, the Mirror Herb gives it Entrainment, this group gives it Splash, and this group gives it Supersonic. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. When Love Discs gather, they apparently compete over which can jump the highest. In Guardian Signs, it shoots orbs of water to attack. Got all this. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Love Disc's heart-shaped body really stands out, making it an easy target for predators. It rests between the branches of Corsola for protection. Evolution data, Love Disc. Sprites here, a lot more orange, and kind of just has a blank eye. That's weird. It's like a blue outline for the eye. Yeah. Got a gold shiny. Gen 4, you got the proper eye, and a little bit more the proper shape as well. In Gen 5, we get kind of pink color. This is also slightly different, yellow. Yeah. We also add this other little thing on the back. That's interesting. In Gen 6, we got the modern pink. Yep. Pretty good models. Not really much changes in this game. Homes, you got these. In animation, Love Disc in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Kassarin and Loverin, I guess, are the big ones. These. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 110 in Maze Pokedex. Love Disc, the rendezvous Pokemon. Love Disc grouped together during breeding season, covering the surface of the ocean in a brilliant pink. In Journeys, episode 88 in Go's Rotophone. Love Disc, the rendezvous Pokemon. A water type, Love Disc lives within warm ocean waters. It especially loves to sleep in the branches of Corsola. Pokemon Generations, Love Disc in Pokemon Generations, a whole bunch of them. There's a Huntail and a Horsey as well here. In the manga, Love Disc and Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG, trivia. We read this one in the Grimer video. Origin, Love Disc appears to be based on the discus fish and certain other species of fish that appear to kiss each other, such as the kissing gourami. It is shaped like a heart symbol. Its shiny coloration may reference the idiom Heart of Gold, which describes a loving or caring attitude being completely without malice. Name origin, Love Disc, and Lovecus may be a combination of love and discus. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Love Disc's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 367, Clam Pearl of Wisdom. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions,
Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have been reunited with a Spoink, who has lost its pearl in the water that they're in. They're on this boat. Ash and Brock have sent out their Mudkip and Corphish to help find the pearl. There's the love disc. Mudkip, Corphish. And that is Love Disc's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Love Disc. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a love disc. This is PTS, Poplio, and Dratini by Arceus Andor. So we've got a few images here of this Dratini and Poplio. So I got them eating, we got them swimming, and a love disc in the background. Got them playing with this ball here, with a Wingull in the background. I got them sleeping. It's very cute. Lana Del Mantine Ray by Atama Mama. So this trainer here and a bunch of Pokemon. She's holding a Clamperl, some Wishy-Washy in the background. We got a Mantine, or a couple Mantine, one with a Remoraid attached. We got a Primarina, the Love Disc are in the background here. Finneon, Alomomola, Relicanth down here, and Tortuga. It's very well done. Pokemon Reef by Pink Jeremy. So a bunch of these Pokemon here. Got a few Love Disc around. Clamperl, Staryu, Pukumuku, Corsola. A couple more Pukumuku. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Summer Swimming by Sixth Assassin. So we've got those of the Love Disc are here, and then we've got a Lapras and a Weasel, a Mantine down here with some, and then a school of Finneon and Lumineon, some Wingull up here, and a couple Horsey. Very well done. And we've got Poplio by Munia Pai, so this Poplio image, but there's some Love Disc down here. Looks like maybe there's another Pokemon back here, maybe? Very well done image. Then we've got Inkay Chinchou, Love Disc by Joycey, so, you know, you got the Inkay, Chinchou, and Love Disc. Looks like they're kind of trying to find it, maybe. I guess because they're all, like, deep-sea Pokemon, I guess. Kind of. Here, it's like inked, maybe. Then we've got Undersea Pokebuddies 2020 by Dawn F1 We got Mew in the center here, very stylized. Bunch of Love Disc. And it's in the bubbles because they can't breathe underwater. Got a Corsola and a shiny Corsola, Pukumuku, and a Milotic in the background there. Got a couple more Pukumuku and Corsola. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Love Disc, shiny version by Deantist. So we've got a shiny Love Disc here, you know. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Royal Blues by Energy Vector. So the Love Disc are in the background of this image of a Piplup, Primplup, and Empoleon here. Yes, very well done. Then we've got Alomomola's Family by Garugion. So we've got a Love Disc, Alomomola, and a Lumineon here. I guess the idea is that they kind of look a little bit alike. That's very fun. And then we've got Tentacruel by Ruth Tay. I believe we did this one in the Tentacruel video. But yeah, it's this realistic Tentacruel with these realistic Love Disc here. It kind of looks like it's attacking them, maybe about to eat them. Very well done. Then we've got Aquatic Love by Jirachi Cute 28. So we've got a bunch of these water type Pokemon here, and you know, Piplup and Vaporeon here, Chinchou, Fione and Manaphy. They're both holding Love Disc. And we got Azurill. Yeah, it's a very cute image here. A little stylized, mostly for the Vaporeon here. Then we've got Let's Take a Dive by Riku's Girl 68. So we've got this image of a Lapras and some Love Disc and a couple of Corsola. Kind of stylized. A very well done image. Kind of like the bubble effect, I guess. Then we've got Pokemon Love Disc by All 0412. So we've got this Love Disc and this blue Love Disc. Yes, Very well done image here. Nice effects and stuff. Where is Waylord Now by James Donaldson. So, you got this, like, interesting image of these guys, like, fawning over all these pretty women. Surrounded by these Pokemon. You got the Waylord in the front and a whale. Where I guess this guy's Wailmer. You got the Love Disc following her. Got a Corsola and a Aloma Mola. Spheal. And she's being surrounded by a Dragonair. This one's Cynthia. I don't really know the rest of them. I don't know if they're all gym leaders or if some of them are like default characters. I don't know. But it's very interesting. And then we've got Paper Cuts Pokemon by Pink Jeremy. This unique image here. Presumably made out of paper cuts or like that kind of style, I guess. They got the Love Disc down here. And it's Remoraid, Corsola, and Westy Gastrodon here. Very well done. I really like it. Then we've got Heart-Filled Kisses by NH Love Danny. So this Love Disc kissing this Oshawott on the nose. Another Love Disc. And Aloma Mola watching. Very well done. Then we've got Under the Ocean by Mark331. So we've got the Love Disc down here, but the focus seems to be a trainer and their Golosiopod swimming down, I guess. And we got a Whalem Lord and a Sharpedo in the background. Gotta Draw 'Em All collab. Tortuga by Chrysantine. So this Tortuga image here. A bunch of Love Disc. Looks like they're mostly shiny Love Disc, but there seems to be a few normal Love Disc. Very well done image. Then we've got Lots of Pokefish in the Sea by Hevromero. I think I've done this for one of them in the past. I don't remember which one though. But we've got this Magikarp in the center and surrounded by Love Disc, Feebas, Remoraid, Goldeen, Poliwag, Finneon, and a Basculin that has a yellow stripe for some reason, even though that's not actually a stripe in the games. Seems to be from 2014. It's very stylized, all of these guys. Very well done. Then we got Pokemon Love Disc by Louis V. Got a couple Love Disc here in this little coral. It's very well done. I like it. And then we've got Hee Hee by Siriu. We got this Totodile, I guess, playing, maybe, with this Chinchou here. And we got a few Love Disc in the background and foreground. Looks like maybe even a Wailord, maybe? Interesting. Very well done. And we've got Helping Out the Lost Ones by Pokomura. So this Lugia helping out a bunch of Love Disc here. Very well done. This is Lugia by Arvalis. So if you're not aware, Arvalis helped in the Detective Pikachu movie. And so this is very interesting sort of interpretation of Lugia here. So Lugia, number 249, diving Pokemon, ability, pressure, height 17 foot, 1 inch, length 57 feet. So yeah, got this Lugia, very stylized Lugia, very realistic, all these Pokemon. With a Quillfish, I think. Got a few Love Disc here. Mantine and a Remoraid. Seadra, Corsola, I think is what that one's supposed to be. And a Clauncher here. Very well done image. And that seems to be the end of the page of results, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 9 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. I'll be trying to catch a Snorunt, Spheal, Clamperl, Relicanth, and Love Disc, and Evolve, Lombre into Ludicolo, Snorunt into Glalie, and Spheal all the way to Walrein. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bagon. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Bagon, the first of 2 pure Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3, the other being its evolution Shelgon. Its previous PYC dates are March 3rd, 1997, December 23rd, 1999, October 13th, 2002, August 3rd, 2005, May 24th, 2008, March 15th, 2011, January 3rd, 2014, October 24th, 2016, August 15th, 2019, and June 5th, 2022. I most know Bacon from Lapis Cave in Pokémon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, where I've even recruited two, one of whom I named Bay with a Y. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Bagon, the Rockhead Pokemon whose number is 0371. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon, ability is Rockhead, and Sheer Force is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group Dragon, and hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 92.8 pounds or 42.1 kilograms. Base experience yield is 89 in Gen 3 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV is 1 in attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Bagon is a Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves into Shelgon starting at level 30, which evolves into Salamence starting at level 50. Biology, Bagon is a bipedal blue reptilian Pokemon vaguely resembling a Pachycephalosaurus. It possesses a large round snout, triangular eyes, yellow circular ears similar to reptiles, and a yellow lower jaw with 2 teeth protruding upwards. 3 thick gray ridges cover the top of its head and continue downwards to cover its neck as well. There is a triangular patch of yellow on its underside. It has stubby, digitless arms and short legs with 2 toes on each foot. Bagon lives in rough terrains with cliffs and rocks. It longs to fly and jumps off cliffs, trying to be able to do so. Frustrated at its inability to fly, it leaps off cliffs and smashes its head against large rocks indiscriminately. This process of continually bashing its head causes it to become as hard as steel. Well-developed neck muscles support its hard head. This, combined with its powerful body, allows it to shatter rocks with its head. Bagon is known to be rather solitary, preferring not to form groups with others of its kind. It has been theorized that Bagon's habit of head bashing and pure belief influences the cells needed to help it evolve. Evolution, Bagon evolves into Shelgon, which evolves into Salamence, so Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In this special episode, Bidoof's Wish, Bagon appears as a member of Team Rogue who attempt to ambush Bidoof and steal his money at the Star Cave. The attempt is thwarted when the other members of Wigglytuff's guild arrive to help Bidoof. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, the same Bagon appears as a fainted Pokemon within one of the dungeons and will only start appearing once the player has recruited Snover. Upon being revived with an apple, he will open Pawniard's Connection Quest. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Bagon has a dream of one day soaring in the sky. In doomed efforts to fly, this Pokemon hurls itself off cliffs. As a result of its dives, its head has grown tough and is hard as tempered steel. Sapphire. Bagon harbors a never-ending dream of one day soaring high among the clouds. As if trying to dispel its frustration over its inability to fly, this Pokemon slams its hard head against huge rocks and shatters them into pebbles. Emerald. Although it is small, this Pokemon is very powerful because its body is a bundle of muscles. It launches headbutts with its iron-like skull. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its still hard head can shatter boulders. It longingly hopes for wings to grow so it can fly. Gen 4, Diamond Pearl and Platinum. Dreaming of one day flying, it practices by leaping off cliffs every day. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its well-developed neck muscles and iron-like head can smash boulders into pieces. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond Pearl and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is the Diamond Pearl Platinum in Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Bagon and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its belief that it will be able to fly one day is apparently the influence of information carried in its genes. Moon. With its steel-hard stone head, it headbutts indiscriminately. This is because of the stress it feels at being unable to fly. Ultra Sun. Whenever it sees bird Pokemon flying through the sky, it becomes envious and smashes its surroundings to bits with headbutts. Ultra Moon. Some theories suggest that its behavior of forcibly bashing its head into things stimulates cells that affect its evolution. In Gen 8 Sword, Bagon jumps off cliffs every day, trying to grow stronger so that someday it will be able to fly. Shield. Bagon is a solitary Pokemon that doesn't form groups with others of its kind. It also has a head hard enough to cleave a boulder in one strike. Brunette Diamond Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is Sun's entry. Bagon in the Alola Pokedex. Bagon in the Paldea Pokedex. And there's a Braviary in the background. Game locations, side game locations, and events. In Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, it has the Dragon Scale 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, it has the Dragon Fang 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Dragon Fang with the Expansion Pass 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it has the Dragon Fang 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 75, defense 60, special attack 40, special defense 30, speed 50 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness damaged normally by normal fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, psychic, and dark. Weak to ice, dragon, and fairy, all for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to fire, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up 1, Ember and Leer, 5 Bite, 10 Dragon Breath, 15 Headbutt, 20 Scary Face, 25 Crunch, 31 Dragon Claw, 35 Zen Headbutt, 40 Focus Energy, 45 Flame Thrower, 50 Outrage, and 55 Double Edge. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 36 Rock Tomb, 44 Dragon Tail, 47 Endure, 49 Sunday, 50 Rain Dance, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 78 Dragon Claw, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 99 Iron Head, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 108 Crunch, 115 Dragon Pulse, 117 Hyper Voice, 125 Flame Thrower, 130 Helping Hand, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 156 Outrage, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 204 Double Edge, and 226 Dragon Cheer. By breeding, Applin gives you Defense Curl through chain breeding. This group gives you Dragon Rush, Gyarados gives you Thrash, and this group gives it Twister. TCG only moves, Double Slap on this card. Side game data, you got this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Bagon doles out headbutts with its hard skull. It can move a small obstacle. In Shadows of Volmia, it tackles to attack. Guardian Signs, it attacks by launching a large blue fireball. Got all this. Evolution data, Bagon, level 30 Shelgon, level 50 Salamence. Sprites here's a little bit more kind of purple or dark blue, I guess, and kind of orange. Interesting. Green for the shiny. Okay. Then we got this kind of blue in Gen 4. Its hands are a little different as well. Mostly you can see it in the back, right? Green is a lot brighter, less Yoshi green. It's also yellow instead of the orange. Gen 5 got the full back sprites. Gen 6 got this kind of blue. The models, pretty good adaptation. A little bit weird in the eyes, I'd say. It's like a purplish tint. It kind of gains that. It's a little bit, it kind of has it, I think, in Gen 5. But it's more obvious in Gen 6 that it's sort of a purplish gray. Kind of maybe a darker yellow? Oh yeah, and a darker yellow as well. That was also introduced in Gen 5. Gen 7, the eyes are a little bit better. That's the main difference, I think. Homes, I got these models. Animation, Bagon in Pokemon the series, XY. Shiny Bagon in Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Bagon, the rock-head Pokemon. Bagon bashes itself against large rocks until its head eventually grows as hard as steel.
Advanced Generation, episode 188, in May's Pokedex. Bagon, the rock-head Pokemon. Bagon dreams of being able to fly through the air. When frustrated from not flying, Bagon uses its head to smash rocks into powder. In XY, episode 73, in Ash's Pokedex. Bagon, the rock-head Pokemon. Because Bagon dreams of being able to fly, it regularly practices by leaping from cliffs. In the manga, Bagon in Pokemon Adventures, next to a Numel. Oh, it was a Bagon! Not a Magby, as I had thought. We saw the Numel in the Numel video. But apparently it was thought that was like the flame of Magby, but it was actually the underside of Bagon here. In the TCG trivia, Bagon is tied with Dreepy for the lowest base special defense stat of all Dragon-type Pokemon. Origin: Bagon may be based on a dragon, but possibly draw some aspects from
Pachycephalosaurus, a species of two-legged dinosaur known for their domed heads. The growth on Bagon's head is similar to the mullet hairstyle. Name origin, Bagon may be a combination of baby and dragon. Tatsube may be a combination of tatsu, dragon, and baby. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Bagon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 317, Let Bagons Be Bagons. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, all the companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are walking through the mountains when a rock has fallen from above. Yes. Bagon is the one who knocked the rock. That is Bagon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Bagon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're not in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bagon. So we've got Dream Big by Hachel. So this, a bunch of Swablu here flying, and then a Bagon has like this little wingsuit. Wants to fly too. It's very cute. And we've got Bagon's Family by Darkrai Lady. So we've got Bagon, Shelgon, and Salomon Seer. It's a very nice shaded image here. Yes, very well done. Seems to be from December 21st, 2016, or December 16th, 2021, depending on how they do their dates, I guess. Bagon, Shelgon, and Salomons by Francis John. It's got the stylized Bagon, Shelgon, and Salomon Seer. Very well done. Obviously, they're both looking at the flying one. That's very nice. We've got Dream Big, Fly High by Lefto Scion. So, you've got these Bagon all stacked up, including a shiny Bagon. The hopes that, it'll try to fly, it's high enough. Got a few of them look like they're just trying to join up. That's very, very cute and very nice. Then we've got Bagon by Wolf Hooligans. So, it's W. Rex. This nice, realistic Bagon here, I guess. Very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Dragons, X14 by Lunar Fire Fox. So, this nice image of a bunch of Dragon-type Pokemon, or part Dragon-type Pokemon, at least. So, we've got the Bagon here with the Salamons. Goodra, Flygon, Dragonite, Altaria, Garchomp, Kingdra, Hydreigon, Dragalge, Tyrantrum, Haxorus, and Druddigan here. Very nice image. You can see these two are playing. This one's accidentally goofing on this one, which one is sleeving. All these guys are just flying around. Got a few of them sort of talking, I guess. This one shooting water at this one. This one looks like it's just trying to drink. Yes, very well done. And we've got Pokemon Bagon by Saw Dewey. That's nice image of this nice unique angle of it trying to fly by jumping off the mountain here. That's very nice. Then we've got Pokemon Bagon by All0412. So this nice image of a Bagon here, sort of looking out in the horizon. Probably dreaming of flying out in the sky. It's very well done. Then this doesn't contain a Bagon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so I need to wait until I've talked about Crawdaunt before I can get to Bagon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Shelgon. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Shelgon, the second of two pure Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3, the other being its pre-evolution Bagon who evolves at level 30. Its previous BYC dates are March 4th, 1997, December 24th, 1999, October 14th, 2002, August 4th, 2005, May 25th, 2008, March 16th, 2011, January 4th, 2014, October 25th, 2016, August 16th, 2019, and June 6th, 2022. I find it interesting that this evolutionary line's middle stage is like a cocoon. It's interesting to think of a dinosaur metamorphizing. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shelgon, the endurance Pokemon, whose number is 0372. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon, abilities Rockhead, and Overcoat is its inability. Generation is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group Dragon, hatch time 40 cycles, height is 3'7" or 1.1 meters, weight is 243.6 pounds, or 110.5 kilograms. Basic experience skills 144 in Gen 3 through 4 and 147 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is white. I imagine it's supposed to be talking about the outer armor. I would consider that light gray.
but I guess it's not the worst. Base friendship is 35. Shelgon is a dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Bacon, starting at level 30, and evolves into Salamence, starting at level 50. Biology, Shelgon is a quadrupedal Pokemon that resembles a pupil stage. There are bone structures covering its body, which form a shell with 2 openings and 3 ridges on top. One opening is in front, revealing 2 yellow eyes, while the other opening is in the back. This bony covering repels enemy attacks, but it makes Shelgon heavy. Its gray legs are visible, protruding from underneath the shell, each with a short red stripe on the inner surface. As a result, this Pokemon moves sluggishly and supposedly never eats or drinks, but it never seems to starve or thirst to death for reasons unknown. Inside the shell, its body is busy forming for its next evolution. It stores the necessary energy needed to evolve, and when it does, its shell begins to peel away. Shelgon can be found in caverns where it stays still until it evolves. Evolution. Shelgon evolves from Bagon and evolves to Salamence. Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 3 and Ruby. Inside Shelgon's armor-like shell, cells are in the midst of transformation to create an entirely new body. This Pokemon shell is extremely heavy, making its movement sluggish. Sapphire. Covering Shelgon's body are outgrowths much like bones. The shell is very hard and bounces off enemy attacks. When awaiting evolution, this Pokemon hides away in a cavern. Emerald. It hardly eats while it awaits evolution. It becomes hardier by enduring hunger. Its shell peels off the instant it begins to evolve. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its armored body makes all attacks bounce off. The armor is too tough, however, making it heavy and somewhat sluggish. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum. With its rugged shell, its cells have begun changing. The shell peels off the instant it evolves. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It surrounds its body in an iron-hard shell to accumulate enough power to evolve. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond Pearl and Platinums. In Gen 6, there was X's, Y's, Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Shelgon and Pokemon and other correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun. The cells within its shell transform with explosive speed, preparing it for evolution. Moon. They lurk deep within caves, motionless, neither eating nor drinking. Why they don't die is not known. Ultra Sun. The cells within its body are changing at a bewildering pace. Its hard shell is made from the same substance as bone. Ultra Moon. Shelgon lives deep within caves. It stays shut up in its shell, dreaming of the day it will be able to fly. In Gen 8, Sword. This Pokemon has covered its body in a hard shell that has the same composition as bone. Shelgon stores energy for evolution. Shield. Shelgon ignores its hunger entirely, never eating any food. Apparently Shelgon will evolve once all its energy stores are used up. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Within its rugged shell, its cells have begun changing. The shell peels off the instant the Pokemon evolves. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Y's entry. Shelgon in the Alola Pokedex. Shelgon in the Paldea Pokedex. With Bagon in the background. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. It has the Dragon Fang 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 95, defense 100, special attack 60, and special defense and speed 50 for a total of 420. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, psychic, and dark. Week 2, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fire, water, grass, and electric, all for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 33. So upon evolution, it gets Protect, 33 Dragon Claw, 39 Zen Headbutt, 46 Focus Energy, 53 Flamethrower, 60 Outrage, and 67 Double Edge. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by Rare Evolution. Side game data, you got all this. In Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry, Shelgon launches whirling attacks by cleverly spinning its sturdy body. Trials of Volmia. It breathes blue flames and attacks while thrashing about. Guardian Signs. It attacks by launching a large blue fireball. We got evolution data, Bagon, level 30, Shelgon, level 50, Salamence. Sprites here, so, you know, a little bit more simplified, but more or less the same. The eyes are a little bit different, probably the big difference. The feet are also kind of purple instead of gray. I can kind of see the white. It still kind of looks light gray to me, but it's a little bit more explanation, I guess. Green for the shiny here, the legs and the sort of highlights, I guess. And I think it's a slightly different color, maybe more greenish tint, I guess. Gen 4. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, not really much changes though. Gen 6 to get the full back sprites. The legs are now like a blackish gray, like dark gray. This is now like a more unifiably green kind of color. Its eyes might be also a little bit different in shade. Actually, that seems to be the case in 4 as well. In Gen 6, it's like these kind of lighter colors all around. You can definitely see the difference in eyes. Eye colors, or sclera colors, I guess. Yeah, not really much changes here in Gen 7. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Shelgon, and Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all those. Okay. In the manga, in the TCG. Trivia from generations 4 through 7, Shelgon can learn Iron Defense via Move Tutor, but its evolved form can't. Origin, Shelgon seems to be based on a dragon or a giant tortoise and a pupa. Name origin, Shelgon may be a combination of shell and dragon. Komoru may be a corruption of Komoru to seclude oneself and Ryu dragon. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Shelgon's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 317, Let Bagons Be Bagons. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and all the companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Michelle at her Bagon here. And Brock is explaining, I guess, Bagon's evolutionary line, basically.
Something strange about that. I thought Bagon evolved into Shelgon first, and then into...
And that is Shelgon's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Shelgon. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so we started looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shelgon. This is Salaman's Canyon by the Coffee Dragon. So, you've got a bunch of little Bagon, a couple Salamence, and a few Shelgon down here, and there seems to be a few Bagon eggs as well. Yes, very stylized, a little bit more realistic. Yeah, very well done. So, got their Tumblr down here, I guess, I don't know if they still have that. Oh, and you get to see some of the fossils as well, that's so cool. Then you've got Shelgons Everywhere by Chop Stuff. So yeah, a bunch of Shelgon here. Playing around, laying on top of this big one. Got this one finding a Stunfisk with this rock. Yes, very well done. Then we've got With Salamence by Francesco. So, starts off with this Bagon, this trainer, and there's a Shelgon, and then it becomes this, like, overly sexualized Salamence here. Yeah. Then we've got Shelgon, Draw 'em All collab by Jumpy Joltic. So I guess it's supposed to be this Shelgon maybe metamorphizing into a Salamence here, not, yeah. Very interesting. This is PKM Nation, Poisonous Ladies Evo by Masamune Revolution. So you've got these 3 Pokemon fusions here. This one is Quilava and Eevee. This one's Salandit and Shelgon, which I guess then would evolve into Salamence and Salazzle here. Yes, very interesting. This doesn't contain a Shelgon, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talked about Kyogre before I can evolve Bagon into Shelgon. Tomorrow we talk about Salamence. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Salamence, the final evolution of Bagon, who evolves into Shelgon, who evolves at level 50. Mega Salamence is the first dragon-flying type Mega Evolution. Its previous PYC dates are March 5th, 1997, December 25th, 1999, October 15th, 2002, August 5th, 2005, May 26th, 2008, March 17th, 2011, January 5th, 2014, October 26th, 2016, August 17th, 2019, and June 7th, 2022. I like the story of a dinosaur-like Pokemon wanting to fly so much that it becomes a dragon. I most know Salamence as the attraction chief of Salamence's Air Race and Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. As for its design, it's one of my favorites of the dragon-type Pokemon, mostly because it's mostly blue. As for Mega Salamence, it's certainly an iconic Mega Evolution. I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's certainly interesting. I find the fact that it's the only Mega Evolution to get a Paradox Pokemon, I think, more interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Salamence, the dragon Pokemon, whose number is 0373. This is Salamence, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Salamence, this is what it looks like. Type is Dragon Flying. Abilities, Intimidate. Salamence, Moxie's its an ability. Aerolate is Mega Salamence's ability. Gender ratio 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A group. Dragon, hatch time 40 cycles. Ass Salamence is 4 foot 11 and 1.5 meters and 226.2 pounds and 102.6 kilograms. As Mega Salamence, it's 5 foot 11 or 1.8 meters and 248.2 pounds or 112.6 kilograms. Megastone is Salamencite. Basic experience skills 218 in Gen 3 through 4 and 270, 5+. Leveling rate is slow, Evield is 3 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Salamence is a dual type dragon slash flying pseudo legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Shelgon starting at level 50 and is the final form of Bagon. Salamence can Mega Evolve into Mega Salamence using this Salamencite. The Paradox Pokemon Roaring Moon is said to be an ancient relative of Mega Salamence. Biology, Salamence is a quadrupedal, draconic Pokemon with a long, tapering tail. It is primarily blue with a gray lower jaw and thickly scaled underside. There are red markings on its throat, the underside of its tail, and stripes on the inner surface of its legs. Additionally, there are raised red ridges above its eyes. 3 flat fins protrude from either side of its head, possibly acting in the same manner that a canard would on an aircraft. It has 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Each of its short legs has 3 claws. Salamence is considered an unusual Pokemon due to the circumstances of its evolution. Its fervent desire to fly triggered a cellular mutation that allowed it to suddenly grow large red wings. Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire reference sheet. You got all the different angles, the back, bottom side. Its long-held dream fulfilled at last, Salamence constantly flies around and releases intense blasts of fire as an expression of its joy. It only stops flying when it gets exhausted and needs to sleep. If enraged, it loses all sense of self and flies into an uncontrollable rampage, destroying everything around it until it tires itself out. It lives in rough terrain and competes with Garchomp mid-air for food. Form, Salamence can Mega Evolve into Mega Salamence. As Mega Salamence, its wings meld together into a single huge crescent-shaped wing. Its face, neck, body, and tail are narrower, and its tail is noticeably shorter in length. The ridges above its eyes are now far less prominent, and it no longer possesses the thick gray scaling over its lower jaw. Instead, the smooth red flesh underneath has been left exposed, increasing its streamlined appearance. The upper pair of fins resting on the sides of its head are now elongated and tapered. The lower pair has not changed much, however. The middle set now takes the form of quarter arches spanning towards the bridge of the nose. The remnants of its shell underbelly have been drastically transformed into a segmented, more aerodynamic vest-like armored frame. This frame encases its chest and shoulders, with the pieces interlocking whenever Mega Salamence tucks in its front forelegs. Roaring Moon bears a resemblance to Mega Salamence, though the potential connection between the two is unknown. According to Mega Evolution Special 2, the hard yet very flexible properties of its wings allow them to be used as blades in mid-air battles. The stress of Salamence's vaunted wings becoming misshapen in its Mega Evolution aggravates it to the point of rampaging. This fuels its already brutal nature and makes it likely to turn against the trainer who raised it. Because of this, Mega Salamence is feared as the blood-soaked crescent. Anything and anyone in Salamence's path gets sliced in two by its blade-like wings, posing no interruption to its flight. Mega Salamence. Evolution, Salamence evolves from Shelgon as the final form of Bagon, so Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Salamence is a member of Muna's gang, working for Kyurem to stop any humans called upon by Hydreigon from destroying the Bitter Cold. He aids his companions in pursuing the player and their partner, but are outmaneuvered by Hydreigon. Salamence, along with 2 Chandelure, later attempt to stop the player and their allies from reaching the Glacier Palace, but are defeated. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Salamence came about as a result of a strong, long-held dream of growing wings. It is said that this powerful desire triggered a sudden mutation in this Pokemon's cells, causing it to sprout its magnificent wings. Sapphire. By evolving into Salamence, this Pokemon finally realizes its long-held dream of growing wings. To express its joy, it flies and wheels all over the sky, while spouting flames from its mouth. Emerald. After many long years, its cellular structure underwent a sudden mutation to grow wings.
When anchored, it loses all thought and rampages out of control. Emerald, after many long years, its cellular structure underwent a sudden mutation to grow wings. When anchored, it loses all thought and rampages out of control. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it becomes uncontrollable if enraged. It destroys everything with shredding claws and fire. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, as a result of its long-held dream of flying, its cellular structure changed and wings grew out. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it's uncontrollable if enraged. It flies around spouting flames and scorching fields and mountains. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Salamence and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 for regular Salamence and Sun, when anchored, it loses all sense of itself and destroys everything around it. The destruction will continue until Salamence has tired itself out. Moon, it flies around on its wings, which have grown and at last. In its happiness, it gushes hot flames, burning up the fields it passes over. Ultra Sun, overjoyed at finally being able to fly, flies all over the place, and usually doesn't land until it's completely exhausted and needs to sleep. Ultra Moon, thanks to its fervent wishes, the cells in its body finally mutated, and at last it has its heart's desire, wings. Mega Salamence and Sun, anyone standing in its path gets sliced right in two, while this Pokemon continues its flight without interruption. Moon, Mega Evolution fuels its brutality, and it may even turn on the trainer who raised it. It's been dubbed the Blood-Soaked Crescent. Ultra Sun, the stress of its two proud wings becoming misshapen and stuck together because of strong energy makes it go on a rampage. Ultra Moon, it puts its forelegs inside a shell to streamline itself for flight. Salamence flies at high speeds over all kinds of topographical features. In Gen 8's Sword, Salamence is an unusual Pokemon in that it was able to evolve a body with wings just by constantly wishing to be able to fly. Shield, while basking in the joy of flight, generally keeps this Pokemon in high spirits. Salamence turns into an uncontrollable menace if something angers it. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Salamance's Moon entry. Violet is Fire Red, Leaf Green, and X's entry. Salamence in the Alola Pokedex. Mega Salamence in the Alola Pokedex. Salamence in the Paldea Pokedex. You can see it flying around in the rain. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. It has the Dragon Fang 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Dragon Fang with the expansion pass 5% of the time. Stats, base stats. I'll compare Salamence and Mega Salamence. HP 95, that stays the same. Attack 135, that goes up to 145. Defense 80, that goes up to 130. Special attack 110, that goes up to 120. Special defense 80, that goes up to 90. Speed 100, that goes up to 120. This one has a total of 600, this one has a total of 700. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, and dark. Weak to rock, dragon, and fairy, all for double, and ice for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, bug, fire, and water for half, and grass for a fourth. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring Target, or is affected by Smackdown, or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 50, so upon evolution it gets Fly. 55, Flamethrower, and 73, Double Edge. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Salamence roars to set off earthquakes. It also shoots a beam from its mouth. Shadows of Olmia. It lets loose shockwaves and breathes powerful flames. Guardian Signs. It attacks by launching a large blue fireball. Got all this. Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Salamence is the attraction chief of Salamance's Air Race in the Granite Zone. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He likes the tech area. He thinks the area is comfortable because it is warm and dry. I got all that. For Mega Salamence, got that. Form data, Mega Evolution, Salamence, Salamencite, Mega Salamence. Evolution data, Bagon, level 30, Shelgon, level 50 Salamence. So sprites here, so a lot more purple than this kind of blue, or at least like this kind of blue instead of that kind of blue, I guess. Then orange instead of the red parts. Very interesting. So the eye things, especially these things, the eyebrow things look a little bit different. Yeah, so the back sprite's very interesting. A little goofy. Yeah. Gen 4 is when we get introduced to this sort of lighter blue, and these sort of eyebrow things are a lot different. Green for the shiny, I think like the other two were. Yeah, this looks a little less goofy, the back sprite. Yep. Gen 5 is what introduces the red color. And then also you get the full back sprites as well. Yes. But the shiny keeps the orange, that's fun.
Gen 6, you get the models. So probably slightly different colors, but more or less the same, actually. Then you get Mega Salamance's model, pretty good. You got this one, shiny Mega Salamance's model, so it's, you know, basically the same, a little darker. I guess that one's also, yeah, a little darker colors, but generally the same concept. Then Gen 7, you got all these, not really much changes. You got Holmes models. In animation, Salamence in Pokemon Journeys to Series XY, and Mega Salamence in Pokemon the Series XY. I guess J Salamence is the big one. Got all this. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Chronicles, episode 18, in Richie's Pokedex. Salamence, a dragon Pokemon, fully evolved form of Bagon, equipped with sharp teeth and massive claws, weighs over 200 pounds, and has the fastest flying speed of all the flying-type Pokemon. In Advanced Generation, episode 101, in May's Pokedex. Salamence, the dragon Pokemon. Salamence is the final evolution of Bagon. It is able to exhale powerful blasts of fire while flying. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 20, in Dawn's Pokedex. Salamence, the dragon Pokemon. As a result of a powerful desire to fly, Salamence were able to trigger the cells in their body and cause them to grow wings. In XY, episode 128, in Serena's Pokedex, Salamence, the dragon Pokemon. Constant dreams of flight caused a shift in cellular structure. When it evolved, Salamence finally grew wings. Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer, Mega Salamence in the animated trailer. Pokemon Generations, Salamence and Pokemon Generations. I think we've seen this image before. Gotcha. Pokemon Evolutions, Mega Salamence and Pokemon Evolutions. Xenia Salamence is the big one. In the manga, Salamence and Pokemon Adventures, all in color. Got all this. Mega Salamence and Pokemon Adventures, also in color. Got all this, and the TCG, and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Salamence appears as a spirit. Trivia. This first point I read in the Horsey video. The second point I basically read in the Shelgon video. Salamence is the only pseudo-legendary Pokemon introduced before Gen 9 who is not known to be owned by a member of the current Masters 8 in Pokemon Journeys the series. Origin. Salamence seems to be based on the archetypal European dragon. It may also be based on a salamander, most likely the Hida Salamander, or Anderson Salamander. This is backed up by Salamence featuring 3 prominent finlets on either side of its head, which can be interpreted as external gills. These external gills are typical for many species of amphibians. It might take inspiration from the mythical animal of the same name, which is often conflated with dragons or treated as a dragon, as evidenced by its ability to learn numerous fire-type moves by leveling up, and its Pokedex entry describing its propensity for breathing fire. Mega Salamence's wing and head shape resemble that of a fighter jet. Mega Salamence tucking in its front legs into the gaps on its belly, as well as its stiff yet flexible wings, may be based on hang gliding. Its name, the blood-soaked crescent, could be a reference to blood moons. Name origin, Salamence may be a combination of salamander and menace, vengeance, vehemence, violence, or immense. Bohmander may be a combination of bull, violent, and salamander. In other languages, related articles, notes, external links to the pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Salamence's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Jirachi Wishmaker. In this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met the Great Butler, a magician, and his assistant Diane, as well as Jirachi, Absol, and a Flagon. The Great Butler has captured Jirachi and is using Jirachi's powers to try to reawaken Groudon. And Ash, Max, and Pikachu, who are riding on the Flagon, are coming to sort of save Jirachi, and the Great Butler is sending out a Pokemon to stop them. There's a Salamence.
Salamence! Get rid of them! Salamence!
Oh, he's got a Salamence. Okay.
Flygon, watch out! Max and Pikachu, you go free Jirachi. Flygon and I will distract Butler. Stop that machine!
Yeah, I would say that is Salamance's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Salamence. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we're starting fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Salamence. This first one doesn't contain a Salamence, so we'll move on to the second one. This is Pokemon Salamence by Mark331. This fun image of a Salamence here. Yeah, this looks to be from 2012. Yeah, very well done. Flying around and stuff. All effects on the ground, that's fun. Then we've got Salamence and Flygon by Ekalataka. So the Salamence and Flygon by Ekalataka. Seems to be from December 2003, I think. So you've got the Salamence fighting this Flygon here. Depending on where they live, this might be a reference to the scene we watched earlier. If they don't live in America, or probably anywhere outside of Japan, this can't be a reference because the movie didn't come out until 2004 here. But if they do live in Japan, this is a very interesting reference that Americans wouldn't be able to understand. Yeah, very well done. Then we've got Pokemon Mega Salamence by Saw Dewey. So we've got a Mega Salamence here, this nice image here, nice effects and stuff. Then we've got Salamence by Chaos Draco, or Carlos Herrera. It's probably the same person. It's from 2018. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So this nice, realistic Salamence here. Seems like it just killed this Mareep here. Yeah, eating its blood or whatever. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Then this doesn't contain a Salamence, so we'll move on.
Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kyogre before I can evolve Shelgon into Salamence. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Beldum. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Beldum, the first Steel Psychic type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are March 6th, 1997, December 26th, 1999, October 16th, 2002, August 6th, 2005, May 27th, 2008, March 18th, 2011, January 6th, 2014, October 27th, 2016, August 18th, 2019, and June 8th, 2022. I've always loved the gimmick of Beldum's evolutionary line. I love that each evolution is built upon two of its previous form. I think that's brilliant. I most know Beldum as the one owned by Morrison, one of Ash Ketchum's rivals in the Gen 3 era of the anime. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Beldum, the Iron Ball Pokemon, whose number is 0374. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Psychic. Since this is our first Steel Psychic type Pokemon, I'll point out the Steel inside and the Psychic outside. Abilities, Clear Body, and Light Metal is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding, a group mineral, hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 209.9 pounds or 95.2 kilograms. Base experience yields 103 in Gen 3 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV is 1 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Beldum is a dual type Steel Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolved to Metang starting at level 20, which evolved to Metagross starting at level 45. Biology, Beldum is a robotic Pokemon that has a long body with a set of claws sticking out of its rear end. It has one large red eye in the center of its nearly spherical head, which is set into a ball and socket joint at its front end. A short crest projects from its body and extends over its head. Even though Beldum is mechanical, it still has emotions, the need to eat, and a way of reproducing. Beldum's body lacks blood and is instead made of cells that are all magnets. It uses magnetism to move, communicate, and control its attacks. Beldum sometimes gathers in swarms, communicating with each other telepathically and magnetically and moving in sync. When enraged, it can cause nearby machines to break from its strong magnetism. magnetism. Beldum can also use his magnetic force to rapidly pull in enemies, and then use its sharp claws to harm them. Beldum is scarce in the wild, but it does tend to inhabit areas with rugged terrain. It anchors itself to a cliff using its hooks when it sleeps. Evolution, Beldum evolves into Metang, which evolves into Metagross, so Beldum, Metang, Metagross. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 Ruby, instead of blood, a powerful magnetic force courses through Beldum's body. This Pokemon communicates with others by sending controlled pulses of magnetism. Sapphire, Beldum keeps itself floating by generating a magnetic force that repels Earth's natural magnetism. When it sleeps, this Pokemon anchors itself to a cliff using the hooks on its rear. Emerald, when Beldum gather in a swarm, they move in perfect unison, as if they were but one Pokemon. They communicate with each other using brain waves. Fire Red and Leaf Green uses magnetic waves to converse with its kind. All the cells in its body are magnetic. In Gen 4 Diamond Pearl and Platinum, it converses with others by using magnetic pulses. In a swarm, they move in perfect unison. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the magnetic force generated by its body repels the ground's natural magnetism, letting it float. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond Pearl and Platinum's Black 2 and White 2. Its cells are all magnetic and it communicates with others by using magnetic pulses. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond Pearl Platinum, Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Beldum and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun, its cells are all magnets. It uses magnetism to communicate with others of its kind. Moon, with magnetic traction, it pulls its opponents in close. When they're in range, it slashes them with its rear claws. Ultra Sun, instead of blood, magnetism flows through its body. When it's feeling bad, try giving it a magnet. Ultra Moon, if you anger it, it will do more than rampage. It will also burst out strong magnetism, causing nearby machines to break. In Gen 8 Sword, from its rear, Beldum emits a magnetic force that rapidly pulls opponents in. They get skewered on Beldum's sharp claws. Shield. The cells in this Pokemon's body are composed of magnetic material. Instead of blood, magnetic forces flow through Beldum's body. Brilliant Time, Shining Pearl. They converse with one another by using magnetic pulses. In a swarm, they move in perfect unison. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and X's entry. Violet. All its cells are magnets. It communicates with others of its kind by transmitting magnetic forces from its body. Beldum in the Alola Pokedex. Beldum in the Blueberry Pokedex. That's very shiny. I wasn't expecting that. We got 3 of them. They're in this cave here. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In the Pokewalker, it has the Shucka Berry 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it has the Iron Plate. Gift Pokemon only, 100% of the time. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Metal Coat with the expansion pass required, 5% of the time. And Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 40, Attack 55, Defense 80, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 60, Speed 30 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by Fighting, Bug, Water, and Electric. Weak to Ground, Ghost, Fire, and Dark. Immune to Poison, resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Steel, Grass, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy, all for half, and Psychic for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type moves and Ghost-type moves were 1, so they both went from 1 to 2. Learn Set by leveling up. 1. Tackle, it's a physical, normal-type move, power 40, accuracy 100, and PP 35. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 59 Zen Headbutt, 99 Iron Head, 104 Iron Defense, 170 Steel Beam, and 171 Terra Blast. Nothing by breeding, side game data, you got all of this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Beldum throws full body charges. It can easily shunt aside a small obstacle, Guardian Signs. It launches an iron ball to attack. We've got all this. Evolution data, Beldum, level 20, Metang, level 45, Metagross. Sprites here, so a lot darker blue, more solidly blue rather than this kind of blue-green color. Then gray for the shiny and gold for the little tips there. That's fun. Gen 4, get this kind of standing out one. Not really much changes though. The eyes, I think, get like a little bit bigger. I think just all that gets like refined, Yeah, like all the details and stuff. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites, get this sort of darker blue now, and I think a darker gray as well. Gen 6, that introduces the modern colors. Not really much changes with the shiny, though. And the models as well. Pretty good models. Gen 7 doesn't really change much. Homes. Kind of has blue for the Homes one. That's interesting. An animation, Beldum and Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Morrison's Beldum is the big one. You got all this. Pokedex entries. I already recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let May's Pokedex read it.
Beldum, the Iron Ball Pokemon. Beldum floats by emitting magnetic waves from its body to repel the Earth's magnetic field. They launch their claws into cliffs where they sleep.
In the manga, Beldum and Pokemon Adventures. We've got all this. In the TCG, Trivia, Beldum's number in the Hoenn Pokedex in Gen 3 and the Fiori browser are the same, 190. Beldum, along with its evolved forms, are the only non-legendary Pokemon to have a catch rate of 3, which is the lowest in existence. Beldum's evolutionary line evolves to their next stage forms, the earliest of all pseudo-legendary Pokemon, Beldum into Metang at level 20, and Metang into Metagross at level 45. Beldum is the only member of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon evolutionary line that only learns one move by level up. In generations 3 to 7, this move was Takedown, but in Gen 8 it was swapped for Tackle, even though Takedown was not removed in the Gen 8 games. Beldum and its evolutions all share both their standard and hidden abilities with Registeel. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, Beldum is the only in-game event Pokemon that is not a legendary Pokemon that cannot be obtained with repeatable methods without trading or breeding. We've got this art here, promotional artwork of Shiny Beldum for the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire release event. Origin, Beldum seems to be a magnetic robot based on a dumbbell. It also resembles a limb of Metang or Metagross, a reference to how it evolves. Name origin, Beldum, and Dumber may be derived from dumbbell, a small weight used in weight training. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Beldum's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 392, Less is Morrison. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, Sheldon companions Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are in this little forest here, and they've met Morrison, and Ash and Morrison have decided to battle, and Morrison is about to send out his Beldum.
I choose you!
Beldum. And that is Beldum's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Beldum. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Beldum used Takedown by Torta8. So you've got this nice Beldum using Takedown, you know, nice perspective of the underside. That's very nice. It seems to be from November 23rd, 2018. Yes, very well done. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kyogre before I can catch a Beldum. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Metang. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Metang, the first Steel Psychic evolution and the only one that evolves, as of the filming of this, with it being the evolution of Beldum, who evolves at level 20. Its previous BYC dates are March 7th, 1997, December 27th, 1999, October 17th, 2002, August 7th, 2005, May 28th, 2008, March 19th, 2011, January 7th, 2014, October 28th, 2016, August 19th, 2019, and June 9th, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, I've always loved the gimmick of Metang's line. I love that each evolution is built upon two of its previous form, with Metang's arms and eyes being taken from Beldum. I think that's brilliant. I most know Metang as the one owned by Morrison, one of Ash Ketchum's Gen 3 rivals. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Metang, the Iron Claw Pokemon, whose number is 0375. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Psychic. Abilities, Clear Body. Light Metal is its ability. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is a group mineral. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 3 foot 11 or 1.2 meters. Weight is 446.4 pounds or 202.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 153 in Gen 3 through 4 and 147 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 and defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Metang is a dual-type Steel/Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from Beldum, starting at level 20, and evolves into Metagross, starting at level 45. Biology: Metang is a robotic Pokemon with teal, metallic skin. It has a disc-shaped body with a pair of flat gray spikes on either side toward the rear. A jet cannot scratch Metang due to its strong body. There is a gray spike in the middle of its face similar to a nose. A pair of red eyes reside in 2 holes in its metallic skin. While it appears to lack legs, it has a pair of thick arms with 3 claws on the ends. The arms are considerably thicker below the elbow and have a flat blunt protrusion extending over the joint. Matang is formed when two Beldum fuse together. A magnetic nervous system joins the brains of these two Pokemon. This linkage allows Matang to generate a strong psychokinetic power that is doubled. However, this does not increase its intellect. This Pokemon's high intelligence and strong magnetic field are other sources of powerful psychic energy. In addition to generating psychic power, its magnetism allows Matang to hover in midair. It is able to rotate its arms backwards in order to travel at speeds over 60 miles per hour or 100 kilometers per hour in search of prey. When Matang finds its prey, it uses its psychic power to stop it from escaping. Then it firmly grabs onto the prey with its claws, never letting go. Matang's claws are able to rip through steel. This Pokemon lives on rough terrains and harsh mountains. It pursues Nosepass, loving its magnetic minerals. Evolution, Matang evolves from Beldum and evolves to Metagross, so Beldum, Matang, Metagross. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 3 in Ruby, when two Beldum fuse together, Matang is formed. The brains of the Beldum are joined by a magnetic nervous system. By linking its brains magnetically, this Pokemon generates strong psychokinetic power. Sapphire. When two Beldum fuse together, Matang is formed. The brains of the Beldum are joined by a magnetic nervous system. This Pokemon turns its arms to the rear for traveling at high speed. Emerald. The claws tipping its arms pack the destructive power to tear through thick iron sheets as if they were silk. It flies at over 60 miles per hour. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It floats midair using magnetism. Its body is so tough, even a crash with a jet plane won't leave a scratch. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, it is formed by two Beldum joining together. Its steel body won't be scratched if it collides with a jet. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. When two Beldum fuse together, a magnetic nervous system places their brains in unison. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Diamond Pearl Platinums, but Beldum is now the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2, it is formed by two Beldum joining together. Its two brains are linked, amplifying its psychic power. In Gen 6, X is Black and White's entry, Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Beldum, Matang, and Pokemon are not the correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun, when two Beldum link together, their psychic power is doubled. Their intelligence, however, remains unchanged. Moon, it adores magnetic minerals, so it pursues Nosepass at speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour. Ultra Sun, with its two brains, it fires powerful psychic energy to stop its prey in their tracks. Ultra Moon, it flies at high speeds around the skies. When it finds its prey, Matang takes a firm grip with its sharp claws and never lets go. In Gen 8 Sword, two Beldum have become stuck together via their own magnetic forces. With two brains, the resulting Matang has doubled psychic powers. Shield, using magnetic forces to stay aloft, this Pokemon flies at high speeds, weaving through harsh mountain terrain in pursuit of prey. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is Black, White, and X's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2, White 2, and Y's entry. Violet is Moon's entry. Matang in the Alola Pokedex. Matang in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see it's in this cave here with two Beldum in the background. That's fun. You can see a little bit of electricity maybe coming off of something. Interesting. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Pokemon Emerald, Matang can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Emerald, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, X, and Y. It has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time, with the expansion passes required. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 75, defense 100, special attack 55, special defense 80, speed 50 for a total of 420. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by fighting, bug, water, and electric. Weak to ground, ghost, fire, and dark for double, immune to poison. Resistant to normal, flying, rock, steel, grass, ice, dragon, and Fairy, all for half, and Psychic for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type moves and Ghost-type moves was 1, so both went from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to 26. So, upon evolution, it gets Confusion and Metal Claw, 26 Takedown, 34 Psychic, 42 Scary Face, 50 Meteor Mash, 58 Iron Defense, 66 Agility, and 74 Hyper Beam. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, there's nothing. By Rare Evolution, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Matang charges with its rugged body. It can break a hard obstacle. Guardian Signs. It launches an iron ball to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Beldum, level 20, Matang, level 45, Metagross. Sprites here, so a lot more blue than this teal color. And a lot more rounded, I think, all of the gray parts. Yes, this is, of course, gray and gold, like Beldum's was. Okay, Gen 4. I mean, it's more front-facing, so it's kind of a little bit different. But yeah, these things all seem to be a little bit more pointy. And the head seems to be a lot larger. Yeah, you can see kind of in the back sprite, kind of looks like maybe the idea was somewhat of a point, or like maybe a rugged, or yeah, very small, flat top. Now it's a lot larger, and yeah. Gen 5, get the full back sprites, and get this kind of blue now. Yeah. Gen 6, you get this teal color now, and the models, pretty good adaptation. The eye socket's a little bit weird. I kind of, think of it as more of the void rather than a solid thing, but it seems to be a lot more shaped out rather than kind of just a hole, that kind of thing. But it does seem to have eyebrows. That's weird. Okay. Okay. And then, there's not much changes here. Homes, you got these models. Animation, Metang in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Morrison's Metang is the big one. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 126, in Ash's Pokedex. Metang, the Iron Claw Pokemon. Metang is the evolved form of Beldum. Its highly developed intellect and strong magnetic force allow it to create powerful psychic energy. In XY, episode 116, in Serena's Pokedex. Metang, the Iron Claw Pokemon, and the evolved form of Beldum. Metang is created from the union of two Beldum. When its two brains are joined together, its psychic power is increased. In the manga, Metang and Ash and Pikachu, you got all this. The TCG. Trivia. Although it is said that Metang is made up of two Beldum, this is never shown in any Pokemon media, though it is mentioned in the Pokedex. In Saved by the Beldum, the only animated series to date to show a Beldum evolution, where Morrison's Beldum evolves into a Metang, it creates another Beldum and newly developed main body to evolve, instead of fusing with another Beldum. Despite this, in the synchronicity test, the Pokedex claims that Metang is created from the union of two Beldum. Metang's number in the Hoenn Pokedex in Gen 3 and the Fiori browser are the same, 191. I read this last point in the Beldum video. Origin, Metang is made of two Beldum merged. Aside from that, it may be based on flying saucers and crabs. Name origin, Metang may be a combination of metal and tang. Onomatopoeic sound of metal being struck. Or Etang, French for the color pond blue. Metang is also an anagram of magnet. In other languages, related articles, turn on links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Metang's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 400, Saved by the Beldum. In this episode, Ash, Gotcha, the main character, shall the companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are watching the Evergrande Conference preliminary rounds, where Morrison, a trainer they've met, is using his Beldum. Now the Beldum is evolving. There's
Whoa! Beldum evolved into a Metang!
So that is Metang's first scene in the anime, I guess.
Now let's see why other people love Metang. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Metang LJ by I'm the Ivan 23. So originally, I was gonna be upset that it's just this Pokemon card, but according to pkmcards.com, the place that I get all my cards from, this is not a real card. This is completely fan-made, I believe. Probably from one of those websites where you can make your own card, and they probably just added this little symbol here. Maybe they even made it themselves, but it's pretty cool. It was illustrated by Diego Brando. I don't know if it's the same person or if it's just one that they found on a fan site or something. It's got 80 HP, it's a steel type, that makes sense. You can see it's this nice art here, they're kind of floating around. I assume that's their own art. The Platinum Lost Judgment is on here. I don't know, it's just like a symbol, I don't know. It says as well as from Beldum, that makes sense, it's level 26. Its Pokepower is Meteoric Arrival. Once during your turn, when you play Metang from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Interesting. You got the move Speed Impact. It costs 2 of any energy, and hits for 80 damage. It says, does 80 damage minus 20 damage for each energy attached to the defending Pokemon. Interesting. When 2 Beldum fuse together, a magnetic nervous system places their brains in union. Is that a real? I don't know if that's a real one or not. Weakness is plus 20 to fire. Resistance is minus 20 to psychic. Retreat cost is 2 of any energy. Allegedly be from 2009. Pokemon / Nintendo. And 45/83. Yeah. Yeah, whatever this symbol is, I guess the Lost Judgment one. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talked about Kyogre before I can evolve Beldum into Metang. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Metagross. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Metagross, the first final Steel Psychic evolution, and only third stage Steel Psychic Pokemon as of the filming of this, being the final evolution of Beldum, who evolves to Metang, who evolves at level 45. Mega Metagross is the heaviest Mega Evolution, as of the filming of this. Its previous BYC dates are March 8th, 1997, December 28th, 1999, October 18th, 2002, August 8th, 2005, May 29th, 2008, March 20th, 2011, January 8th, 2014, October 29th, 2016, August 20th, 2019, and June 10th, 2022. As I mentioned over the last 2 days, I've always loved the gimmick of the evolutionary line of Metagross. I love that each evolution is built upon 2 of the previous form, with Metagross taking the general shape and eyes from a Metang, and arms from 2 Metang. I also love that Mega Metagross combines all 3 and still does something new. I think that's brilliant. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Metagross, the Iron-like Pokemon, whose number is 0376. This is Metagross, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Metagross, this is what it looks like. Type is Steel Psychic. Abilities, Clear Body is Metagross. Light Metal is its ability. Tough Claws is Mega Metagross's ability. Gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breedings, a group mineral, hatch time 40 cycles. As Metagross, it's 5'3" and 1.6 meters, and 1,112.5 pounds, or 550 kilograms. Mega Metagross is 8'2" or 2.5 meters, and 2,078.7 pounds, or 942.9 kilograms. Megastone is Metagrossite. Basic experience yield is 210 in Gen 3 through 4 and 275 plus. Leveling rate is slow, EV is 3 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Metagross is a dual-type Steel/Psychic pseudo-legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It evolves from a Tang starting at level 45. It is the final form of Beldum. Metagross can Mega Evolve into Mega Metagross using the Metagrossite. Biology, Metagross is a massive robotic Pokemon with a turquoise disc-shaped body and 4 legs. The main body appears to serve as both head and body, and this Pokemon's overall construction gives it the appearance of a mechanized arachnid. It uses its heavy body to pin down its prey before consuming them. With its large mouth, a large metallic cross is situated in the center of its face. On either side of the cross, a red eye peers out from a space in Metagross's metallic armor. Its 4 legs are joined to the main body by ball and socket joints, while the upper portion of the legs is relatively thin. They are considerably thicker below the knee. Each leg has 3 short claws on the end, and a flat, blunt protrusion extending over the knee. The legs can be tucked in, allowing Metagross to float in the air. You can see Metagross floating and carrying passengers on its back. It's got these 2, and a Fuecoco, and a Sprigatito. Metagross is the result of 2 Metang fusing together. This gives Metagross 4 brains in total, all connected by a complex network of neurons. Because of these complex connections and the number of brains, this Pokemon is capable of performing complex calculations and is more intelligent than a supercomputer. It is imbued with psychic powers, and uses its intelligence to analyze its opponents during battle. Metagross uses its fantastic strength to pin down a victim using its 4 claws and body. This allows Metagross to use its large mouth and teeth to chew its victim to pieces. This Pokemon can be found on rough terrains. Metagross can also be found living in snowy mountains as their magnetic powers become stronger in freezing temperatures. Forms, Metagross can Mega Evolve into Mega Metagross. As Mega Metagross, it constantly floats and its legs become arms. It also gains 4 legs on the back of its head. The cross on its face turns pale gold, and it gains 2 small holes and a spike immediately below the cross, giving the impression of a goatee. Mega Metagross achieves its form by linking up a Metagross, a Metang, and 2 Beldum together. Its multiple brains process information simultaneously, enabling it to calmly assess the tide of a battle and defeat its opponent with accuracy. Mega Metagross also uses the psychic power inside its body to launch powerful attacks. Its claws are as hard as steel and can easily smash even large chunks of rocks. Because Mega Evolution stimulates its multiple brains and increases its intelligence, Mega Metagross becomes a ruthless combatant that will clutch at victory by absolutely any means, no matter how horrifyingly cruel. If victory is deemed impossible, Metagross will attempt to dig its claws into its opponent and prepare to explode. Mega Metagross. Evolution. Metagross evolved from Metang and is the final form of Beldum. So Beldum, Matang, Metagross. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 3, Ruby. Metagross has 4 brains in total. Combined, the 4 brains can breeze through difficult calculations faster than a supercomputer. This Pokemon can float in the air by tucking in its 4 legs. Sapphire. Metagross is the result of 2 Matang achieving fusion. When hunting, this Pokemon pins the prey to the ground under its massive body. It then eats the helpless victim using the large mouth on its stomach. Emerald. Metagross has 4 brains that are joined by a complex neural network. As a result of integration, this Pokemon is smarter than a supercomputer. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It is formed by 2 Matang fusing. Its 4 brains are said to be superior to a supercomputer. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, Matang combined to form it. With 4 brains, it has the intelligence of a supercomputer. Our Gold and Soul Silver. It folds its 4 legs, one flying. Its 4 brains are said to be superior to a supercomputer. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically Diamond Pearl Platinums, but Matang is now the correct casing. In Black 2 and White 2, with 4 linked brains, it's more intelligent than a supercomputer, and uses calculations to analyze foes. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is the Black and White entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Metagross and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Metagross, Matang, and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, this is all for Metagross and Sun. It firmly pins its prey using its 4 claws and large body. Then the teeth in the mouth on its stomach chew the prey to bits. Moon, a linkage of 2 Matang. This Pokemon can perform any calculation in a flash by utilizing parallel processing in its 4 brains. Ultra Sun, it posts not only psychic powers but also fantastic strength. It grabs its prey with its 4 legs and holds them in place with its claws. Ultra Moon, it analyzes its opponents with more accuracy than a supercomputer, which enables it to calmly back them into a corner. For Mega Metagross, Sun, this form results from 1 Metagross, 1 Matang, and 2 Beldum linking up. Moon, Mega Evolution stimulated its brain. It emerged as a ruthless Pokemon that will clutch at any means of ensuring its victories. Ultra Sun, its intellect surpasses its previous level, resulting in battles so cruel they'll make you want to cover your eyes. Ultra Moon, when it knows it can't win, it digs the claws on its legs into its opponent and starts the countdown to a big explosion. In Gen 8, Sword, because the magnetic powers of these Pokemon get stronger in freezing temperatures, Metagross living on snowy mountains are full of energy. Shield, Metagross is the result of the fusion of 2 Matang. This Pokemon defeats its opponents through use of its supercomputer-level brain. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are Black and White's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Violet, it firmly pins its prey using its 4 claws and large body. Then Metagross uses the mouth on its stomach to chew its prey to bits. So we've got Metagross in the Alola Pokedex, Mega Metagross in the Alola Pokedex, and Metagross in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you've got Metagross and 2 Matang here in the background. That's fun, because Matang had 2 Beldum in the background. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Pokemon Emerald, Metagross can only be found at the Battle Frontier. Metagross was available to be traded for in My Pokemon Ranch, only as part of an online event. In Coliseum, it has the Metal Coat 100% of the time. In Emerald, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Ranch, it has Alcaberry 100% of the time. Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it has the Metal Coat 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, it has the Metal Coat with the expansion pass required 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Metagross with Mega Metagross. So HP 80, that stays the same. Attack 135, that goes up to 145. Defense 130, that goes up to 150. Special attack 95, that goes up to 105. Special defense 90, that goes up to 110. Speed 70, that goes up to 110. So this one has a total of 600, and this one has a total of 700. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by fighting, bug, water, electric. Weak to ground, ghost, fire, and dark, all for double. Immune to poison. Resistant to normal, flying, rock, steel, grass, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half, and psychic for a fourth. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type moves and ghost-type moves was 1, so they both went from 1 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this move reminders here, and this Evo, and then go down to 45, so by move reminder, it gets Explosion and Home Claws. Upon evolution, it gets Hammer Arm, 52 Meteor Mash, 62 Iron Defense, 72 Agility, and 82 Hyper Beam. By TM, we're skipping. By breathing, there's nothing. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data for Metagross. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Metagross fires a calamitous beam. Its power is overwhelming. Guardian signs. It protects itself with psychic orbs and launches powerful beams. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Metagross was drawn to the fun-loving atmosphere of the Pokepark. He loved to play, especially at Bastiodon's Block Barrage. You got all this. For Mega Metagross. Form data. Metagross, Metagrossite, Mega Metagross. Evolution data, Beldum, level 20. Metang, level 45. Metagross. Sprites here, so like the other two, it starts off this kind of blue rather than that one. It looks kind of goofy on the underside. Its eyes are probably a little different. A lot of these details are probably slightly different. And of course it's silver and gold like the other two were. Yep, in Gen 4. Got this, I think a little bit bigger, sprite all around, probably more refined and stuff. Yep, and this is interesting because you now can see its arm up instead of just all of it down. Gen 5, get the full back sprites. It's also slightly darker blue. That's interesting. And then Gen 6, get the modern colors and the models, and you can see the model for Mega Metagross. So you can see all the Beldum in the back and stuff. Yep. Okay, then you have these, the shiny one, and oh, it's blue for the X instead of gold for some reason. It's interesting that it's gold, not like, I guess it makes sense it can't be silver because that would blend in, but yeah. And 7, not really much changes with the models, probably slightly better, but yeah, not really much changes. Homes, you got these models. In animation, Metagross in Pokemon Horizons the series. Steven's Metagross is the big one. You got all these. Mega Metagross in Pokemon the series XY. Got this. Shiny Metagross in Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all this. Shiny Mega Metagross in Pokemon Journeys the series. Got all these. Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire reference sheet. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 51 in Dawn's Pokedex. Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokemon. With its 4 brains, it has an intelligence rivaling a supercomputer. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 158 in the same Pokedex. Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokemon and the evolved form of Metang. Metagross has 4 legs and uses many powerful moves. Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer. Metagross near right in the Black 2 and White 2 animated trailer with a couple grunts and Seviper and a Cling Clang. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer. Mega Metagross in the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire animated trailer. Steven's Metagross, I guess, is the big one. Pokemon Masters animated trailer, so Metagross and Pokemon Masters animated trailer, so Steven's Metagross is the big one. Gotcha, Steven Metagross is the big one. The manga, Metagross and Pokemon Adventures, looking kind of cute, that's interesting. This. Mega Metagross and Pokemon Adventures. This. The TCG and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Upon its release from its Pokeball, it will stay in one place and repeatedly use Earthquake. Anyone caught underneath the Pokemon will be buried into the ground and thus unable to move for a few moments, until Metagross uses its attack and all the hit characters are blasted upwards. Metagross was featured as one of the Pokemon released from a Pokeball in the demo of Super Smash Bros. Brawl at Jump Festa. However, it hovered above the stage before attacking, unlike in the actual game. So we've got Metagross in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information. An Iron Leg Pokemon, when 2 Beldum combine, they evolve into Metang. In the same way, Metagross is the result of 2 Metang combining. It's said to have the intelligence to match a supercomputer. Though it weighs 1,212.5 pounds, it is somehow able to fold up its legs and float. Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U. Metagross reappears as a Pokemon summon in these games, working the same as in Brawl. Metagross also appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. So you've got Metagross in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, Metagross trophy in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. Trophy information. In the North American version, a hulking Steel/Psychic Pokemon, Metagross weighs in at around 1,212.5 pounds. Even Snorlax isn't that heavy. It uses Earthquake by stomping its powerful legs on the ground, sending nearby fighters flying and burying those who come too close. You'll be safe in the air, so use careful timing to stay that way. Val, a Steel and Psychic-type Pokemon known as the Iron Leg Pokemon at 550 kilograms in weight, it's heavier than your average Snorlax. When its Earthquake hits, you'd better hope you're far away, or at least in mid-air, because the tremors can launch anybody on the ground. And watch out for its legs. They can stomp you right into the ground. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Metagross returns once again as a Pokeball summon, functioning the same as in Brawl. And for Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, Metagross also appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite. Metagross is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Beldum and evolves into Metang at level 5, which evolves into Metagross at level 9. So we got Metagross in Pokemon Unite. Trivia, due to the way way damage is calculated for Grass Knot and Low Kick, Metagross will take the same amount of damage from these moves with or without its hidden ability, Light Metal. Metagross's number in the Hoenn Pokedex in Gen 3 and the Fiori browser are the same, 192. Despite being a gender unknown species, Metagross is referred to as a male in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. For this fourth point in the Beldum video, Mega Metagross is the heaviest Mega Evolved Pokemon. At the time of its introduction, Metagross was the only fully evolved pseudo-legendary Pokemon to not possess a 4x weakness to any type. Metagross is also the only pseudo-legendary Pokemon that, in its debut generation, had no members of its evolutionary line able to be encountered in the wild. Promotional artwork of a shiny Mega Metagross. Origin. Metagross appears to be based on a robot. It also appears to be based on a supercomputer given its mechanical structure and sheer intelligence and a spider. Additionally, it is reminiscent of a UFO and a lander. Metagross's face may draw inspiration from the largest gear of the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient analog computer. Name origin, Metagross may be a combination of metal and cross, referring to its facial feature. Gross, referring to its weight of 1,212 pounds, as a gross is 12 by 12, or gross, German for large, in other languages. Related articles, notes, external links to the pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and Mega Evolutions, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene featuring Metagross in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Destiny Deoxys in this film. Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions. Brock, May, and Max, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met a bunch of trainers, including Rebecca here, and a kid named Tori, who isn't a Pokemon trainer, and he's introduced them to a little spike thing of light, sort of like a diamond of light that's his friend, and everyone else is sending out their Pokemon, and so Rebecca's now going to show off hers. Oh, there's Metagross. There's Max and May. Ash Pikachu, the weird light diamond thing. Yeah. Okay, so that is Metagross's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the scenes of Detective Pikachu featuring Metagross.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Metagross, as it's only the frames with Metagross to the best of my ability. So you've got the Metagross down here on this poster. That's the only way it appears, is on this poster. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as his father has just died in a car crash, and this is his dad's apartment. He's kind of finishing up his life, and he's coming into this room that was made up to be like Tim's childhood bedroom, because when he was a kid, his dad wanted him to move to Rhyme City with him, but he decided to stay with his grandmother. Yeah. So there's Tim, he's walking in.
Dust everywhere.
Now we've cut to a little later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who is sort of investigating why he has amnesia and Harry's disappearance and all that. Yeah, and he was Harry's detective partner. Yes. So
I'll think about
Pikachu.
Yeah.
No, Pokemon than his own son.
Yeah, so he's talking about how he used to be into Pokemon before his father spent more time with Pokemon than him.
She could be a lead.
And he's just found a picture of his mom. He's gonna explain that she died, and like he was thinking it could be, she could be a lead, but he says no, it can't because she's dead. And that is Metagross's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Metagross. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's had fan art, so instead we're looking at TV art fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Metagross. This is Metagross standing by a transparent Jigglypuff 2. I don't know if this is their own render or one from one of the games. It looks pretty cool though. Either way. Then we've got Metagross lifting a leg by transparent Jigglypuff 2. Just lifting its leg, I guess. Yeah, very well done. whoever made this. This doesn't contain a Metagross as we know it, so I will move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Kyogre before I can evolve Matang into Metagross. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Regirock. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow.
Howdy, y'all! My name's Rod Dylan's out, because he's a little bit sick today, so I'll be filling in for him. As you can see, I don't have a camera working right now. Kind of terrible timing that is. But I will try to do what all the things that he told me to do today. So, first things first, gotta talk about my experience with the Regirock here. So, the Regirock, I believe he was in one of them movies. I think something about The Legend of Mew and Lucario. I can't remember the name of it. I think we're gonna be watching that movie today. I'll tell you the name later. So, yeah, there's that. Then, I guess, okay, that's my experience. I think it's a great design, too. I'll scroll down here for you here. This guy here, yeah, his great design. Very Rocky-like. And then the eyes look like an H. That's very fun. I was also told to tell you that this is our last rock Pokemon in Gen 3. How fun is that? I was told to also tell you about the previous Pokemon year cycle dates for this Pokemon, which are March 9th, 1997, December 29th, 1999, October 19th, 2002, August 9th, 2005, May 30th, 2008, March 21st, 2011, January 9th, 2014, October 30th, 2016, August 21st, 2019, and June 11th, 2022. So I'm supposed to be reading this here Bulbapedia, and I also won't be doing any of that fancy editing that Dylan can do. So keep, so you'll get your basic stuff, We'll do what we can do today. So it's Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon. His number is 0377. Can't believe Dylan's already that far. It seems like just yesterday it started. But anyway, this is of course what it looks like. Already went over that. Its type is Rock. Abilities, Clear Body, Sturdy is its ability. Generation, gender unknown. Catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 80 cycles. Egg not attainable. I guess that means you can't get it, I guess. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Weight is 507.1 pounds or 230 kilograms. A very big boy there. Base experience yield is 217, Gen 3 through 4, and 261 5 plus. Level rate is slow. EV yield is 3. In defense there. Shape is that, I guess. Footprint kind of looks like a little bug. That's kind of fun. Pokedex colored brown, and base friendship is 35. Brown, okay, maybe not the word. I wouldn't maybe call it. I mean, it's sort of more of an orange, isn't it? But orange and gray, but I don't know. Maybe you could call that brown. Anyway, Regirock is a rock-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is a member of the legendary giants, along with Regice, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. I'm not sure too familiar with those last two. Sorry if I said that name wrong. Biology, Regirock is a large, golem-like Pokemon made of brown and orange rocks. It has a pattern of 7 orange dots on its face that resembles a capital letter H. It has long arms with jutting shoulders and club-like hands without fingers. There is a line of orange rocky spines running down its back, and its legs are short in comparison to its body. Yeah, you can see that. According to legend, Regirock was created by the legendary Pokemon Regigigas using rocks. It used to be worshipped by humans, however, at some point ancient people started fearing its power and sealed it away. In Hoenn, it was sealed in the desert ruins. In Sinnoh, it was sealed in the Rock Peak ruins, and in Galar, it was sealed in the Rock Peak ruins. When it gets damaged in battle, it will search for rocks to repair itself. Because of this, the rocks it is made of come from several different places around the world, which contributes to Regirock's patchwork appearance. Recently, cutting-edge technology has found that Regirock is entirely made of stone and rock. Not even a heart or brain was found. Fascinating. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Regirock is the boss of Rock Chamber and Aegis Cave. Pokédex entries. There they are. In Gen 3 and Ruby. Now, I can't do any of them fancy things, so I'll just try to do my normal voice here. Regirock was sealed away by people long ago. If this Pokemon's body is damaged in battle, it is said to seek out suitable rocks on its own to repair itself. Sapphire, Regirock's body is composed entirely of rocks. Recently, a study made the startling discovery that the rocks were all unearthed from different locations. Emerald, a Pokemon that is made entirely of rocks and boulders. If parts of its body chip off in battle, Regirock repairs itself by adding new rocks. Fire Red and Leaf Green, it is entirely composed of rocks with no sign of a brain or heart. It is a mystery even to modern scientists. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, its entire body is made of rock. If any part chips off in battle, it attaches rocks to repair itself. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the same rocks that form its body, have been found in ground layers around the world. Now it seems here that the Gen 5 entries are just Diamond Pearl Platinums again. Dylan said this might happen, and I'll just do it like that, as I just said to you. In Gen 6, X seems to be the exact same entry. Y here seems to be Heart Gold and Soul Silvers. I checked these two, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. They seem to be the same, except for the Regirock is no longer that weird casing in Pokemon neither. Is it just for Omega Ruby, though? So, okay, there's nothing in Gen 7, seems. Okay, in Gen 8, Sword. Every bit of Regirock's body is made of stone. As parts of its body erode, this Pokemon sticks rocks to itself to repair what's been lost. Shield. Cutting-edge technology was used to study the Eternals of this Pokemon's rock body, but nothing was found, not even a brain or heart. Seems that this is very similar. Build Brilliant Diamond Shine Pearl was slightly different, so I'll go ahead and read that to you now. Its entire body is made of rock. If any part chips off in battle, Regirock attaches rocks to repair itself. Okay, we got game locations. I was told to skip these. Okay. Inside game locations, told to also skip these. Okay. And events, also told to skip these. Okie dokie. Guess we're doing stats now. So stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 100, defense 200, special attack 50, special defense 100, speed 50, for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats, I was told I was supposed to skip all this. Okay. Type effectiveness, damage normally by rock, bug, ghost, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, steel, water, and grass. Immune to nothing. Resistant to normal, flying, poison, and fire, all for half. Learn set by leveling up here. I guess we'll read them all. So 1 Charge Beam, 1 Rock Throw, 6 Bulldoze, 12 Ancient Power, 18 Stomp, 24 Rock Slide, 30 Curse, 36 Iron Defense, 42 Hammer Arm, 48 Stone Edge, 54 Super Power, 60 Lock On, 66 Zap Cannon, 72 Hyper Beam, and 78 Explosion. By TM here, we got TM 001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 73 Drain Punch, 76 Rock Blast, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 101 Power Jam, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 121 Heavy Slam, 126 Thunderbolt, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terror Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 178 Gravity, 179 Smackdown, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 220 Meteor Beam, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. Appears there's nothing vibrating. And so we got the side game data. We're told to read only a few things here if they apply. Okay, like Pokemon Ranger here. So, Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Regirock brings down a shower of large boulders after a ground-shaking jump. Shadows of Almia, it opens fissures in the ground. It also triggers rockfalls to attack. Okay, got all these, I guess. Okay, then evolution data. Well, you know, it's a legendary, so it's all on its own. Then we got the sprites here. Now, that looks a lot more tan than this sort of gray color. I wonder why they changed that. That just looks far less like an H and more like almost like an A without the top there. Oh, is that what his back looks like? Interesting. Then we got, you know, the sort of dark, sort of orange for the everything. It kind of blends all together. That's interesting. And Gen 4 here, now much more unifiably an H there. Probably a little bit of refinement all around. You can see this sort of more of a triangle becomes this kind of shape here. That's very interesting. Yes. Then Gen 5, we get the full back sprites here. How fun is that? Kind of becomes a little bit darker brown. Kind of makes sense to differentiate the colors. Yes, for the shiny there. Then we got these colors, this sort of grayish color for these in Gen 6 here. And this is much darker brown. And of course the model's pretty good, I'd say, for the adaptations. There's a little thing here in the bottom, the sort of hand, I guess, rock. It's a little long, that's interesting. Then in Gen 7, looks like they maybe shortened that one a little bit, make it more like the actual, you know, art there, you know, sprites and stuff. And Homes here, we got these kind of models. Interesting that they're just kind of on there and not really actually like a bulb like they kind of were here, you know. Very interesting decision. In animation, Regirock in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Very interesting. Regirock M08 is one of them big ones, I guess. Brandon's Regirock, I guess, is another one of them big ones. Okay, got all these. Okay, Pokedex entries. Okay. Episode AG-178 in May's Pokedex. Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon. It can use rocks to repair its own body. DP-128 in Dawn's Pokedex. Regirock, the Rock Peak Pokemon. Regirock's body is made of rock, and if something chips off in battle, it attaches rocks to repair itself. Gotcha guess. In the manga, Regirock in Pokemon Adventures, also very flat on its body. Interesting. Got all these in the TCG trivia. In the international versions of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there is an unobtainable Regirock doll programmed into the game. It was unlockable with the Japanese exclusive Regidolls decoration set e-reader card. Regirock's in-game footprint resembles a Scarabia sacer, a real-life insect that was considered sacred by ancient Egyptians. Regirock's base attack and special attack, as well as defense and special defense, are reverse of Regice's. Regirock is the first legendary Pokemon to have been featured as a cop Pokemon in the animated series. Origin, Regirock may be based on the golems of Hebrew legend. The legends cast them as servants of higher powers and are said to have writing on their hands. When the writing is removed, the creature would be weakened or even killed. In some legends, Regirock's face that consists of 7 dots may be based on Braille alphabet, which was necessary to use to encounter the legendary giants for the first time in Sealed Chamber. The 5 legendary giants may be collectively themed after historic epochs, with Regirock representing the Stone Age. Name origin, Regirock may be a combination of Regis, Latin for royal, and rock. In other languages, related articles, external links to the legendary Pokemon, so many in Gen 3 here. Okay, got all these, so many of them anyway. Okay. And that's all the end for the Bulbapedia. That was pretty quick, I'd say. So I was told we're gonna now move on to the anime section. So I'll see you in a bit here. Welcome back to the program here. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. So in this film, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions, Brock, May, and Max, as well as the faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have gone on this fancy ball in this ancient kingdom, and they've met this very ancient Lucario, over 1,000 years old, and they are on a journey to try to save Pikachu, because Mew took Pikachu away to the Tree of the Beginnings, and now Lucario here seems to be saving Ash from something, and we'll see what that something is here in a second here. There's our Regirock. You can see better there. That is probably Regirock's first scene in the anime, so I hope you've enjoyed that. We'll be cutting to the fan art section, since I was told that there is no community post responses. So see you in a second here. Welcome back here. So I was told that there was no fan art submitted, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt here. So we'll be going through these images here until we find an image that doesn't contain a Regirock, I guess. Okay, so this first one is Regirock, fan art by Kamuro Draws. So yes, you got this really nice image here. It's kind of sweet to see, kind of maybe with the more gentle side, in this sort of tree or something, and a bunch of ladybug. Very well done. Got all their social media stuff. Then we've got Regirock by MCG Mark. Another great image here showing off. Maybe it's asleep or something. I don't know what's going on with these rocks here, but it looks like there's a trainer and their tricos or coming across it. Very well, nice done, yes. Then we've got PKMNSL, capture art. Regirock by Mio Carre. this nice art here of Regirock here, kind of walking along. Got this nice background, almost looks like how they used to do movies and backgrounds with moving backgrounds and stuff. That's kind of fun. Then we got Regirock by Cream Sable, so it seems like they have their own fancy version here, where it looks like its head's been sort of split into two here. That's interesting. Got a shiny version as well. Very interesting. And we got Regirock by Hot Tub USA. So we've got this here nice image of a simple Regirock in like a cave or something. Very well done. Now this here doesn't contain a Regirock, so I was told just to finish up the video here, tell you there ain't gonna be no stream tonight, because now he's a little bit under the weather. So he's told me he thinks he'll be back tomorrow to do Reggie Ice's video. So hope you have enjoyed. Yeah, you'll see you tomorrow, I guess. This has been Rodney, signing out.
Hello, today we'll be talking about Regice, the final Ice-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. Its previous PYC dates are March 10th, 1997, December 30th, 1999, October 20th, 2002, August 10th, 2005, March 31st, 2008, March 22nd, 2011, January 10th, 2014, October 31st, 2016, August 22nd, 2019, and June 12th, 2022. I like the design of Regice. I think it's interesting to make a legendary Pokemon that's made out of ice crystals. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Regice, the iceberg Pokemon, whose number is 0378. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice, abilities Clear Body. Ice Body is its inability. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height is 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 385.8 pounds or 175 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 216, Gen 3 through 4, and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. Yield is 3 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokédex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Regice is an ice-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is a member of the legendary giants along with Regirock, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Biology: Regice is a large blue Pokemon composed of solid Antarctic ice. Its body is composed of angular crystal-like shapes, and its face has an unusual pattern consisting of 7 yellow dots in a plus formation. It has 4 spikes on its back, and its 2 legs are conical, and it balances its entire body on their points. There are 3 fingers on each of its pentagonal arms. According to legend, Regice was created by the legendary Pokemon Regigigas using ice. It used to be worshipped by humans. However, at some point, ancient people started fearing its power and sealed it away. In Hoenn, it was sealed in the Island Cave. In Sinnoh, it was sealed in the Iceberg Ruins. And in Galar, it was sealed in the Iceberg Ruins. Regice moves around by floating in the air. Regice cloaks itself in air that is negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit, or negative 200 degrees Celsius, and anything near Regice will become frozen solid. Its deep frozen body can't be melted, even surviving when submerged in molten lava. It is made of ice from the Ice Age. It is said that it has slept in a glacier for thousands of years. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Regice is the boss of Ice Chamber in Aegis Cave. Pokédex entries. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Regice's body was made during an ice age. The deep frozen body can't be melted, even by fire. This Pokemon controls frigid air of minus 328 degrees F, which is for Fahrenheit. Sapphire. Regice cloaks itself with frigid air of negative 328 degrees F. Things will freeze solid just by going near this Pokemon. Its icy body is so cold it will not melt even if it is immersed in magma. Emerald. Its entire body is made of Antarctic ice. After extensive studies, researchers believe the ice was formed during an ice age. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Research revealed that its body is made of the same kind of ice that is found at the South Pole. In Gen 4, Diamond Pearl Platinum, its body is made of ice from the Ice Age. It controls frigid air of negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It is said to have slept in a glacier for thousands of years. Its body can't be melted even by magma. The Gen 5 Pokédex entries are Diamond Pearl and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Y is Diamond Pearl Platinum and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby. Regice's body was made during an ice age. The deep frozen body can't be melted even by fire. This Pokemon controls frigid air of negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit. Alpha Sapphires is basically Sapphires, but Regice and Pokemon and other casing. The F is now fully Fahrenheit, and the negative is now just the negative sign. In Gen 8 Sword,
with cold air that can reach temperatures as low as negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit. Regice instantly freezes any creature that approaches it. Shield. This Pokemon's body is made of solid ice. It's said that Regice was born beneath thick ice in the Ice Age. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, other Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 50, defense and special attack 100, special defense 200, speed 50, for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, bug, ghost, water, grass, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, rock, steel, and fire, all for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ice for half. Learn step by leveling up. 1. Charge Beam and Icy Wind. 6. Bulldoze, 12 Ancient Power, 18 Stomp, 24 Ice Beam, 30 Curse, 36 Amnesia, 42 Hammer Arm, 48 Blizzard, 54 Superpower, 60 Lock On, 66 Zap Cannon, 72 Hyper Beam, and 78 Explosion. By TM, TM007 Protect, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 58 Brick Break, 66 Body Slam, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 121 Heavy Slam, 124 Ice Spinner, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 178 Gravity, 187 Icicle Spear, 192 Focus Punch, and 224 Curse. Nothing by breeding. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Regice sticks its frigid hands in the ground to make ice pillars thrust up. Shadows of Olmia. It sends out shockwaves. It also attacks with blocks of ice. Evolution data is just Regice. Sprites here, a little bit more purple. It's more blue, that's fun. This is more blue now. Yeah. Interesting. The back sprites, okay, so they're a lot more complex, the back sprite in Gen 4 here. Probably all around. I mean, some parts seem more simplified, other parts seem more complex. That's interesting. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites, and now this is a lot more dark blue. You got that kind of modern-ish blue. This is just the same blue, because now it just kind of looks very similar. Then we got this kind of blue. Kind of got like a clear effect going on. That's kind of fun. Yeah. Gen 7, the models in Gen 6 as well. Not really much changes in Gen 7. Homes, you got these. Kind of more flat instead of outwards, I guess. And animation, Regice in Pokemon Journeys the series. Regice in the 8th movie is the big one. Brandon's Regice is another big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 190. Maze Pokedex. Regice, the iceberg Pokemon. Formed in the Ice Age, its body is raised at a temperature of minus 328 degrees and cannot be melted even by fire. In Journeys, episode 71, in Go's Rotom Phone. Regice, the iceberg Pokemon, an ice type. Its body is covered in air 328 degrees below zero, and it is said to have slept inside glaciers for several thousand years. Got this in the manga, Regice and Pokemon Adventures, got all these. The TCG trivia, Regice has the highest base special defense stat of all Ice-type Pokemon in the international versions of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. There is an unobtainable Regice doll programmed into the game. It was unlockable with the Japan exclusive Regidolls decoration set e-reader card. Regice shares its category with Avalugg. They are both known as the iceberg Pokemon. Rod read this last point yesterday. Origin. Regice may be based on the golems of Hebrew legend. The legends cast them as servants of higher powers and are said to have writing on their heads. When the writing is removed, the creature would be weakened or even killed. In some legends, Regice's face that consists of 7 dots may be based on Braille alphabet, which was necessary to use to encounter the legendary giants for the first time in Sealed Chamber. The geometrical shapes that make Regice's body resemble naturally occurring crystals. The 5 legendary giants may be collectively themed after historical epochs, with Regice representing the Ice Age. Name origin, Regice may be a combination of Regis, Latin for royal, and ice. Now the languages, related articles, external links to legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Regice.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this film,
Ash Ketchum, the main character, has met an ancient Lucario, and Mew has taken Pikachu, and they are trying to get him back from something called the Tree of Beginning, which is where Ash is right now. Yes. And yeah, there was Regice. There's Regice. That is Regice's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Regice.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Regice? And Kecleon has responded. They say, he looks funny. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Regice. Precious Plushie by Tropius 101. So we got this Regice holding this life-size plushie of Regice. It's very cute. I like the background, it's very, very nice. Regice's Chamber by MCG Mark. We got May here. Probably, I think the game May, not the anime May. And with a Torchic, very nice. And then I guess in the chamber that Regice is in. Yeah, I get to see how nice this looks. It's very fancy, like, you can see Regice there. Yeah, it's very nice. Then we've got Regice Ultimate Torso Armor by Stormagale. So this nice Regice in, I guess it's armor, I don't know if it's for Regice or like based on Regice, but it's very interesting. This doesn't contain a Regice, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CDT Central Daylight Time, where I'll be trying to get Azurill. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Registeel. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Registeel, the first pure Steel-type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are March 11th, 1997, December 31st, 1999, October 21st, 2002, August 11th, 2005, June 1st, 2008, March 23rd, 2011, January 11th, 2014, November 1st, 2016, August 23rd, 2019, and June 13th, 2022. I always forget that Registeel was introduced in Gen 3 instead of Gen 4, as it feels like it has more of the Gen 4 aesthetic. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Registeel, the Iron Pokemon, whose number is 0379. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel. Since this is our first pure Steel-type Pokemon, I will point out all the different colors that represent Steel. Yeah, it's all these different kind of bluish greens, I guess. Abilities, Clear Body. Light Metal is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg groups, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height is 6'3" or 1.9 meters. Weight is 451.9 pounds or 205 kilograms. Basic experience yields 215 in Gen 3 through 4 and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3, 2 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Footburn is that. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 35. Registeel is a Steel-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 3. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is a member of the legendary giants along with Regirock, Regice, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Biology, Registeel is a large robotic Pokemon. Most of Registeel's body is spherical and gray, while the middle of its face has the appearance of being exposed as it shows black skin, and is surrounded by raised metal. Registeel's lower half is disc-like in shape and has 2 cylindrical legs without toes. Its face consists of 7 red dots in a hexagonal formation, and it has black arms with 3 fingers each that are connected to its upper half by gray hemispherical shoulders. The backs of its hands have 3 red triangles pointing away from the fingers. According to legend, Registeel was created by the legendary Pokemon Regigigas using magma. It used to be worshipped by humans, however, at some point ancient people started fearing its power and sealed it away. In Hoenn, it was sealed in the ancient tomb. In Sinnoh, it was sealed in the Iron Ruins, and in Galar, it was sealed in the Iron Ruins. Its body is hollow and made of a material that is harder than any known metal. However, this material stretches and shrinks despite its hardness. The metal composing its body is thought to be a curious substance that is not of this earth. Tempered by pressure underground over tens of thousands of years, its body cannot be scratched. It is also rumored that Registeel was born deep underground in the planet's mantle and that it emerged onto the surface 10,000 years ago. It is unknown what it can eat. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Registeel is the boss of Steel Chamber and Aegis Cave. Pokedex entries in Gen 3 and Ruby. Registeel has a body that is harder than any kind of metal. Its body is apparently hollow. No one has any idea what this Pokemon eats. Sapphire. Registeel was imprisoned by people in ancient times. The metal composing its body is thought to be a curious substance that is not of this earth. Emerald. Its body is harder than any other kind of metal. The body metal is composed of a mysterious substance. Not only is it hard, it shrinks and stretches flexibly. Fire Red and Leaf Green. It is sturdier than any kind of metal. It hardened due to pressure underground over tens of thousands of years. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Tempered by pressure underground over tens of thousands of years, its body cannot be scratched. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Its body is said to be harder than any kind of metal. Its study has revealed that its body is hollow. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Heart Gold and Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Registeel and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword. Registeel's body is made of a strange material that is flexible enough to stretch and shrink, but also more durable than any metal. Shield. It's rumored that this Pokemon was born deep underground in the planet's mantle, and that it emerged onto the surface 10,000 years ago. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Game locations, side game locations, events. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 75, defense 150, special attack 75, special defense 150, speed 50, for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by ghost, water, electric, and dark. Weak to fighting, ground, and fire, all for double, immune to poison. Resistant to normal, flying, rock, bug, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type moves and ghost-type moves was half, so they both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Charge Beam and Metal Claw, 6 Bulldoze, 12 Ancient Power, 18 Stomp, 24 Iron Head and Flash Cannon, 30 Curse, 36 Iron Defense and Amnesia, 42 Hammer Arm, 48 Heavy Slam, 54 Superpower, 60 Lock On, 66 Zap Cannon, 72 Hyper Beam, and 78 Explosion. By TM, TM001 Takedown, 7 Protect, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Breast, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 116 Stealth Rock, 121 Heavy Slam, 124 Ice Spinner, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 178 Gravity, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 220 Meteor Beam, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding, there's nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Registeel brings down a steady shower of metal walls to impede capture. Journals of Volmia. It guards itself with an electric barrier. It hurls hunks of magnetism and electricity. Got all this. Evolution data, it's just Registeel. Sprites here, so it looks more kind of brownish gray. That just seems like the gray of the time, though. It's not like that's not too weird. They seem to be more pink than red. Yeah, this is sort of blue. Then it's actually red, so they could have just made it red. That's interesting. But yeah, it's more blue. Yeah, blue from the outer shell. Kind of the opposite of Metagross. That's kind of fun in that line. And we've got Gen 4. Interesting pose there. For, yeah, interesting animation. Yeah, not really. That's more red. This is more, I guess, slightly different gray, I guess. This is darker, kind of teal, I guess. Aquamarine, but whatever. In Gen 5, get the fullback sprites. I don't know why they allowed that. Okay. Yeah, not really much changes here. This becomes more gray, I guess. This keeps the sort of lighter gray. That's fun. Yep. We got these in Gen 6, the models. That's basically the big difference. In Gen 7, not really much changes. Homes, we got the flat Flat lights again. Non-English European sprites, Diamond and Pearl, so obviously they didn't do the salute animation. Registeel in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Registeel in Movie 8 is one of the big ones. Brandon's Registeel is another one of the big ones. Pokedex entries in Advanced Generation, episode 186 in Maze Pokedex. Registeel, the iron Pokemon. Its body is harder than any metal found upon this planet. Its body is also hollow, and its food source remains a mystery. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 128 in Dawn's Pokedex. Registeel, the iron Pokemon. Because Registeel's body has been tempered by underground pressure for thousands of years, its body cannot be scratched. Got all these, the manga, Registeel and Pokemon Adventures. All these, and the TCG. In other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Registeel appears as an occasional stage hazard in the Ironworks chamber of the Kalos Pokemon League stage. Appearing rarely, it will use Stomp to dislodge the swords embedded in the stage, causing them to fly upwards and damage fighters. Grounded characters will also take damage from Stomp. Trophy information. The Steel-type Pokemon's hollow body is made out of an ultra-hard metal, forged under pressure over thousands of years underground. It can appear in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. In the Elite Four Steel-type chamber, its Stomp attack will launch fighters on the ground and even the giant swords mounted on the stage. Trivia: in the non-English European versions of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Registeel's sprite was edited because of its arm. The arm's original position is reminiscent of the Nazi salute. In Pokemon Platinum, the sprite was changed for all regions to the continental European variation, which would be retained in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This also makes Registeel the only Pokemon whose Pokewalker sprite is not its Diamond and Pearl one, not counting alternate forms of Pokemon that were introduced in Platinum. In the international versions of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there is an unobtainable Registeel doll programmed into the game. It was unlockable with the Japan-exclusive Regidolls Decoration Set e-reader card. Registeel is tied with Probopass for the highest base special defense stat of all Steel-type Pokemon. I read the fourth point in the Beldum video. Registeel is the only legendary giant to not have one of its base stats reach 200, to have base and special attack stats that are not multiples of 10. Origin: Registeel may be based on the golems of Hebrew legend. The legends cast them as servants of higher powers and are said to have writing on their heads. When the writing is removed, the creature would be weakened or even killed in some legends. Given its metallic construction, it may also be based on a humanoid robot. Registeel's face, that consists of 7 dots, may be based on Braille alphabet, which was necessary to use to encounter the legendary giants for the first time in Sealed Chamber. The 5 legendary giants may be collectively themed after historical epochs, with Registeel representing the Iron Age. Name origin: Registeel may be a combination of Regis, Latin for royal, and steel. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the legendary Pokemon. Let's move on.
Since we already watched Registeel's first scene in the anime in the Grumpig video, let's watch Registeel's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. In this movie, all you really need to know is that a character named Kid has sent out a bunch of these camera drones in the Tree of Beginning, a sort of sacred area where Pokemon have lived undisturbed for thousands of years. There's Registeel. And that is Registeel's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's do why other people love Registeel.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. Today the question is, what do you love about Registeel? Beast Boy 2K4 has responded. They say, un. It's a Purple Cliff reference. Sorry if you don't get it. I really don't, but I think that might just be kind of one of the sounds that Registeel makes, so I'm not entirely sure. But I do appreciate that there's someone that actually, you know, has made something, like a meme or something out of Registeel. That's kind of fun. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV and fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Registeel. So this is Registeel fan art by Kemuro Draws. So you got this Registeel here. Kind of looks like it's on a throne or something. And got a bunch of Magcargo. Yeah, very fun little image here. Then we've got the Legendary Golems by Rise Spirit, Registeel, Regice, and Regirock here. It's all very looking all menacing like. Yeah, it's very nice. Straw Hat Mons by Vorosakon. So apparently this is something you can do. You can upload multiple images in one post. We'll go to the one that's actually relevant for this. And that's this one. I don't know who this character is, but I guess I'm assuming they have some sort of suit like that kind of looks like this, but it also seems to combine Registeel's aesthetic as well with this one. So that's kind of fun. This doesn't contain Registeel, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, so I need to wait until I talk about Kyogre before I can catch a Registeel. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Latios, as always. This is my proper outfit, because you know where